in a villa located in Linjiang City. Ling Feng abruptly awoke, lying before his desk, gazing at the computer screen displaying a CG video. Surrounded by familiar surroundings, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Could this be his former home? Yet the question loomed, had he not already perished? Why was he here? Ding! The familiar chime of the electronic calendar echoed, and instinctively he turned to glance at it, revealing the date. August 5th, 2048, at 9:30 p.m. Moments later, clarity washed over him. It became evident. He had not succumbed to death instead. He had been reborn. He had returned to the day after the launch of the game Deity 3 years prior. Ling Feng's mind involuntarily drifted back to the events preceding his demise. In his previous life, a mysterious official gaming website Deity had seized the internet, eluding the grasp of even the most elite cybersecurity experts from any nation. The only known fact was this: whenever someone accessed the official site, a Deity Pearl would materialize in their hand, the key to entering the Deity game. Ling Feng was one of its players. However, while undertaking a divine hidden quest in the Deity world, reincarnation of the deity was betrayed by Li Haonan, the vice leader of the Heavenly Alliance, which he had painstakingly established. Together with rival factions, they executed a coordinated assault, leading to his downfall to level 0 and a forced account deletion for a month by the system. There is a saying that misfortunes seldom come alone. Not only did he perish within Deity, but upon returning to the real world, he was also ruthlessly slain by his good friend Lin Xian. The rationale was Ling Feng had once been involved in the incident surrounding his sister's death. Yet deep within, he knew this was a misunderstanding. He himself was a victim, unable to voice the truth for reasons beyond his control. He had believed that he would die harboring resentment and despair. But unexpectedly, he found himself peacefully seated in his room, as if nothing had ever transpired. After a brief silence, Ling Feng erupted into exuberant laughter. Who would have thought that I, Ling Feng, would have the chance to be reborn? I shall seek vengeance for the grievances of the past. I will strive to amend my former regrets. On the path of Deity, I shall ascend to the pinnacle, becoming the strongest in this realm. Otherwise, how could I justify this second chance at life? Ling Feng roared, his eyes brimming with fervor, his gaze fixated on the computer screen. After a long while, he gradually calmed his tumultuous heart. Then, with composure, he closed the CG video and accessed the Deity website. The clash of sprites and beasts erupted on the screen like a burst of fireworks. In the next moment, a round, crystalline orb materialized in his hand, with a three-dimensional countdown projected upon it. Simultaneously, a message materialized on the website. Do you wish to grow stronger? Do you wish to change everything? Within the realm of Deity, all aspirations shall be realized, and the prowess within the game will align seamlessly with reality. Run forth, grow and thrive. Your future shall be extraordinary. Gazing upon these familiar words, Ling Feng could not help but smile. The greatest secret of this gaming world lies within the 10 divine artifacts. By gradually unlocking them according to the memories of my previous life, I can surely ascend to an entirely new pinnacle. Though I am a day late, akin to my past life, I still possess a chance. Ling Feng exhaled, his eyes shimmering with a glint of determination. At present, his card held assets amounting to 1.7 billion, the sole inheritance left by his parents after their mysterious disappearance 5 years ago. With such wealth, he could immerse himself wholly and without hesitation into the world of Deity. He understood. In the universe of Deity, every second counts. Stealing a glance at the time, he reasoned that since he was already late, a few more moments would matter little. Thus, he grabbed his car keys and ventured out to the supermarket. Upon purchasing a multitude of essential items, he returned home without delay. After placing the goods down, Ling Feng reclined on his bed, clutching the crystal, and stared at the ceiling, silently uttering the word login. In the next moment, a radiant orb of colorful light emerged from within the crystal, enveloping Ling Feng's form. His vision darkened, as if shrouded in shadows. Suddenly, ding! Player identity has been successfully bound. Your real-world coordinates are set to Linjiang City, Huaxia, and you have been assigned to the Dragon Kingdom of the Deity World. After a brief pause following the notification, the darkness before Ling Feng dissipated, like parting clouds revealing beams of light and fluffy skies. A grand crystal palace materialized before him. Surrounding him stood statues of various beings: humans, elves, demons, and orcs. This was the race selection phase, and Ling Feng promptly chose to be human. After all, it was the most visually appealing option. Ding! Race selection complete. You have earned a chance for a talent lottery. Would you like to proceed? The system's notification echoed in his ears. Without hesitation, Ling Feng selected yes. In an instant, a virtual spinning wheel materialized in the void, beginning to whirl rapidly. Ling Feng observed the wheel, his expression remaining placid. For him, the quality of the talent was inconsequential, because the memories he possessed were sufficient to bridge any gap. Soon, the wheel came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the critical talent Endless Plunder. Ling Feng's demeanor shifted dramatically, his composed state shattered by the notification. Goodness! Is it truly a critical talent? He could not restrain a curse from escaping his lips, his face a portrait of astonishment. In deity, whether it be equipment, skills, or talents, they all adhere to the same tiered quality system. White black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, ancient, mythical, and celestial saint levels. As for this critical talent, no one besides Ling Feng was privy to its existence. Because it exists above the celestial sage level, its potential for growth and rarity are truly exceptional. What on earth is happening? The existence of critical grade items should typically only be activated upon the emergence of something with celestial sage quality. Could it be due to this cycle of reincarnation? Ling Feng's heart surged with excitement, yet he could not fathom the reasons behind it. However, he soon regained his composure. Regardless of the cause, he was destined for the extraordinary. Ling Feng immediately turned his attention to the talent effects. Endless Plunder, critical quality talent. Effect: each time a monster is slain, one random attribute or skill will be plundered. When plundering an attribute, a random permanent attribute value of the monster increases by 1. When plundering a skill, it automatically converts to a passive skill that aligns with one's profession. Note: if the slain monsters are the same and the same skill is plundered, the skill will not stack but will convert into experience points, allowing the passive skill to level up. This talent, the corners of Ling Feng's eyes twitched involuntarily. Is it somewhat overpowered? Yet before he could ponder further, the cold voice of the system interrupted his thoughts. Please name your character. Feng Ling Tian Xia. Ling Feng suppressed his emotions and entered his ID from his previous life. Please select one of the following professions to embark on your path as a deity: warrior, knight, fist fighter, assassin, ranger, mage, healer, or beast tamer. The system prompt echoed once more. Ling Feng contemplated for a few seconds and chose assassin. Once an assassin learns the skills of stealth and gliding, they can access areas that are difficult for other professions to reach. This was precisely what Ling Feng needed. Although the assassin is characterized by low health and defense, but high attack speed, its drawbacks are significant. However, with the skill of Endless Plunder, these disadvantages could be mitigated, potentially leading to the most perfected profession in the end. Profession creation complete. At the moment he heard the prompt, Ling Feng opened his attribute panel. ID: Feng Ling Tian Xia. Profession: Apprentice Assassin. Level: 10500 attack, 3 strength, 2 health, 50 constitution, 10 mana, 0 intelligence, 2 attack speed, 0.75s agility, 5 physical defense, 5 magical defense, 3 charm, 0 luck, 0 attributes, strength 0, constitution 0, agility 0, intelligence 0 talent. Endless Plunder critical. Skills: active profession skill, Pierce LV1. A direct strike against the enemy that inflicts 5 attack value, 100 physical damage upon hitting, simultaneously increasing attack speed by 10 for 1 second. With a cooldown of 3 seconds. Passive profession skill, Night Dance. When casting skills, all skills except for stealth-type skills will not consume mana, and when a monster is slain, attack speed and movement speed increase by 0.1, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers, with no cooldown. Ling Feng took a deep breath. The panel appeared quite standard. He no longer squandered time, for the novice period was the most critical phase. Thus, he shut the panel and opted to enter the game. Chapter 2. Conflict Distributing Birthplace. Distribution complete. Your birthplace is the fishing village in the southeastern coastal region of the Dragon Kingdom. Ling Feng transformed into a beam of light, materializing in a bustling village. He was neither the first nor the last to arrive in the fishing village. The crowd was lively, filled with gasps of astonishment. Is this truly the world of deities? This is no mere game. It feels utterly real. Indeed, Deities claims to offer a 100% simulation. Look over there. The NPC lady is exquisite, resembling a fairy. That herb in her hand is enormous and pristine. Ling Feng disregarded the surrounding commotion, glancing at his coarse linen attire before heading to the village chief's residence. There were few people near the chief's house. After all, Deities differed from other games. It lacked any novice task prompts, requiring players to navigate the world through exploration. Upon entering, most players sought out friends to boast or ventured outside the village to mercilessly hunt wild creatures. Welcome to the fishing village. I am the village chief, Ilinya. Upon their meeting, the aged chief greeted Ling Feng with a warm smile. Ling Feng returned the smile, performing the Dragon Kingdom's customary greeting, and replied, "Greetings, chief. It is a pleasure to meet you." Prompt. Your actions have garnered Ilinya's favor, earning 1 charm. As you are the first player to trigger an NPC's favor, you gain 5 charm and 2 luck. Upon hearing the system notification, Ling Feng felt no surprise. In the game, Deities, charm was of utmost importance, influencing the friendliness between players and NPCs, thereby unlocking related quests or higher-level missions. Apart from system rewards, charm could also be enhanced through certain equipment. However, Ling Feng's purpose for being here extended beyond merely establishing a rapport with the chief. It was to uncover the secret guarded by Ilinya. To obtain this secret, one needed a charm value greater than 1 to accept the unique prerequisite quest. In his previous life, members of the Wild Dragon Guild had undertaken and completed this quest. Yet, this time, it was not their turn. It felt like a small reclamation of what was rightfully his. At that moment, Ilinya regarded Ling Feng with a gaze imbued with warmth, akin to that of a grandfather gazing fondly at his grandchild. He softly remarked, "Oh, dear Feng Ling Tianxia, adventurers as polite as you are becoming rare. It brings me great comfort. Respect for the elderly and love for the young is a cherished virtue of our Dragon Kingdom. There is no need for the chief to be overly concerned." Ling Feng replied with a slight smile, standing tall. Ilinya's eyes sparkled with delight, and he praised, "Excellent. You have indeed not disappointed me. I happen to have an exceedingly important matter to entrust to you. Would you be willing to assist me?" A quest had arrived. Ling Feng's lips curled into a smile as he calmly responded, "It would be my honor. The coastal regions are besieged by an overwhelming number of rock crabs, posing a significant threat to the fishing industry of the seaside village. The villagers are in dire need of assistance, and the elder earnestly implores you to help eradicate the rock crab lord, allowing these creatures to retreat temporarily and providing the village with a glimmer of hope." With a determined nod, Ling Feng confidently assures, "Leave it to me." Notification. Congratulations on receiving the hidden main quest. Eliminate 100 rock crabs, defeat the rock crab lord, and bring back its claws to the village elder. Quest rewards. Experience points 1200, silver coins 10, lucky fruit 1. The rewards are indeed substantial. In the early stages of the game, currency holds considerable value. 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. Furthermore, since the game, Deity, does not permit the exchange of real currency for virtual coins, players must rely on offline transactions. According to memories from a past life, initially, 1 gold coin was equivalent to $1,000. Although its value would decrease later on, it remained at a rate of 1 gold coin to $10. It is evident that acquiring gold coins in the early game is not an easy feat, and receiving 10 silver coins as a quest reward is quite generous. However, the true allure of this quest lies not in the gold coins, but rather in the lucky fruit and the subsequent tasks. A single lucky fruit grants 10 points of luck, and these fruits are scarce. Nevertheless, the more luck one possesses, the higher the drop rates, leading to swifter personal advancement. With resolve, Ling Feng takes a deep breath, ready to embark on his journey. Just then, a boisterous voice calls out, "Hey, you. Stop right there." Ling Feng furrows his brow and gazes towards the source of the sound. Before him stands a group, all bearing the prefix Mad Dragon in their IDs. His eyes narrow, a fierce glint flashing across his face as anger surges within him. The Mad Dragon Guild. He never expected to encounter them at this moment. This guild was ranked 27th on the illustrious chart of gaming guilds in China when Deity first launched. Their reputation, however, is notorious for engaging in unscrupulous acts, bullying the weak, and claiming territories as if it were second nature. Eventually, they were absorbed by the third-ranked guild, Myth, due to a member completing the Elder's singular task. Calculating the time, it seems this was precisely when it occurred, albeit he had taken the quest earlier. What fuels Ling Feng's ire is that Myth is the very guild that conspired with Li Haonan to sabotage his quest, causing him to regress to level 0. And the Mad Dragon Guild played a significant role in that treachery. Now, confronted by the minions of Myth, Ling Feng's breath grows heavy with indignation. However, he quickly regains his composure and coldly inquires of the 6-member team before him. What do you want? Brat, relinquish the task you have taken. It has been under our watchful eye for quite some time, proclaimed a warrior orc named Crazy Dragon Longspear with an arrogant demeanor. His tone was indistinguishable from a command. After all, how could anything coveted by the Crazy Dragon Guild be allowed to slip into the hands of another? Most crucially, this task was intricately linked to the hidden secrets of the game, a subject they had researched extensively. Moreover, to qualify for this assignment, they had endured the torment of being reduced to level 1 by the formidable monsters of a high-level map, sacrificing their average level of 3 to barely accumulate some charm points. Such a heavy toll could not be easily relinquished to some greenhorn. Hey. In response, Ling Feng merely scoffed coldly and resolutely turned to leave. Yield. Is that even a possibility? Damn it. You're courting death, roared the barbarian warrior Crazy Dragon Maple Leaf beside him, his anger palpable. Do you believe I want to reduce you to level 0? However, Ling Feng remained undeterred, continuing his march into the wilderness. The Crazy Dragon team, witnessing this, exchanged glances filled with malicious intent, pursuing him with lethal determination. Once outside the village, they could engage in combat. If Ling Feng were to fall, they could seize the opportunity to undertake this task in his stead. Before long, as they trailed Ling Feng out of the village and into the fields, he suddenly halted and turned his face to inquire, "Are you planning to make a move?" "Indeed. Today, we will ensure you return to level 0, teaching you the consequences of crossing the Crazy Dragon Guild." Crazy Dragon Maple Leaf sneered defiantly, lifting his chin with a mocking grin. Players in the vicinity, busy hunting wild chickens, ducks, and geese, shook their heads, aware that the player named Wen Ling Tian was about to depart from this game for a month. After all, he had offended members of the Crazy Dragon Guild. Suddenly, whoosh, a glint of cold light shot directly towards Crazy Dragon Maple Leaf's face. A thrust attack. Although Crazy Dragon Maple Leaf, being a heavy armor class, had quick reflexes, he was still outmatched by the speed of this assault. Consequently, he failed to evade it, and it struck his eye with precision. Combat notification. Player Winling Tian has launched an attack on you, hitting a weak point, inflicting double damage. And you will experience a brief state of blindness lasting 5 seconds. -15. Enormous numbers leapt above Crazy Dragon Maple Leaf's head as blood gushed from above his right eye. "Ah, you little brat, how dare you ambush me?" His scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed through the air. Although the pain he felt was merely a fraction of the true agony, it was still excruciating enough to nearly bring him to his knees. Yet, his furious bellow had no effect. Instead, Ling Feng, empowered by the attack speed enhancements from Dark Knight Dance and Thrust, unleashed 2 more swift strikes. -5. -5. Each blow struck true. In the span of mere moments, Crazy Dragon Maple Leaf's health had plummeted to nearly half. The fierce dragon, Maple, trembled all over, suppressing the agony and the punishment of blindness, and immediately charged towards Ling Feng's position. However, Ling Feng merely smirked, executing a Z-shaped sidestep to deftly evade the charge. In the next moment, he pivoted and maneuvered to the side of the fierce dragon, as the cooldown for his skill concluded perfectly. He swiftly unleashed an attack, followed by 2 precise slashes, -16, critical hit, -5, -6. In the blink of an eye, with a resounding thud, the fierce dragon was rendered powerless, transforming into a streak of white light, collapsing to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded with an ease reminiscent of a Jester's performance. Ling Feng stood like a war deity beside the fallen body of the fierce dragon, coldly gazing at the stunned members of the fierce dragon squad, unperturbed and fearless. At that moment, silence enveloped the scene. Eyes widened in disbelief, everyone stood in shock, unable to process what had just transpired. Chapter 3, 1v5 Ding. You have slain the wild dragon Maple Leaf, earning 10 experience points and 5 sin points. Friendly reminder, when sin points reach 50, you will be pursued by the village guard. Additionally, for the next 2 hours, players from the opposing team will relentlessly hunt you down, with a 100 drop rate. Drop rate? What a jest. I am utterly defenseless at the moment. What do I have to fear losing? I shall first reclaim a portion of my dues. However, just as this notification faded, another alert chimed in succession. The effect of endless plunder is activated, stealing 1 in strength. While the player wild dragon Maple Leaf's permanent strength is reduced by -1. Ling Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. His attack power instantly surged to 5 points. Yet, this was not what astonished him the most. What truly bewildered him was the revelation that this endless plunder could even siphon attributes from players. Could it be that players have been categorized alongside monsters? Furthermore, it could diminish their permanent strength attributes? If this were indeed the case, what could the ramifications of the plunder skill be? At that moment, Ling Feng gazed at the wild dragon halberd and his companions with the fervor of a predator eyeing its prey. He chuckled to himself, thinking, I shall make an example of you lot, enhancing my attributes for a stronger assault against the rock crabs. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling the crowd and elevating the atmosphere to a new pinnacle. Goodness, this individual is formidable. He dares to confront the wild dragon squad and has even slain a warrior. Impressive. It serves the wild dragon squad right for bullying the uninitiated. Don't celebrate too soon. The wild dragon squad still has 5 members. They're not to be trifled with. Just watch. The murmurs around him swelled, a cacophony of awe, jealousy, and schadenfreude. Young man, you possess immense audacity. Daring to strike first. Wild dragon halberd, realizing the situation, glared furiously. Having had his task snatched away and his guild's reputation challenged before him. As the vice president of the Wild Dragon Guild, he found this intolerable. Ling Feng, maintaining an icy composure, replied with a voice as cold as frost, You wish to kill me. Yet I am not permitted to resist? Very well. You have guts. Charge forth, everyone. Let's send this insufferable wretch back to level 0. Wild Dragon Halberd roared like a crazed beast. In the next moment, he raised his novice sword, executed a charge, and lunged towards Ling Feng. Miss. Ling Feng executed a serpentine dodge, artfully evading the attack, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Yet, he remained unfazed. Instead, he pivoted smoothly towards the opposing mage and alchemist. Upon entering the game, the defenses of the mage and alchemist were notably weak, particularly the mage, who only began to rise in strength with the acquisition of gear and skills. Thus, as an assassin, Ling Feng naturally prioritized them as his targets. Relying on his swiftness, he swiftly appeared before the mage and delivered a precise thrust. -15. Ling Feng struck the enemy's heart, inflicting double damage. However, the opponent's reaction was remarkably swift and composed, instantaneously casting a fireball. This was a blood exchange tactic, after all. They were in greater numbers. Thus, no matter how fast Ling Feng was, at such close range, he still suffered a blow. -8. Although it did not strike a vulnerable spot, it still resulted in a noticeable 8 points of damage, startling Ling Feng. He quickly maneuvered behind the opponent, delivering 2 normal attacks to their back. -9, -8. Both strikes landed on critical points. After the successful hits, the cooldown for thrust was reset, and Ling Feng seized the opportunity to unleash another strike. -18. The mage's health bar was instantly depleted, collapsing in a flash of white light upon the ground. Killing the Mad Dragon Old Root, gained 10 experience points, 5 sin points. Endless Plunder effect activated. Plundering Intelligence 1. Player Mad Dragon Old Root permanently loses Intelligence -1. Ling Feng paid no heed to the system notifications, instead leveraging the increased mobility from Night Dance to rush towards the alchemist. The alchemist, a healer, turned pale as he saw Ling Feng charging at him, momentarily frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. After all, He had no offensive skills. Was he supposed to swing his novice lantern and engage in a melee with Ling Feng? Damn it. Quickly protect the healing bottle. We cannot allow that kid to succeed, or our situation will become even more dire. Upon witnessing another one of his comrades fall, the mad dragon Longji let out a furious roar. In the next moment, he hefted his massive sword and charged at Ling Feng once more, intent on knocking him away. Simultaneously, two other players, a knight and a summoner, joined the fray. The knight executed Tread, unleashing a skill akin to the warrior's Charge, capable of stunning the target for 2 seconds. Meanwhile, the summoner cast Inspire, boosting the team's defense by 10. Surrounded by 3 opponents, Ling Feng furrowed his brow but did not evade. Instead, he struck the healer head-on. Thrust, activated. -14. The effect of Inspire had somewhat diminished Ling Feng's impact, yet he still delivered a significantly impressive blow. Immediately afterward, he deftly retreated a step to the side. The skills of Charge and Tread followed suit. Miss. Miss. Without a doubt, they were both evaded by Ling Feng, who then darted toward the alchemist while the knight and warrior were in their recovery phases. The alchemist, shaken from his stupor, hastily cast Healing. However, as Ling Feng's figure drew near, he delivered a swift slash to the healer's wrist, not only inflicting 4 points of damage, but also interrupting the casting of Healing, forcing it into a cooldown state. Indeed, within the realm of deities, one possesses the ability to interrupt any skill, even those of formidable bosses, albeit requiring a certain degree of finesse. Over the course of more than 3 years since the launch of deities, there are but a handful of players capable of achieving this feat yet. By an unfortunate twist of fate, Ling Feng is one such individual. In an instant, Ling Feng struck again, deftly delivering a flurry of skills and strikes upon the healer. Before long, the healer followed the fate of his fellow teammates, dissipating into a wisp of white light, transforming into a lifeless corpse. However, just at that moment, the effect of Endless Plunder activated, granting him the skill healing spell. While the player Crazy Dragon's healing skill level decreased by 1, Ling Feng paused, astonishment evident on his face. Healing spell. He had actually plundered it for himself? With a sudden realization, he glanced at his skill panel, where a new skill, Healing Spell, now resided. Healing Spell passive, 110 when health falls below 50. Restore 15 health points. Mana cost is 1 with a chance of no cost. Cooldown of 3 seconds. Ha ha ha. This time, he was truly invincible. In future battles and level grinding, he could likely forego healing potions altogether. With this thought, Ling Feng's resolve strengthened, and he shifted his focus toward the summoner. The Crazy Dragon's lance and the knight were already in a state of disarray, yet their attempts to retaliate merely resulted in a meager 15 damage inflicted upon Ling Feng. Once again, the summoner met his demise, dropping 2 low-level mana potions and 1 low-level healing potion. Quite a generous bounty. Endless Plunder effect activated. Plundering attribute Intelligence 1. Ling Feng picked up the low-level mana potion and charged toward the knight. Although the knight's defenses were considerable, thereby reducing Ling Feng's damage output, this was of little consequence. Their high defenses rendered them slower compared to an assassin, and the assassin's speed only increased with each attack. Furthermore, Ling Feng's understanding of the game's mechanics and tactics was far beyond what these 2 novice players and deities could comprehend. In no time, Ling Feng toyed with the 2 heavily armored classes as if they were mere fish. Within a mere 20 seconds, the knight was ground down to nothing, granting Ling Feng an increase in stamina while nearly depleting the Crazy Dragon's lance. Sensing the imminent danger, the Crazy Dragon retreated a few steps, his face darkening as he glared at Ling Feng, exclaiming, "You truly intend to oppose my Crazy Dragon Guild, don't you?" Should he fall, he would be unable to log in for an entire month, and the quest would be snatched away by this young upstart before him. The mere thought filled him with rage. I am but a passerby, having accepted a quest, and yet you seek to eliminate me. Should I not resist and allow you to reduce me to level 0? What do you think you are? A smirk curled at the corners of Ling Feng's mouth, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Then, he charged once more at the Crazy Dragon's lance, unleashing a pierce. -18. The fierce dragon, with its eyes wide open, knelt on the ground, its lifeless body radiating a sense of unfulfilled resentment, transforming into a brilliant white light. signifying its inability to engage with the game for the next month. Endless Plunder effect activated, plundering attribute Charisma 1. As the system's voice faded, Ling Feng gracefully swept his sleeves, concealing his prowess and reputation, and departed from the fields, making his way towards the beach amidst the fervent and adoring gazes of countless players. Unbeknownst to him, this battle of Ling Feng was recorded and subsequently posted on the Deity forum, causing an instantaneous explosion of activity within the community. Chapter 4. Upgrade. Within the Forum of Deities, a post entitled One Man Battles 5 Dragons was published, accompanied by an exhilarating video. The author provided a fair and straightforward account of the events depicted in the video, devoid of any embellishments. Upon its release, the post ignited the entire forum, accumulating over 1,000 replies and attracting hundreds of thousands of views within mere minutes. First post, Dragon yet? What the? Isn't that a member of the Mad Dragon? Once again, they bully others, only to be slain in return? Second post, Wild Fox under the cherry blossom tree. What Mad Dragon? It's clearly a mad bug, only capable of tormenting others. Now, they've been countered spectacularly. What a delight. Third post, Woohoo taking off. This individual, known as Wind Rising from the Sky, is undoubtedly a master, having interrupted the healer's skill. Who else could achieve such a feat? The forum was instantly abuzz with excitement. Some reveled in the misfortune of the Mad Dragon, while others were left in astonishment. However, the true orchestrator of this chaos, Ling Feng, was far too preoccupied to concern himself with the uproar. He was making his way to the beach, wearing a silly grin as he examined his stats. ID, Wind Rising from the Sky class, Apprentice Assassin level, 1, 6500, Attack, 5, Strength 2, Health, 60, Constitution 5, Mana, 4, Intelligence 2, Attack Speed, 0, 75s, Agility 5, Physical Defense, 5 Magical Defense, 3 Charisma, 7 Luck, 2 Attributes, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 0, Intelligence 2 Passive Skill, Healing, 110. The stats have improved considerably. At least they are not what one would expect from a level 1 character. However, what does the 110 next to healing signify? Is it a potential for upgrade? Ling Feng pondered this, recognizing that if this passive skill could indeed be enhanced, it would undoubtedly yield significant rewards in the future. Yet, the truth of the matter required verification. Unfortunately, with no players around to engage, he had no means to test this hypothesis. But there was no rush. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed ahead, causing Ling Feng to halt in his tracks, his gaze shifting forward. Before him appeared a crab, entirely encased in armor. Rock Crab Common, Level, 2 Health, 70-70 Attack, 6 Defense, 3 Skill. Armoring description, the most populous creature along the coastline, a gregarious monster that, when killed in sufficient numbers, will enrage their leader. Let us engage. Ling Feng's expression shifted as he gripped his dagger firmly, advancing towards the rock crab. He unleashed an attack. Swoosh. The dagger pierced the crab's eye, a viscous, brain-like liquid gushing forth. Battle prompt. Skill hit the rock crab's weak point, inflicting double damage. -20. Observing the outcome, Ling Feng executed a follow-up normal attack. -5. Subsequently, Ling Feng took a step back, deftly evading the onslaught. At that very moment, the giant claw of the rock crab smashed down onto the spot where he had just stood, sending a spray of sand into the air. In the next instant, a peculiar earthy yellow aura enveloped the rock crab's body, forming a protective armor. Like a tank, it charged toward Ling Feng. He had no intention of lingering in battle and swiftly dodged once more. He understood that in its armor transformation state, the rock crab's defenses were formidable, and even if he managed to breach them, his damage would be minimal. Thus, he bided his time until the transformation concluded before launching his next assault. Once the armor faded, Ling Feng seized the opportunity. Utilizing the rhythm of combat against the monsters, he relentlessly wore down the rock crab, emerging unscathed throughout the encounter. The rock crab, rather generous in defeat, transformed into a beam of white light, leaving behind 2 copper coins. Ding! You have slain a level 2 rock crab, earning 18 experience points. Indeed, slaying monsters provided swifter experience than taking down players, especially in this tiered challenge. However, the true delight lay in what followed. Endless Plunder effect activated. Attribute Strength 1. Upon hearing the system notification, Ling Feng's eyes brightened. Another point of strength added to his tally, bringing his attack power to an impressive 7 points. How could an ordinary level 1 player possess such elevated attack strength? It was likely only Ling Feng who could achieve this. In high spirits, Ling Feng eagerly sought out a secluded area to continue his pursuit of the rock crabs. Ding. Congratulations, attribute Constitution 1. Ding. Congratulations, attribute Constitution 1. Through repeated encounters, Ling Feng quickly mastered the rhythm of combat from his previous life, and his speed in dispatching monsters increased remarkably. In less than 5 minutes, he had defeated 8 rock crabs. Like a war god, he continued to reap the lives of these creatures. Ding. Congratulations, attribute Constitution 1. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the armor transformation skill. Suddenly, a notification reverberated in his mind, causing Ling Feng to momentarily halt with his dagger. In the next heartbeat, he cast a swift glance at his skill panel to review the new addition. Armor Transformation Passive, 110, Effect. When attacked, Armor Transformation activates randomly, increasing defense by 15 points per layer, with a maximum of 20 layers and a cooldown of 3 seconds. This. Ling Feng froze, his expression one of astonishment. A passive skill that enhances defense? He felt a surge of excitement. Typically, defense values could only be augmented through equipment, unless one were a warrior or knight, who could gain additional defense through constitution points. However, it made sense. Assassins were inherently high damage, high speed classes, and their defenses could not rival those of warriors or knights. Yet now, with this passive skill, he had mitigated a significant shortcoming. Coupled with healing art, Ling Feng's sustainability in battle was nothing short of perfect. Ling Feng immediately transformed into a gust of wind, advancing with swift steps towards the 3 nearby rock crabs. In a singular, decisive thrust, he unleashed 2 casual slashes in swift succession. -21 critical hit. -7. -6. The 3 rock crabs, writhing in pain, turned their ire towards Ling Feng, brandishing their formidable pincers in an aggressive assault. Ling Feng deftly evaded their strikes, directly confronting one of them. With the activation of his passive skill, Night Dance, he executed 2 rapid basic attacks, though he simultaneously endured a crushing blow from the crab's mighty claw. -7. -7. Passive skill armor activation triggered, gaining 17 layers of armor effect, increasing defense by 255 points. A system prompt chimed, and a number leapt above Ling Feng's head. -4. Ling Feng winced from the pain but retreated, glancing at the 4 points of damage reduction and couldn't help but chuckle. Ordinarily, based on his defense, he would have sustained at least 6 points of damage. However, under this substantial defensive enhancement, it was reduced to a mere 4. Thus, he could unabashedly exploit the attack speed bonus from Night Dance, coupled with the defensive stacking from Armor Activation and the healing effect from Healing Spell, to enhance his monster-slaying efficiency and increase his margin for error. With this in mind, a mere 100 monsters seemed a trivial task. Ling Feng's expression shifted as he once more brandished his novice dagger, delivering another piercing strike. -19. -7. -22. Rock crab slain. Gained experience 18. Congratulations. Attribute plundered. Constitution 1. In an instant, a striking scene unfolded upon the beach. A novice assassin clad in burlap attire, tethered to 7 or 8 rock crabs, darted back and forth, intermittently turning to counterattack, occasionally absorbing the crab's claw strikes, which proved negligible in damage. From a distance, a few players preparing to leave the beach in search of higher-level training areas beheld this spectacle with bemusement. Could this fellow truly be a fool? In deity. To challenge weaker monsters at a higher level without a solid foundation is a fool's errand. I wager he can last 10 seconds. I bet 5 seconds. However, as they speculated, one by one, the rock crabs succumbed to Ling Feng's cunning tactics. Congratulations, attribute plundered, Constitution 1. Congratulations, skill plundered, armor activation. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed in surprise as he continued to kite the crabs. Glancing at the passive skill, armor activation, and observing that the 110 indicator had transformed into 210, with the added defense value also changing. Armor activation effect. Upon entering an attack state and receiving damage, armor activation triggers automatically, adding 30 points of defense per layer, up to a maximum of 20 layers. With a cooldown of 3 seconds, Ling Feng marveled inwardly. Indeed, this passive skill could be upgraded. However, to achieve kills with healing spell, he would need to target the designated healer. Nevertheless, for the time being, it sufficed, presenting no significant issues. As long as one's defenses are sufficiently high and robust, it suffices that the monsters cannot inflict damage. Contemplating this, he summoned renewed determination and resumed his relentless pursuit of the rock crabs, driven by the desire to seize attributes and skills. However, it was not long before. Upon vanquishing the 24th rock crab, Ling Feng discerned a particular rule of endless plunder. Once the attribute plunder from the rock crab reached 10 points, no further gains could be obtained, and the passive skill armorization became a matter of chance acquisition. In other words, endless plunder could only extract attributes and skills from monsters, excluding defense, but it was not an unending process. There existed a threshold. Nevertheless, despite this limitation, his current speed in slaying the rock crabs had ascended to an entirely new realm. Nearby players were utterly bewildered by this spectacle. Goodness, am I the fool here? I must retreat. This is true mastery, and we cannot contend with it. What happened to the wager? What a farce. Ling Feng, however, remained oblivious to the unfolding events around him, entirely focused on his singular goal of dispatching more monsters. Moments later, the 25th rock crab was swiftly dealt with, and a beam of light descended from above. Congratulations on leveling up to level 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Chapter 5. The First Kill, Part 1. After an intense battle, Ling Feng, who originally had 33 health points, was fully rejuvenated due to leveling up. Without hesitation, he allocated 5 points from his free attribute points into attack, elevating his attack power to a staggering 35 points. In the early stages, the speed boost from his passive skill, Night Dance, was already sufficient to enhance monster killing speed. A high attack was essential. This was also a path that every assassin must traverse. At present, with an attack power of 35, even if his level fell short compared to other players, his damage output was likely among the highest. He chuckled to himself, with my attack now at 35 and my health decent. If I can stack the levels of the ability, armor transformation, in the shortest time possible, I could even serve as a tank as an assassin. Battling monsters would become even more effortless. Ling Feng quietly devised his plans, ready to continue his monster hunting endeavors. However, at that moment, a notification chimed. Attention, players. Due to the cumulative player kills of over 1 million rock crabs, the Rock Crab King has been thoroughly enraged and will soon appear in Rock Crab Bay. The announcement echoed 3 times, resonating in the air for a considerable while. Ling Feng was taken aback. What is happening? It's appearing already? I thought it would take longer. Could it be that my actions have altered the current state? In this world, there are 2 types of bosses. One is a world boss, which requires cumulative monster kills to spawn, with an average level of terrifying difficulty. The other is random, with no one knowing when or where it will appear. Killing such bosses grants first kill rewards, which are incredibly bountiful. Suddenly, from the direction of the sea, a surge of waves erupted, and towering waves rushed toward the shore like a deluge. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and quickly sought a secluded spot to stand firm. Gazing ahead, he witnessed the waves crashing onto the shore, sending a group of players flying, and then a massive crab, nearly 5 meters in size, with a reddish hue and a layered physique, emerged before him. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a sound that reverberated through the heavens, its terrifying aura spreading like a tempest. Ling Feng promptly accessed the attributes of this colossal crab. Rock Crab King Bronze Lord level, 5 health, 5,000 attack, 50 defense, 80 skills. Iron Wall, a passive ability that increases defense by 20 and provides a shield equivalent to 20 of its health, cooling down for 5 seconds after being broken. Claw Sweep, a sweeping attack that inflicts substantial damage on nearby enemies, accompanied by knockback and stun effects lasting 3 seconds. Cross Shock, a jump from the spot that generates a shockwave in a cross pattern within a 10-meter radius, capable of delivering a fatal blow. Although it possesses merely 5,000 health points, its passive ability is exceedingly vexatious. The shield, which absorbs 20 of damage, can only be reduced by the specified amount. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, immediately feeling an unprecedented headache in facing the boss, particularly in terms of offense. Neither the warriors nor the knights currently stood a chance in direct confrontation. A single sweep could lead to instant demise. He pondered for a moment, deciding to bide his time. In a battle against such a boss, competition was inevitable. However, this did not signify that he would relinquish the first kill. Meanwhile, players surrounding the area, as well as those who rushed in upon hearing the system announcement, gazed at the Rock Crab King with fervent eyes. Soon, someone could no longer contain their excitement. "Brothers, follow me. Let us seize the first kill. Let us get married. Charge." A team comprised entirely of level 3 to 4 players immediately surged towards the Rock Crab King under the rallying cry of their leader. Some, hoping to capitalize on the situation, joined the fray as well. In an instant, chaos ensued. At that moment, not far away, a team with the ID prefix Frenzy Dragon was quietly assembling. Leading them was a middle-aged man named Frenzy Dragon Dominator. He fixed his sharp gaze on the ongoing battle, coldly commanding, "Everyone, hold your positions. Observe the boss's attacks and damage output. When the time is ripe, we shall secure this first kill in one fell swoop." Just as the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The players around him nodded vigorously, displaying immense enthusiasm. All of this unfolded before Ling Feng's eyes. Upon the arrival of this group, he had already concealed his ID. As long as he remained out of combat, it would not be revealed. At this moment, he simply needed to wait. These players had no inkling that lurking behind the seemingly innocuous prey was a hawk poised for the strike. At this juncture, numerous player teams unleashed a barrage of skills upon the Rock Crab King, each attack landing with a resounding thud. -1, -1, -1. Indeed, under the influence of the Rock Crab King's Iron Wall ability, all attacks could only inflict the predetermined damage ratio. For players like Ling Feng, who poured all their efforts into attack points without the advantage of equipment, the damage capped at 18 points. As Ling Feng understood, this shield diluted damage by a factor of 20 to 1, meaning that inflicting a single point of damage was purely the result of forced health deduction. Those exceeding 2 points of damage were entirely reliant on the effects of their innate abilities. However, Ling Feng's extraordinarily potent talent was evidently rare, and many players were unable to unleash their full potential in the early stages. The scene descended into utter chaos. Some female players were so frightened they retreated repeatedly, while opportunistic players took advantage of the turmoil to harass them. Yet, the outcome was all but predictable. A bolt of lightning descended, abruptly sending that individual back to the novice village, leaving behind a mere exclamation. The allure of temptation can indeed be perilous. Suddenly, the shield of the Rock Crab King boss shattered under the combined efforts of the scattered players. However, the window for inflicting damage was a mere 5 seconds. In an instant, those players unleashed a frenzy of attacks upon the boss. -3, -6, -8. Even with the shield down, the damage output was rather disheartening for the stout-hearted. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar erupted from the Rock Crab King boss as its massive claws swept through the crowd. Instantly, a considerable number of players were sent sprawling. -70, -100, -99. The sight of health bars plummeting was vividly etched in the minds of many. Some were instantly returned to the novice village, while others with higher defenses fell to the sandy ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, and were forcibly plunged into a state of dizziness. Yet, this was merely the beginning of their misfortune. The Rock Crab King boss suddenly leaped into the air, conjuring a whirlwind around it. The next moment, it landed with a resounding crash, unleashing 4 stone pillars that shot forth in a cross formation. Those struck by this cross impact had no chance to react, their eyes widening in shock before they perished. -500, -500, -500. As numerical values flickered, the area surrounding the Rock Crab King was swiftly cleared, the protective effect of Copper Wall Iron Shield re-emerging once more. Ling Feng's eyes flickered with understanding, recognizing this as a cyclical mechanism. This boss had low health, but possessed an exceedingly complex mechanism that required players to have a certain level of insight to navigate safely. However, the other players, new to the game, had yet to grasp this concept. Thus, they continued to charge forward, heedless of the perils, following in the footsteps of their predecessors. As time passed, the boss's health gradually diminished. It is often said that a single fist cannot withstand 4 hands, and this adage proved true. Under the fearless onslaught of the players. Approximately 20 minutes later, the Rock Crab King's health dwindled to around 50 points, and its shield shattered once more. However, the number of players on the field had significantly dwindled, as the bulk of the forces were still en route from the novice village. In the distance, the members of the Wild Dragon Guild and others could no longer contain themselves. Attack. Bring down the boss within 5 seconds. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in the eyes of the Wild Dragon leader as he issued the order. Yet, at that moment, a figure suddenly dashed towards the Rock Crab King boss, which had just executed the giant claw sweep. With a leap, they grasped a dagger and expertly plunged it into the eye of the Rock Crab King. -65, weak point strike. Chapter 6, The First Kill, Part 2, Ding. The world announcement has been released. Congratulations to the player Feng Ling Tianxia for becoming the first to slay the boss, receiving the first kill reward. First kill title. 100 gold coins, 500 reputation points, 5 charm points, 1 bronze treasure chest, and 1 primordial pearl. The world announcement reverberated like the chimes of a bell, echoing incessantly in the ears of all players, plunging the global gaming community into astonishment. Impossible. The first kill should belong to our Night Sky Guild from Sam Nation. How could it be snatched by the insignificant Huaxia? There must be some issue. The Kimchi Nation is the true world leader. Baka Baka. You Huaxia lack competitive spirit. I shall report you. The world's forum erupted within a minute of the announcement. Yet, all of this was temporarily irrelevant to Ling Feng and his companions. Long Fei, consumed by rage, felt his vision redden, almost succumbing to a cerebral hemorrhage. Like a frenzied bull, he roared, "Slay him. We must seize the spoils dropped by the boss." With that, he charged forward, igniting a fervent frenzy at the scene. Simultaneously, as the world announcement echoed, Ling Feng too received a system notification. Ding. You have slain the level 5 Rock Crab King, gaining 1,500 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 3, earning 5 free attribute points. Endless Plunder activated, granting you the passive skill, Cross Impact. He stood in a daze for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. For there, beside the boss's still form, a radiant white light shimmered. This must be the spoils dropped by the boss. He stepped forward to collect all the items, a total of 99 silver coins, a bronze dagger, and a bronze ring. Ling Feng's gaze was drawn to the 2 pieces of equipment. Cry of the Crab Demon Bronze, position, weapon level, 5 attributes, attack 20, strength 5, agility 3 effect, lifesteal 5, barbaric ring bronze, position, hand level, 5 attributes, strength 3, agility 5 effect, usage level -5. The enhancements were standard yet significantly superior to the novice dagger with merely 1 attack power. Moreover, the dagger featured a lifesteal effect, rendering it a prized possession among low-level bronze equipment. Regrettably, except for the ring, the weapon could not be equipped at present, as it required leveling up to level 5. In an instant, Ling Feng donned the ring and allocated his attribute points to attack. His attack surged to 50 points. With the ring's enhancement, his agility also reached 735s. Although the increase appeared modest, the most significant benefit lay in Ling Feng's speed. Furthermore, the acquisition of the passive skill pleasantly surprised him. Cross-impact passive effect. When activating an active skill to attack, it automatically inflicts damage within a cross-shaped area, stunning the target for 1 second and forcibly deducting 5 of their health, with a cooldown that synchronizes with the skill used. Note, if the stun cannot be triggered, the force deduction will fail. My goodness, am I destined to defy the heavens? Ling Feng gasped, his face twitching slightly. Although it was merely a forced health deduction of 5, it constituted additional damage, a gift bestowed upon him. The most astonishing aspect was the 1-second stun. Combined with his skill stab, which also stuns for 3 seconds, he feared no adversary in one-on-one combat. Ling Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He was about to check the rewards from the world announcement when, at that moment, a series of footsteps approached from behind. Ling Feng furrowed his brow and turned to look. He saw members of the Crazy Dragon Guild advancing with a menacing demeanor. Observing this, Ling Feng twirled the dagger in his hand and inquired nonchalantly, "What do you intend to do?" "What do we intend to do?" Shunti, the question be what you. Feng Ling Tian Xia intend to do? Long Ba Tian of the crazy dragon narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness emanating from them as he spoke icily. "Not long ago, you killed 6 of my men, driving them out of the game. I won't hold it against you too much. We acknowledge our inferiority in skill. However, how do you intend to explain this now?" Nonsense. He simply wished to hold Ling Feng accountable for both new and old grievances. Today, it would be impossible for Ling Feng to leave unscathed. After all, among those he had recently slain was one of his trusted subordinates. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, looked perplexed and asked, "Explain? Why should I explain to you? They sought to kill me, and I merely retaliated. Indeed, they were outmatched and deserved their fate. The boss resides in the wild, not belonging to anyone exclusively. If your crazy dragon guild had engaged it, accumulating sufficient damage, would you fear that I might take it from you?" Precisely. The damage calculation in the wild is based on the value accumulated before a player's demise. Once they fall, the value resets to 0. Ling Feng's strike of 55 damage not only claimed the top spot but also dispatched the boss. He could not be blamed for this. If the Crazy Dragon Guild had participated in battling the boss, Ling Feng would have had to waste time killing them to seize aggro. As it stands, he had saved himself the trouble. Long Ba Tian's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Who was he? He was the president of the Crazy Dragon Guild. Recently, he secured a substantial investment from a capitalist, bolstering his confidence to vie for a top 10 position among guilds in Huaxia. Yet now, he found himself being trampled by a solitary player who not only killed his men but also seized equipment and rewards that rightfully belonged to the Crazy Dragon Guild. How could he possibly endure this? Contemplating this, Long Ba Tian took a deep breath and coldly declared, "So, you intend to challenge my Crazy Dragon Guild? Do not waste your breath. If you wish to act, then act decisively, without the prattle of a coward," Ling Feng remarked coolly, narrowing his eyes with a cold smile. The countenance of the mad dragon, Ba Tian, flushed crimson in an instant as he bellowed, "You brat. Prepare to meet your end." As his words fell, he clenched his fists, adorned with gauntlets, and unleashed a furious assault upon Ling Feng. The air was thick with an onslaught of shadows cast by his fists, surging towards Ling Feng. With a smirk gracing his lips, Ling Feng deftly slipped aside, evading the mad dragon's furious fist with remarkable agility. In a flash, he maneuvered like an eel, darting to Ba Tian's flank, and executed a swift, basic attack. Player Feng Ling Tian has intercepted your attack. Your body is now immobilized for 1 second. A staggering figure of -45 emerged above Ba Tian's head, leaving him momentarily stunned. Currently at level 4 with a mere 95 health points, an outcome of his allocations in strength and stamina, Ba Tian was astounded that Ling Feng had depleted nearly half of his health with a mere basic strike. In a moment of urgency, Ba Tian called out in the team channel, "Howsy, activate your talent skill and suppress him." As he regained mobility, he turned and charged once more at Ling Feng, a blood-red aura igniting around him, a manifestation of his talent, Frenzy. This granted a 100 damage increase, coupled with an additional 100 critical damage effect, meaning any strike he landed would be akin to a critical hit. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, a scheming mage locked onto Ling Feng's figure and unleashed his talent skill. The next instant, a notification chimed. "Ding. You are afflicted by battle depletion. Your defense is reduced by 100, and your attack is diminished by 20, lasting for 30 seconds. Upon hearing the alert, Ling Feng remained unperturbed, opting not to evade but instead adjusting his stance to absorb the incoming blow. Ding. The effect of Armor Transformation for 10 has triggered 20 layers, granting you 1200 defense. A mere -5 appeared above Ling Feng's head, a number so negligible that it left all present in a state of disbelief. Ba Tian's attack power was at least 12. Even bolstered by his talent, under a 100 defense reduction, it should have dealt a minimum of 24 damage. Yet, astonishingly, only 5 points were registered. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Feng's armor transformation had reached level 3. Even with just 1 layer activated, it provided 60 points of defensive capacity. With 20 layers now in play, he was beyond the reach of someone like Ba Tian. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Ling Feng seized the moment and unleashed his pure skill at such close range. In the next heartbeat, His novice dagger pierced directly through Bation's eye. -83 critical hit, even after the 20 damage reduction. An astonishing number still emerged above Bation's forehead. Then, with a resounding crash, the ferocious dragon transformed into a brilliant ray of light and vanished instantaneously. Chapter 7. Journey to the Coin Minding. The Endless Plunder has been activated, granting 1 power, while the attributes of the Mad Dragon have diminished by -1. The system's notification echoed in his ears, and without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng surged toward another player. Damn. This scoundrel actually killed the leader of Mad Dragon. Let us take him down together. We cannot allow him to escape, or our Mad Dragon Guild will become a laughing stock. Yes. Charge. The 12 members of the Mad Dragon Guild were instantly incensed, launching a fierce assault on Ling Feng. Fireball spells, gale arrows, beast transformations, and a myriad of other techniques surged towards him like a tidal wave. Miss. Miss. -3. A series of damage notifications erupted above Ling Feng's head, but none dealt any lethal consequences. In that moment, every member of the Mad Dragon Guild found themselves questioning their existence, particularly the one who had cast the battle diminution talent on Ling Feng, who was utterly bewildered. Is my talent merely ornamental? What on earth is this kid? Though the assassin's attacks were formidable, his defenses and health were undoubtedly weaknesses in the early game. Even without diminishing his defenses and attacks, one would expect him to have perished under such a concentrated onslaught. Yet, the reality was entirely contrary. Ling Feng remained unscathed and had already closed in on them. With his dagger in hand, he relentlessly harvested the disoriented members of the Mad Dragon Guild. Almost every 3 seconds, he claimed a life, simultaneously bestowing upon himself additional attribute points. What bewildered them even more was that after they painstakingly managed to reduce Ling Feng's health to half, a large 15 notification appeared, rendering their efforts futile. Moreover, every time they diminished his health, such a number would emerge. Gradually, the players of the Mad Dragon Guild lost their resolve to continue. Too many of their comrades had fallen, and some, gripped by fear, retreated. Nevertheless, Ling Feng still managed to eliminate 7 of them, including 2 healers, which elevated his healing skill level, increasing his healing capability from 15 points to 30 points. As distant players witnessed this spectacle, they were profoundly shocked. They realized that from this moment onward, a new star was rising in Haiyu Village, and that star was Wenling Tianxia, truly living up to his name. Not only had he achieved the world's first kill, but he had also decimated dozens of players from the Mad Dragon Guild. At this moment, Ling Feng had turned and departed from the area, venturing deeper into the depths. What he aimed to accomplish now was to complete the remaining task of slaying the rock crabs before returning to the village chief. However, en route, Ling Feng eagerly checked his first kill rewards. Within the confines of his backpack lay a task item, a crab claw, a token, a treasure chest, and a pearl. Without hesitation, Ling Feng opened the bronze treasure chest. Ding! He received 100 gold coins. The arrival of rewards was satisfactory enough. Ling Feng was not particularly fixated on it, considering it was merely a bronze chest. Even if it were the world's first kill, the rewards corresponded to the current level. Hence one could not expect anything miraculous to materialize. However, when Ling Feng's gaze fell upon the next reward, he was abruptly taken aback. First kill order title, effect, permanently increases critical strike chance by 50 and critical damage by 100, effective immediately upon use. Goodness. Indeed, it possessed extraordinary attributes. No wonder the previous life's mythical guild leader had such terrifying critical and explosive damage. Ling Feng's robust figure trembled, his face a canvas of astonishment. Critical strikes trigger explosive damage, and explosive damage amplifies the overall damage dealt. For instance, the 100 enhancement from the first kill title implies that, under critical strike circumstances, even without targeting weak points, he could inflict double damage. If he were to strike at a vulnerable position, the damage would quadruple. This was simply unimaginable. Furthermore, critical strikes and explosive damage could only be achieved through equipment. Even achieving a mere 30 critical strike chance was exceedingly difficult. Yet this first kill title bestowed upon him a staggering 50 critical strike chance. This was utterly remarkable. This was a significant windfall. Ling Feng promptly chose to use it. And at that moment, his stats underwent a remarkable transformation. ID, Windling under Heaven class, Apprentice Assassin level, 3, 12, 34, 3500, attack, 52 health, 200 mana, 8 attack speed, 0. 735s critical chance, 50, title permanently activated, critical damage, 100, title permanently activated, physical defense, 5 magical defense, 3 charisma, 11 luck, 2 attributes, strength 25, constitution 15. Agility 5, intelligence 4. His attributes now bore no resemblance to those of a typical level 3 player, enabling him to dispatch rock crabs with astonishing speed, almost eliminating one with just 2 strikes. Upon arriving at a secluded bay teeming with monsters, Ling Feng set his sights on the final item, which was the very reason behind his relentless pursuit of the first kill. Primordial Pearl, upon use, grants 5 of in-game abilities in real time for personal use, with a maximum limit of 20 pearls. Indeed, this was one of the greatest charms of the game. As Ling Feng was aware, the quantity of primordial pearls was exceedingly rare, and acquiring them was immensely challenging. In his previous life, he had only managed to obtain 3, but this life promised to be different. Without hesitation, Ling Feng opted to use it. In an instant, the primordial pearl transformed into a beam of white light. Merging into his body, Ling Feng, feeling a slight stir, did not sense any immediate changes. However, he understood that this was a normal occurrence. To truly perceive the transformation within his body, he would need to log out of the game. Nevertheless now, his focus was not on sensing the changes in his body, but rather on accomplishing his task with urgency. Thus, he brandished his dagger and set off towards the distant rock crabs. 20 minutes later, Ling Feng had finally completed his mission and was making his way back towards the novice village. The only regret was that despite leveling up his armor transformation to maximum, he had not yet reached level 4, still needing 1,300 experience points. Unfortunately, as a level 3, battling level 2 rock crabs would inevitably result in experience decay. However, Ling Feng was quite satisfied with the final outcome of Armor Transformation. Armor Transformation 1010 effect. Upon entering an attack state, the armor activates automatically upon being hit, increasing defense by 150 points per layer, with a maximum of 20 layers and a cooldown of 1 second. The effect of 10 layers means that the first layer already grants a substantial 150 defense points, and the cooldown has been reduced from 3 seconds to 1 second, allowing for nearly simultaneous activation. This was undeniably an impressive passive effect. At the very least, in the early stages, he was significantly tougher than those so-called tanks. With excitement in his heart, Ling Feng returned to the fishing village and made his way to the village chief's home. "Oh, dear Windling, have you come to bring me good news?" The village chief, Ilinya, asked with a smile upon seeing Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded and returned the smile, saying, "Yes. I have completed the task." After that, he chose to submit the mission. The next moment, a notification chimed. "Congratulations on completing the task. Experience points gained, 1,200. Silver coins gained, 10. Lucky fruit gained, 1. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 4, and you have gained 5 free attribute points." After exhaling, Ling Feng allocated the 5 free attribute points to strength, raising his attack to 62. Then, he looked up at the worried village chief, Ilinya, and asked earnestly, "Chief, you seem troubled?" "Sigh. Though you have repelled some of the rock crabs, there is a problem in the northwest mine of Fishing Village. A large horde of skeletons from the underworld has emerged from there and is spreading towards us. Who knows how long our current peace can last?" The village chief sighed, revealing a deep concern in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng felt a surge of joy within. This was the continuation of the quest. He quickly bowed and said, "Chief, I am willing to go and eliminate those vile skeletons to secure a brighter future for Fishing Village. Are you truly willing to confront those dreadful skeletons?" The village chief, Ilinya, was visibly moved by Ling Feng's words. "You must understand that those skeletons are formidable and you may not be able to handle them. I cannot put you in harm's way." Ling Feng nodded resolutely. "However, this is a matter of duty for me. I love Fishing Village and cannot bear to see it harmed. Please support my decision, Chief. Thank you so much. On behalf of the villagers of Fishing Village, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you." The village chief, Ilinya, said with great excitement. The next moment, a notification sounded. Ding. The hidden main quest has undergone a transformation. Congratulations on accepting the concealed main task. The hidden truth: proceed to the Kuyin mine to assess the situation and eliminate 50 skeletons. While the task has been presented, the rewards remain undisclosed. It is evident that this is a chain quest, with the final reward being determined at the conclusion of the last segment, and typically, such quests offer exceptionally generous rewards. Thus, Ling Feng bid farewell to the village chief, Elinya, and made a trip to the market, where he purchased an assortment of low-grade mana potions. To his astonishment, these potions were exorbitantly priced, with each costing 1 silver coin, providing a mere 5 points of recovery. Nevertheless, for the sake of the quest, Ling Feng did not dwell on the costs, as he was currently affluent in gold coins. Lavishly, he spent 1 gold coin to acquire 100 bottles of low-grade mana potions before promptly making his way to the Kuyin mine. The location of the mine was somewhat remote and situated at a lower elevation. However, this place had the advantage of being a level 10 map, meaning it had yet to be frequented by adventurers, thus avoiding the overcrowding typical of novice villages. During his journey, Ling Feng consumed a luck fruit, boosting his luck value to 12 points. Consequently, when he arrived to engage the monsters, the drop rate would likely improve slightly. After nearly 20 minutes of travel, Ling Feng finally reached a dimly lit grove, ensconced by withered branches. The forest was vast, extending beyond sight, shrouded in a layer of ominous shadows. Occasionally, he could glimpse pairs of blood-red eyes, resembling timid stars, emanating an otherworldly glow. Chapter 8. Skill Enhancement. Ling Feng approached and beheld the swaying figures before him. A legion of skeletal warriors, each wielding an assortment of rusted weapons, shambling towards the mists beyond. Wild skeleton common. Level: 10 attack, 40 defense, 50 health, 1200 skill. Heavy strike. Description: a creature that inexplicably emerged from the depths of a scientific mining cave. Its attributes are standard for a level 10 entity, lacking any remarkable traits. However, for Ling Feng, such attributes presented a modest challenge, particularly as he was currently only at level 4, engaging in the art of slaying creatures beyond his level. Let us commence. Ling Feng inhaled deeply, brandishing his dagger as he charged towards the first wild skeleton that came rushing at him. Yet, at that critical moment of proximity, he deftly sidestepped the skeleton's slash, pivoting his body to deliver a simple yet effective strike upon its shoulder. -53. The damage was commendable, a strong hit indeed. Ling Feng smiled faintly, concluding his preliminary testing. Now, it was time for his performance. Due to the wild skeleton's sluggish movements and encountering an anomaly like Ling Feng, it stood no chance, repeatedly succumbing to critical strikes. -116. -212, critical hit. -105. A cascade of numeric damage playfully erupted from the skull of the wild skeleton. In mere seconds, Ling Feng had dispatched this foe, swiftly transitioning to engage the distant horde of wild skeletons, achieving the remarkable feat of vanquishing one every 5 seconds on average. It is noteworthy that, owing to Ling Feng's significantly elevated attributes, the skill Pierce would not advance in level until he departed the novice village. Consequently, the skill's damage felt somewhat inadequate. Nevertheless, it provided a semblance of utility, offering an acceleration effect, at the very least. In no time, Ling Feng plunged into the mass of skeletal remains. Defeating a level 10 wild skeleton grants 50 experience points. Endless Plunder activated. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point in stamina. Endless Plunder activated. Congratulations. You have gained 1 point in stamina. Endless Plunder activated. You have acquired the passive skill, Heavy Strike. After dispatching nearly 10 wild skeletons and accumulating 8 points in stamina and 2 points in strength, Ling Feng finally attained a new skill. While continuing to strike down the wild skeletons, he took a moment to inspect the effects of his new ability. Heavy Strike passive, 110. Effect: upon entering combat, the first attack will inflict an additional 150 points of true damage. Note: this passive effect will only activate on the first attack. It resets upon exiting and re-entering combat. This implies that once Ling Feng elevates this ability to level 10, his initial strike would be sufficient to obliterate level 10 monsters. This is undeniably overpowered. Most importantly, This damage is true damage, effectively bypassing defenses and dealing full damage. Ling Feng was filled with excitement as he seized the opportunity and lunged towards one of the wild skeletons. Then, he unleashed a direct strike, inflicting minus 255 damage with a critical hit. Without the benefit of a critical strike, he still dealt over 250 points of damage. This invigorated Ling Feng, fueling his determination to elevate his heavy strike skill to its maximum level. As time passed, he immersed himself in the rhythm of monster hunting. However, with the increase in his attributes and the stacking of heavy strike, his efficiency in defeating monsters escalated exponentially. Ultimately, after vanquishing the 50th wild skeleton, his heavy strike reached level 10, granting him a genuine surge of explosive power. Yet, he was also met with the prospect of leveling up. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 5. You have earned 5 free attribute points. As always, he devoted all his points to enhancing his attack power. He then swiftly equipped the Crab Demon Dagger, once again augmenting his attributes. ID, Dwindling of the World Class, Apprentice Assassin Level, 5, 21 8000, Attack, 122 Health, 300 Mana, 10 Attack Speed, 0. 734S Critical Hit, 50, Permanent Title Activated, Critical Damage, 100, Permanent Title Activated, Lifesteal, 3, Equipment Activated, Physical Defense, 5 Magical Defense, 3 Charm, 11 Luck. 12 Attributes, Strength 50. Constitution 25, Agility 8, Intelligence 5. Ling Feng was quite satisfied with such impressive stats. However, just then, a notification chimed. Ding! You have completed the elimination of 50 skeletons. Please proceed to investigate the depths of the research mine. Upon receiving the quest prompt, Ling Feng collected his thoughts and ventured deeper into the mine. Before long, he arrived at a secluded hollow surrounded by ore, and directly ahead lay a dark and foreboding cave. As Ling Feng approached the cave, eerie sounds echoed from within, reminiscent of bamboo striking against rock, ringing in his ears. In the next moment, a towering black skeleton, clad in tattered armor and wielding a massive axe, emerged from the cavern. Great Axe Skeleton Elite, Level, 11 Health, 3200 Attack, 120 Defense, 150 Mana, 50 Skills, Heavy Strike, Enhancement Description, an elite-level monster with high health, formidable defense, and fierce attack. An unknown creature residing within the research mine. It is advisable for players to form a team to challenge it and avoid unnecessary demise. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the formidable creature before him, his brow slightly raised. This behemoth's attributes were indeed impressive, matching his own in terms of attack power, truly a worthy elite adversary. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel that battling such a foe would be exhilarating. A smirk played at the corners of Ling Feng's mouth as he swiftly dashed to the side of the Great Axe Skeleton. Then he activated Direct Hit, triggering the passive skill Cross Impact. The passive skill, Heavy Strike, has been triggered. Minus 1642. Minus 160 Forced Health Deduction. The shockwave of Cross Impact immediately radiated outward, colliding the giant axe skeleton against the rocky surface, rendering it momentarily dazed. Witnessing this, Ling Feng swiftly closed the gap, delivering a standard slash aimed at the opponent's neck. Minus 198, Weak Point Strike. Roar. The giant axe skeleton regained its composure and let out a furious roar, a crimson aura enveloping its form. In the next instant, a prompt echoed. The giant skeleton activated the enhanced skill, doubling its attack and defense, while gaining a recovery of 10 health points per second and immunity to stun and other negative effects for a duration of 1 minute. Damn. Ling Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. In his previous life, such giant axe skeletons were classified as quest monsters, vanishing upon task completion, so he had never witnessed their true capabilities. However, he never anticipated their abilities to be so monstrous, rivaling that of a boss, albeit with a significantly low health pool, overshadowed by other attributes. If he were to encounter such a creature again, he must not allow it the opportunity to activate, enhance. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste of time. With that thought, lunge and cross impact had cooled down, and he charged forward once more, using his dagger to stab directly into the skeleton's armpit. Minus 96. Even upon striking the weak point, his damage was drastically reduced under the influence of its double defense. Grimacing, he chose not to dwell on it, instead employing the passive ability of Night Dance to maneuver around the giant axe skeleton, occasionally landing strikes. -109, -222 critical hit, -103. After a flurry of swift strikes, Ling Feng finally toppled the creature to the ground. Ding! He had slain the giant axe skeleton, earning 100 experience points. The endless plunder activated, and he was congratulated with 1 intelligence. As the system notification resonated, a bright light illuminated beside the giant axe skeleton's corpse. Ling Feng focused his gaze. To his astonishment, it was a piece of black iron heavy armor. Skull heavy armor black iron, level 10 defense, 35 constitution, 5. This was a constitution-based piece of equipment, but regrettably, it was designated for heavy armor classes, leaving him with no connection to it. He would have to return to the village to sell it. After tossing it into his backpack, Ling Feng ventured into the mine. As he entered, he was greeted by a chilling and damp atmosphere, with a large pile of bat droppings on the ground, exuding a foul stench. Ling Feng suppressed his disgust and pressed onward. Soon, he reached the depths of the cavern. Here, darkness enveloped him, with abandoned tracks, derelict diggers, and various tools used for mining scattered about. Moreover, within the expansive mine, 12 giant axe skeletons lurked. Ling Feng licked his lips, immediately darting towards one of them. In that instant, he meticulously observed the distance between the peculiar creatures, delivering the swiftest and most direct blows of damage. If a gap could not be created, he would waste a moment to eliminate them together, recognizing that once the adversary activated enhancement, they would become considerably more formidable. The endless plunder activated, granting an increase of 1 intelligence. The endless plunder activated, granting an increase of 1 intelligence. The endless plunder activated, acquiring the enhancement skill. When the final giant axe skeleton was harvested by Ling Feng, he finally secured the coveted enhancement skill. Ever since he witnessed the giant axe skeleton wield this ability, he had been akin to a fervent admirer, yearning for the skill. Unfortunately, the previous plunder results had only yielded increases in intelligence, with not a single point allocated to strength or constitution. This suggested a correlation with the wild skeletons he had previously vanquished. Essentially, creatures of the same category, or those with a connection, would not grant repeated corresponding attribute points. Although there was a hint of disappointment, it was inconsequential. His attribute panel was likely far superior to that of a level 10 player, even one fully invested in attributes. Collecting his thoughts, Ling Feng directed his gaze towards the skill panel. Enhancement passive effect, doubles attack damage and defense, negates stun effects, lasts for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Just as he had envisioned, both attack and defense were indeed doubled. While the defense aspect was of little concern to him at present, the amplification of damage was exceedingly significant. When striking a weakness, coupled with a critical hit, the implications of this doubled effect were truly staggering. Chapter 9. Confronting the bronze-level boss. Most crucially, the ability to ignore the effects of dizziness, even if it cannot persist indefinitely, possesses a 30-second window of vulnerability. Nevertheless, if utilized judiciously, this fleeting interlude poses no significant concern. To have an enhancement at one's disposal is indeed quite fortuitous. Ling Feng exhaled softly, engaging in quiet contemplation. Subsequently, his gaze began to roam the surroundings. Before long, he discerned a sunken cave nestled in a corner. From the fragments of information gleaned from his previous life, he recalled that beneath this cave lay the alteration for the second-tier quest. Without hesitation, he approached, his eyes fixed upon the dark abyss of the cave. Ding. Quest alteration. Discovery of an unknown underground cave. Description. This is an uncharted cave. Upon meeting certain conditions, it shall manifest. Brave adventurers are encouraged to enter and unveil the truth. Rewards. Experience points x 5,000, silver equipment x1, lucky fruit x1. Upon receiving the notification of the quest alteration, Ling Feng let out a subtle sigh of relief. He then leaped gracefully into the cave. Contrary to his expectations, the cave was not shrouded in darkness. Before him loomed a massive swirling portal. Tendrils of dense smoke billowed from its entrance. Indeed, this is the entryway. I recall that the members of the Mad Dragon had discovered this very vortex and subsequently secured that artifact. Ling Feng's eyes glimmered momentarily as he gripped his dagger and strode forward. As his hand made contact with the obsidian swirl, a cascade of black radiance engulfed his vision. He felt as though everything around him was spinning wildly, as if reality itself were undergoing a profound transformation. Instinctively, he opened his map, only to find that his location had shifted to an unknown territory, devoid of any connection to the prior mine. It was as though he had traversed into an entirely separate realm. Soon, the surrounding darkness began to dissipate, revealing Ling Feng standing within an expansive cavern. The ground was littered with skeletons, and at the far end rested a throne fashioned from bones, upon which sat a colossal skeletal figure. Grasping a gigantic skeletal sword with both hands, it seemed to be in a slumber, its head bowed low. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, advancing cautiously with measured steps. Suddenly, the inky voids of the skeleton's eye sockets erupted with two eerie green glimmers. In the next moment, it slowly raised its head. Skull King Moe Bronze Lord, level 12 attack, 120 defense, 200 mana, 100 health, 10, 00010, 000 skills, Wild Frenzy. Sweeps a giant sword in a 10-yard radius, inflicting substantial damage upon contact and bestowing a 5-second stun effect. Summon Eternal Night. Calls forth 10 elite skeletons to trample enemies. If one elite skeleton strikes, the damage dealt shall be tenfold, and if 2 elite skeletons hit, it escalates to 20-fold, and so forth. Judgment from the Heavens. A 50 chance to predict the opponent's next move. If successful, it will deal double damage. Description: once a berserker from the borderlands of the Dragon Kingdom, he traversed great distances to save his daughter. Upon encountering the malevolent sorcerer Yelu's minions, he sacrificed his soul, only to be deceived and eternally imprisoned here, leaving his daughter lost to the winds of fate. Ding. Urgent notice from Haiyu Village. Players have discovered a boss in the Koyan mine. All adventurers are urged to proceed immediately. Completing the kill will yield substantial rewards. Ling Feng paid no heed to the system announcement, for he understood that even if others discerned the location, they would still have to contend with average level 10 monsters outside, presenting a greater challenge than facing a band of players averaging level 8. At this moment, Ling Feng's thoughts were consumed by a more pressing concern. The Archmage Yelu, one of the 20 notorious malevolent spirits? This quest was inexplicably tied to the main storyline dungeon of the Novice Village. Indeed, Yelu was the boss of the Novice Village's main storyline dungeon. Only by conquering this dungeon could one advance to a level 4 city and undergo a job change. Many had found themselves stymied by this boss in the past, with some even dissuaded from continuing. Now, this matter was inexplicably linked to the main storyline dungeon. No wonder the Wild Dragon Guild had been the first to conquer this dungeon in their previous life. It was surely related to this incident. In that instant, the proclamation rang out. Trespassers shall be mercilessly slain. Moe rasped as he slowly rose from his throne. Then, he drew forth the colossal sword embedded in the ground and, without a word, unleashed Wild Frenzy, instantly swinging the massive blade. In the next moment, a swirling tempest of dark energy engulfed the cave within a 10-yard radius. Ling Feng, positioned 9 yards away from Moe, could effortlessly evade the skill due to his swift movement speed. As the attack missed, Ling Feng swiftly closed the distance to Moe, launching Direct Strike, aimed at the foe's lower back. Following this, Heavy Strike, activated. Cross Impact unleashed. Enhancement initiated. Minus 2,438. Critical weakness. Minus 500 forced health reduction. As the numbers danced above Moe's head, a cross impact forcefully propelled the boss against the rocky wall. In response, Moe roared in fury at Ling Feng, "Die." As his words faded, he swung the colossal sword in his hand and forcefully thrust it into the earth. In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed, boom, boom, boom. The ground shattered, and 10 spectral skeletons surged forth from the very spot where the sword had struck. Ling Feng momentarily froze in surprise, hastily retreating. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ding! The Skeleton King Moe activated. Judgment from the Heavens, predicting your next move. The system's notification startled Ling Feng. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the charging spectral skeletons vanished. When they reappeared, they were already behind him, barreling forward. Ling Feng found himself unable to evade and could only adjust his retreating stance to minimize the impact. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, one of the skeletons collided with him. Ding! You are affected by Eternal Night Summoning, sustaining tenfold attack damage. The Skeleton King's Judgment from the Heavens successfully anticipated your actions, doubling the damage you receive. Ding! Armor Transformation activated, granting a 20-layer defense bonus. Minus 173. Even with the 20 layers of armor transformation, Ling Feng was nearly obliterated. His health plummeted to a mere 175 points. 60 critical hit. At this critical moment, Healing Spell was timely cast, bringing Ling Feng back from the brink of peril. In an instant after landing, Ling Feng began to analyze the situation calmly. The prediction of judgment from the heavens was not always foolproof. Yet, even if the opponent anticipated his moves, he could still find ways to adapt, thus leaving room for opportunity. After all, this boss had a total of 10,000 health points, and now only a little over 7,000 remained. Wearing it down was still feasible. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng charged forward once more, launching a fierce stab with his dagger aimed at the opponent's armpit. Cross Impact activated. Minus 166. Minus 500 force damage. The skeleton's vulnerabilities lay solely in its neck, armpits, and lower back. However, as Ling Feng could not reach the neck, he alternated between targeting the armpit and the lower back, achieving commendable results. Especially with the cross impact, as force damage being particularly gratifying. After landing a successful strike, the boss immediately unleashed a basic attack followed by Feral Frenzy. Ling Feng was prepared and swiftly retreated 10 paces. Once the skill concluded, he dashed back in, unleashing a flurry of basic attacks. Minus 144. Minus 234 critical hit. The boss's health diminished further, prompting it to activate Eternal Night Summoning once again. However, having learned from his previous encounter, Ling Feng was fully prepared and successfully dodged this time. Thus began a relentless tug-of-war with the formidable boss. Among the bosses in the Novice Village, all except the final dungeon boss lack fixed ultimate moves, instead relying on a cyclical pattern of skills. However, both the final boss of the Novice Village and those above level 20 possess a mechanism for ultimate attacks, featuring particularly formidable skills executed in a chaotic and unpredictable manner. Generally speaking, it is indeed quite challenging to defeat them in a one-on-one encounter. Chapter 10. Life is a Play. All depends on performance. Part 1. Ling Feng swiftly grasped the mechanics and relentlessly suppressed the boss's health. When the cooldowns for Direct Hit, Cross Impact, and Enhancement aligned perfectly, Ling Feng tightened his grip on the dagger, leaping towards the boss's face. In a decisive motion, he plunged the dagger into the boss's neck. The next instant, 664 critical hit. Minus 500 force damage. Thanks to the enhancement, Ling Feng's direct stab unleashed a staggering 664 points of damage. Ding! Defeated the level 12 bronze boss, earning 3,000 experience points. The Endless Plunder activated successfully, granting the passive skill, Judgment from Above. The Skeleton King, unable to withstand Ling Feng's resurgence, let out a furious roar, and with a colorful array of loot, dissolved into a pile of bones. It was a close call. Fortunately, I had armor transformation and healing spells. Otherwise, I might have truly perished this time. Ling Feng exhaled, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. He then turned his gaze to the newly acquired passive skill. Judgment from Above passive skill effect. Anticipates the opponent's next action. Success rate is linked to mental strength. Upon success, inflicts double damage based on the opponent's attack power. Ineffective against foes exceeding 10 levels above oneself. It seems that the higher my mental strength, the greater the success rate of this skill. Consequently, mental strength will not appear mediocre. It can serve purposes beyond mere healing. Ling Feng smirked and approached the boss's remains, collecting the scattered loot. In addition to 50 silver coins, he discovered 4 items. Evil Bone Leggings Bronze Part. Leg Strength 5 Constitution 10 Defense 50 Special Effect. increases defense by 20 upon being attacked. Equipment requirement. Level 10. No class restriction. Ling Feng found himself in a dilemma. The challenge of leveling up came with the drawback of high-level gear that he could not yet equip, leaving him to covet the items from afar. He sighed and turned his attention to the second item. Bone chestplate bronze part. Upper body defense 100, constitution 10, strength 5, special effect. Grants 1 lifesteal upon being attacked. Equipment requirement. Level 10, heavy armor class. Gift of Providence, ultra rare. Effect. When placed in the backpack, all equipment level requirements are halved. Has heaven truly favored me? Such a remarkable item exists. Ling Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the gift of Providence. For him, it was a timely boon. After all, he had just lamented about receiving gear he could not use, truly a stroke of misfortune. In an instant, Ling Feng equipped the evil bone leggings. Once again, attributes have been enhanced, with attack power reaching 132, and even health surpassing 200. Notably, the defense, obtainable solely through equipment, has also risen to 55 points. Indeed, acquiring gear to augment attributes proves to be the swiftest method. Regrettably, the bone chestplate is beyond Ling Feng's capability to wear, compelling him to return and sell it alongside the basic gear. Immediately, his gaze fell upon the last item, Kyre's Sealing Orb, special item. Effect, Kyre, daughter of the goddess Moe, has been cursed by malevolence and is on the brink of death, thus sealed within this orb. Hint, to learn more about this orb, please inquire at the village chief's home. Good heavens, it is truly you. Ling Feng's eyes blazed with fervor as he stared at the orb, unable to contain his elation. While others may not recognize Kyre, Ling Feng certainly does. She is a pivotal figure in unlocking the main storyline quest of Haiyu Village, as well as in the future progression of the 4th, 3rd, and even 2nd-tier cities, along with several high-level tasks. In his previous life, due to the fortunate intervention of the Crazy Dragon Guild, Kyre was freed from her seal, granting them immense benefits. Subsequently, many resources in those tiered cities were tightly grasped by this guild, which enabled them to become mere sycophants of the mythical guild. With this thought, Ling Feng brimmed with hope for the future. However, in the next moment, he found himself at a loss. Wait, how does one exit now? He scanned his surroundings repeatedly, yet found no exit. Every direction was sealed off. What to do? A large question mark loomed in his mind. Must he resort to self-destruction? Yet, suicide would not only result in a loss of levels but might also prevent him from escaping. After all, in such an unknown map, dying could mean reviving right here, leading to a tremendous loss. Suddenly, an eerie cackle echoed from behind him. Ling Feng's entire body trembled as he spun around, only to behold an ugly old man, cloaked in tattered black robes, seated upon the skeletal throne. Surrounding his form were swirling white runes, moving at a leisurely pace. Nevertheless, the foul odor emanating from him could not be concealed. Ling Feng's eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, "You are the Great Mage Yelu?" Could it be that the members of the Crazy Dragon Guild encountered the Great Mage Yelu here? But why had he never heard of this before? After all, given the nature of the Crazy Dragon Guild, they would surely wish to publicize their achievements, making themselves appear formidable to other players. Yet, in his past life, not a whisper of this had circulated. Something felt amiss. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, scrutinizing the figure of Yelu before him. Evil Spirit Mage, Yelu, level? Aside from reading a name, nothing else could be discerned. After all, the level of the Great Mage Yale stood at 20. Once the level gap between a monster and a player exceeded 10, it became nearly impossible to glean any information. However, at that moment, a shimmering wave suddenly rippled, drawing Ling Feng's attention. Not far behind him, a black vortex materialized. Could this be the exit? Ling Feng's gaze flickered, his expression shifting with uncertainty. Should he proceed or remain to assess the situation? Suddenly, the Great Mage Yale, seated upon the throne of skulls, curled his lips, as rough as tree bark, and spoke with a chilling smile. "Young man, you are quite remarkable. Not only have you slain the Moe, but you also know my name. Individuals like you are becoming scarce. You pique my interest, and thus, I offer you a choice. Surrender the orb in your possession and assist me in shattering the eye of the seal behind my throne, and I shall bestow upon you unparalleled wealth and power." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's body trembled. He finally understood why the members of the Mad Dragon Guild had kept silent about Yale. Given their nature, they must have viewed MOE as a mere boss, harboring malicious intentions to conquer it. Consequently, at that time, the entire Mad Dragon Guild had suffered a collective loss of one level. Such an indignity was far too embarrassing to disclose. Ling Feng took a deep breath then, with a peculiar expression, queried, "If MOE is one of your subordinates, why must I relinquish what he possesses? Surely, you could claim it at any time?" "Young man, you are perceptive. Some inquiries are best left unasked," Yale replied, narrowing his eyes like a cunning old fox, realizing he could extract no further information. Ling Feng wiped his mouth and, with a greedy demeanor, asked, "Very well, I shall refrain from further questioning. But I am curious about the wealth and power you intend to bestow upon me. Life is but a play, reliant on one's performance. In the game Deity, one can show utmost respect to NPCs and earn their regard. Yet, one can also adopt a treacherous demeanor, employing clever rhetoric to deceive others and seize their rewards. Such tactics had become exceedingly popular a year after the launch of Deity. Thus, Ling Feng resolved to test this cantankerous elder on the brink of death, hoping to procure something worthwhile. At worst, he would merely lose a level. Moreover, it was evident that this old man was restricted from taking action. Why should he be afraid? At that moment, as Yale regarded Ling Feng, a look of disdain flickered in his eyes. As a malevolent spirit mage who had lived for millennia and possessed unparalleled experience, he saw through the adventurer before him, recognizing him as nothing more than a greedy fool. Individuals of this nature are the most susceptible to manipulation and control, which conveniently spares me the need to employ the backlash effects of the seal to dispose of this wretch and seize that orb. In an instant, Yale's smile deepened with delight. "I can bestow upon you the power of malevolent spirits, transforming you into the most formidable adventurer in this realm." Chapter 11. Life is a play, all dependent on performance. Part 2. Cursed spirits, you say? I have aligned myself with the forces of light. I shun the realm of the cursed. However, this fellow is my own benefactor, so it would be unwise to provoke him with such words. Thus, he nodded repeatedly, greedily asserting, "This is what you said." The Grand Mage Yale smirked inwardly while affirming aloud, "Indeed, I did say so." He recognized that the bait had been taken. In this world, few can resist the allure of power. Ling Feng immediately gasped with fervor, "I accept." With that, he swaggered closer to the Grand Mage Yale, then circled around to his rear. To his astonishment, he discovered an emerald eye emerging from behind the chair, surrounded by intricate patterns. However, being somewhat knowledgeable about deities, Ling Feng quickly discerned that this was a ceiling array, one that could be dismantled. Above the array, a health bar glimmered, nearly at 100,000 points, indicating that if he could deplete this health bar, he would dismantle the seal. Of course, Ling Feng would never attempt such a reckless endeavor. Should he do so, the dungeon would likely activate prematurely, introducing far too many variables for his liking. Thus, a plan formed in his mind, and he grasped his dagger, laboriously beginning to dismantle the emerald eye. When the health bar reached 95, Ling Feng noticed that the durability of his weapon had plummeted to 0. With a disheartened expression, he returned to face Yale. "Young man, have you encountered a dilemma?" Yale inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Ling Feng, feeling defeated, replied, "I cannot break this array." "What?" Yale's smile faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. "I witnessed you slay MOE just moments ago. How could you possibly be unable to dismantle the array?" "That was only possible because my weapon was in good condition, bolstered by the blessings of friends. But now, those blessings have waned, and my weapon's durability has expired. There is nothing left to break it." Ling Feng raised his dagger helplessly, sighing. "Blast it. I thought you were a competent adventurer. Turns out you're merely a flash in the pan." Yale seethed internally, feeling exasperated. Were it not for the seal upon himself, he would have relished the chance to confront Ling Feng directly. However, this was not the time for anger. It was time to devise an escape plan. Taking a deep breath, Yale declared, "Young man, do not blame yourself. Since your weapon is damaged, allow me to lend you one." As his words fell, he gestured with a hand, and a flicker of black light emanated from the ring on his finger. In the next moment, a silvery dagger clattered to the ground. "By the heavens, this old fellow possesses a spatial ring. This object is generally bound to a character, unless one eliminates the other party. There is a slim chance of it being dropped. Its function bestows the bearer with an infinite inventory space. Alas, Ling Feng realized that he would not acquire this item this time. With a silent sigh, he reached down to grasp the dagger lying on the ground. Evil Spirit Dagger Silver. Position. Primary weapon attributes. Attack 25, Strength 15, Agility 10 effects. Lifesteal 10, Critical damage 10 equipment requirement. Level 10. This dagger possesses remarkable attributes. And leveraging the effects of the Heavenly Gift Order, Ling Feng unhesitatingly equipped it. In an instant, his attributes surged once more, elevating his attack to an impressive 157. This was undoubtedly a formidable stat. Great Mage, your profound depth is truly impressive. I shall endeavor to try once more. Ling Feng exclaimed, his face radiant with excitement. Very well. I await your triumphant return. The Great Mage responded with a smile and a wave. Indeed, he remained youthful, seemingly oblivious to the notion of returning with both principle and interest. When the time comes, upon my breaking free, it shall be your blood that spills, and the weapon in your grasp will find its way back to me. However, shortly after Ling Feng departed, he returned. The expression on Yale's face darkened. Why have you returned so soon? You should be hastening to break the seal. I do not wish for this either. That object is too sturdy, and my strength is insufficient to shatter it swiftly. Even with this silver dagger's aid, my speed is lacking. Ling Feng's countenance was one of near tears. I long to assist you in your liberation, to receive the unparalleled power you could bestow upon me. Damn it, this fool. The Great Mage Yale nearly lost his composure, almost uttering an expletive. Yet, after enduring millennia of trials, he quickly suppressed his irritation. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his calm. I have no suitable equipment left for you. However, I do possess a golden level skill book. But if you cause any further trouble, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Ling Feng was taken aback. By heavens, this old fellow possesses golden level items as well? Why was there no golden level loot when he was killed in his previous life? But never mind that. What matters is that this treasure shall be mine. In an instant. Ling Feng nodded vigorously, his expression one of profound gratitude as he declared, Rest assured, as long as your golden skill book can augment my abilities, I will surely break that wretched seal. Let us hope so. The Great Mage Yale's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Humph. Allow you to revel for now, once I am freed. You shall pay a heavy price. In the next moment, he casually tossed a skill book radiating golden light before Ling Feng. As Ling Feng bent down to pick up the skill book, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. This old man likely harbored suspicions about him. Should this continue, one might indeed be forced to pay a grievous price. After all, the esteemed Master Yale is an ancient sage who has lived for over a millennium. We must not forsake our cherished tradition of honoring our elders and nurturing the young. With this thought, Ling Feng straightened his back and turned resolutely towards the direction of the black vortex, striding confidently, without a hint of concealment. Master Yale stood there, utterly bewildered. As an ominous premonition welled up from the depths of his heart, he hastily called out, Young man, you are heading the wrong way. The seal is behind me. Surely, you cannot genuinely believe that I would rescue you? Ling Feng, standing at the mouth of the vortex, gazed at Master Yale with a look of incredulity and replied, While I am grateful for your gifts, we are not of the same faction. You must have long wished to eliminate me. I am merely taking preemptive action. Damn it. How dare you toy with me? Master Yale's eyes widened in rage, his expression filled with fury. If looks could kill, Ling Feng would have been utterly obliterated in that instant. Ling Feng smirked, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Think what you will. In any case, I shall not indulge you any longer. Enjoy your throne at your leisure. With that, he stepped directly into the vortex. You scoundrel! I will find you. I shall rend you to pieces. The furious roars echoed throughout the cavern. Yet, Master Yale could only watch helplessly as the vortex gradually faded from view. At the very moment of its disappearance, a shadowy figure materialized abruptly before Master Yale, suspended in the void. Then, a voice, ethereal and haunting, resonated across the expanse. Yale, your time has run out. No, release me, and I will heed your every command. I seek vengeance. I will kill. Master Yale, his eyes aflame with crimson fury, howled like a mad dog. The figure merely smiled faintly and replied, "I can set you free, but I have but one condition." "One condition? I can accept 10. Master Yale, consumed by rage, could no longer maintain his composure. The figure nodded in satisfaction and said nonchalantly, "Very well, then sacrifice your soul over there. From this day forth, you shall be my subordinate." As the words fell, a wave of darkness surged forth from the figure, enveloping Master Yale and transforming him into a colossal black cocoon. Moments later, a dark soul emerged from the cocoon, merging seamlessly into the figure's form. Instantly, the shadow bore an expression of ecstasy, a sinister smile gracing its features as it greedily proclaimed, "Indeed, your soul has descended into depravity rather thoroughly. I am quite satisfied. Once you emerge from this chrysalis, await the release of Kai-Er and bring her to me. Remember, I want her alive." The sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, while that figure gradually faded away. Within the entirety of the dark cavern, there remained only a colossal black cocoon, pulsating like a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 12. Dark Night Worlding. The malevolent sorcerer has reached max hatred towards you. Exercise caution. As Ling Feng emerged from the vortex, he immediately heard the system's alert. He merely smiled in response. Even if the hatred value were not at its peak, he intended to confront that old fellow head-on. Thus, it made no difference whatsoever. In an instant, Ling Feng dismissed the system notification and retrieved a golden skill book from his possession. Dark Night Whirl LV1 Golden Skill Effect. Enter into a brief 3-second stealth, executing a spinning attack on a single target. Upon hitting, stealth is cancelled, dealing double the target's attack power and damage. If the target survives, it suffers an additional toxic damage over 10 seconds, inflicting -10 points per second. Furthermore, for 5 seconds, the player will be immune to all forms of control, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Usage requirement. Assassin can seek a mentor to enhance skill level. Goodness. Is it truly Dark Night Whirl? This skill is exceedingly rare, one that cannot even be learned at LV1 from a mentor. Ling Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. In his previous life, he recalled that among the assassins he had known, fewer than 100 had acquired this skill. Despite nearing 3 digits, one must consider how many players existed in the entire realm of deities. Therefore, this is undoubtedly an exceedingly rare find. Consequently, Ling Feng immediately utilized the skill book, and its presence materialized within his skill bar. However, just then, ding! World announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player, Feng Ling Tianxia, for becoming the first to acquire a golden rare skill and receiving the following rewards: 300 gold coins, 2,000 reputation, 5 charm, 1 primordial pearl, 5 experience elixirs. This announcement reverberated 3 times in succession, plunging the entire world into a frenzy of chaos and disbelief. What the hell? 2 world announcements on the same day, and to top it off, both from the same individual. Instantly, the global forum descended into pandemonium, with countless voices rising in condemnation and protest. Was this individual named Feng Ling Tianxia cheating? Why was he the one every time? I strongly denounce this and harbor serious suspicions that he has colluded with the deities. Officials. Curse you officials. Can you even identify a legitimate one? In the forum, while some vented their frustrations, others rallied in defense, for after all, this was a proud achievement for the Huaxia faction. Yet, the instigator, Ling Feng, paid no heed to the uproar, as he was engulfed in joy. This was indeed a tremendous stroke of fortune. He had not anticipated acquiring such a significant boon, and he had even obtained the experience elixirs. Experience elixirs are a rather unique entity, allowing individuals to level up rapidly, yet generally, they are not obtainable through conventional means. Only a system rewards. One single experience elixir can enhance a player's experience bar by a staggering 50. Ling Feng found himself in a quandary, pondering whether to consume the precious item immediately or to save it for a later time. However, he soon reached a resolution. Although this item was indeed valuable, he was confident that he could acquire more through the global announcements. At present, what truly mattered was advancing in levels, as that was of paramount importance. After weighing the pros and cons, Ling Feng resolutely ingested the experience elixir. Ding! You have consumed the experience elixir, gaining 50 of the experience bar. Congratulations on leveling up to level 6. earning 5 free attribute points. Ding. After consuming the 5th experience elixir, Ling Feng's level surged to 8. He once again allocated all his points into strength, resulting in a remarkable increase of 30 points in his power. Subsequently, Ling Feng retrieved the primordial pearl and chose to consume it as well. His virtual strength, initially synchronized at 5, now soared to 10. This series of actions not only amplified his in-game strength but also significantly enhanced his physical condition and strength in reality, a truly fortuitous turn of events. However, at that moment, an unexpected rustling sound echoed from outside. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed, and his expression tightened as he swiftly retreated back into the pit. Adopting a vigilant stance, he was acutely aware that a group of players was likely approaching. At that moment, on the periphery of the mine, a ragtag team of level 8 players was slowly making their way into the cavern. Their weary expressions indicated that they had recently endured a fierce battle to arrive at this location. After all, not everyone possessed the formidable advantages that Ling Feng had. As they progressed, one of the assassins, known as Shadow, licked his cracked lips and murmured, "Are we not going to wait for them to arrive? Are you foolish? Once they get here, our advantage will vanish. There is a whole host of guild members rushing this way. We won't even have a chance to savor the spoils." A young man clad in a green and white patched tunic furrowed his brow and retorted, "We are the ones who should take the initiative." Another member of the team, a healer, scrunched her little nose and bit her lip, expressing her fear. "The ground is littered with skeletons. It's terrifying. If we can't find them, it's over, and we don't even know the exact coordinates. It's clearly a trap set by the system. Do not fear, dear sister. I shall protect you." Another barbarian declared earnestly, only to be completely ignored by the healer. Suddenly, Yulong Qianru halted, surveying the surroundings before fixing his gaze on the direction of the pit. He spoke in a low voice, "Shadow, you are the swiftest. Go investigate." "Understood." Shadow nodded, gripping his dagger as he stealthily approached the pit. However, just at that moment, a figure abruptly leaped out from the pit, startling everyone into retreating a step, while the healer let out a terrified scream. Only upon realizing that the other party was also a player did they secretly breathe a sigh of relief. In the next moment, they were immediately captivated by the object in the other person's hand. Chapter 13, Epic Quest, Part 1. Indeed, it is the silver dagger gripped firmly in Ling Feng's right hand, currently emanating a faint silvery glow, signifying its status as a silver weapon. In an instant, the group stood dumbfounded, their eyes fixated on the dagger, quickly shifting to a glint of greed. Particularly Shadow, who was growing increasingly restless. After all, he too was an assassin, yearning for the prized silver dagger. With such audacious thoughts, he couldn't resist probing the team channel. "How about we pull off a heist? Are you out of your mind?" The healer, Mim, spoke earnestly, her voice tinged with fear. The game mechanics don't allow for gear drops from players who aren't flagged as criminals. Besides, the fact that he possesses a silver weapon indicates his formidable skills. "We shouldn't pursue this. How will we know if we don't try? We have the numbers. Let's threaten him to hand it over." Shadow's impatience began to surface. Disregarding the team's responses, he turned to Ling Feng with a sneer. "Listen here, you'd best relinquish that silver weapon willingly. Otherwise, we'll ensure you're sent back to square one, starting from level 0. They numbered 6 or 7. If not for a few fallen comrades, they would have had a full dozen. This squad could easily handle a lone player. It would be akin to having no escape from the heavens above or the earth below." However, just as his words hung in the air, Ling Feng's figure vanished. Everyone gasped, and by the time they processed what had transpired, a swift strike rang out. 2200. The silver-tinged dagger carved a graceful arc across Shadow's neck, resulting in an eruption of vivid crimson. In the next heartbeat, before Shadow's body even crumpled, a cross-shaped shockwave propelled his corpse away, displaying another damaged figure, 5. Only then did his body dissolve into a cloud of white light. Ling Feng reappeared, steadfastly standing in the place where Shadow had just been. Yet, before the others could regain their senses, the entire team received the notification of a teammate's demise. "Ding. Player Feng Ling Tianxia has slain your teammate Shadow. You may retaliate against this player within 30 minutes without incurring any sin value, and your loot drop rate is increased by 100. Damn." A collective exclamation of astonishment erupted from the group, their expressions paling in shock. A staggering damage of 2,200. This was the infamous Feng Ling Tianxia, the man who had claimed the World's duel announcements. At that moment, every member of this team found themselves engulfed in disbelief. They realized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. In that instant, endless plunder activated. Strength 1, player, shadow, permanently loses -1 strength. Ling Feng disregarded the notification. Slowly lowering his weapon and coldly inquired, "Shall we continue?" Having just tested the damage of Knight's spin, he knew that even without triggering cross-shock, or heavy strike, he could still deal over 350 damage. Given the current state of players, many of whom lack even basic equipment, they are easily defeated in combat. Unless they are warriors or martial artists fully invested in stamina. Otherwise, it is exceedingly difficult to withstand an attack. "Brother, we seem to have misunderstood. That individual was overly impulsive, and we couldn't intervene in time," Yulong Qianru quickly responded, his expression one of ingratiation. "This person is not to be trifled with." Ling Feng pondered briefly before replying coolly, "Very well, I will trust you this once, but it is best not to let there be a next time." With that, he lifted his leg and strode directly towards the cave's entrance. This prompted a collective sigh of relief among those within the cave. They understood they had been spared. However, Ling Feng's mercy was not the issue. Rather, it was simply not the right moment for a fight. His notoriety had already exceeded 25 points, and should it surpass 50, his quest timeline would be extended, preventing him even from entering the novice village. After all, diminishing one's notoriety is not as simple as slaying monsters. It requires the passage of time for gradual reduction, typically at a rate of 1 point every 30 minutes. Thus, the priority is to level up, engage in monster hunting, minimize player killing, and return to complete quests. As he hurried along, he made a concerted effort to avoid crowded areas, swiftly returning to the village. Once he turned in his quest, gathered intelligence, and dealt with his equipment, he planned to log off and rest. After calculating his next steps, Ling Feng arrived at the village chief's home. The chief, Elinya, greeted him with warmth, inquiring, "Dear Windling Tianxia, have you brought me good news?" "Indeed," Ling Feng affirmed, then selected the option to submit his quest. In the next moment, a chime sounded. Ding. Quest completed. Awarded experience points 5,000. Received silver equipment 1. Received lucky fruit 1. His experience points immediately increased to 6,958. 12,000. Just as Ling Feng intended to inspect the equipment he had received, another system notification chimed in. Ding. Friendly reminder. Please continue your discussion with the village chief to see if you can extract additional information. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng felt a surge of delight. Indeed, there seemed to be further developments, likely concerning Kair. In an instant, he refrained from checking the equipment and hastily produced the sealing orb, carefully asking, "Village chief, are you familiar with this item?" To ensure the chief could see it clearly, he held the orb before him, radiating an aura of brilliance, the light of justice everlasting. Upon seeing the orb, the chief's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "This, could it be, the angel's sealing orb? Where did you acquire this?" Recognizing the opportunity, Ling Feng promptly recounted the events leading up to this moment. Then, clearing his somewhat parched throat, he inquired, "So, village chief, do you know its origins?" Chapter 14. The Epic Quest, Part 2. Upon hearing this, the village chief shook his head in disbelief, tears streaming down his cheeks. How could one not know? Legend has it that over 10,000 years ago, during the war between gods and demons, the forces of light led countless races in a counteroffensive against the malevolent spirits. It was only through the sacrifice of the entire lineage of the angels that the gateway was sealed. At that time, everyone believed that the angelic race had succumbed to utter decline and could never again manifest in the mortal realm. However, a century ago, in a place known as Hidden Immortal Village, a child was born. Subsequently, this village faced repeated assaults from wild beasts. As the child grew into adulthood, the malevolent spirits re-emerged, resulting in catastrophic losses for the village and claiming countless lives. The villagers deemed this individual a harbinger of disaster and expelled her and her family. Later, the father and daughter trekked eastward, seeking aid from the main city. Yet, wherever they passed, calamities ensued, though they managed to evade misfortune each time. Alas, fortune has its limits. Heaven finally turned a blind eye to the duo. The powerful malevolent spirit resurfaced, gravely injuring the father and attempting to abduct the girl. In a critical moment, the girl sprouted a pair of wings as pure as snow, vanquishing the malevolent spirit. However, thereafter, she fell into an eternal slumber. The father, bearing the scars of his ordeal, eventually sought the guidance of a wise sage. The sage revealed that to rescue his daughter, he must pursue the malevolent spirits. For it was a curse wrought by them, intertwined with their grudges, an immutable fate. With those words, the girl was sealed within a gem. Desperate, the father sought out the servant of Yale, after which he vanished without a trace. Yet, as time passed, it became evident that the sage had transformed into a malevolent spirit, not a sage at all. The true aim was to consume the soul reincarnation of the angel, thus fully unbinding the seals of the malevolent spirits. I once believed this to be mere folklore, only to discover its veracity. The village chief, overwhelmed with emotion, sighed heavily. Ling Feng's eyes flickered with surprise, realizing this was undoubtedly an epic main quest. Fortuitously, he had stumbled upon it. Otherwise, he might have missed significant revelations. He swallowed hard and eagerly inquired, "What must I do, village chief? You are still far too weak, and I am but a village chief, unable to effect any change. You must journey to Ocean City and seek the dragon pattern mage. He should possess more knowledge," replied the village chief, Yilinya, shaking his head in resignation. Ling Feng awaited further elaboration, but Yilinya remained silent, a look of despair etched upon his face. This left him perplexed. The progression was amiss. He had not even accepted the quest. It should not have concluded yet. Was there something amiss? Just then, the village chief, Yilinya, suddenly furrowed his brow as if a thought had struck him. "Ah, yes. Before you embark on your quest to seek the dragon pattern mage, you must gather 5 evil spirit crystals. This will serve as a testament to your capability to undertake this important responsibility." As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking the epic quest. First stage. Defeat bosses with evil spirit attributes of bronze level or above to obtain evil spirit crystals and present them to the dragon pattern mage. First stage quest rewards. Experience points. 20,000. Golden equipment. 1. Demon Hunter Badge. 1. Haha. The quest has arrived. Upon hearing the notification, Ling Feng laughed with relief. Indeed, this was an epic chain quest. The level of the quest corresponds to the equipment system, and completing this epic task would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. Suppressing his inner joy, Ling Feng bowed respectfully to the village chief and earnestly declared, "I will not fail this mission, and I shall restore the glory of the Light faction." Excellent. I hope you can achieve this. The village chief, Yilinya, said with a face full of affection. Afterward, Ling Feng bid farewell and hurried towards the trading post while unveiling the rewards from this quest. The luck fruit was self-evident. He consumed it immediately and in an instant. His luck soared to 22 points, likely the highest in the world. He nodded in satisfaction and then directed his gaze to the silver equipment. Chief's trousers silver, position, lower body attributes, dual defense 100, constitution 20, agility 10 effect, has a certain probability of accelerating, enhancing one's movement speed by 200. Equipment requirement, level 15, no class restrictions. Finally, he had trousers to wear. Ling Feng glanced at his coarse cloth pants, nearly brought to tears. The village chief was indeed kind to him. Moreover, under the effect of the gifted order, he equipped the trousers, resulting in a significant change in his attributes. ID. Wenling Qianxia class, apprentice assassin level, 9, 6,958 12,000. Attack, 189 health, 600 mana, 30 attack speed, 0. 719s critical hit, 50, title permanently activated, critical damage, 100, title permanently activated, 10, equipment activated, lifesteal, 10, equipment activated, physical defense, 155 magical defense, 103 charm, 16 luck, 22 attributes, strength 81, constitution 55, agility 28, intelligence 15. This panel hardly resembled that of an 8th level assassin. It appeared more akin to a low-health mini-boss. feeling a surge of satisfaction. Ling Feng arrived at the village's trading post and placed his dagger, Crab Demon Dagger, and the skeleton heavy armor Black Iron into the auction. One piece of ordinary equipment was listed for 50 silver. The Black Iron chestplate was marked at 5 gold, and as for the dagger, it skyrocketed to 20 gold. In the early stages, this was already considered a substantial price. After tidying up his backpack, he intended to log off for a bite to eat and take a brief respite. Currently, the average level of the main group stood at level 8, with a select few reaching levels 9 to 10. Given his pace of leveling, he should soon surpass them. However, just as he was about to log off, suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding! Your skeleton heavy armor has been purchased with a 1 transaction fee deducted, yielding 4 gold and 95 silver. Ding! Your Crab Demon Dagger has been purchased with a 1 transaction fee deducted, yielding 19 gold and 80 silver. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, somewhat surprised. He wondered which affluent individual had swiftly acquired his items the moment they were listed. Chapter 15. The Wind Spirit Guild. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a delicate bell echoed from behind. You must be Mr. Windling Tianxia, the proprietor of these 2 weapons, am I correct? Upon hearing this, Ling Feng slowly turned to face the source of the voice. To his surprise, he beheld a mature elven woman, not strikingly beautiful, yet possessing a certain allure, particularly in her figure. Accompanying her were 2 adorable elven little girls. The speaker was indeed the woman herself. Ling Feng cast a glance at the unmasked ID above her head and immediately recognized her identity. The vice president of the Wind Spirit Guild, Luo Shi. This Luo Shi was the mother of the 2 little girls beside her. However, based on his memories from a previous life, Ling Feng understood that Luo Shi was no ordinary individual. It was her political acumen that had solidified the position of the Wind Spirit Guild. Speaking of the Wind Spirit Guild, it was a guild steeped in legend. Prior to their inception, they had not even qualified to appear on the guild leaderboard. Yet, within a mere year, this guild had been thrust into the top 5, thanks to the efforts of an enchanting ice beauty known as Yiwu Qiqing, alongside Luo Shi. This ice beauty was the president of the Wind Spirit Guild and the first player in the world to obtain a hidden profession, a phenomenon that had caused quite a stir. Many guilds sought collaboration with this legendary guild after its rise, but all were met with refusal. Even allies were scarce. Yet no one could shake their position within the top 5. Truly remarkable. However, Ling Feng was taken aback to find the vice president of the Wind Spirit Guild appearing in this novice village. After a fleeting moment of surprise, he curiously inquired of Luo Shi, "How did you know these were my wares?" Before Luo Shi could respond, the little girl with the ID Xiaoxiaxiaco made a face and quipped, "Uncle, you were so clueless." Ling Feng's expression darkened. Did he really appear so old? Uncle? He thought. Yet before he could retort, the other little girl, whose ID was Liang, immediately scoffed. The entire auction house only saw those 2 pieces of equipment after you arrived. Who else could it be but you? Well, being belittled by a child was rather embarrassing. Ling Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose, momentarily at a loss for words. In the tales of his past life, these twin little girls were not only exceptionally intelligent, but also possessed a sharp tongue. Now, in this life, he was finally experiencing it firsthand. At that moment, Luo Shi chuckled and attempted to smooth over the situation, saying apologetically, "I apologize. My daughters can be rather thoughtless. Please do not hold it against them, Mr. Windling. Rest assured, I adore children." Ling Feng laughed heartily, following her lead. However, the little girl Liang muttered, "But we really dislike strange uncles." Once again, the atmosphere grew tense as Ling Feng felt a surge of emotions, quickly diverting the conversation. "Well, shall we discuss the matter at hand? Miss Luo Shi, I presume you have a purpose for seeking me out?" "Indeed, Mr. Feng Ling, my intentions are quite straightforward. I wish to establish a long-term collaboration with you." Luo Shi's demeanor shifted, adopting the poise of a formidable negotiator. Ling Feng's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he inquired with a hint of amusement, "Are we speaking of equipment?" "Precisely," she confirmed. "Should you ever require equipment, I implore you to consider our Wind Spirit Guild. We shall offer you prices that exclude market fees, and should the quantity be substantial, we could negotiate further. What do you think?" Luo Shi pondered momentarily before revealing her terms. She refrained from attempting to sway Ling Feng, fully aware of the futility of such an endeavor. If he were so easily persuaded, he would not have ventured to the trading hall at this juncture. Thus, she opted for a more pragmatic approach, seeking a cooperative alliance with this man who had achieved global recognition twice. This, perhaps, was the wisest course of action. Ling Feng contemplated her proposal. Although he remained unaware of the Wind Spirit Guild's true nature until his past life met with calamity, he recognized the guild as a worthy ally. The spoils he would acquire in the future would undoubtedly find a receptive market within their ranks, alleviating the need for him to resort to trading halls or stalls, an arrangement that served both parties admirably. Agreed, he replied, nodding. Let us add each other as friends, and I shall reach out when I have items to discuss. Thank you, Mr. Feng Ling, Luo Shi responded with a charming smile. With that, they exchanged friend requests, and Luo Shi, accompanied by two young girls, began to walk toward the village's outskirts. Suddenly, an idea struck Ling Feng, and he called out, "Wait a moment." The trio halted, and Luo Shi turned back to inquire, "Is there anything else, Mr. Feng Ling? Are you currently searching for the fallen goose stone?" he asked, carefully weighing his words. Luo Shi's expression shifted dramatically, her surprise evident. "How do you know this?" On the first day of the game's launch, their guild leader had unexpectedly awakened a divine-level talent during a lottery, simultaneously triggering the conditions for a hidden class. The falling goose stone was one of the requirements to complete this quest. This information had been kept secret among a select few in her guild to prevent larger guilds or ill-intentioned individuals from targeting them. Never did she anticipate that such confidential knowledge would reach her from Ling Feng, an outsider. "This is merely a gift for your guild leader as a form of introduction," he replied with a slight smile. "The stone can be found at the Reef Bay in the Level 4 main city, Hanhai City, but you will need to wait for the first rotation to access it. As for the exact location, I cannot provide that. It will be up to you to seek it out." And with that, the conversation continued. He waved at the three individuals and chose to log off, leaving Luo Shi and her companions in a state of stunned disbelief. In truth, Ling Feng had no obligation to voice it. Yet the Wind Spirit Guild had previously assisted him in completing the prerequisite for a hidden mythic-level main quest. He had initially promised to repay them once he accomplished this task. Unfortunately, that promise became a mere farewell, as he was unable to fulfill it before being betrayed by his own. Now that he had been reborn, he resolved to repay this debt in this life, allowing Yiwu Qingcheng to avoid unnecessary detours. After all, in his previous life, Yiwu Qingcheng had nearly missed her chance to achieve the hidden class world accomplishment due to her inability to locate the falling stone of the falling geese. However, this time, things were set to proceed smoothly. "Mom, is what that strange uncle said true?" Xiao Xiao raised her head, pouting with curiosity. Luo Shi shook her head. "Uncertain, I don't know. Let's contact Qingcheng first." With that, the three of them hurriedly left the village, disappearing into the sea of people. Chapter 16. Journey to the Duenna Forest. With a sigh, Ling Feng exhaled, and the world around him faded into obscurity. Soon, a fleeting ray of sunlight graced his face. Yet before he could rise, a sudden crack echoed from within him, as if a mysterious force had unshackled a hidden bond deep within his being. Instantly, a formidable surge of energy coursed through his limbs, akin to a torrent of water flowing through his veins. In that moment, he felt his blood boiling, his muscles trembling, and his strength ascending. This transformation persisted for a considerable duration before gradually subsiding. Ling Feng understood that this was due to the primordial pearl synchronizing his power by 10%. He swiftly rose to his feet, clenched his fists, and felt the explosive potential surging within, unable to suppress a smile. A familiar sensation, though he pondered how much strength he had attained now. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng made his way to the strength-testing apparatus in the basement gym and delivered a powerful punch to its surface. In an instant, the sandbag was lodged firmly at the top of the machine, while the device began to frantically compile data. Before long, the results emerged. Compared to his recollection from the previous day, his strength had increased by an astonishing 2.5 times. This realization filled Ling Feng with joy. At this rate, in due time, my power will become unfathomable, and then it will be time for revenge. Subsequently, Ling Feng ordered a lavish feast to reward himself. Simultaneously, he browsed the deity forum, where many posts were dedicated to his exploits, while the remainder consisted of light-hearted banter and trivial discussions. However, among the pinned posts on the forum, Ling Feng spotted a significant announcement. When an individual reached level 15, the final dungeon of the world's new village would be unlocked. In the game, Deity, the initial phase is capped at level 15. This meant that after surpassing level 15, players could partake in dungeon hunts, and upon clearing the dungeon, they would receive a pass to the teleportation array, granting access to the level 4 main city for class advancement. Players who failed to conquer the dungeon could continue grinding in the novice village, albeit at a significantly reduced efficiency. Furthermore, should a player reach level 20 without succeeding in the dungeon, they would cease to earn experience points henceforth. The only recourse was to swiftly conquer the dungeon and advance to the level 4 main city. Thus, Ling Feng recalled that at that time, several merchants had seized the opportunity to assist players who were unable to progress, profiting from their guidance. After all, dungeons were categorized into 3 tiers: novice, standard, and proficient. Successfully clearing any of these levels granted a pass, though the rewards varied based on the difficulty faced. It was indeed intriguing back then. The mythical team had achieved the proficient first clear when the average level was 18, basking in their glory. However, as Ling Feng swallowed a mouthful of fish, a trace of coldness curled at the corner of his lips. In this life, everything is different. After he finished his meal and tidied up, he quickly lay back down on the bed. Generally speaking, once one enters the realm of deity, day and night cease to matter. When night falls, the game, Deity, utilizes the power of the deity orb to induce a profound state of slumber, ensuring that players awaken the following day without a trace of fatigue. This feature is particularly advantageous for individuals like Ling Feng, who can remain immersed in deity around the clock. As the time approached, Ling Feng grasped the orb and chose to log in. With a flourish, he found himself once again standing at the entrance of the auction house. After a brief moment of distraction, he hurried to the apothecary to replenish his stock of mana potions. This time, he purchased an additional 100 bottles, ensuring he was well equipped for his endeavors. Subsequently, Ling Feng made his way directly to the wilderness. It was now 8:30 in the morning, and according to his recollections, he remembered that around 9:30, a significant event was set to unfold in the northern Diwana forest. Apparently, troops from Hanhai City were escorting a shipment of supplies to Haoyu village for the annual celebration. However, for reasons unknown, the entire troop fell victim to an attack, leaving no survivors. Consequently, the system announced to the entire Haoyu village, urging players to seek out a special item known as the Dragon Jade. Regrettably, due to the fact that Diwana Forest is a level 15 map, the average player level at present rendered entry impossible. Thus, the announcement became nothing more than a hollow call. Even if someone later remembered this system notification and bravely ventured into Diwana Forest after reaching level 10, it would already be too late. Therefore, Ling Feng's plan was to investigate, as it could potentially lead to a significant quest. Although, as of now, he had no idea what the Dragon Jade truly was. Half an hour later, panting heavily, Ling Feng finally arrived at the level 15 map, Diwana Forest. A perpetual shadow loomed over this woodland, lending it an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Next time, he would certainly need to acquire a mount. Walking was far too exhausting. Ling Feng silently lamented. The world of deity was vast, unfathomably so. Even after many years since its launch, no one had ever reached the farthest corners of deity as territory, let alone the area of the novice village, which was likely the size of a city. Running alone would hardly suffice for such a journey. Steeling his resolve, Ling Feng stepped into the forest. Within less than a minute of entering, he encountered 2 creatures resembling loaches, known as the Corrupted Earth Dragons. Corrupted Earth Dragon Black Iron, level 15 health, 1800 attack, 180 defense, 150 skills. Entangle. With the attributes of this level 15 Black Iron creature were indeed formidable. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel internally, then took a deep breath and charged forward. Chapter 17. The arrival of the announcement. A nearby Earth Dragon immediately detected Ling Feng, its body twisting as it lunged toward him. With a swift step, Ling Feng executed a somersault in midair, deftly evading the dragon's assault and landing securely behind it. Without hesitation, he unleashed a decisive strike. Minus 2024, weakness hit. Minus 75, forced health deduction. The simultaneous activation of the skills, cross impact, heavy strike, and enhancement swiftly dispatched the creature. The earth dragon, tainted by darkness, fell, bestowing upon Ling Feng 40 experience points. The infinite plunder activated, granting him 1 constitution. However, before Ling Feng could bask in his triumph, another earth dragon charged at him. He quickly retreated, sidestepping its close range, entangle, with a Z-shaped maneuver. Then, he advanced once more, delivering a solid blow to the dragon's head. Minus 503, weakness hit. Thanks to the lingering effects of enhancement, this attack forcibly drained nearly 30% of the dragon's health. With a roar of pain and fury, the dragon retaliated with a sweeping strike aimed at Ling Feng's lower back. Yet, Ling Feng did not evade. Instead, he braced himself to absorb the blow. The armor transformation triggered its 10th level effect, providing him with a remarkable 1500 defense boost. Minus 28. In the face of such absolute defense, the dragon's attack felt merely like a tickle. Seizing the remaining time of enhancement, Ling Feng unleashed a flurry of normal attacks. Minus 511, weakness hit. Minus 256. In the following moment, the cooldowns for direct strike and cross impact expired simultaneously. Without hesitation, he aimed for the dragon's critical point once more. Minus 1057, critical hit. Minus 75, forced health deduction. 105, lifesteal. In an instant, the earth dragon fell with a mournful cry, collapsing into a pool of blood and yielding a point of constitution along with a piece of black iron equipment. Ling Feng examined the item. Infected belt black iron, attributes, defense 30, constitution 8, agility 2 effect, lifesteal effect 2. Equipment requirement, level 15. Indeed, black iron proved its worth. Although it was 5 levels superior to silver, its attributes paled in comparison to the might of a level 10 silver item. Unless there was a 10-level disparity, silver would always reign supreme. Nonetheless, Ling Feng lacked a belt at present, making this item a suitable alternative, especially with its commendable lifesteal effect. His overall attributes were now quite impressive, surpassing that of an average tank. Ling Feng sheathed his dagger and continued to search for the elusive loach, embarking on a massacre. Gained Constitution 1. Gained Strength 1. Gained Strength 1. Soon enough, after slaying nearly 15 earth dragons, Ling Feng realized with disappointment that he had yet to acquire a single skill. Feeling a sense of unfulfillment, he resolved to continue hunting down the earth dragons. After slaying 22 earth dragons without acquiring any attributes, Ling Feng found himself puzzled. What could be the reason for this? However, in the next moment, he began examining the descriptions of the earth dragon skills. Horizontal swing, a sweeping tail attack that delivers significant damage to the opponent. Entwine, a skill that ensnares the enemy's movements while injecting poison, inflicting 10 points of toxic damage per second. Well, it seemed that the skill horizontal swing could be regarded as a rudimentary version of Night Spiral, which might explain why it could not be plundered. As for the other skill, Entwine, Ling Feng realized it was even less feasible for him to learn. Even if he could, it would render him incapacitated. How could he possibly entangle his opponent? With this thought, Ling Feng felt a sense of relief. Never mind. The absence of plunderable skills was inconsequential. He would consider this a leveling opportunity. After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to grind experience in this area. After all, it took only a few seconds to defeat a monster, yielding a reward of 40 experience points. He could always search for opportunities once the system notifications appeared. With this determination, Ling Feng transformed into a harbinger of death, commencing his slaughter of the earth dragons. After slaying over 100, he received a notification. Congratulations! You have gained 40 experience points, leveling up to level 10, and earned 5 free attribute points. At last, he had leveled up. Without hesitation, he allocated the 5 attribute points to his attack. Instantly, his attack power surged to 219. How delightful! A genuine smile spread across his face. With his current attributes, he could effortlessly dispatch monsters of level 10 or below. However, at that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Announcement from Haiyu Village. Attention, players. The convoy transporting sacrificial supplies has been ambushed in the Dewina forest, resulting in total annihilation. The abrupt announcement echoed 3 times. It merely indicated that the convoy had been attacked, lacking any further instructions, mirroring the circumstances of his previous life. Yet, as a reborn individual, Ling Feng had deciphered the implications of such announcements. This was an open quest. One could either recover the items for submission or keep them for oneself. Haha. The excitement was about to unfold. Ling Feng immediately made his way toward the depths of the forest. Along the way, he encountered various monsters, all of which he chose to disregard. It was not until he arrived at a waterfall that he halted. This location bore the scars of battle. Following the upstream path, he eventually stumbled upon a pile of corpses that had yet to be refreshed. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the remnants of the army from Hanai City. Each one seemingly torn apart, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies creating a scene reminiscent of a horror film. This gruesome tableau was even more appalling than the movie Chainsaw Man. Furrowing his brow, Ling Feng searched the surrounding area but found no signs of resources. It seemed that whatever had transpired had truly resulted in a theft of some sort. Chapter 18. The Carnivorous Overlord Flower. Damn it. It seems I was a step too late. Ling Feng cursed under his breath, feeling a surge of frustration. Initially, he had hoped to benefit from the situation. Yet his unfamiliarity with the terrain had led to a significant loss. However, there was no remedy for the circumstances. Dwelling on them would yield no results. After contemplating for a moment, he utilized his skills to excavate a deep pit and buried the bodies. After all, these individuals were part of the Dragon Kingdom's military and shared the same blood. It would be unconscionable to leave them to rot in the wilderness. Furthermore, such NPC corpses were unlikely to be refreshed by the system, and should a child happen upon them, it could instill a lasting trauma. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. Just then, a notification chimed. Do you accept a hidden quest? The unexpected prompt left Ling Feng momentarily stunned. What in the world? Is there truly a reward for doing good deeds? Burying a body has somehow triggered a hidden quest? Ling Feng, regaining his composure, promptly affirmed his acceptance. Congratulations. You have accepted a hidden quest. Quest details. A squad of the Xuanwu army from Haiyu Village has been attacked by the Carnivorous Overlord Flower, which has seized all their resources. Please inform the village chief of Haiyu Village about the situation here. Completion rewards: 2,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, 1 charm point, and 1 piece of bronze equipment. Though the rewards seemed somewhat meager, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile. This quest indirectly revealed the identity of the assailant. Moreover, he was aware of the spawning point of the Carnivorous Overlord Flower. Without delay, he set off at a brisk pace toward the southwest. Before long, he arrived at an area overgrown with thorny vines. In the next instant, a colossal figure came into view. Before him stood an enormous red flower, its stout stem radiating a layer of emerald green light. At that moment, the massive blossom swayed gently in the wind, appearing as though it might topple at any moment. Yet, surrounding its form was a haze of pollen, with occasional bubbles surfacing in the air, indicating the presence of toxins. Carnivorous Overlord Flower. Silver Lord. Level: 15 attack, 350 defense, 450 mana, 1000 health, 35, 000, 35, 000 skills. Toxic emission. Constantly releases poisonous mist, eroding those who approach. Endless vines. Manipulates the surrounding vines to ensnare enemies, delivering a powerful strike. Overlord Devour. Engulfs nearby targets. Once consumed, the target is doomed. Toxic Reversal. When health falls below a certain threshold, absorbs poison mist to heal itself. If not slain, it will restore to full health. Description: a tyrant hidden deep within the forest. It delights in ambushing humans and plundering their possessions to bury in its little treasure hoard. Indeed, this is the target that Ling Feng seeks. Once he conquers it, the plundered resources will belong to him. However, he remains unaware of what exactly awaits him. Yet, before Ling Feng could eagerly prepare for his grand endeavor, a sudden notification chimed. The announcement from the coastal fishing village had been issued. A player had discovered a silver boss in the Dewina forest, urging all players to rush to the location and defeat it. Well, It appears that the insidious system has reared its head once again, albeit it was anticipated by Ling Feng. Moreover, he was confident he could slay this boss before other players arrived. After all, the expanse of the Duina Forest is vast. The monsters scattered throughout predominantly range from levels 14 to 18, a challenge not easily traversed even by guild members who must weigh their own capabilities. Nevertheless, this boss possesses an immense health pool, formidable damage, and skills that are far beyond the capabilities of ordinary monsters. First, let him gauge the damage inflicted by the layer of toxic substance. Ling Feng contemplated and then crouched, cautiously approaching the man-eating flower. As his body barely brushed against the layer of powder, a notification sounded. You have been afflicted by the man-eating flower's toxic mist, losing 5 health per second. Goodness. With a loss of approximately 25 health points every second, after about 20 seconds, he would surely meet his demise. Although he possesses a 12 lifesteal effect and an automatic health restoration of 30 points when his health dips below half due to healing, lifesteal operates on a probability basis, not a guarantee, and the health boost can only sustain him once. Thus, it is imperative to defeat this boss as swiftly as possible, or else the descent of his health could indeed prove fatal. Before Ling Feng could make a move, the man-eating flower stirred from its lethargy, instantly locking onto him. In the next moment, it opened its massive maw and lunged to bite him. Startled, Ling Feng recognized this as the creature's greeting, dominant devour. He dared not linger and swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! The man-eating flower's great mouth collided with the ground, gnawing at a substantial chunk of earth. Then, it swung its head back toward Ling Feng, executing a basic attack. Ling Feng paused for a fraction of a second before activating Night Spin. In the next moment, he forced himself into stealth, maneuvering behind the boss. With swift precision, he located the flower's most vulnerable point and plunged a dagger into it. Minus 2,980, critical weakness. Miss, forced health reduction. Aside from armor transformation and healing not triggering, all passive skills activated, though he dealt a staggering damage of nearly 3,000 points. The battle was far from over. Due to the prerequisite of the crucifixion impact, being the necessity to launch the opponent into the air, the failure to achieve this, as the boss remained utterly immobile, resulted in a forced blood deduction failure. Meanwhile, during this brief interval, it had lost over 200 points of health. In light of this, the 30 healing spell appeared rather inadequate, leaving one to fervently hope for the activation of the life-draining effect. However, before Ling Feng could launch another attack, a furious roar erupted as the vital spot of the carnivorous overlord flower was struck. In the next moment, the surrounding vines began to writhe violently, akin to serpents in a frenzy, as they lashed out viciously towards Ling Feng's position. Chapter 19. Forced Interruption. Ling Feng, upon perceiving the imminent danger, turned pale. If he were to be struck, he would surely face severe consequences, especially considering his current health was below 50%. The pace of his healing spells could hardly keep up with the depletion of his life force. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight struck him as he caught sight of a peculiar phenomenon. In this area ensnared by vines, every inch was entangled, save for a solitary patch of ground that remained untouched. A realization dawned upon him. The architects of this game would never create an insurmountable boss. This space must be the safe zone of the endless vines. In an instant, Ling Feng executed a remarkable maneuver, sliding swiftly towards the open ground. The next moment, he found himself exposed to the gaze of the vines, which promptly descended upon him in a flurry, engulfing the entire safe zone. However, upon closer inspection of the battlefield, one would discern a small area, barely large enough for a single person to stand, remaining untouched amidst the chaos. Remarkably, Ling Feng had landed precisely within this refuge. Indeed, the judgment from the heavens had successfully activated. As the endless vines missed their mark, the vines retracted, emanating a faint green glow, seemingly charging up. Recognizing this opportunity, Ling Feng refused to let it slip away. In an instant, he harnessed the speed enhancement of Night Dance and charged directly towards the boss. The direct hit was unleashed. Minus 390 critical hit. Although it did not strike a vital point, Ling Feng seized the fleeting seconds of enhancement to inflict a commendable amount of damage. Without delay, During a brief respite in the petty tyrant flower's normal attack, he unleashed 2 additional strikes. -88, -93. None of these hits landed on a weak point, and the opponent's formidable defense rendered even someone as powerful as Ling Feng incapable of delivering devastating damage. Yet, he remained undeterred and devoid of despair, a slight smile playing upon his lips. The greater the challenge, the more exhilarating the encounter became. For a true warrior, the essence of strength lies not merely in the magnitude of damage dealt, but in the mastery of technique. Roar. In response to the pain, the petty tyrant flower let out a furious roar. The next moment, it unleashed both Tyrant's Devour and Endless Find simultaneously. However, Ling Feng was far from defenseless. At this juncture, he had grasped the rhythm of the boss's movements, clearly deciphering its attacks. As the Tyrant's Devour approached, he deftly maneuvered behind to deliver a backstab. When the endless vines came crashing down, he wisely abandoned his offensive to seek refuge in the safe zone. Should both abilities be unleashed concurrently, intertwined with normal attacks, Ling Feng adeptly navigated the spaces between the skills, weaving effortlessly through the fray. In that moment, the battlefield, shared by one warrior and one beast, was gradually brought under Ling Feng's control. Ling Feng gradually rediscovered the sensation of standing firm amidst adversaries, reminiscent of his past life. The numbers flashed before him: -91, 187, critical hit, 50, life steal. Before long, the boss's health plummeted steadily, while Ling Feng's health fluctuated dramatically, akin to an elevator, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. If he could maintain this rhythm of battle, victory over the boss would be assured. The only aspect to remain vigilant about was undoubtedly the final skill. Ling Feng reminded himself, quickening his pace. Gradually, the boss's health dipped below 3. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the man-eating tyrant flower, which then opened its massive maw, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Instantly, the surrounding mist was violently drawn towards the boss's gaping mouth. Ding! The boss, enraged, activated Toxic Mist Reversal, demanding the boss be slain within 5 seconds, or its health would be fully restored. Over 1,000 health points in 5 seconds? Hey, I shall not comply. Ling Feng scoffed inwardly, and with a swift leap, he ascended the body of the man-eating tyrant flower like a nimble monkey. Grasping the edge of a petal, he swung his body. In the next moment, he landed atop the petal, and with a vigorous leap, he plunged his dagger into the boss's crimson eye. -656, critical hit. Ding! Player Feng Ling Tian struck the vital spot of the man-eating tyrant flower, forcibly interrupting the boss's skill, Toxic Reversal. Indeed, it was an interruption. In his previous life, Ling Feng had perused a rather tedious compendium titled Boss Interruption Protocols, which featured the man-eating tyrant flower among its entries. Of course, not all bosses could be interrupted. Only those devoid of invulnerability could be. Thus, in that fleeting moment, Ling Feng conceived this strategy based on the interruption mechanism detailed in the Boss Interruption Manual concerning the man-eating tyrant flower. To his astonishment, it truly succeeded. At that instant, the man-eating tyrant flower faltered. The next moment, a pained roar erupted, as the toxic mist that had been inhaled was violently expelled. Subsequently, the man-eating tyrant flower entered a state of punishment following the interruption, in a mobilized condition. Without delay, Ling Feng raised his dagger once more, pivoting to leap onto another colossal eye, delivering another fierce strike. -399, enhanced. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the man-eating tyrant flower, earning 500 experience points. The Endless Plunder activated, granting the passive skill Toxic Mist Reversal. Chapter 20. Trade Ling Feng's spirit was jolted, and he promptly opened the panel for his passive skills to examine it. Poison Fog Reversal Special Effect upon entering combat. After attacking a target, 5 of the damage dealt will be absorbed and stored around the body, transforming into a reserve healing amount. When health reaches 5, it automatically triggers, restoring the accumulated damage. Note: during the triggering phase, any damage taken by the player will first deduct the excess healing amount beyond full health before affecting the player's health bar. The triggering duration lasts for 3 seconds. Additionally, upon logging off, the stored amount resets to 0. After the effect concludes, the reserve also resets to 0, and must be accumulated anew. Ling Feng inhaled sharply, astonished by the skill before him. This ability was extraordinarily formidable. As long as he remained online, this storage skill would continuously operate, effectively granting him a healing reservoir during combat. Although it required being at a critical 5 health to trigger, it served as an ultimate life-saving measure. No longer would he fear being overwhelmed. As long as he was dispatched instantly, everything could be reversed. With a grin, Ling Feng's spirits lifted. He then turned to inspect the spoils, retrieving. The boss had yielded relatively few items this time: a piece of silver equipment, a skill book, and a jade stone adorned with a dragon motif. Ling Feng opened his backpack and glanced at the items. Man-eating helmet silver, attributes, dual defense 80, constitution 20. Strength 10 effect, attack effectiveness 5 equipment requirement. Level 15, this was an exceptional helmet. The mere 5 attack effectiveness could fetch a price in the millions. It was crucial to note that in the future, the mainstream effects revolved around critical hits, damage amplification, and a few specialized skills. An increase of 5 in attack was already remarkably high. At least to Ling Feng's knowledge, prior to his incident, the highest attack effect enhancement was merely 30. With such equipment being valued at 300 million. Therefore, without hesitation, Ling Feng donned the helmet. Next, he examined the second item, a skill book. Elemental Reversal Gold, 1-5. Skill effect. Upon facing death, receive the favor of the elemental goddess, resurrecting in place at full health without any penalties. And gain 3 seconds of invincibility. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Skill requirement, level 15, Mage Incredible. A resurrection skill for mages? If he was not mistaken, this skill could enhance one's quality. In his previous life, there was a mage named Liuhua who elevated this skill to a mythical level, reducing the cooldown to once every hour and significantly enhancing its effects. He never anticipated that it would manifest before him in this life. Ling Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. However, he quickly regained his composure. This skill book requires careful handling to avoid any potential issues. After some contemplation, he retrieved his list of friends, without the need for a thorough search, as there was only one acquaintance, the alluring mother, Luoshi. Subsequently, Ling Feng captured a snippet of the skill book's description and promptly sent a message. It seemed that the Windwalker Guild would be eager to acquire this skill book, particularly since the enchanting Yiwu Qingcheng was a mage. He did not hasten to await a response, instead directing his attention to the final item, which was the very purpose of his journey. True Dragon Jade, special item, description. It is said to possess mysterious powers that bestow good fortune upon its bearer. It has long been housed in the treasury of the Dragon Kingdom, with replicas crafted and distributed annually to various villages for sacrificial offerings, praying for national peace and the absence of calamities. Is that all? No further information? Ling Feng wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend fully. In his previous life, the knowledge regarding the Dragon Jade was limited to a mere name. Later, the treasury of the Dragon Kingdom was robbed, and it was claimed that the Dragon Jade was also stolen, with a reward of 100,000 gold coins issued for its return. He had initially assumed it to be an exceedingly rare treasure. Yet, to his astonishment, it turned out to be merely an ineffective special item. Just as Ling Feng was lost in thought, a series of voice requests chimed incessantly from his friend list. He composed himself and chose to answer. In the next moment, Luoshi's excited voice rang out. Mr. Fengling, are you planning to part with this skill book? Indeed. It is exclusively for mages, so I must let it go. Do you need it? Ling Feng inhaled deeply and replied. Luoshi responded eagerly, yes. We absolutely need it. Where are you? I'll come find you right away. Since she and Yiwu Qingcheng resided in different cities, their novice villages were not in the same location. However, upon seeing the screenshot shared by Luoshi, Yiwu Qingcheng decisively urged her to secure it at all costs. This skill was undoubtedly the most formidable life-saving ability for a mage, surpassing even the subsequent elemental shield learned by mages. Miss Luoshi, please remain calm. I am still engaged in a quest in the wild. I will contact you once I return to the village, Ling Feng said with a gentle smile. He need not even glance to know how enticing Luoshi's breathless demeanor must be at that moment, were it not for his lack of such preferences. he might have found it quite overwhelming. Luo, she composed herself and promptly replied, "All right, I will await your good news. Additionally, I must mention that this skill book will undoubtedly be quite expensive, so we will need to arrange for a transfer. Does that work for you?" Chapter 21, Wealth. "All right," Ling Feng replied without hesitation. After agreeing on a meeting place, they ended the call. The skill book is sorted, but what about this dragon gem?" Ling Feng's smile gradually faded, and he began to mutter to himself in frustration. However, he soon exhaled deeply and tossed the dragon gem into the corner of his backpack. He then ventured deeper into the woods. He would figure it out later. For now, his priority was to locate the treasure trove of the carnivorous overlord flower. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng surveyed his surroundings and decisively sped off toward the east. The eastern direction was entwined with countless vines, which the carnivorous overlord flower used for movement. Given the abundance of vines in that area, it was highly likely that the treasure trove lay in that direction. Shortly after Ling Feng departed, a large group of players arrived at the scene, looking quite disheveled. Upon seeing the boss's lifeless body, their expressions soured. Particularly, the leader among them, whose ID was Mad Dragon Dominance, wore a grim countenance, his eyes aflame with fury. He coldly declared, "The boss has undoubtedly been slain by that brat, Wen Ling Tian. Yet the corpse is still warm. He couldn't have gone far. If I do not take revenge this time, I, Mad Dragon Dominance, vow to never be human again." The previous day's battle had been a catastrophic defeat for the Mad Dragon Guild, rendering them a laughingstock on the forums. Bystanders and rival guild members mocked them for being incapable of defeating a single player. Thus, this time they had spared no expense, acquiring a particular item through secret channels, specifically to deal with Ling Feng. He could not believe that Ling Feng was truly this formidable, capable of escaping his grasp once more. He would not rest until he brought Ling Feng back to level 0. Only then would his rage be quelled. With that thought, he tightened his grip on the transparent vial, gazing at the blue liquid within, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Once I use this on Wen Ling Tian, that brat will never rise again." With that, he waved his hand, leading all his subordinates to scatter in various directions, moving swiftly. The moment they caught wind of Wen Ling Tian's whereabouts, they would converge at once. Meanwhile, as time passed, Ling Feng had been searching for the treasure trove for over 10 minutes. At last, a cave appeared before him. As he approached, a searing heat enveloped him. The cave resembled a massive furnace. Did the carnivorous overlord flower not fear being melted, residing in such a bizarre place? Ling Feng scoffed and stepped inside. The cave was not large, and he soon reached its end, where, amidst a pool of molten lava, he discovered a pile of glimmering gold coins. "Goodness!" he exclaimed, astonished at the wealth of this silver boss. This journey had not been in vain. Ling Feng immediately smirked, unreservedly stepping forward to gather all these items into his pockets. "Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 9,405 gold coins. Congratulations, you have obtained Toxic Immunity Crystal. Congratulations, you have received Fragmented Scroll." After this excursion, his gold had exceeded 10,000, marking a significant windfall. After all, given the current circumstances, those from the major guilds were far less affluent than he. However, compared to the gold, Ling Feng held a deeper sentiment for the other two items. Toxic Immunity Crystal Epic, Effect, Immunity to Toxin Effects. The succinct description belied the extraordinary power it contained. An epic item, granting immunity to toxins. In his previous life, he had never encountered such fortune. He was astonished to find it in this lifetime. Thus, without hesitation, he used it on himself. It is well known that elements such as poison, dizziness, and paralysis are common negative buffs among deities, often severely impacting a player's performance. Therefore, acquiring such an immunity item was akin to divine aid, allowing one to disregard these tactics, shatter the opponent's defenses, and catch them off guard. Ling Feng chuckled softly as he turned his attention to the final item. Fragmented Scroll, 5-2. Description: a map from an unknown region, extolling the legends of the Dragon Domain. Hint: when you possess the Dragon Jade, use the map to locate the existence of the Dragon Domain, which can unlock a new path for your cultivation. So, the Dragon Jade is connected to this mysterious place. The Dragon Domain? Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised. The Dragon Domain is a rather peculiar location. Players often heard of it from NPCs. Yet years had passed without anyone truly understanding what the Dragon Domain entailed. All that was known was that the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom was a disciple of the Dragon Domain. This was the only piece of knowledge Ling Feng had thus far. However, if it were to be linked with the Dragon Jade, things began to make sense. The Dragon Jade is the key to unlocking the mysteries of the Dragon Domain, and the task had been missed due to no one delving deeper into the forest. Since then, a portion of the secrets of deities had been obscured. Now, the responsibility of unveiling this secret had fallen upon Ling Feng. This map was merely the second segment. He would need to find the other 4 parts to piece together the map of the Dragon Domain. It seemed there was still a long and arduous journey ahead. With a sigh, Ling Feng prepared to return home to meet with Luo Shi. He then intended to find a suitable place to expedite his leveling up to level 15. However, at that moment, ding. Your friend has sent you a message. Ling Feng paused, then proceeded to open the message. Luo Shi, Mr. Fengling. We have just received news that members of the Quanglong Guild have assembled a group and are heading towards the Duina Forest. Your current location is within the forest, and I suspect they are approaching you. Please exercise caution, as it appears they are well prepared. Chapter 22. The Fortune-Bringing Boy Upon Receiving the Message. Ling Feng furrowed his brow slightly. The crazy Dragon Guild truly resembled a pack of rabid dogs, daring to make a move against him? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Feng replied, "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Luo Shi. Do you need assistance?" Luo Shi responded with a question. Ling Feng sent a smiling emoji. "I can manage on my own." "Very well. Contact me once you return to the village." Luo Shi said no more, and Ling Feng promptly closed his friend's list. He then proceeded to exit the cave. However, just as Ling Feng stepped outside, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed around him. Suddenly, a multitude of individuals surged forth from the dense forest, encircling him completely. Ling Feng glanced around, noting the fierce expressions on the faces of those surrounding him, as if he had slain their kin. At that moment, the crowd parted, and Crazy Dragon Batian, flanked by several high-ranking members of the guild, approached Ling Feng with a cold sneer. "Ling Feng, we meet again." Ling Feng offered a faint smile and nodded. "Greetings. Greetings, my foot. Today, I shall certainly force you to retreat." Crazy Dragon Batian roared. "Does a tiger not roar? And thus you presume the crazy dragon is but a sickly cat." Hearing this, Crazy Dragon Batian nearly succumbed to a fit of rage. Ling Feng casually touched his nose, observing that most of his adversaries were clad in black iron armor, and remarked, "I know you are not sickly cats. Are you afraid?" Too late. Crazy Dragon Batian continued to sneer, his excitement palpable as he sharpened his blade in anticipation. Yet, in the next moment, Ling Feng smiled and said, "I am not afraid. I simply find that although you are not sickly cats, you are merely fortune bringers. Are you prepared to be harvested by me? You insolent brat. You are exceedingly arrogant." Crazy Dragon Batian seethed, raising his massive sword and bellowing, "I give you one final chance. Surrender everything and delete your account, or I shall make you experience true despair." "Ah, I look forward to your guild bringing me despair," Ling Feng said in a deep voice while touching his nose. If they were shameless, there was no reason for him to show them any favor, was there? This statement struck a nerve with Crazy Dragon Batian. Gasping for breath, he lifted his hand, causing all Crazy Dragon members to step back 5 paces. Ling Feng, with an odd expression, inquired, "What due to the actions of the formidable Dragon Overlord, you are deemed the attacker? For the next 2 hours, you will have the opportunity to retaliate without any repercussions, and the opponent's critical hit rate will soar to an astounding 100. Ling Feng was utterly perplexed, his mind awash with confusion. Is this truly the Dragon Guild's well-prepared strategy? It seems rather lacking in surprise, considering I am immune to toxins. This effect, if anything, should not even affect me, as the system has not indicated any loss of health." The expression on Ling Feng's face caught the attention of Dragon Overlord and his comrades, who mistakenly believed that Ling Feng had been rendered foolish by the system's announcement. In an instant, Dragon Overlord erupted into laughter, exclaiming with arrogance, "Are you bewildered? You are surely doomed this time. Prepare to meet your end. Do you think this is enough to secure your defeat?" Ling Feng inquired with an air of intrigue. We have all consumed advanced antidotes, while you have not. Your attributes are halved, and you will lose health each second. Do you truly believe you can withstand this? Dragon Overlord sneered. The next moment, he waved his hand and commanded, "Warriors, taunt them. Healers, sustain our forces. Mages and rangers, unleash your attacks from the rear. Assassins, await your moment." Everyone commenced the assault. In an instant, under Dragon Overlord's command, each member assumed their roles and executed their duties with remarkable precision. Furthermore, their collective competency was evidently superior to that of the previous group. However, at that very moment, the skill Shadow Spin was activated. Ling Feng's figure seamlessly transitioned into stealth, rendering the warrior's taunt ineffective, while the mage's fireballs and ranger's arrow showers fell futilely into emptiness. Where did he go? The crowd gasped in shock, immediately descending into chaos. As of now, the assassins had yet to attain the first advancement necessary to learn the stealth skill, unless it was a natural talent. Yet, Wendling Tianxia's talent was not stealth. It was the ability to strip others of their attribute points. Anyone who had previously fallen to Ling Feng was well aware of this. Their attribute points would be randomly siphoned away, a consequence that fueled their desire to eliminate Wendling Tianxia. After all, this revelation was deeply unsettling. Yet now, this young man appeared to vanish before everyone's eyes, as if cloaked in shadows. In that moment, confusion enveloped the crowd, leaving them disoriented and at a loss. Chapter 23. Everyone stunned suddenly. A dagger emerged from behind an archer, piercing flawlessly into the nape of his neck. In an instant, a staggering number appeared. -2,212, critical hit. -9 force damage. The passive abilities of Enhancement and Heavy Strike triggered successively, compounded by the force of cross impact, leaving the archer utterly defenseless. His body was violently flung aside, transforming into a lifeless corpse, from which a black iron bracer was dropped. The surrounding archers and mages were also affected by cross impact, sent flying and left dazed on the spot. In the rear, a rapid shift in formation was imperative. The expression of the leader, Crazy Dragon Overlord, changed dramatically as he shouted urgently. However, at that moment, Ling Feng was relentless, utilizing the acceleration from Night Dance to weave through the disoriented archers and mages. Mercilessly wielding his dagger. -357, enhanced weakness. -388, enhanced weakness. A flurry of numbers erupted, and despite the superior equipment of these players, they could not withstand Ling Feng's precise strikes at their vulnerabilities, delivering lethal blows. For fragile players, such damage was sufficient to annihilate them. Endless Plunder activated, granting 1 to Constitution. Endless Plunder activated, granting 1 to Strength. Endless Plunder activated. The entire Crazy Dragon Guild descended into chaos. Only Crazy Dragon Overlord maintained a semblance of composure while issuing commands. Quick, use your talent skills to weaken him. Hurry. Upon hearing the order, some players swiftly unleashed their abilities upon Ling Feng. Ding. Player Crazy Dragon Water Dragon has applied the Frozen Weakening talent on you, rendering you immobile due to freezing effects for 5 seconds. Ling Feng's movement speed was instantly reduced to a crawl. The next moment, Crazy Dragon Overlord commanded, "Focus fire and eliminate him." Seeing this, his eyes gleamed with determination, and he unleashed his amplification talent, raising his massive sword and charging toward Ling Feng. Die! Crazy Dragon Overlord's enraged roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Then came the response, -12. A minuscule and feeble number emerged above Ling Feng's head. In that instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. Indeed, it registered merely 12 points of damage. Yet the issue lay in the fact that Crazy Dragon Overlord had invested heavily. Not only was he clad in bronze armor, but he wielded a silver weapon, having spent millions of coins. He had anticipated inflicting hundreds of points of damage. But the illusion was pleasant while reality proved harsh. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Feng had not only triggered armor transformation at level 18, but also activated a 20 defensive increase from Evil Bone Bracers, reducing what should have been a substantial attack to a mere double-digit number. The eyes of the rampant dragon suddenly turned crimson, as if possessed by madness. With fervor, he swung his colossal sword, relentlessly striking at Ling Feng. In that moment, The mages behind him finally reacted, hastily directing their firepower at Ling Feng. -8, -32, -11. The damage dealt was rather meager. When Ling Feng activated the armor transformation, many of the attacks reduced to mere single digits. Even without the activation, the highest damage barely reached around 50. Most alarming was the fact that as this multitude pressed down on Ling Feng's health to a mere 250 points, a substantial critical healing of 64 caused their expressions to pale in disbelief. Damn it. Do not relent. Continue to pressure him. Those with control talents, keep it coming. Today, I shall surely reduce him to level 0. Rampant Dragon was consumed by rage, roaring in fury. This was humiliation, utter disgrace. A whole group attacking a single individual and yet failing to eliminate him even after 3 seconds. In that instant, the members of Rampant Dragon exerted themselves even more fervently. At last, Ling Feng's health was reduced to just 26 points. However, just as all the members of Rampant Dragon perceived hope and prepared to strike him down in one final push, a chime echoed. Ding. The effect of Toxic Mist Reversal activated. The passive effect of Healing Spell triggered. 25. 69. Critical. 2 healing strikes instantaneously restored Ling Feng's health back over 100 points. But that was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was, Ling Feng was now able to move. The moment of the hunt had commenced. With a cold smirk, he charged towards the nearest Rampant Dragon. You damned brat, I shall slay you. The warrior's honor was provoked, and Rampant Dragon, consumed by wrath, gripped his silver greatsword tightly and charged directly at Ling Feng. However, just then, Ling Feng executed a zigzag maneuver, deftly evading Rampant Dragon's strikes and sidestepping to the side. Miss. The evasion succeeded, and he dodged the damage. Ling Feng smiled wryly and remarked, Little Rampant, remember to bring more people next time, and your equipment better be superior to what you have now. Otherwise, I shall find no thrill in my acquisitions. Acquisitions? How dare you? I came to kill you, not to indulge in your trivialities. Wind and clouds, I shall rend your body to pieces. Rampant Dragon bellowed, swinging his greatsword in a sweeping arc toward Ling Feng. Yet, at that moment, Ling Feng flashed a wicked smile, firmly grasped his dagger, and unleashed Pierce, aimed directly at the opponent's temple. Chapter 24. Conducting business with integrity. The astonishing numbers surged as the formidable figure of the Dragon King charged headlong into a tree, only to be reduced to a lifeless corpse, leaving behind a gleaming silver sword. Yet, Ling Feng did not pause. He resumed his shadowy dance, assaulting the fragile priest and archer classes among the players. The damage numbers erupted, -329, -401, -289. Players fell one after another, as equipment cascaded to the ground as if it were free. Ling Feng's attributes soared with each victory. He vanquished player Furious Dragon Leaf, gaining 1 to Constitution. He defeated player Furious Dragon Moon, acquiring 1 to Strength. He eliminated player Furious Dragon Nini, receiving 1 to Healing Art. As players continued to fall, the remaining members of the Furious Dragon Guild lost their will to fight. The pervasive poison was utterly ineffective against Ling Feng, and further conflict would likely result in more losses and forfeitures. The humiliation drove many of the Furious Dragon members to despair. In the next moment, disregarding the furious roars of Furious Dragon Badion in the group channel, they hurriedly retreated. In an instant, the battlefield transformed. Some lay dead, others fled, and the once menacing forest was left strewn with discarded equipment and unrevived corpses. Ling Feng's status fully restored, he resembled an indomitable cockroach, eliciting frustration among his adversaries. He gathered all the spoils, a smile creeping onto his lips. What a lucrative endeavor this turned out to be. 40 pieces of black iron, 18 pieces of bronze, and 1 silver weapon. Was Furious Dragon about to suffer significant losses? Among the 18 bronze items, Ling Feng discovered a piece of leather armor, a ring, and a pair of shoes that he could utilize. Whispering leather armor bronze attributes, spell defense 80, physical defense 50. Stamina 10 effect. Increases defense by 20 upon being attacked. Equipment requirement. Level 10, loot in-ring bronze attributes. Intelligence 30 effect. Restores 1 point of mana per second. Equipment requirement. Level 8, Wolf Hunter Boots bronze attributes. Agility 30 effect. Increases movement speed and attack speed by 20 for 5 seconds when taking damage while moving equipment requirement. Level 8. While the attributes of these three pieces were not exceptional, their effects were quite practical and satisfactory for use. Thus, Ling Feng's entire set of equipment was complete, with the ability to wear 2 rings. And any additional ones would not grant any further attribute bonuses. ID. Wind's Fury class. Apprentice Assassin level. 1019-288-32000. Attack. 259 health. 1160 mana. 100 attack speed. 0. 711's critical hit. 50. Title permanently activated. Critical damage. 110. Title permanently activated. Lifesteal. 12 ongoing buff. Attack effect 5 physical defense. 315 magical defense. 263 charm. 16 luck. 22 attributes. Strength 116. Constitution 111. Agility 69. Intelligence 50 effect immunity. 100 poison immunity. The statistics are increasingly formidable, especially with Constitution nearly surpassing attack points, which indeed validates that Win's approach of full investment in attributes is not mistaken. Win promptly organized his inventory and sent screenshots of the equipment to Luoshi before hastily making his way to the village. On the way, Luoshi replied, "You truly are a prodigy." Wind inquired, "Can you manage it?" "Yes, but it requires a cash transfer." "Not a problem." Though Wind was not reliant on gold farming for sustenance, the current market price for gold was exceptionally high. It was prudent to convert when possible, as retaining that 10,000 gold was sufficient for subsequent potion expenses and skill acquisition. As for the trading of equipment, selling for gold would undoubtedly be ideal, serving as a reserve resource for future needs, facilitating convenience when required. Half an hour later, Wind and Luoshi met at a small tea house in the village. Luoshi did not bring her daughter, but accompanied by a ranger, whose long legs and wavy hair indeed embodied the fantasy of countless homebodies, yet remained elusive to them. The trio reserved a private room for 1 gold, after which Luoshi eagerly inquired, "Where are the skill books and equipment?" With a subtle gesture, Wind waved his hand. A cascade of equipment immediately accumulated on the table, with several items even falling to the floor due to the sheer volume. Among them lay a book radiating a golden aura, standing out prominently amidst the collection. Luoshi and the ranger exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. In the next moment, Luoshi fixed her gaze upon Wind, asking, "Mr. Wind, did you acquire all this equipment from the Mad Dragon Guild?" "Indeed. Is your Wind Spirit Guild willing to accept it?" Wind nodded slightly, displaying no signs of concealment. In business dealings, integrity is paramount, a fundamental principle for Wind. Luoshi smiled charmingly, affirming, "Of course we can accept it, but for all items except this sword and skill book, we will adhere to market prices. As for the silver weapon, I will offer 100 gold, and regarding the skill book, according to our guild leader's assessment, it is valued at 5,000 gold, which is already the highest estimate she has calculated. While the skill that enables resurrection for mages is undoubtedly impressive, it is bound by level limitations, as is well known. Skills that have not yet reached their maximum level are certainly less formidable compared to their fully developed counterparts. Thus, a price of 5,000 gold is quite substantial, especially in this early stage when gold is highly valued. Ling Feng pondered briefly before forming a V gesture with his hand and then remarked, "Let us settle on your proposed price, but I shall apply a further discount of 20%. This took Luoshi by surprise, and she was about to respond. However, before she could finish her thought, Ling Feng waved his hand, chuckling, "I am not lacking in funds. I simply enjoy making friends. Were it not for your information regarding the actions of the wild dragon, I might not have acquired such a wealth of items so effortlessly. Therefore, Miss Luoshi, I urge you not to decline." Upon hearing these words, both Luoshi and the ranger lady could not help but break into laughter. Thus, the deal was sealed, amounting to a total of 5.6 million, with Ling Feng graciously eliminating the remaining cents. In response, Luoshi did not refuse but rather accepted with delight. Chapter 25. The gentle moonlit water. The process of the transfer went smoothly, and afterward, Ling Feng took his leave. The items on the table seamlessly became the possessions of the Wind Spirit Guild. Sister Luoshi, this Wen Ling world is indeed quite intriguing. After Ling Feng departed, The archer girl could not help but comment, her fair face shifting with emotion. With such capability and an impressive record of taking on numerous opponents, I would scarcely believe it had I not seen these items myself. After all, in deity, one must possess both opportunity and skill. Both are indispensable. With a strong character and a sense of loyalty, he is quite a fine young man. Not to mention he is rather handsome. I wonder if he is as charming in reality. What? Little girl, are you smitten? Luo, she asked with a playful smile as she put away the equipment and skill books. The archer girl blushed, grinning as she replied, should I check his background? If everything is in order, I might just take the plunge and pursue him. No need for that, Luo, she shook her head solemnly. Though you work in an agency, it is best to refrain from such matters. The fact that he is willing to engage in real-world transactions with us indicates his trust. If an opportunity arises, we shall consider it then. Upon hearing this, the archer girl pouted and shook her head. Well, it's up to you then. By the way, Sister Qingqing has already reached level 12. She should quickly unlock the nearby dungeon, and if we manage to conquer it, she will advance to a new class. We must hasten our progress too. Luo, she nodded, and together, they exited the private room. Ling Feng completed the hidden quest he had fortuitously acquired, earning 2,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, 1 charm point, and a piece of bronze equipment. The bronze equipment was a level 8 weapon, which he could not utilize. So he stowed it in his inventory, intending to deliver it to Luo Shi when he gathered more gear. He imagined she would be quite pleased to receive it. Next, he made his way to the apothecary to replenish his stock of mana potions before gearing up for his journey into the wild. Currently, within the village's ranking board, the highest level had reached level 11 and was nearing level 12, a rank that paled in comparison to the overall standings in the Dragon Kingdom, let alone the global rankings. Thus, he realized he must seize the moment to level up swiftly and reach level 15. This was imperative, as one could only enter dungeons of any difficulty at level 15. It was a fundamental requirement. After more than half an hour, Ling Feng arrived at the level 18 high-level map, Fire Cloud Cave. Thus far, no one had dared to venture into this place, leaving the vast area, aside from the monsters lurking among the steep rock walls, deserted save for Ling Feng himself. Ling Feng squinted his eyes, gazing ahead at the steaming mountain path. Before him, a herd of blazing bulls, adorned with antlers resembling those of a moose, were voraciously gnawing on the surrounding rocks. Firebull Ordinary, level 18 spell attack, 190 physical attack, 180 dual defense, 150 health, 2,100 skills. Charge, Fireball. The attributes are quite average, but perhaps that is for the best. Intelligence should have increased, which would enhance the efficiency of judgment from heaven when triggered. And it would also reduce the frequency of health and mana regeneration, making things more convenient. Ling Feng contemplated for a moment and decided to eliminate a few foes to gather some attribute points. If the experience gained was satisfactory, he would continue fighting. If not, he would press onward. With this thought, Ling Feng initiated direct hit. Minus 2,131, critical hit. With a single blow, the foe was dispatched, posing no challenge. And the experience awarded was rather pitiful, even less than 5 points compared to a level 15 black iron creature. Thus, Ling Feng abandoned the idea of grinding here. Having only defeated around 30 foes, acquiring 10 points in strength, 10 points in constitution, and 10 points in intelligence before circumventing these creatures and advancing deeper into the area. However, just as Ling Feng stepped out of the Firebull's territory, a roar erupted from the depths of the Fire Cloud Cave. What was happening? Had someone roused the monsters here? Ling Feng paused momentarily, then promptly followed the sound. Ordinarily, monsters would not engage one another unless there was a territorial dispute. After all, they typically have their own territory delineations. Lower-level creatures, suppressed by higher-level ones, naturally would not provoke each other. Yet, the scene unfolding now seemed to suggest otherwise. In an instant, Ling Feng swiftly navigated through the rubble, and from a distance, he spotted a massive lizard covered in red stones, attacking a figure resembling an elf. Savage Fire Lizard Black Iron, level 18 spell attack, 230 physical attack, 210 dual defense, 180 health, 2,992 3,000 skills, Tail Strike, Fire Cannon. This was a black iron level wild creature, its attributes somewhat elevated. However, what astonished Ling Feng even more was the sight of an elven female assassin facing the savage fire lizard. The assassin donned a black cloak that clung tightly to her graceful form, her perfectly curved long legs shimmering with a rosy hue as she moved, captivating the eyes of onlookers. At this moment, the assassin was clearly in distress, targeted by the fire lizard. Yet, Ling Feng soon discerned that despite her precarious situation, the female assassin was evading the lizard's attacks with remarkable agility, akin to a dancer pirouetting on the edge of a blade. Each movement minimized the impact of the lizard's onslaught, allowing her to endure for this long. A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Feng's face, and in the next moment, he noticed the ID above the assassin's head, Shui Yu Ro. Shui Yu Ro? Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, his expression of astonishment transforming into one of sheer disbelief. This ID was indeed notorious in his previous life. Shui Yu Ro was renowned as the foremost female Dragon Knight assassin in Huaxia. Indeed, she was a female assassin riding a dragon, affectionately dubbed the Dragon Maiden by players of the time. However, her true ascent began when she transitioned into the hidden class of Dragon Scale Dancer. With one dragon at her side, she instilled terror in countless hearts. Intriguingly, this woman refused all invitations from guilds, choosing instead to tread the path of a solitary wolf. Some guilds, driven by the desire to eliminate what they could not possess, attempted to ambush Shui Yu Ro to revert her to level 0, only to find themselves systematically obliterated by her in return. From that moment on, no one dared to provoke her again. Little did Ling Feng expect that this once celebrated woman would be in the same novice village as him. A peculiar expression crossed Ling Feng's face. Just then, a roar erupted. The savage fire lizard, enraged, unleashed a barrage of flames, raining down like a torrential inferno. In the next heartbeat, the flames surged toward Shui Yu Ro. A look of shock spread across her delicate features, yet she found herself with no avenue of escape. Chapter 26. The little fan, was she about to perish? A hint of helplessness surfaced on Shui Yu Ro's exquisite face. Losing a level was inconsequential, however. The real dilemma lay in the potential failure of her mission, resulting in the loss of a precious opportunity. This was a significant blow to her, gritting her silver teeth. A defiant expression replaced her despair. In the next moment, she turned and prepared to surge forward. To wait passively was not in her character. Even if the prospects were bleak, she was determined to make one last effort. But just then, an explosion reverberated. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs collided around her, erupting in vibrant, colorful flames. Shui Yu Ro's body swayed slightly, and she froze in place, momentarily dazed. Remarkably, the fireball struck every corner around her, yet spared her own form. This was nothing short of miraculous. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Player phone Ling Tian invites you to join a team. Do you accept? The unexpected invitation stunned Shui Yu Ro yet again. However, she quickly found herself instinctively accepting the offer. Another system prompt followed. Congratulations. The team has defeated the savage fire lizard, earning 50 experience points each. Only then did Shui Yu Ro turn to look behind her, where she beheld the savage fire lizard, which had previously caused her considerable distress, now lying defeated at the feet of a man. He was bending down to collect 10 copper coins, with an ID hovering above his head. Feng Ling Tian. At that moment, Shui Yu Ro was momentarily lost in thought. Her mind clouded. Ding. Endless Plunder activated, gaining 1 stamina. Ling Feng stood up and turned to face Shui Yu Ro, only to see her wearing a look of bewilderment. He smiled faintly and greeted, Hello. You. Hello. Shui Yu Ro was startled by his voice and regained her senses. She fixed her gaze on Ling Feng, her eyes sparkling with uncertainty, before timidly asking, Are you really Feng Ling Tian? Absolutely, as evidenced by the ID above. Ling Feng replied with a wry smile, gesturing to the name floating above him. This girl seemed a bit timid, quite unlike the first assassin he had imagined. Upon hearing this, Shui Yu Ro's eyes brightened with excitement, and she could hardly contain herself. I thought I was dreaming. I am Shui Yu Ro, your fan. Since joining Deity, she had heard of the illustrious name Feng Ling Tian. Moreover, like her, he was an assassin who thrived in solitude, never yielding to guilds like the Wild Dragon. This ignited a fervent admiration within Shui Yu Ro, making her view Ling Feng as her idol. What? I actually have a fan. Ling Feng scratched his nose, feeling even more awkward. Shui Yuro nodded enthusiastically yes. Moreover, there is quite a number, and within the forum, there exists your fan club. Goodness, am I about to be swept into the fandom? However, upon recalling the incident with Wu Yeqian, Ling Feng felt a strong aversion. The concept of fandoms was utterly distasteful to him. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation and calmly inquired, "Let us not discuss this. But tell me, what brings you here at level 8? I am undertaking a mission." As she mentioned this, Shui Yurua cast a furtive glance at the corpse beneath Ling Feng's feet, feeling a pang of trepidation. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng immediately grasped the situation and advised, "While missions are important, one should act within their capabilities. Perhaps you should wait until your level is higher before considering it." Since it was a mission, Ling Feng felt no inclination to pry. Each individual's mission was a matter of personal privacy, and there was no reason to inquire further, even if she was his little fan. They were merely strangers in passing, were they not? "But this is a time-limited mission," Shui Yuruo replied somewhat helplessly. Ling Feng was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. A time-limited mission? Wouldn't such tasks only emerge at a golden rank or higher? How fortuitous for this girl to have accepted a golden task. In an instant, Ling Feng furrowed his brow. He contemplated whether to assist Shui Yurua with this mission. It was not that he coveted the rewards, rather. If it truly was a task of golden rank or above, missing it would mean a permanent loss, never to reappear again. That would indeed be a tremendous pity. After some consideration, Ling Feng hesitantly asked, "May I see what the task entails?" "Sure." Shui Yurua, displaying no wariness towards her idol, directly shared the task in the task channel. Black Gold Task, The Fabricated Realm. Completion conditions: slay 50 savage fire lizards, obtain 10 fire egg stones. Lure out the fire lizard lord, defeat it, and retrieve the gland of the fire lizard lord to present to Granny Wrong. Team formation allowed. Completion rewards: experience points 10,000, reputation 2,000, silver equipment 1, and qualification to become a hidden secondary profession tailor. Only the task recipient can obtain this qualification. Along with the next phase of the task. Time limit: 2 hours, remaining time 1 hour 31 minutes, failure condition. The rewards were exceptionally generous. However, the qualification for the hidden secondary profession of tailor left Ling Feng utterly astounded. Within the realm of deities, not only were there hidden professions, but secondary professions also had their concealed counterparts. To Ling Feng's knowledge, professions such as blacksmith, healer, and rune master had all possessed High Glory series hidden secondary professions. Each type of this series had only one representative in the entire world. Indeed, you read that correctly. Only one. Previously, the tailor had not been present, and it now seemed that it was Shui Yurua's earlier failure that had rendered this hidden secondary profession non-existent. In that moment, Ling Feng's body trembled, and his gaze towards Shui Yurua grew fervent. What distinguishes this illustrious secondary profession? According to his knowledge, the weapons crafted by a distinguished blacksmith possess attributes that surpass those produced by an ordinary blacksmith by a remarkable 20. Do you believe that this is where the tale concludes? No. The most daunting revelations lie ahead. A distinguished blacksmith has the capability to forge a substance known as the primordial crystal, which can be infused into any weapon. This not only enhances the fundamental attributes but also elevates the attribute modifiers. Other illustrious secondary professions exhibit similar characteristics, augmenting their inherent abilities. Regrettably, these esteemed secondary professions have been monopolized by the 5 major guilds, and the products generated from these professions are only sold after internal saturation is achieved. It is evident that this constitutes a monopolistic industry, where the profits are dictated solely by them. It is likely that only the major guilds possess the audacity to engage with these individuals. After all, it has been rumored that the annual signing fee for a mere talisman master reaches an astronomical sum of 1 billion. For the average person, this figure is truly astronomical. If I am not mistaken, the missed opportunity of the distinguished tailor is likely to be comparable to that of weapons. Chapter 27. Dual Talents Idol. What is the matter with you? Shui Yuro gazed into Ling Feng's fervent eyes, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Could it be that he, much like Wu Yiqian with his fans, harbored intentions toward her? Should she refuse, or yield, Or, ah, Lin Yuro, what nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? Shui Yuro's delicate form trembled as she hastily dismissed her errant ideas from her mind. She then fixed her anxious gaze upon Ling Feng, a sense of fear creeping in. However, at that moment, Ling Feng emerged from his reverie. Realizing he had momentarily lost composure, he quickly spoke. Shui Yuro, I apologize for zoning out just now. It's all right. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuro discreetly exhaled in relief, then shook her head. But, before she could finish, Ling Feng interjected. If you don't mind, I would be willing to assist you with this task, but I have a question to ask you. Really? That would be wonderful. Shui Yuro's eyes sparkled, as she oscillated between anxiety and joy. What do you wish to ask? As long as it's permissible, I will answer. Haha, you need not be so anxious. I merely wish to know if you have your own team or friends to play with. Ling Feng laughed heartily, posing his inquiry. Shui Yuro was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed her brow and replied, I entered Gods with a few classmates, but since it is currently summer vacation, we are not in the same novice village. Is that so? Ling Feng mused, stroking his chin. Initially, his plan had been to assist Shui Yuro in completing this task and potentially subsequent ones, ultimately inviting her to form a small team. This way, the issue of equipment embedding would not fall solely to the large guild. Even though Ling Feng, reborn, intended to be a solitary wanderer, he could not entirely resist such temptations. Most importantly, he worried that altering this outcome might trigger further butterfly effects, changing even more circumstances. What if, at that time, Shui Yuro were to be poached by an opposing faction? He would surely be distraught. Yet, upon hearing that she had friends playing alongside her, Ling Feng found himself hesitating. Noticing his indecision, Shui Yuro blinked and timidly asked, Idol, are you trying to recruit me? Cough, cough. The moment his secret was exposed, Ling Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he coughed awkwardly. That is indeed my intention, but if I am willing, Shui Yuro interjected eagerly, nodding vigorously. In that instant, Ling Feng was rendered speechless, taken aback by her swift agreement. Was it truly that simple? He had been contemplating an elaborate way to express his thoughts. However, since she had consented, Ling Feng was more than eager to proceed. In that moment, his face re-emerged with a smile as he extended his large hand and sent a friend request, cheerfully declaring, in that case, shall we be teammates from now on? Ling Feng was quite familiar with Shui Yuro's character, hence he had no concerns about betrayal. After all, this girl had single-handedly become the foremost assassin in her previous life, earning a stellar reputation, and thus could not possibly be of questionable integrity. Well then, shall I call you Brother Feng Ling from now on? Shui Yuro replied with a radiant smile, her demeanor becoming much more natural as she agreed to be friends. As you wish, Ling Feng chuckled before promptly embarking on quest with her. Time was of the essence, a mere hour and a half remained. The duo swiftly arrived in the territory of a group of savage fire lizards. Without hesitation, Ling Feng charged in first, brandishing his dagger and unleashing a piercing strike. Minus 1930, enhanced. Minus 150, force damage. The savage fire lizard immediately lost 2/3 of its health. With a furious roar, it prepared to retaliate. Yet at that moment, a chime echoed, signaling the activation of judgment from heaven. In Ling Feng's mind, a vision unfolded. He could see the savage fire lizard readying its tail whip strike. A smile crept onto his lips as he executed a Z-shaped maneuver, deftly maneuvering behind the creature to exploit its blind spot. The savage fire lizard launched its tail whip strike, but this attack had already been anticipated by Ling Feng and thus missed entirely. In the next instant, Ling Feng closed in, landing 2 successive basic attacks. Minus 651, critical hit on weak point. Minus 333, weak point strike. The savage fire lizard's health was instantly depleted, leaving it to fall to the ground in defeat. Wow, Brother Feng Ling, you are truly incredible, Shui Yuro exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Despite their level difference being marginal, the disparity in their abilities was staggering. She had struggled to breach the savage fire lizard's defenses, only managing a force damage of 1 point. Endless Plunder activated, gaining 1 strength. Ling Feng turned back, his words laden with meaning, In the future, you two will be formidable. Really? Shui Yuro's eyes glimmered with hopeful anticipation. She yearned to grow stronger. She desired wealth. For then, no one would dare to bully her mother again. Indeed, Ling Feng replied with a gentle smile, and then he rushed towards another savage fire lizard. This time, Shui Yuro joined the fray. However, when Ling Feng observed that her damage was merely a forced deduction of 1 point, while she stubbornly swung her dagger, he couldn't help but feel a surge of affection for her tenacity. Yet suddenly, a question arose in his mind. While wielding his dagger, he inquired, "By the way, how did you arrive at this map, Sister Shui?" "I came here by relying on my talents," she replied. Upon hearing the words, Shui Yuro executed a precise strike, inflicting 2 points of damage, and then responded succinctly. In the following moment, she effortlessly showcased her talent in the group chat, just as she had before. However, when Ling Feng beheld her talent, he was utterly astounded. This was because Shui Yuro possessed not one, but 2 extraordinary talents. Infinite Shuttling Mythical Talent Effect, when activated. This talent allows the user to traverse in any direction up to 10 yards, rendering them immune to all damage during the movement, consuming 1 point of mana. With a cooldown period of 1 second. Dragon Summoning Mythical Talent Effect. Upon acquiring a dragon bone, the user can summon a dragon, whose attributes are contingent upon the inherent strength of the dragon itself, lasting for 10 minutes. With a cooldown of 1 hour, the summoner may benefit from the Distortion skill effect to reset the cooldown. Note: if the player acquires the remains of the Sacred Dragon King and gains its recognition, the dragon summoning can evolve into a celestial grade talent. Chapter 28. The Dragon Flame Lizard King Ling Feng was utterly bewildered. It was his first encounter with someone possessing dual innate abilities. Moreover, both of these capabilities were exceptionally formidable, which explained how Shui Yuro later ascended to become the foremost female assassin. The first innate ability was overwhelmingly dominant, serving as the ultimate tool for assassination and immediate escape thereafter. Unless confronted by a massively destructive area of effect spell from a mage, no one could hinder her escape. Yet, one must recognize that casting a powerful area of effect spell is not a trivial matter. It requires incantation and a brief moment of preparation, during which time Shui Yuro would have long since vanished. The second ability was even more absurdly potent, as far as he knew. Once Shui Yuro gained the recognition of the sacred divine dragon, her powers evolved to the celestial level, allowing her to have the dragon by her side at all times. This was precisely why she bore the title of Dragon Maiden. Be careful. At that moment, a startled exclamation from Shui Yuro snapped Ling Feng back to reality. He immediately spotted the savage fire lizard across from him, unleashing a fireball in his direction. Without hesitation, Ling Feng activated the skill Nightfall Spin, vanishing from sight. Boom! The fireball missed its target, and Ling Feng reappeared behind the savage fire lizard, executing a swift and decisive strike that left the unfortunate creature defeated. Turning to Shui Yuro, he remarked, "Your 2 abilities are truly remarkable. It is the first time I have witnessed someone with dual innate talents." I mentioned this to my friends, and they were equally astonished. Shui Yuro blushed shyly, feeling a touch embarrassed. After all, she was receiving praise from her idol. "I will take you to find the remains of the sacred divine dragon," Ling Feng said with a gentle smile. He was indeed aware of the dragon's whereabouts, as he had unexpectedly unlocked that map, with Shui Yuro being the primary beneficiary. However, at that time, their paths had not crossed significantly, so there was no sense of obligation between them. Shui Yuro was momentarily taken aback, a complex expression crossing her face. "Brother Fengling, why do you want to help me?" Throughout her life, she had always felt like a burden. At school, she struggled with everything except her studies. At home, her mother's condition was dire, and she felt powerless to assist. Had it not been for the emergence of this game, she never would have considered earning money here. Now, the person she idolized, Feng Ling, not only rescued her but also sought to enhance her talents, making her the greatest beneficiary. What was Ling Feng's true intention? She had no inkling that he envisioned her future achievements. After all, Shui Yuro, once she rose to prominence, would indeed be formidable. If he could recruit Shui Yuro to form a dual assassin team, their future endeavors would be far more manageable. Most importantly, within the realm of deities, Although being alone had its merits, it lacked a certain thrill. This was merely a thought of Ling Feng, and whether it would be implemented or not would be discussed after they left the novice village. Listening to Shui Yuro's words, he charged towards a fire lizard and said, "Since you are my fan, I shall naturally assist you in resolving your issues. However, the remains of the Holy Dragon can only be found after reaching the level 4 main city, Hanhai City. Are you willing to go to Hanhai City?" Shui Yuro was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently and nodded. "We had originally planned to rendezvous in Hanhai City." "That's wonderful. Let us defeat monsters and aim to complete the quest." Ling Feng ceased his chatter and immediately immersed himself in combat. Shui Yuro also decided to move on. Half an hour later, after defeating the 108th fire lizard, the two finally gathered the 10 fire eggs. Moreover, Ling Feng had gained a considerable number of attribute points and over 5,000 experience points, bringing him one step closer to leveling up. He estimated that upon completing this wave of quests, he would surely advance in level. "Phew, we've finally gathered everything," Shui Yuro exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her forehead, her face alight with joy. However, just then, a rumble resounded as a cascade of rocks tumbled down from the rocky slope above, creating quite a commotion. Following this, a series of heavy footsteps echoed ominously from above. In the next moment, a massive fiery red figure appeared within their line of sight. It was a colossal lizard, its body adorned with protrusions resembling volcanic craters, from which streams of magma-like liquid flowed. It was evident that this creature was indeed a formidable foe. Ling Feng swiftly activated a monster identification ability. Dragon Flame Lizard King, Pseudo Silver Lord, level 18 spell attack, 350 physical attack, 320 mana, 500 dual defense, 250 health, 45,000 skills. Bites a target, causing the target to become immobilized after 3 consecutive hits. The 4th hit will be fatal. If misses occur, the Lord will enter a state of fury after 3 attempts. Raging Charge charges at a target, inflicting a burn effect on all creatures within a 3-meter radius, lasting for 10 seconds. Inferno Eruption unleashes scorching fireballs in a 10-meter by 10-meter area, guaranteeing death upon impact, with additional splash damage following the explosion. Description: a beastly boss that has long concealed itself near volcanoes, known for its volatile temperament and unpredictable moods, sometimes even devouring its own kin. Adventurers who encounter it must tread carefully. A pseudo-silver boss, this entity holds a unique status within the realm of deities. It represents a specific type of quest boss. While its strength barely grazes that of a silver boss, it possesses the potential to drop silver equipment. Be cautious, Shui Meizi. Upon discovering an anomaly, utilize your infinite shuttling. Ling Feng grasped the silver dagger and turned back to issue a brief instruction. Shui Yuro nodded, her expression betraying her anxiety. Observing her demeanor, Ling Feng refrained from further discourse and, dagger in hand, surged directly towards the boss. The skill, Piercing Strike, was activated. The dagger lunged straight for the boss's eye. Minus 2,768, critical hit enhanced. Minus 2,250 force damage. With merely a mask in place, the boss was dealt over 5,000 points of damage by Ling Feng. Moreover, the skill Cross Impact revealed its true worth this time. It not only interrupted the boss's impending strike, but also inflicted a significant amount of damage. Such is the brilliance of the 5 force damage. Ling Feng did not relent. Capitalizing on the 1 second of dizziness afforded by Cross Impact, he relentlessly pursued, landing 2 additional strikes. Minus 146. Minus 307 critical hit. Though these blows did not strike a vital point, they nonetheless delivered commendable damage. Chapter 29. Eruption of Flames Roar. The Flame Dragon Lizard King, regaining its senses, immediately let out a thunderous roar toward the heavens. In the next moment, it surged forward on its 4 limbs, charging directly at Ling Feng, and unleashed its bite skill once more. Unfortunately, given Ling Feng's current speed, the Dragon Lizard King could not land a single bite on him. Even with Shui Yuro, who was diligently attacking alongside him, causing numbers like -1 to appear with each hit. Her agile reflexes rendered the Dragon Lizard King utterly unable to touch her. Thus, after 3 attempts, the Dragon Lizard King fell into a state of rage. Shui Meizi. Retreat 10 yards. Ling Feng called out urgently. Upon hearing his command, Shui Yuro promptly activated her endless shuttle ability, propelling herself 10 yards away. At that moment, Ling Feng's night reincarnation cooldown was finally over, and without hesitation, he activated it once more. Vanished. Roar. The figure of the Dragon Lizard King, executing its brutal charge, brushed past Ling Feng, shattering a nearby piece of fiery rock. Simultaneously, Ling Feng's blade struck the tail of the Dragon Lizard King. Minus 613 critical hit enhancement. Another segment of the Dragon Lizard King's health was obliterated. However, in the next instant, a chime echoed. You have been affected by the brutal charge area effect, suffering 100 points of burning damage per second for the next 10 seconds. Damn. With 100 points per second, Ling Feng's health of 670 wouldn't withstand even 7 seconds. Contemplating this, Ling Feng decisively charged forward, swinging his weapon in a flurry. Minus 151. Minus 332. 35. A series of numbers erupted wildly between them, and Ling Feng's movements became increasingly rapid. Shui Yuro wished to assist, but within the 10-yard range, a layer of crimson mist enveloped the area. Ling Feng cautioned her not to approach via the team channel. Given Shui Yuro's current health, enduring 100 points of damage per second, she would likely last no more than 3 seconds. Suddenly, bang! The Dragon Lizard King swung its tail, forcing Ling Feng back and inflicting damage upon him. Minus 102 critical hit. Minus 100 burn. Even with 10 layers of armor transformation triggered, Ling Feng lost over 200 health points in an instant, leaving him precariously low with just over 200 health remaining. Yet, at that moment, the power of healing spell activated. 120 critical hit. Ah, what a relief. Ling Feng immediately began to maneuver in a zigzag pattern, decisively circling to the side of his foe, and unleashed another thrust. Minus 655 enhanced critical hit. Minus 2,250 force damage. 80 lifesteal. The boss was once again sent flying by the cross impact, losing a significant portion of its health. At this moment, Ling Feng's enhancement passive had entered its cooldown, and the surrounding burning effects ceased. Shui Yuro, empowered by the passive effect of Night Dance, joined Ling Feng in unleashing a torrent of attacks on the boss. Subsequently, the boss exhibited a repetitive display of abilities, occasionally launching surprise tail attacks. However, Ling Feng possessed formidable adaptability. Having suffered once, he would surely not fall victim a second time. Thus, each tail swipe was deftly evaded by him. Although Shui Yuro's contributions to the battle were limited due to her low damage output, Ling Feng discerned that her innate talent was truly remarkable, particularly her unyielding spirit, which he greatly admired. She was a beauty capable of both strength and delicacy. Before long, the boss's health plunged to the final 10. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng instructed Shui Yuro to withdraw once more, as he anticipated the boss would unleash its most potent abilities. As expected, upon Shui's retreat of 10 yards, the boss let out a furious roar and unleashed eruption of fiery flames. In an instant, the bulges on its back erupted like volcanoes, spewing forth searing fireballs that rained down within a 10-yard radius. The fiery onslaught was oppressive. Ling Feng swiftly relied on the passive enhancement of Dance of the Night and frantically fled within the 10-yard range. The intense heat felt as though it could melt his very being. Several times, he narrowly avoided being struck, thanks to his quick reflexes, managing to escape unscathed. The sole challenge lay in the splash damage generated when the fireballs impacted the ground, which was exceedingly difficult to evade. Although it didn't inflict damage as grotesque as that from brutal charge, each instance of splash damage still inflicted over 10 points multiple times. However, once the boss's ability subsided, it would likely herald its doom. When eruption of fiery flames concluded, Ling Feng's health stood at a mere 50 points. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward with determination. Activating Night Spin, he swiftly maneuvered to the boss's rear, delivering a devastating stab that pierced with precision. Minus 1,288 weak point critical hit. Minus 2,250 force damage. Following this, cross impact, was triggered, sending the dragon flame lizard into a state of confusion. Ling Feng and Shui Yuro swiftly advanced, unleashing a relentless barrage upon it. At last, with a roar of defiance, the dragon flame lizard collapsed to the ground, spilling forth a bounty of treasures. The skill Endless Plunder activated, granting him the passive skill Eruption of Fiery Flames. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling with questions. What sorcery was this? How had he managed to acquire such a skill? The boss had so many orifices to unleash flames, yet he had none. With a shiver, Ling Feng promptly examined the details of his newfound passive skill. Eruption of Fiery Flames passive effect when attacking a target. Enemies within 2 yards will suffer from fire splash damage, amounting to 20 of the actual damage inflicted on the target, influenced by the splash target's magical defense. With no cooldown. My goodness! Has Lao Zi now acquired a group damage skill? Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swallowed hard, his gaze alight with anticipation. It is well known that the assassin class typically specializes in high single-target damage, excelling in one-on-one explosive encounters. However, its Achilles heel lies in its lack of area damage capabilities, which are virtually non-existent, unless one possesses a formidable ally, akin to the future Water Maiden accompanied by a holy dragon, unleashing flames that decimate a multitude. It remains a formidable challenge. Yet now, the acquired, Erupting Flames presents a variable. Even if affected by spell resistance, it is still quite commendable. Suddenly, he heard the Water Maiden calling out to him, "Brother Fogling, if you don't collect the loot soon, it will be lost." It was then that he snapped back to reality and hurried to the boss's side to gather the spoils. In total, they obtained 2 pieces of equipment, a quest pouch, a malevolent crystal, and 50 silver coins. The malevolent crystal was an essential item for Ling Feng, so he unceremoniously consumed it, while he tossed the quest pouch to the Water Maiden. The silver coins were divided equally, with each receiving 25, although the Water Maiden initially refused, feeling she had contributed little. After all, 98% of the damage output was attributed to Ling Feng. She ultimately accepted it, moved by his insistence. Finally, the two of them gathered together to examine the 2 pieces of equipment. Chapter 30, Master Craftsman's Belt, Ring of Fiery Flames Silver, Location, Hands Level, 18 Attributes, Strength 25, Agility 15, Constitution 15, Intelligence 15 Effects, Critical Damage 10, Fire Resistance 100, Lizardman Frenzy Blade Bronze, Location, Weapon Level, 18 Attributes, Attack 30, Strength 15 Effects, Lifesteal 3 Equipment Requirement, Warrior. The attributes of the Lizardman Frenzy Blade could only be described as mediocre. However, that ring was indeed a remarkable treasure. All 4 fundamental attributes were enhanced, and the increase was quite formidable, in addition to a 10 boost to critical hits. Ling Feng pondered for a moment, and then said to Sister Shui, "I will sell this blade later, and we shall split the proceeds. As for the ring, we shall roll for it. Whoever has the higher number shall claim it." With that, he prepared to activate the dice system. However, at that moment, Sister Shui hastily waved her hand, saying, "Brother Ling Feng, you need not give it to me. My damage output is too low. You carried the fight throughout. I cannot accept that item." Seeing her resolute gaze, Ling Feng was about to protest, but he conceded with a nod. "If that is the case, I shall not be modest. All the gold from selling the Lizardman Frenzy Blade will belong to you. Do not refuse this." Shui Yuro contemplated this and ultimately did not decline. All right. She recognized Ling Feng's character. Once he made a decision, it was as immovable as a mountain. So she did not press the matter further. Moreover, she genuinely needed the funds at that moment, and thus agreed. At that point, Ling Feng equipped the Ring of Fiery Flames and traded the relinquished Barbarian Ring along with a level 10 bronze dagger to Sister Shui. Smiling as he said, "Do not refuse. If this silver ring were to be sold, it would fetch at least 1,000 gold coins. I would be the one gaining the most here. Indeed, equipment that enhances all 4 attributes is worth exponentially more." Shui Yuro hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted. "Thank you." She felt a sense of gratitude that warmed her heart. After their transaction, Ling Feng grasped the dagger in his hand and said with a smile, "You can wear the ring immediately, and once you reach level 10, you can switch to the weapon." "Yes." Shui Yuro responded joyfully, adorning herself with the ring. Subsequently, they replenished their health and set off together to turn in their quest. This quest was shared, aside from the final reward, which did not concern Ling Feng. All other rewards would still be obtainable. Before long, they exited the Fire Cloud Cave and headed towards the adjacent map, the Black Crow Forest. To his surprise, Ling Feng found that she indeed had the spirit to explore, having ventured into a level 13 area and discovered such a quest. Perhaps this was what one might call fate? In no time, they arrived at a thatched cottage hidden deep within the woods. Sister Shui called out gently towards the cottage, "Aunt Rong, I have returned." Creak as her words fell, the door of the thatched cottage opened. An elderly woman, supported by a cane, emerged, appearing quite frail, her face etched with a pallid frost. It was evident that her life was nearing its end, and it would not be long before she departed from this world. In a previous life, Shui Yuro had failed this task, resulting in the demise of this NPC, thereby extinguishing the hidden profession of the illustrious tailor. "Child, you have returned. How did it go?" Granny Rong descended, panting yet revealing a warm smile. "With the concerted efforts of my friends, I have completed the task," Shui Yuro replied hastily, presenting the quest item to Granny Rong. "Can this truly save you?" Her sole purpose for playing this game was to earn money. Thus, she had heard from her companions that all games were inextricably linked to materials, often fetching exorbitant prices. As such, she wandered about, gathering materials while leveling up. It was by sheer happenstance that she arrived at this place and encountered Granny Rong. Granny Rong was a pitiful soul, dwelling alone in the depths of the mountains, afflicted by a dire poison, with little time left. It was this predicament that compelled her to undertake the task. Failure would equate to both the task's failure and Granny Rong's demise. Ling Feng seemed to sense something, his expression shifting, deepening his impression of Shui Yuro. At that moment, Granny Rong smiled faintly, still exuding kindness. "It is useful. While it can only alleviate my condition and prolong my life for a while, it is sufficient. Is there truly no way to cure you?" Shui Yuro's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. Granny Rong gently stroked Shui Yuro's head and chuckled. "Silly child, death is predetermined. No matter how one resists, it cannot be altered. I have lived enough, though I do harbor some regrets for unfinished business." Upon hearing this, Shui Yuro's eyes dimmed, and she inquired, "Is there something you wish to accomplish? We can assist you." "Indeed." Granny Rong's smile widened. "I hope you will inherit my skills. Will you promise me this?" Shui Yuro was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. Ling Feng promptly nudged her waist, bringing her back to reality. She hesitated. I'm somewhat clumsy. I do not know if I can. I believe in you." Despite her frail state, Granny Rong's eyes sparkled with vitality. "So, do you wish to stay by my side and learn?" I am willing." Shui Yuro's gaze suddenly hardened with determination, and she nodded resolutely. This was the dying wish of an elder. She did not want to disappoint her. "Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. You have gained 10,000 experience points, 2,000 reputation points, and 1 piece of silver equipment. Congratulations on reaching level 11, earning 5 attribute points." Ling Feng exhaled, casually allocating the 5 attribute points to his attack as usual. He then cast a glance at the silver equipment in his inventory. Master Craftsman's Belt Silver. Attributes: Physical Defense 150, Magical Defense 150, Constitution 30, Agility 10 effects, Lifesteal 5, Critical Hit 3 equipment requirement, Level 15, crafted by a master. Attribute Enhancement, an exquisite belt. Ling Feng decisively donned it. At that moment, Shui Yuro approached, apologetically saying, "Brother Fengling, I may need to stay here for a while to learn from Granny Rong. I cannot go anywhere. Please continue with your tasks." "All right, complete this task first. If you require my assistance, feel free to let me know," Ling Feng replied with a nod and a smile. Shui Yuro then regained her smile. Her spirits lifted as she responded, "Okay." Subsequently, they parted ways, and Ling Feng returned to the Fire Cloud Cave, determined to continue battling monsters in pursuit of his goal of reaching level 15. However, just as he defeated an 18-level Firecat and obtained a slight increase in strength attributes, a system announcement suddenly appeared. Chapter 31, The Dragon Abyss Order Ding. World Announcement. Due to the resurrection of the final boss, the great mage Yalu, in High Fishing Village, his fury has surged forth. leading to his premature appearance in the depths of the Forest Stone Cave's necromancer altar, triggering the emergence of the ultimate dungeon for novice villages. Therefore, all novice villages' ultimate dungeons will be available ahead of schedule. Players are advised to prepare their strategies. The first successful completion of any dungeon, as well as the initial triumph in the proficient mode, will yield substantial rewards. Note: death in the dungeon will not result in a loss of levels. Ding! High Fishing Village announcement. The main storyline of High Fishing Village has been updated. The great mage Yalu has descended upon the necromancer altar, concocting a scheme to attack High Fishing Village. Given the urgency of the situation, the level 15 restriction has been lifted, allowing players to enter the dungeon at any time. Players of High Fishing Village, grasp your weapons. Defeat the great mage Yalu, and after reaching level 15, you may proceed to the level 4 main city to meet your mentor for your first-class advancement. These successive announcements instantaneously shocked the world. Could someone have reached level 15 ahead of time? Many began to scrutinize the level rankings, only to discover that the highest level was merely 13. So, how was this dungeon triggered? Was there an unknown method to initiate it? However, this was no longer of significance. At this moment, all guilds shared a unified objective: to be the first to conquer the dungeon, seize the world announcement rewards, and elevate their guild's reputation, thereby strengthening their ranks. The first kill must belong to our Dragon Guild. It's not your Dragon Guild's turn to boast. You've been defeated and humiliated by a single person and still dare to claim the first kill. The first kill undoubtedly belongs to our hidden Dragon Guild. You are far too arrogant. It is clearly our Dynasty Alliance of the world's number one, the Dynasty Alliance, the universe's foremost. Has everyone upstairs lost their minds? The forum was instantly swept into a tempest of excitement, countless guilds stirring with ambition. The leadership of various nations promptly issued commands: seize the first kill and intimidate rival nations. As the world erupted in fervor, Ling Feng stood dumbfounded, receiving a messy blow from Fire Cat, leaving him with a face full of cat litter. This infuriated Ling Feng, who swiftly dispatched the creature. Then, he fell into a state of perplexity. The dungeon had unexpectedly opened early? This was not right. Such an occurrence had not happened in his previous life. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind. Could it be that he had enraged the great mage Yalu, prompting this early activation? Good heavens! This is rather humanized, isn't it? The more he pondered, the more he felt this explanation fit. Otherwise, there would be no way to justify it all. If this were the case, then why should I continue grinding wild monsters? The experience points from the dungeon exceed that of wild monsters by more than threefold. And the proficient dungeon offers even 5 times the reward. Perhaps it's time to alter my strategy? Ling Feng's eyes flickered with a glimmer of audacity, and a surge of bold ideas surged within him. In an instant, he found himself eagerly sprinting towards the direction of the novice village. Since he intended to delve into the depths of the level 20 map, the dense forest caverns, meticulous preparation was imperative. This particular boss was no ordinary foe. Moreover, Ling Feng harbored no concerns that his actions would jeopardize his opportunity for a first kill or a world announcement. For even if he selected the most basic difficulty for the dungeon, the primary boss's health pool would still reach 80,000, making it a formidable challenge to defeat. Half an hour later, Ling Feng arrived at the novice village, heading straight for the village chief's abode. "Ah, dear Ling Feng, you have arrived," greeted Chief Elinia with warmth. Ling Feng took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and spoke earnestly. "Chief, the great mage Yalu is preparing to attack Sea Fishing Village. We must make adequate preparations." "I am aware of this matter," replied Chief Elinia with a troubled expression, "but for now, we can only await support from Hanhai City. With our village's current capabilities, we cannot withstand the enemy's advance." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng seized the moment and declared, "Chief, I am willing to confront him and bring light to Sea Fishing Village." "Is that truly your intention?" Chief Elinia's eyes brightened with excitement. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze dimmed with resignation as he shook his head. "No. With your current strength, you are no match for the great mage." Indeed, Ling Feng acknowledged his own inadequacy. However, he knew that the chief could assist him. He had engaged in this lengthy discourse with the chief solely to procure some items from him. Yet, Acquiring goods from the chief was no easy feat. It required not only charisma, but also a stroke of luck. Under normal circumstances, Ling Feng would have been unable to make a purchase. However, the current circumstances were exceptional, significantly increasing his chances of success. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the chief trembled, his expression shifting unpredictably. Noticing this, Ling Feng urged, "Chief, please do not hesitate. Sea Fishing Village is currently engulfed in turmoil. If we truly wait for support from Hanhai City, Sea Fishing Village may cease to exist." With that, Ling Feng's eyes brimmed with tears, portraying a deep concern for the future of Sea Fishing Village. This display of emotion resonated with the heavens, the earth, and even the old chief. The elder, trembling hands clasped, finally gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, choose what you need." As soon as the words left his lips, he wiped his hand across a ring he wore, producing a suitcase, which he placed on the table and opened. Ling Feng was immediately greeted with a dazzling array of items. Strong Hit Potion, Level 5 effect, upon use. Forces monsters or boss monsters into a stunned state for 5 seconds, and during this phase, damage is increased by 20, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Price, 5 gold. Ghostly Elixir, Level 5 effect. Upon usage, all attributes are doubled for a duration of 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Price, 8 gold. Revival Talisman, Level 7 effect. Upon usage, resurrects at the original location, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Price, 100 gold. A dazzling array of items was laid out before him. However, Ling Feng remained remarkably composed, for he understood that trading with the village chief would yield only 3 items. Surpassing this limit would result in a firm refusal to sell. Therefore, Ling Feng refrained from choosing any potions or talismans, no matter how potent their effects might be. Their fleeting enhancements could not alter the overarching situation. Soon, his gaze traversed the list, finally settling upon a singular token at the very bottom of the inventory. Dragon Abyss Token, Unique, Effect, Dragon's Pressure, reduces all creatures' attack and defense by 10. Dragon's Blessing, doubles personal speed, increases critical hit effectiveness by 50. And grants a chance to trigger a 100 critical damage effect. Equipment requirement, no level required, effective when placed in the backpack, with a 100 drop rate upon death. Price, 8,888 gold. Chapter 32, ready for another duel? Indeed, such an item exists. Ling Feng's pupils constricted suddenly, his face reflecting sheer astonishment as he fixated on this object. He recalled that in his previous life, a post had mentioned that the village chief in the novice village could exchange something known as the Dragon Abyss Token, which bestowed remarkable abilities. At that time, someone had urged him to cease his ramblings and simply reveal the attributes of the token. Yet, that individual adamantly refused, inciting a wave of skepticism, with many believing him to be fabricating tales. Ling Feng had shared this sentiment, having made a dedicated trip back to the novice village to ingratiate himself with the village chief for several days, ultimately prying open the doors of the shop from the old man. Regrettably, he found no sign of the Dragon Abyss Token. In hindsight, perhaps it was precisely because it was a unique item that once purchased, its availability vanished from the shop. In this life, it was now his. With the amplification this token provided, facing the bosses within the dungeon would become significantly easier. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng opted to make the purchase. The value of this token far surpassed the mere 888 gold pieces. As the sound of clinking echoed and the token settled into his backpack, Ling Feng finally exhaled in relief. It was finally in his possession. His critical hit rate soared to an impressive 103, allowing for nearly flawless critical strikes. If he concentrated on exploiting weaknesses, the resultant damage would be unimaginable. There are 2 more opportunities remaining. Ling Feng exhaled, striving to calm himself. Glancing at his remaining balance of over 1,000 gold pieces, he resumed his perusal of the list. Ultimately, he decided to purchase a resurrection charm and a bottle of mana potion. Level 7 mana potion effect grants unlimited mana for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Price, 100 gold indeed. To confront this dungeon's boss, Ling Feng was willing to invest significantly. The token would enhance his strength. The resurrection charm was a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, and the mana potion was essential for accurately activating the passive skill judgment from above. After all, the boss possessed a particularly excruciating skill that, if mishandled, could spell disaster. Once his purchases were complete, Ling Feng bowed deeply to the village chief, expressing his gratitude. "Chief, I will not disappoint you." "Excellent, excellent, excellent. I await your good news, dear warrior." The village chief was equally exhilarated, his face flushed. Whether it was due to receiving over 9,000 gold or Ling Feng's promise, he was filled with fervor. Soon, Ling Feng dashed out from the village chief's abode, resolutely making his way toward the dense forest cavern. He surmised that at this moment, the cavern must be teeming with players. For he remembered the grand spectacle when the dungeon had first opened, a veritable sea of humanity, even in the face of formidable adversaries with levels exceeding 18. The relentless tide of humanity surged forward undeterred. Half an hour later, upon reaching the periphery of the necromancer's temple, he found the area indeed enveloped in a throng of countless players. As he gazed out, he beheld a colossal teleportation array at the outskirts of the temple, where players could enter based on their team arrangements or solo, transporting them into their respective dungeons. Before the teleportation array lay a vast chasm, shrouded in thick, swirling mist that obscured its end. On the opposite side of the gorge stood a massive altar, cloaked in dark energy, rendering it indistinct. Goodness, my friend just got wiped out by the entry-level guardians of a well-equipped team. Is it truly that ruthless? I've heard that several guild leaders from our novice village banded together, yet they didn't even lay eyes on the first boss before meeting with total annihilation. The discussions around the teleportation array buzzed with excitement. The individual known as Wild Dragon, who was rather prideful, sought to regain his honor after being bested by Ling Feng. He initiated a live stream to demonstrate that they could conquer this dungeon without Winling Tian. However, shortly after entering, they faced utter defeat. Luckily, in this dungeon, death bore no penalties. Otherwise, significant losses would have befallen the various guilds. At that moment, as Ling Feng arrived on the scene, numerous gazes converged upon him. Oh my heavens, it's the esteemed Winling Tian. Is he here to tackle the Dark Invasion dungeon? Great sage, please form a group with us. I can provide healing. The crowd erupted into a tidal wave of astonished exclamations, with some players instinctively parting to allow Ling Feng passage. After a series of world announcements over the past few days centered on him, many had etched Ling Feng's name into their memories. Yet, amidst such fervor, Ling Feng remained remarkably composed. Compared to the grand spectacles of his past life, this was merely a triviality. He offered a slight nod and a smile to those who made way for him, expressing his gratitude before proceeding toward the teleportation array. Just then, a brilliant light illuminated the area beside the teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, 6 figures emerged from it. Among them were 3 familiar faces, Wild Dragon, brimming with animosity towards Ling Feng, and 2 female figures, the archer MM and Luo Shi. The remaining 3 belonged to other guilds, King S. Wind, Dominance of the World, and the inconspicuous Little Transparency. The specific rankings of these 3 guilds fall within the range of 30 to 40, neither particularly strong nor excessively weak. Wind's Fury. Upon encountering Ling Feng, the fierce dragon overlord's eyes instantly turned crimson. However, Ling Feng chose to disregard this individual entirely, nodding instead at the 2 younger sisters of Luo Shi as a form of greeting. Subsequently, he proceeded towards the teleportation array. Unable to contain his frustration, Dragon Overlord bellowed. Stop right there. What? Do you wish to engage in battle once more? Ling Feng cast a fleeting glance at Dragon Overlord's physique and noted the addition of 2 pieces of silver armor, leading him to remark with a knowing tone, good supply. It seems I shall need to restock. Taken aback by Ling Feng's words, Dragon Overlord retreated repeatedly, his countenance shifting to one of wariness. He had invested a substantial sum in acquiring this equipment, and should Ling Feng manage to seize it, he would undoubtedly be devastated. Observing his adversary's cowardice, Ling Feng lost interest. As long as Dragon Overlord refrained from provoking him further, he would consider the matter settled. However, should the individual choose to remain obstinate, then he should not blame Ling Feng for being merciless, leaving him in utter disarray. Chapter 33. Entering the proficient realm, the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Luo Shi stepped forward, interrupting the strange ambience, and inquired slowly, Mr. Ling Feng, are you preparing to tackle the dungeon? Indeed, Ling Feng replied, nodding slightly without reservation. Luo Shi exchanged a glance with the archer girl and reminded him, "Do you have teammates? This dungeon requires a party to progress." "Not at the moment. However, you are mistaken about one aspect. While this dungeon is a team instance, it can also be entered solo," Ling Feng countered, shaking his head. At this revelation, the onlookers could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Solo entry? Does that mean this expert intends to clear it alone? My goodness! As expected of a master. Taking an unconventional path, cheers and bets began to circulate among the crowd, some voicing their disbelief while others eagerly anticipated the outcome, creating a chaotic scene. Nevertheless, Luo Shi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she proposed. Though it is possible to clear it solo, no one has achieved that thus far. If you, Mr. Ling Feng, were to join, I am confident that it would not take long before we conquer this dungeon. Having studied Ling Feng's battles against the elite, and reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, she felt an undeniable intuition that he could succeed in this endeavor, even if that thought seemed somewhat ludicrous. Yet, at this moment, he found himself strangely convinced of its validity. "Thank you, but no," Ling Feng replied decisively. Instantly, a hint of disappointment crossed Luo Shi's face, and she sighed softly. With Ling Feng's refusal, she felt powerless to insist further. Nearby, the arrogant Quanlong Batian scoffed, "Sister Luo Shi, why are you trying to stop him from seeking his own demise? Some people have never faced the harshness of reality, thinking they can ascend just because of a stroke of luck. You may not know whether I have faced adversity, but I believe everyone remembers quite vividly the times you have faced my wrath, do they not?" Ling Feng smiled, dismissing the flustered expression on Quanlong's face as he strode toward the teleportation array. While it is indeed better to tackle a dungeon as a team, the allure of the Hunyuan Pearl, of which only one exists as a reward, was precisely why Ling Feng preferred to go solo. More importantly, collaborating with these individuals would reveal many of his hidden cards. What he needed most now was to remain inconspicuous. Thus, disregarding the gazes of the onlookers, Ling Feng approached the teleportation array. In the next moment, a list materialized before him. Dungeon, Dark Onslaught. Type, 6-person dungeon. Selectable difficulty, beginner, intermediate. Proficient completion requirement, defeat the final boss, Archmage Yelu. Ling Feng chose the proficient level without hesitation. Ding. Do you wish to enter Dark Onslaught in proficient mode? After silently confirming his choice, he was enveloped by a radiant orange light. When the glow dissipated, his figure had vanished from sight. However, the onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless, their gaze transfixed upon the unfolding scene, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. What had they seen moments ago? An orange glow? That was the emblem of a proficient dungeon's teleportation. How could it be that while others had barely begun their journey, the audacious Feng Ling Tian Xia had already ventured into the realm of proficiency? Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Truly, he was a man who had achieved multiple global announcements. Such audacity was commendable. I recall someone else had attempted a similar exploration, only to have a blood tank obliterated by a mere minion. Was he defying the heavens? Meanwhile, Luo Shi and the others remained in a state of shock, unable to regain their composure for a prolonged moment. Ding. You have entered a proficient dungeon. All monsters will not be suppressed. Players are advised to proceed with caution. The system notification echoed in his ears, which Ling Feng chose to disregard. He then surveyed his surroundings, and a familiar environment enveloped him. This was a vast lair constructed of bones, with numerous pathways leading in every direction. The sky was shrouded in a purplish-red mist, imparting an oppressive ambience. Suddenly, a chilling sound of scraping echoed crack, crack, as dark skeletons emerged from the heaps of bones. Among the monsters, there were 2 distinct types, both near and far. One was the skeleton berserker, and the other, the spirit mage skeleton. Skeleton berserker bronze elite, level 18 attack, 450/90, defense, 405/90, health, 12000, 12000 skills, bite. Slash. In this dungeon, the entry-level minions were ordinary elite monsters, while in general mode, there were black iron elites. As for the proficient mode, it was as evident as the scene before him. The bronze elite minions were several times stronger than their wild counterparts of the same level. For the average player, this was nothing short of lethal. Without having gathered the necessary equipment from within the dungeon, it was often challenging for a team to tackle the proficient dungeon directly. The familiar scent. I have arrived. A smirk graced Ling Feng's lips as he stepped forward, his figure darting towards the northeast corner. The strategy for conquering this dungeon was heavily reliant on fortune. It boasted 16 pathways, but only one would lead directly to the first boss. Upon entering the dungeon, each of the 16 entrances was engulfed in flames, and forcing entry would result in instant annihilation. Only by vanquishing the corresponding spirit mage skeleton could one extinguish the flames. However, each entrance was guarded by a spirit mage skeleton, protected by 9 skeleton berserkers. The difficulty faced by players stemmed from the overwhelming force of the skeleton berserkers, which made their elimination exceedingly arduous. As time dragged on, it would inevitably attract nearby teams, resulting in chaotic scenes, with players being expelled from the dungeon. In truth, there existed a tactic for this dungeon, to flank and backstab the spirit mage skeleton, which could significantly reduce the time required for the conquest. However, it was previously mentioned that the opening of this dungeon involves a selection from 16 options, should one choose incorrectly. They will be confronted by a host of more ferocious minions. Players must cleanse the chosen path of its monsters before they can return and make another selection. Ling Feng is not inclined to squander time battling these lesser foes. He must traverse the dungeon with utmost speed to secure all first kills, after which he can leisurely grind the creatures within for a substantial amount of experience. Upon completing the dungeon, players will receive a completion token, which allows them to reset the dungeon for a subsequent entry. Conversely, in the event of failure, a fee of 5 gold is required to reset, with a maximum of 10 resets permitted within a single day. At this moment, Ling Feng charged straight in, unleashing Nightfall Rebirth and slicing directly towards the rear line of a group of minions. In the next instant, his blade found its mark in the back of a spirit mage skeleton's skull. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the silver dagger pierced through the foe's crown. Chapter 34. Spiral T -2535, critical hit. -600, forced health reduction. The passive ability, Cross Impact, was triggered, sending the arcane skeleton sprawling. Under the double speed enhancement of the Dragon Abyss Order, Ling Feng swiftly pursued, executing 2 more basic attacks targeting its weak points. -864, weak point critical hit. -594, critical hit. However, as his assaults landed, the 9 frenzied skeletons reacted first. They swiftly turned and lunged at Ling Feng, their claws bared and a sinister black mist swirling around them, exuding an aura of malevolence. Ling Feng paid them no heed, continuing his assault on the arcane skeleton. Why such indifference? Because the frenzied skeleton's abilities were imbued with poison attributes, inflicting excruciating damage, yet they posed no threat to Ling Feng. Moreover, in preparation for this dungeon raid, he had stocked up on 50 healing potions as a contingency, rendering him unafraid of being overwhelmed by the 9 frenzied skeletons. At that moment, the 9 frenzied skeletons lunged forward, unleashing Bite. -47, armor reduction. -194. -51, armor reduction. Damage numbers leapt above Ling Feng's head. Yet he remained focused on dealing damage to the arcane skeleton, disregarding the frenzied skeletons. This was because his lifesteal ability was not merely ornamental, and his healing skills were equally effective. Although his health fluctuated dangerously, it remained firmly under his control. Before long, the first arcane skeleton fell to Ling Feng's relentless onslaught. Ding! Congratulations on defeating an arcane skeleton, earning 300 experience points. The endless plunder activated, granting 1 mana. Ling Feng decisively retreated, extricating himself from the encirclement of the frenzied skeletons. Then, bolstered by a significant speed advantage, he reached the edge of the extinguished fiery path. However, he did not rush in immediately. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. The next moment, he prudently dashed in another direction. This path was a ruse. Had it genuinely led to the boss, the entrance would have been adorned with green ghostly flames, lined up leading to the depths. But this path lacked such markers. Entering it would be nothing short of a waste of time. At that opportune moment, the cooldown of Nightfall Spin concluded. Ling Feng promptly activated Stealth, maneuvering behind the second arcane skeleton to launch another surprise attack. This time, he found himself besieged by 18 frenzied skeletons, yet he endured, occasionally consuming a healing potion to replenish his vitality before resuming his fervent assault. Soon, the second arcane skeleton could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed, dropping an item. It was inevitable. Although Ling Feng's base attack now hovered just above 300, his critical hit rate had soared to 100, allowing him to achieve critical strikes with almost every blow. At this rate, how could the arcane skeleton endure? Remarkably, Ling Feng's fortune held, leading him to the true entrance. Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved the equipment from the ground and sprinted down the narrow path. After a brief pursuit, the skeletal fiends could only emit unwilling roars before retreating along the same route. Upon stepping off the filthy path, mired in a viscous substance, he was met by a towering platform shrouded in ominous black mist, exuding an eerie and foreboding presence. Ling Feng took a deep breath to restore his composure, grasped his silver dagger, and advanced toward the encroaching darkness. In the next moment, a reverberating wave surged forth, causing the surrounding black mist to gradually dissipate, revealing a colossal figure kneeling upon the ground. It was a giant clad in armor, emanating a dense aura of black energy and a nauseating scent of decay. Its massive hands rested upon a gigantic sword, and its head bowed slightly. Yet, as Ling Feng approached within 10 meters, it suddenly lifted its gaze, its crimson eyes glowing with a sinister light. A low, gravelly voice echoed as it rose with its weapon. The great necromancer shall not permit the defilement by insignificant insects. All intruders must perish. The audacity of its proclamation sent ripples through the surrounding black mist. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, extracting the information regarding the boss. Undead Guardian Silverlord, level 19 attack, 1080, 90, defense, 1350, 90, health points, 120, 000 120, 000 skills, undead array, summons 8 undead, each fixed in position, capable of launching projectile attacks against enemies, inflicting damage while also knocking them back. Enemies have 3 attempts to assault the undead array. Failure results in its continued existence. 18 Strike Charge. When the Lord executes a charge while the undead array remains, it unleashes a devastating 18-hit combo across the battlefield, instantly eliminating any enemy struck. Dark Tempest. The Lord releases a black whirlwind, possessing corrosive properties that can engulf half of the battlefield at random. Enemies caught within the darkened area suffer substantial damage of 100 points per second, and if struck by the Lord's basic attacks, they will experience a tearing effect, with damage escalating with each hit. Sacrifice draws enemies to its feet, offering everything to the great Yar the Necromancer, self-destructing to obliterate all foes. Description: in the direst moments of his life, he was rescued by Yaru the Necromancer, subsequently becoming the most loyal servant of the Great Master, willing to sacrifice everything, including his own life. The true challenge of this boss lies in the undead array unleashed at 90 health. If this can be dismantled, although the subsequent skills are ferocious, the difficulty would be halved. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed, a plan forming in his mind. In the next instant, he decisively cast Knight's Rebirth, maneuvering behind the boss to unleash a torrential assault upon its rear. Minus 2,255, critical strike enhanced. Minus 6,000, forced health reduction. The boss stumbled forward, plunging into a state of dizziness. The amount of force damage inflicted was truly exhilarating. The stronger you are, the more severe the force damage becomes. Ling Feng, having successfully executed a sneak attack, wasted no time and advanced with a precise thrust for 70 enhanced critical hit. Roar. The undead guardian emerged from its stupor, swiftly turning to strike at Ling Feng with a mighty sword. Boom. A colossal sound erupted as the ground split open, stones flying in all directions. However, Ling Feng had already evaded the blow, relying on his agility to maneuver to the side, delivering a strike to the opponent's vulnerable spot, 788, weak point critical hit. The boss, in agony, swung its massive sword once more, but Ling Feng deftly retreated again, circling the boss's form and occasionally inflicting minor disturbances. Indeed, this was the legendary spiral tactic, rather underhanded, yet not to be emulated lightly, as it is suitable only for solo play. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly lead to the dismay of one's teammates. In no time at all, Ling Feng's cunning strategy had reduced the boss's health to 90. Thus, the first skill was unleashed. Chapter 35, The Slaying, Part 1. Intruder, you have provoked my wrath. The undead guardian bellowed, gripping the colossal sword with both hands and bringing it crashing down onto the earth. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion resounded, and 8 pillars of black light erupted from the ground, revealing grotesque and terrifying specters. Strangely, their forms were ensnared by frigid chains, anchoring them in place, rendering them immobile. Yet, at that instant, they seemed to go mad, seizing massive stones from the ground and hurling them toward Ling Feng's position. In an instant, a barrage of stones rained down, and as Ling Feng furrowed his brow, he swiftly evaded the onslaught. When the wave of the undead's assault subsided, he did not hastily dismantle the undead formation, but instead continued to exploit its mechanics. Now was not the time to dismantle the formation. Rather, he needed to utilize its structure to his advantage. Though this would significantly heighten his difficulty, Ling Feng steeled himself for the sake of a prosperous future. Fortunately, the attack patterns of the undead formation were familiar to Ling Feng from his previous life. It unleashed a wave of harassment every 5 seconds. As long as he evaded during that window, he could escape the current predicament. Soon, as the boss's health dwindled to 61 under his cautious strategy, Ling Feng decided it was time to dismantle the undead formation. The boss would enter its next phase of attack upon reaching 60 health. If the formation remained unchecked, Ling Feng would inevitably suffer from the ensuing barrage, regardless of his speed. In a flash, Ling Feng darted towards a specter in the southwest corner. The arrangement of the undead formation was chaotic, yet its critical points were fixed. The current formation was shaped like EV, with the vital positions located at the tip of the V and the middle sections on either side. These were the 3 spots that, if struck, would dismantle the formation. Although the shape of the formation changed each time, understanding these 3 pivotal locations would suffice to unravel its secrets. This particular boss posed a formidable challenge that would likely cause many players distress. The life force of the specter was not substantial, only 3,000 points, allowing Ling Feng to eliminate it swiftly. Each time the undead guardian charged, he dispatched the minor specters. After repeating this process twice, he had defeated 2 of the smaller specters. However, upon attacking the 3rd specter, he deliberately left it with 500 health points before redirecting his assault toward the undead guardian. Then, he executed Nightfall Spin, maneuvering behind it to deliver a decisive blow to its vulnerable area. This was not mere cunning on Ling Feng's part. This position represented the most apparent weak point, the ideal spot for Nightfall Spin to be unleashed. This position proves remarkably effective, dealing considerable damage. -721, critical hit on weakness. -6,000, mandatory health deduction. Astonishing numbers surged forth as the boss suffered yet another unexpected blow, being forcefully struck aside by cross-impact, while simultaneously being rendered momentarily stunned. It was then that Ling Feng ambled leisurely towards the small undead. Upon reaching its side, he delivered a casual attack before circling around it. Despite the relentless barrage of stones from the surrounding undead, he restrained himself from delivering a fatal blow. At that moment, the undead guardian awakened from its stupor. The next instant, it raised its colossal sword and roared, "Damn intruder, I shall tear you limb from limb." With that declaration, its gaze locked onto Ling Feng. Charging headlong in his direction, Ling Feng recognized that the adversary was unleashing its 18-charge technique. Yet, he remained unperturbed, instead smirking as, at the critical moment of approach, his dagger swiftly severed the small undead's neck. -666. The tremendous critical damage erupted instantly, resulting in the last small undead collapsing lifelessly. A peculiar scene unfolded. The undead guardian's charging body abruptly halted, freezing in place. The once ferocious atmosphere suddenly stilled. Ding! The undead guardian's 18 charge was interrupted by the player Wind Ling Tian, plunging the guardian into a state of rigidity for 20 seconds. Indeed, this was precisely the outcome Ling Feng had sought, for the 18 charge technique was immensely damaging, and during its execution, Ling Feng would have been left with no opportunity to counterattack, merely fleeing in desperation, a tremendous waste of time. However, An interruption mechanism existed between the undead and the Guardian, allowing the latter to become immobilized. Thus, the time taken to unleash 18 charge transformed into an opportunity for Ling Feng to deliver damage. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the undead Guardian, aiming to achieve the highest possible output within this window. Minus 337, enhanced critical hit. Minus 141, critical hit. 50, life steal. In the span of 20 seconds, coupled with the power of cross impact, he successfully depleted 10,000 of the Guardian's health. Yet, in the final second, Ling Feng activated Night Spin once more. In the next moment, he stealthily maneuvered behind the Guardian, inflicting another targeted strike. The unfortunate boss was once again sent flying by the passive skill Cross Impact, losing an additional 6,000 health and being stunned for 1 second. After Ling Feng's subsequent attack, the boss's health had dwindled to 45. To think that in just over 20 seconds, he had managed to erase 15 of its health, it was truly unimaginable. With a furious roar, the boss swung its gigantic sword once more, charging towards Ling Feng, while the remaining 5 small undead around them dissipated into black smoke, vanishing from the scene. After the domineering display, Ling Feng reverted to his crafty tactics reminiscent of Spiral T, striking and retreating, then striking again. After a relentless series of hits, the boss's health finally dwindled to 30. At that moment, the boss raised its sword towards Ling Feng, creating a shockwave that distanced it from him. Then, lifting the colossal sword high, it proclaimed, "Esteemed Grand Magus Yelu, grant me the power of the undead to utterly annihilate this insignificant foe before me." As the words echoed, a cloud of dark energy erupted around Ling Feng, enveloping him in an intense binding force. Ding! The undead Guardian unleashed Dark Assault. Having the mobility of all enemies on the battlefield, Ling Feng scoffed. Halved. For him, it posed no challenge. With his inherent speed doubled, being reduced merely returned him to his original pace. Evading this skill would be a trivial task. In an instant, as Ling Feng noticed the ground beneath him gradually transforming to black, he charged towards the boss without hesitation. The arena was structured around the boss as the central axis. Thus, reaching the opposite side would allow him to evade the skill, with the only consequence being a reduction in his output space. Chapter 36, The Kill, Part 2. The moment Ling Feng burst forth, a thunderous explosion resonated, plunging half the arena into an abyss of inky darkness, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly pivoted and resumed his assault on the undead Guardian. With only 30 of its health remaining, the task appeared to be rather effortless, devoid of any pressure. Moreover, with the extraordinary skill Crusader's Charge at his disposal, Ling Feng adeptly adjusted the cooldown sequence, synchronizing it with Pierce, unleashing a barrage of strikes until the boss's health dwindled to a mere point. However, Ling Feng was acutely aware that the true peril was only just beginning to unfold. Great Archmage Yellow, I, Mondrag, willingly embrace death for you, to eliminate all obstacles. Perish. All of you perish. The undead Guardian swung its colossal sword, conjuring a tempest that ensnared Ling Feng's body, pulling him towards the ground beneath. Ding! The undead Guardian activated the skill Devotion, ensnaring the player and rendering them incapacitated for 3 seconds. After this interval, the boss would self-destruct, taking the player along with it. A series of warning tones echoed, yet in that fleeting moment of being drawn to the ground, Ling Feng executed a nimble leap, propelling himself upward. Then, he turned and sprinted towards the edge of the arena. Thanks to the passive skill Fortification, Ling Feng was able to disregard the stunning effect, rendering the situation futile for the boss. Evading this skill was relatively simple. The further one ran, the lesser the damage incurred. Typically, the passive skill evolution of the healer would be required to address the stunning issue. As the 3 seconds elapsed, Ling Feng reached the periphery of the arena. Boom! A cataclysmic sound erupted suddenly. In the next instant, the entire arena was engulfed in a violent explosion, and Ling Feng's figure was inevitably consumed within it. Ding! The skill, Armor Activation, was triggered, bestowing him with 20 layers of defensive effects. The effects of Fortification activated, doubling his defense. Minus 299. A damage notification appeared above Ling Feng's head, yet it was not fatal, for over 90% of the damage was mitigated by his passive skills. Once the damage settled, another system notification resonated. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Silver Lord Undead Guardian, earning 2,000 experience points. The Endless Plunder activated successfully, granting 18 consecutive charges. Ling Feng's body trembled with exhilaration as he eagerly glanced at the skill panel. 18 consecutive charges passive, 110. Effect has a chance to trigger this skill, delivering 18 consecutive hits, each dealing 50 of skill damage, after which it enters a cooldown period of 1 minute. Remarkable! This skill is indeed formidable. Even a mere basic attack on this formidable boss, even if it does not strike a critical point, can yield substantial damage under the full 100 critical hit bonus. Furthermore, when combined with the effects of this particular skill, the damage may exceed 1,000 additional points. Alas, the only drawback lies in its probabilistic activation. Although influenced by one's luck, Ling Feng finds it challenging to discern how much his current luck can enhance the triggering probability, based on experience. The effect is rather subtle unless the values are significantly high. For instance, the lifesteal effect is somewhat capricious, and the probability can be quite disheartening for Ling Feng. However, one must not be overly greedy. Possessing this skill already renders him quite formidable, capable of delivering unexpected surprises to his adversaries. With a sigh of relief, Ling Feng ventured into the hazy atmosphere, soon discovering a plethora of items beside the fallen boss. Without hesitation, he gathered the loot. Aside from a quest item, the evil spirit crystal, he found 4 pieces of bronze equipment and 1 silver piece. Regrettably, 2 of the bronze items were heavy armor, 1 was cloth, and the last was a ring, all inferior to his current gear. Fortunately, the silver item possessed commendable attributes and was worth equipping. Undead Legging Silver Position, Legging Strength 20 Constitution 30 Combined Defense 120 Special Effect. When attacked, a 30 chance to increase defense, if triggered. 30 of the damage received is fully reflected back. Equipment requirement. Level 19. The effect is indeed impressive, a delightful surprise for his foes. Ling Feng swiftly donned the item. With 3 bosses in total, he had completed 1/3 of his progress. Time to swiftly tackle the second boss. Reflecting on this next adversary brought a wave of nostalgia. As a peculiar smile graced Ling Feng's lips while he pressed forward. The path ahead consisted of floating platforms, easily traversable by jumping. Upon reaching another platform, he spotted 4 stone statues resembling lions. As Ling Feng approached, the statues cracked open, revealing 4 half-decayed lions rising from the earth. Decayed Dragon Lion Bronze Elite, Level 19 Attack, 621, 90, Dual Defense, 999, 90, Health, 20,000 Skills, Bite, Demon Cannon. Corrosive Tear. These 4 creatures possessed formidable attributes, significantly stronger than typical bronze bosses. Yet, Ling Feng had no choice but to confront them directly, for summoning the second boss necessitated vanquishing these 4 obstacles. Naturally, without discovering the correct strategy, even defeating them would not suffice to summon the second boss. With determination, he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. Ling Feng exhaled deeply, gripping the silver dagger tightly, and in an instant, charged towards the first decaying dragon lion. Sensing the audacity of this fearless intruder, the creature lunged forward, ready to tear him apart. However, just as it was about to pounce, Ling Feng executed a swift Z-shaped retreat. In the following moment, he unleashed a decisive thrust. Minus 2,312, enhanced critical hit. Minus 1,000, force damage. The damage numbers soared instantaneously, rendering the decaying dragon lion into a state of confusion. Ling Feng disregarded the onslaught from the other 3 approaching beasts, continuing to unleash a relentless barrage upon the incapacitated dragon lion. The ferocity of the creature's assault was still manageable for Ling Feng. As long as the passive skill, enhancement, remained active, he could endure. After all, with double the defense compounded by the layers of armor transformation, he could withstand the blows. Minus 506. Minus 777. 88. Life steal. As the health of the first decaying dragon lion dwindled to a mere 5, he redirected his attention to another one. Indeed, to summon the boss. It was imperative to eliminate these 4 dragon lions within a 3-second interval. Ling Feng intentionally left 5 of the health intact to avoid the splash damage from flame eruption, which could inadvertently slay the weakened dragon lion, leading to dire consequences. The entire process unfolded with remarkable fluidity. Only when enhancement entered its cooldown phase did Ling Feng's offensive strategy become somewhat cautious. Nevertheless, once enhancement was triggered again, he transformed back into a formidable warrior. Gradually, the health lines of all 4 decaying dragon lions finally reached their end. Chapter 37. The Queen of the Phantom Eagles, It is Time. Upon witnessing the situation, Ling Feng immediately lured the 4 decaying dragon lions to encircle his body, unleashing a precise thrust towards one of the monstrous creatures. -512. -1000 forced health deduction. Steady. Ling Feng, seeing the outcome, smirked and prepared to pivot towards the next adversary. However, at that very moment, a chime resonated. The effect of 18 consecutive charges was triggered. -256. -256. -256. Waves of damage instantaneously erupted upon the heads of the confronting decaying dragon lions. Yet, before Ling Feng could regain his composure, another chime sounded. The effect of eruptive flames was activated. -48. -44. -47. The splash damage of eruptive flames immediately unleashed, sending a torrent of harm towards the surrounding foes, striking the other 3 decaying dragon lions. As the final blow of 18 consecutive charges struck, one of the decaying dragon lions succumbed, its body riddled with wounds. The remaining 3 were also swept away by the force of the splash damage. Ding. Experience gained. 888. Endless Plunder activated, gaining 2 strength, 2 constitution. At last, it was defeated. The unexpected nature of this splash damage was immensely gratifying. Ling Feng picked up several copper coins that had dropped to the ground, his mouth twitching with excitement. However, at that moment, a sudden transformation occurred. The void of this arena resonated with waves of dark energy. In the next instant, a black vortex emerged at the center of the arena, a mysterious power enveloping the heavens and the earth, lifting the corpses of the 4 decaying dragon lions towards the vortex. Ding. System notification. A boss is about to descend. Please prepare. The boss must be defeated within a limited time. If not vanquished within 30 minutes, the Grand Mage Yale will be summoned, and you shall face the wrath of the mage and be slain. As the notification sounded, the surrounding darkness that had shrouded the scene dissipated in an instant, while the rapidly spinning black vortex gradually slowed. A figure materialized before Ling Feng's eyes, with skin of a purplish hue that shimmered, an exquisite visage adorned with a pair of devilish horns, and a graceful physique that provoked longing. A pair of wings sprouted from the sides of its arms, partially concealing the beauty, rendering it an alluring sight that left one salivating. Hiki. Could this be one of the rare villainous beauties among the deities? In the past, some reckless players had gone to great lengths just for a fleeting encounter. Those times were indeed quite nostalgic. Ling Feng couldn't help but shake his head, bemused. He then cast a glance at the boss's attributes. Queen of the Ghost Eagles, Silver Boss, level 20 attack, 1262, 90, dual defense, 1260, 90, health, 150, 000, 150, 000 skills. 1. Miasma Descent. Upon entering combat with the boss, an ethereal fog envelopes the surroundings. Players caught within this fog experience a halving of their speed and suffer a loss of 10 health points per second. 2. Shadow Feather Doll. Black feathers are shot out within the area, crackling with electricity and indestructible. Any entity within the feathered zone will be engulfed in electrical currents for 5 seconds, incurring significant damage and becoming stunned for 10 seconds. Note, the electrical coverage from the feathers will occur in 3 successive waves. 3. Queen's Absorption. When the Queen of the Ghost Eagles unleashes a trident lightning strike, the struck target will have 99 of their health forcibly absorbed. 4. Substitute Sacrifice. When the Queen's health is threatened, she will discard her target and escape, summoning a substitute in her place. If her escape is successful, the wrath of the Great Mage Yalu will be invoked, unleashing a lethal strike across the area. Description: the Queen of the Eagle tribe later retreated into the path of malevolent spirits, becoming the leader of the Ghost Eagles, eventually conquered by the Great Mage Yalu. becoming his most cherished lover. Ah, I hope my dear one can surprise me. After all, you have the potential to produce pet eggs. Ling Feng licked his lips and swiftly vanished into the effect of dark spiral, appearing instantaneously behind the queen of the ghost eagles. Then, another surreptitious localized attack. Lacking any sense of mercy. Minus 2,358, enhanced critical hit. Minus 7,500, forced health reduction. After a single strike, the damage approached 10,000. As the queen fell into a daze, Ling Feng seized the opportunity to deliver 2 more swift stabs before retreating to the side. It was at this moment that he proclaimed, "Envelop me, my source of destiny." The queen of the ghost eagles spun gracefully in the void, conjuring a fierce gale. Immediately thereafter, a thick, dark fog surged forth from her form, ensnaring Ling Feng as he attempted to retreat. Ding! You have been affected by the miasma descent effect. Speed reduced by half, losing 10 health points per second. Ling Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but after the boss completed her attack, he boldly re-engaged. The halving of his speed did not significantly hinder him. The only change was from a run to a brisk walk, which required a moment to adjust. However, after enduring 2 strikes from the queen, he adapted fully, deliberately targeting her sensitive areas with his dagger, stabbing. Ahem. It was not intentional. Those spots were merely her weak points, allowing Ling Feng to inflict higher damage. This was all part of the strategy to conquer the boss. In no time, the queen's health was reduced to 80. Ling Feng decisively sprinted towards the edge of the arena. The next moment, bestowed with the power of thunder by the deity ad base, let me obliterate these insignificant ants. The queen of the phantom eagles raised her arms above her head, revealing her graceful form, and suddenly spun into the air, resembling a dancer in the sky. Abruptly, whoosh, 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 a flurry of electrified feathers hurtled towards Ling Feng. Narrowing his eyes, Ling Feng immediately began to move. However, the area he chose to flee to was a corner, causing the incoming feathers to converge upon that very spot. Indeed, the first skill the queen of the phantom eagles needed to be wary of was demonic feather doll. If too many feathers were summoned chaotically, the entire arena would become a conduit for electricity, inevitably leading to their annihilation. Instead, by drawing them into a corner to gradually conduct electricity, they could navigate this challenge flawlessly. The sole dilemma was that this strategy would create a brief window of opportunity devoid of damage output, necessitating a more vigorous assault from Ling Feng's allies, lest the boss escape. After a full 10 seconds, the demonic feather doll entered a countdown phase following the descent of the 108th feather. Yet, Ling Feng immediately unleashed Knight's Whirl, slipping into stealth. Then, with a deft roll, he evaded the range of the demonic feathers and positioned himself behind the queen of the phantom eagles, delivering a powerful strike once more. Minus 897, critical hit enhanced. Minus 7,500, forced health reduction. 2 damage figures sprang up, and the queen of the phantom eagles was plunged into a state of dizziness, granting Ling Feng additional time to inflict damage. Minus 111. Minus 102. 17. Chapter 38. The defeat of the Phantom Eagle Queen. As the Phantom Eagle Queen awakened from her stupor, a tempest of lightning surged forth from the feather-laden ground, terrifyingly reminiscent of a demon brandishing its claws. Regrettably, this maneuver proved utterly futile against Ling Feng's deft handling of the situation. Ling Feng continued his gentlemanly assault on the queen, and her health plummeted to 70. Then 67, and soon reached 61. It was at this juncture that the boss reached into the void, summoning a trident crackling with electricity into her grasp, which she hurled directly at Ling Feng. Forewarned, Ling Feng executed a nimble sidestep and roll. However, as the trident struck the ground, it unleashed 3 arcs of electrified energy, spreading ominously in 3 directions. To Ling Feng's astonishment, a slight miscalculation led him to remain within the trident's range, resulting in a glancing blow that inflicted a damage of minus 299. A colossal figure appeared above his head. In the next instant, the Phantom Eagle Queen transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness and vanished from view, only to swiftly approach him. The skill Queen S Suck would, if evasion failed, compel a mandatory attack. Thus, no matter how Ling Feng tried to evade, he was instantly ensnared. In an instant, an enigmatic force lifted him, drawing him toward the queen's side. Her cherubic face leaned in greedily as she opened her rosy lips, directly siphoning the life force from within Ling Feng's body. Strangely, he felt no pain. Instead, a sensation of lightness enveloped him. His vitality coalesced into green mist, flowing into the Queen's form, causing her previously diminished health of 60 to surge back to 61. The next moment, Ling Feng plummeted from the void, crashing to the ground. Almost immediately, the Queen twirled her live figure and lunged downwards with her clawed hands, poised to strike. Startled by the impact, Ling Feng shivered and hastily rolled aside. Fortunately, his speed granted him an advantage over ordinary players, allowing him to evade a lethal blow. Upon the Queen's landing, he swiftly retrieved a healing potion from his inventory, downing it eagerly. After restoring 100 health points, he finally exhaled in relief. He had been perilously low, with only 10 health points remaining, and the fall had forcibly deducted another 5 points. A mere brush with his formidable boss would have spelled doom. Fortunately, he had the foresight to stockpile a dozen healing potions. Cursing inwardly, he mused on the peculiarities of fate, where gentle realms could conceal such perilous encounters. With that thought, he gripped his dagger firmly and activated Knight's Requiem, slipping into stealth. He swiftly approached the Ghost Eagle Queen, who had yet to regain her flight, and without a trace of mercy, plunged his dagger into her eye. Minus 1,715, critical hit enhanced. 174, lifesteal. Minus 7,500, force damage. The Ghost Eagle Queen suffered immensely. Upon having her eye punctured, she immediately succumbed to a fleeting blindness and entered a state of disorientation. Consequently, her health plummeted directly below 60, falling to approximately 55, preventing her from activating Queen's Suck. Indeed, once her health returned to 61, should it be reduced back to 60, she would activate this ability once more. Ling Feng recalled that some players often returned to the Ghost Eagle Queen in the later stages, having amassed impressive statistics, to experience the tender embrace of her suck. Ahem. Ling Feng himself had not been a stranger to such encounters. Of course, it was not for the Queen's embrace that he sought her, but rather for the pet egg. However, the entire deity game possessed a peculiar nature. Ever since a player had obtained an egg from the Ghost Eagle Queen, no second egg had ever surfaced. Perhaps this was to align with the course of history, implying that both the Ghost Eagle Queen and the Great Mage Yale faced a form of demise after their initial conquest, rendering the dungeon merely a replay, thus eliminating the possibility of pet eggs. Ling Feng's thoughts returned from distant memories as he unleashed a tempestuous barrage of attacks upon the Ghost Eagle Queen. In an instant, her health descended rapidly, and her demeanor began to grow increasingly sinister. When her health reached 20, she let out a furious roar, and in the next moment, her figure began to flicker with the speed of lightning, forcing Ling Feng to retreat. Steadying himself, he narrowed his eyes. This woman was preparing to flee. Sure enough, a decoy was sacrificed. The Ghost Eagle Queen screeched, and a doppelganger materialized, identical in every aspect, from visage to physique. One figure lunged toward Ling Feng, while the other dashed away into the distance. Simultaneously, a shimmering thread of lightning connected the two figures, pulsating with fervent energy. Ling Feng smirked, the corners of his mouth curling in amusement. Trying to escape? It would not be so simple. With a decisive step, he activated Night Spiral, vanishing from his position and causing the decoy to miss its target. In the next moment, the two Ghost Eagle Queen figures, tautly connected by the electrifying thread, were abruptly severed, leading to the decoy's instantaneous disappearance, while the Ghost Eagle Queen's delicate form rebounded back. Indeed, countering this maneuver was quite simple. One merely needed to avoid contact with the decoy to buy some time. However, it was imperative to subsequently apply control upon the Ghost Eagle Queen to completely restrain her, lest she too successfully escape. Due to this predicament, many individuals in their past lives found themselves unable to progress, mistakenly believing that a bug had manifested within the instance. It was only later that they came to understand the situation, which consequently elevated the summoner class to an indispensable role in team compositions. This was largely attributed to the summoner's basic attack, which had a chance to trigger a stagger effect, a form of control in its own right. Thus, Ling Feng's elusive figure had already arrived beneath the Queen of the Ghost Eagles. With a decisive leap, He aimed for her ankle. Minus 869 critical hit. Minus 7,500 mandatory health reduction. The ability, Lion's Charge, was flawlessly triggered, causing the Queen of the Ghost Eagles to succumb to a state of dizziness and plummet from the sky. Seizing the moment, Ling Feng charged forward, unleashing a torrent of assaults. As the Queen regained her senses from the daze, she uttered, "Damn humans, I shall drain you dry," before unleashing the Feather Doll skill upon Ling Feng. This was a subsequent ability triggered by a failed escape, a desperate struggle born from helpless rage. Nevertheless, even in the face of such adversity, she could not contend with Ling Feng's cunning. He expertly maneuvered the feathers into a corner, swiftly returning to deliver relentless strikes. Before long, a cry echoed. A great mage, Sabi the Queen of the Ghost Eagles, finally collapsed to the ground, scattering a myriad of luminous treasures around her. Chapter 39. A shocking revelation. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the Phantom Eagle Queen, earning 2,500 experience points. Ding. Endless Plunder activated, acquiring Queens Suck. Ling Feng was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. What? Queens Suck? How on earth am I supposed to utilize that? He hastily glanced at the skill panel to clarify this predicament, anxious to avoid an embarrassing display akin to the Phantom Eagle Queen when employing the skill. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Queens Suck passive effect. When attacking an enemy, there is a chance to steal 30 of their health, converting it into a shield that lasts until the battle concludes or is shattered. Note, this skill can only trigger once. To use it again, one must re-enter combat after the current battle ends. No way. This is invincible. Truly invincible. Once triggered, not only does it siphon health from the boss, but it also allows for a direct confrontation with the boss. Doesn't that mean the boss is essentially hitting itself? This is utterly ridiculous. I must find a way to amplify my luck to enhance the probability of this skill's activation. Ling Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor, his body trembling with excitement. He understood that the activation probability of this skill was likely exceedingly low. However, that mattered little. No matter how low the chance, it could not rival the accumulation of my luck. Ding. Friendly reminder, please collect the dropped items promptly, or they will refresh in 1 minute. Ling Feng, caught in a whirlwind of excitement, found himself grounded by the system's relentless notification. He pushed aside his exhilaration and hurriedly rushed to gather the fallen loot. Then, with a sense of satisfaction, he began to examine the spoils. As expected from my lucky goddess, the drops were plentiful. A quest item, the Malevolent Crystal. 3 pieces of bronze equipment, 2 of which were suited for heavy armor classes, along with a dagger. Unfortunately, the level 20 bronze weapon was less useful than the one he currently possessed. Although its base attributes were slightly higher, its special effects were rather unimpressive. Thus, Ling Feng dismissed it without a second thought. Beside the 3 bronze items lay a piece of silver equipment, and Ling Feng proceeded to inspect it. Queen's Embrace Silver, slot. Upper body attributes, health 250, magic defense 200, physical defense 180, constitution 25, strength 18 effect. When attacked, there is a chance to leech 15 of health. After glancing at the Whispering Leather Armor, that provided a 20 defense increase, he decisively equipped it. Given that his lifesteal effect was rather weak and his defense was already ample, it would be foolish not to wear an item that also boasted a significant health increase. In an instant, his attributes soared to new heights. ID, Feng Ling Tian Xia Occupation, Apprentice Assassin Level, 11, 29,288 32,000. Attack, 383 health, 2212 mana, 160 attack speed, 0. 65s critical hit, 103 critical damage, 120. Probability 100 lifesteal, 30 attack buff, 5 attack effect physical defense, 715 magical defense, 732 charm value, 17 luck value, 22 attributes, strength 183, constitution 191, agility 80. Intelligence 80 effect immunity, 100 poison immunity once all equipment is replaced with level 20 silver gear. Attributes will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Furthermore, there are several pieces of equipment still needing replacement, indicating a long journey ahead. Ling Feng closed the panel and turned his attention to the last item, which left him momentarily stunned. The next second, a golden egg? A golden-level pet egg. Ling Feng's eyes widened as he hurriedly clicked to inspect it. Enchanting pet egg gold. Effect. Upon use, obtain a golden-level pet. Did it truly drop? The first pet is on the verge of being born? Ling Feng was instantly exhilarated. He never anticipated that this singular pet egg would actually appear, and of such a prestigious grade. However, that was of little consequence. The crucial point was the announcement rewards. And without hesitation, he opted to use it. A flash of golden light enveloped his bag, and the pet egg vanished. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Feng Ling Tianxia for becoming the first player to acquire a golden item, receiving the following rewards: 1,000 gold, 3,000 reputation points, 1 primordial pearl, 10 charm points, 10 luck points, 1 golden chest. Upon hearing this system message, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Another world system announcement. Claimed by the player Feng Ling Tianxia, who had surfaced twice. This all transpired within just a single day. Yet, this was not the most exasperating part. As everyone was still in a daze, the same announcement echoed thrice, followed by another. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Feng Ling Tianxia for becoming the first player to acquire a pet, thus unlocking the pet system ahead of schedule, receiving the following rewards: 2,000 gold, 5,000 reputation points, 1 primordial pearl, 1 pet quality growth voucher, upgrade. World announcement. At that moment, players across the globe erupted in excitement. Even the leaders of several nations could no longer remain seated. In the western nation of Sam, a stout blonde man slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Check this person's background for me. If they cannot be of use, then eliminate them completely." In the Cherry Blossom Kingdom of the North Sea, Baka, at all costs, you must locate this individual for me. Whether in reality or within the game, I demand their complete obliteration. Their emergence signifies a variable. Huaxia can no longer continue its growth. Before a shrine, adorned with cherry blossoms, a man clad in samurai attire smashed his tablet in a fit of rage, immediately issuing commands. This act utterly desecrated the sacred cherry blossoms. Beep, beep, beep. Player, lovely little beauty, has requested to add you as a friend. A multitude of friend requests erupted chaotically in the interface. However, Ling Feng was far too preoccupied to attend to such trivialities. For before him stood a captivating figure. A beauty whose physique and appearance rivaled that of the Queen of the Ghost Eagles. Her body shrouded in black feathers that concealed her most vital areas while exuding an irresistible allure. The only distinction was in her demeanor, which appeared somewhat tender. Nevertheless, Ling Feng had a penchant for the youthful. Ghost Eagle Queen Offspring Golden Boss Pet. Name: Unnamed. Level 1, 0, 500. Attributes: Attack, 10 Defense, 30 Health, 100 Skill. Mist of Magic descends. Subsequent skills can be learned upon leveling up. Growth limit. A growth limit of 7.5 stars far exceeded Ling Feng's expectations. It is worth noting that in the game, deities, the maximum growth limit is 10 stars. The growth limit of a pet significantly influences its attribute enhancements. The higher the growth limit, the greater the potential for its three-dimensional attributes. This pet, achieving a growth limit of 7.5 stars, was already considered an extraordinary find. Chapter 40. The Grand Magus appears. Practice. It is imperative to hone one's skills. This quality has already rendered him nearly invincible in the early stages. Ling Feng licked his lips, nearly salivating. Whether his excitement stemmed from this attribute or other reasons remained a mystery. Once he regained his composure, he named his pet Little Cutie. Subsequently, he adjusted Little Cutie's attack mode to follow, ensuring it would not initiate attacks on enemies or become the primary target of aggression. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng opened his backpack to inspect the rewards bestowed by the system. He first utilized the Primordial Pearl, synchronizing his power with reality by 20. Following this, he opened the golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the equipment, Golden Venomous Fang. Ling Feng was taken aback. His gaze drawn to the item now nestled within his backpack. Golden Venomous Fang Gold. Position. Main weapon attributes. Attack 90, Strength 30, Agility 20 effects. Lifesteal 15. Critical damage 20, Attack 10 when attacking equipment requirement. Level 20, Assassin, an exceptional weapon. Not only are there 3 attribute enhancements, but each is exceedingly beneficial. Ling Feng immediately leveraged the effect of Heavenly Decree to replace the Wicked Spirit Dagger, causing his attributes to surge, with his attack soaring to over 500. Embarking on this dungeon raid was indeed a judicious decision. With this weapon in hand, the ensuing final boss should be considerably easier to confront. After examining the last item, it was time to summon an old friend. With a satisfied murmur, Ling Feng turned his attention to the Pet Quality Growth Voucher upgrade. The effect read, designate a pet to enhance its existing quality and growth potential. Note, the pet must reach level 10 for usage, and growth values are random. Indeed, this is the item. This could be a worthy consideration for Little Cutie. Perhaps its potential could reach 9 stars. Ling Feng squinted, a resolute decision forming. Such growth vouchers are exceedingly rare, whether in the early or late game. This is because the growth range has no ceiling. In other words, a 1-star growth pet could attain full stars, and an ordinary pet might evolve to transcendent levels. His choice of Little Cutie for this enhancement is certainly justified. For instance, it is powerful, visually appealing, and serves as a splendid companion for a lone wolf player like him. Ahem. Now, it is time to summon the final boss. Ling Feng composed himself, checked his status, and approached the edge of the arena, standing before a diminutive stone pillar. Then, with a forceful strike of the golden dagger, he brought it down decisively. Crack, the stone pillar shattered, and the entire arena trembled violently. As if the heavens were collapsing and the earth splitting apart, his body involuntarily swayed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. A massive rock plummeted from the sky, striking the corpse of the Ghost Eagle Queen with unerring precision, shattering it into countless pieces, creating a scene that was utterly grotesque. In the next moment, a figure emerged through the billowing black smoke, appearing before Ling Feng. It was a bizarre creature, neither human nor beast. It possessed a robust, animalistic body but lacked a head, instead sporting a single blood red eye situated in its abdomen. At this moment, it wielded a skeletal scepter, emanating a haunting, soul-devouring glow. Ling Feng immediately felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from the entity. Yale, Lord of Silver, level 20 magical attack, 1440, 90, dual defense, 1305, 90, health, 180, 000 180, 000 skills, Fiery Tornado. Activate the skill to create a fiery whirlwind. Players within the area will suffer considerable magical damage and an additional 5 seconds of burning effect. Storm Barrier. Release 4 storm walls that ensnare enemies inside, causing them to lose 10 of their health per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Thundercloud Multitude. Passive. Immune to control effects. Periodically strikes down lightning, inflicting substantial health loss and paralyzing the enemy. After 3 strikes, the enemy triggers a fatal effect. Shield of Malevolence. When health drops below a certain threshold, grants a shield that nullifies all damage and increases magical damage 5-fold for 5 seconds. Hatred. Fixate on an enemy, reducing their health to 1 point and prohibiting any healing effects. Subsequently cast Fiery Tornado or Storm Barrier. If the target survives, the boss loses 5 of its health. Description. A sealed malevolent archmage who sold his soul to the 10 guardians of evil spirits to return to the mortal realm, ultimately emerging from the chrysalis of rebirth. Ling Feng regarded Yale with an expression of peculiar intrigue and could not help but inquire, "So we meet again? It is you." The eye in Yale's chest immediately locked onto Ling Feng, shooting forth a blaze of fury. "Ah, very well. Since you have appeared here, let us settle all scores. I shall tear you to shreds. Goodness. This boss harbors an intense grudge against me. The animosity is palpable." Ling Feng thought. "Let us see who is truly formidable." With a steely gaze, Ling Feng ceased his idle chatter and activated Night Rebirth, entering a state of stealth as he approached the archmage. In the next moment, he positioned himself at Yale's flank and thrust a dagger forward. Minus 3,982, enhanced critical hit. Minus 9,000, forced health reduction. Unleashing his skills, Cross Impact, struck with an astonishing force, sending the archmage hurtling away and inflicting significant damage. However, Ling Feng understood that this was the last activation of Cross Impact, for the reason that Once engaged in combat, the Grand Mage Yale invokes the passive ability, Thunderclouds Galore, granting him unwavering immunity to control effects. This renders subsequent battles increasingly arduous. However, it is an inevitability. Thus, he must seize the opportunity to deplete his opponent's health. After executing a piercing strike, complemented by a basic attack, the Grand Mage awakens from his stunned state. In the next heartbeat, a thunderous roar reverberates. Heavenly thunder flashes and dark clouds swell as a bolt of lightning descends unexpectedly. Lingfeng, having anticipated this, deftly evades the strike. He then dashes towards the Grand Mage's side, resuming his spiral technique. Yet, this strategy proves less effective against the undead guardians. For the Grand Mage's basic attack, Fireball, inflicts area damage. Regardless of Lingfeng's sharp reflexes, he occasionally finds himself struck. Moreover, the intermittent disturbances from the heavenly thunder compel him to absorb some of the fireballs himself. Fortunately, Lingfeng's lifesteal has reached 35, sparing him from utter humiliation. Soon, in the midst of a war of attrition, the Grand Mage's health dwindles to 80. Evil Flame, heed my call. Reduce these insignificant insects to ashes. The Grand Mage intones with fervor, brandishing his staff. In the next instant, a sea of black flames unfurls in a spiraling wave, engulfing half the battlefield in its fiery embrace. Chapter 41, The Turnaround, Part 1, -1111. An astonishing number leapt from Lingfeng's head. In the next moment, a chime resonated. You have been affected by the spell burn effect of the Grand Sorcerer Yale, suffering 100 damage per second for 5 seconds. Upon hearing the system notification, Lingfeng did not falter. Instead, he forged through the sea of flames, brandishing his dagger to unleash a pierce upon Yale. -330, critical hit. 115, lifesteal. Having successfully landed the strike, Lingfeng swiftly regained control of the situation and initiated his tried-and-true Spiral T technique. Bolstered by the dual effects of Healing Spell and Lifesteal, he felt invincible, not even taking a sip of potion as he plunged deeper into the fray. The boss's health steadily diminished, and Lingfeng's movements became increasingly rapid. During the encounter, the boss unleashed Fire Whirlwind twice more, but having experienced the damage of the first, Lingfeng was undaunted by the prospect of being instantly obliterated by the skill. Thus, he resolutely withstood both instances of Fire Whirlwind. His sole objective now was to rapidly reduce the boss's health to the next phase. Otherwise, the frequency of Fire Whirlwind would escalate, rendering him incapable of mounting an offense and forcing him into a desperate retreat. This was the unique aspect of a dungeon boss, incomparable to an ordinary wilderness boss. 76, 65, 60. As the boss's health plummeted to 59, a resonant alert echoed through the air. Lingfeng decisively abandoned his assault on the Grand Sorcerer Yale and distanced himself. In the next instant, Storm Demon, heed my summons. With your impeccable form, shatter the obstacles before you. Just as the Grand Sorcerer Yale finished speaking, he spun his staff and brought it crashing down upon the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth shifted dramatically as 4 tempestuous storms surged forth, whipping the surroundings into a frenzy of dust and debris. Lingfeng immediately felt the 4 walls of the storm envelop him, rendering his eyes unable to open and his body immobile. The sensation of suffocation descended upon him in an instant. -222, -222, -222. Each second, his health steadily eroded, and this passive sensation was undeniably vexing. However, there was no alternative. This particular maneuver by the Grand Sorcerer Yale could indeed be countered, but it required at least 3 individuals. One person to tank the boss, preventing it from straying. Another to break through a wall of the storm within 10 seconds. Indeed, each of the 4 storm walls possessed health bars and could be destroyed. Yet, Lingfeng had entered the dungeon alone, making such a feat unattainable. Nonetheless, he was not one to resign himself to despair. He had resources at his disposal, that being a resurrection talisman or toxic mist reversal. Regardless of the circumstances, he possesses the ability to turn the tide. The 9th second has arrived. Whether it is a stroke of misfortune or sheer luck remains uncertain. A tremendous critical damage of 431 erupted from Lingfeng's head. In the next moment, his health dwindled to a mere sliver. However, at that precise instant, a chime echoed. Toxic mist reversal activated. 3691. Ling Feng's health was instantaneously restored to full capacity, and the surplus vitality coalesced into a protective shield surrounding his form. The 10th second brought forth a barrage of damage. -0, -222. The shield absorbed the damage Ling Feng would have otherwise sustained, while the tempestuous walls surrounding him dissipated completely. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a bolt of lightning descended upon Ling Feng. He swiftly executed a zigzag step backward, narrowly evading the strike, and collided head-on with the Grand Mage Yale. -0, -589. A fireball hurtled towards him, yet was thwarted by the shield. Ling Feng wasted no time and unleashed Knight's Whirlwind. Vanished. Reappeared. A localized critical hit. -2643. Enhanced weakness. Securing a successful strike. Heedless of the Grand Mage Yale's furious roar, he swiftly retreated and continued his spiral tactic. The duration of the shield, however, had come to an end. But this posed no significant problem. He pressed on with relentless assault. The ensuing moments were characterized by a tranquil phase of output, as Stormveil would no longer manifest, although the lightning continued to strike. Yale's health steadily diminished, reaching a mere 20 after 6 minutes. At that moment, he let out a furious howl, and an aura of regal dominance radiated from him. In the next heartbeat, Ling Feng was flung backward, encircled by a complexly inscribed black shield that enveloped Yale. Observing this, Ling Feng refrained from advancing, for he understood that with the shield in place, no matter how hard he fought, he could not inflict even a single point of damage to his opponent, and would instead suffer quintuple damage from the fireballs. That quintuple damage could swiftly annihilate him. "Damn human brat, I shall tear you apart," Yale bellowed with rage. Brandishing his staff, unleashing a torrent of scorching fireballs as if they were without cost, hurtling towards Ling Feng. With a focused gaze, Ling Feng sprang into motion, showcasing his agile maneuvering. Boom, boom, boom. Each fireball that struck the ground erupted in a dazzling spectacle, yet Ling Feng remained unfazed, maintaining his graceful stride. As the 5th second approached, Ling Feng pivoted decisively, charging directly toward the Grand Mage Yale, his golden dagger unleashing a ferocious thrust that pierced straight into the vulnerable region of his eye. -1593, enhanced critical hit. Ding. The Grand Mage Yale was plunged into 3 seconds of blindness. Hearing this, Ling Feng immediately unleashed a torrent of frenzied attacks. -736 critical hit. -655 critical hit. A flurry of numbers danced wildly above the head of the Grand Sorcerer Yale, as Ling Feng seized the fleeting 10 seconds of enhancement, unleashing a torrent of damage to maximize his output. As the Grand Sorcerer awoke from his blindness, fury ignited within him. "Cursed human, I shall reduce you to fragments." In the next instant, he brandished his staff, casting fireballs in rapid succession, while Ling Feng deftly maneuvered around his colossal form. At last, after what felt like an agonizingly slow progression, the boss's health plummeted to 5. Yet, as Ling Feng continued his assault with his dagger, he found his strikes rendered utterly ineffective, greeted only by a cacophony of missed notifications. A tense realization washed over Ling Feng. He understood that the remaining 5 health was subject to a mechanism that would inflict damage. Simultaneously, this marked the most arduous moment in their duel. It was a fight to the death. Either he would perish, or the boss would fall. Just then, a strange, ethereal light emanated from the gaping hole in the creature's eye. In that instant, a chill ran down Ling Feng's spine, as if a multitude of predatory gazes were fixated upon him. Then, the oppressive weight of impending doom descended, and a staggering number erupted above his head. -2211, mechanism damage. Chapter 42, The Turn, Part 2, Ding. You have been afflicted by that hatred, affected the Great Mage Yale, rendering you unable to utilize healing skills or potions. As the system notification echoed, Ling Feng's vitality plummeted to a mere point. Should any additional damage befall him, he would meet his demise instantaneously. In such a case, even possessing a resurrection token would prove futile. After all, the judgment of death is final, while a resurrection token may alter the tides of battle in critical moments. It cannot withstand the system's verdict. "Ha ha! Die! I shall bring about your annihilation." A roar filled with animosity erupted from the lips of the great mage Yale. In the next moment, a searing tempest began to brew around him. "Damn it! I will fight to the end." Ling Feng gritted his teeth, and in an instant, he surged forth towards the great mage Yale, plunging his dagger fiercely. The next second, miss. The inevitable damage indicator flickered, for during this phase of the mechanism, the great mage Yale would sustain no harm. However, ding. Congratulations, you have triggered Charge 18 Strikes. The passive skill activated, unleashing a cascade of chain damage. Miss. 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 Once again, there was no surprise, no glimmer of hope. Yet, Ling Feng's expression grew even more strained. He did not resist the impending firestorm. For he understood that even if he retreated to the edge, the scorching effect of firestorm would still consume him. Even if his beloved pet stood in the forefront, it would be of no avail. In fact, should the pet exit its standby state, it too would be subjected to the assault, resulting in a loss of experience, relegating it back to level 0, with no resurrection potions available in the novice village. Thus, all advantages would dissipate, rendering his efforts futile. Consequently, he would not resort to a reckless escape, nor would he sacrifice a beautiful companion, a pet, to face death on his behalf. He would only gamble on a turn of fate. As the final strike of Charge 18 Strikes resulted in a miss, and as Firestorm gathered its might, ready to unleash its fury, just as Ling Feng's breath grew shallow, a sudden system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the effect of Queen's Siphon, successfully siphoning 30 of the great mage Yale's life. A voice as melodious as celestial music descended. In the next moment, Ling Feng's single point of life was instantly restored to full, and an additional shield was formed, while the great mage Yale's vitality dwindled to a mere 3. 5. Indeed, Ling Feng had wagered on this very moment. He had gambled on the activation and efficacy of Queen's Siphon. To his astonishment, he had truly won this bet. The description of Queen's Siphon merely indicated a probability of activation upon attack, without stipulating that damage must be dealt. With an audacious spirit, Ling Feng boldly relied on his understanding of the system's mechanics. At that moment, the power of Firestorm descended upon him, engulfing him in its wrath. -623, -488. A portion of the damage was mitigated by his shield, yet the remainder was tangible harm that Ling Feng endured. Nevertheless, the damage exceeding 600 could not diminish his resilience. Even with a continuous burning effect deducting 100 points per second, he remained steadfast. Suddenly, when the effect of Firestorm concluded, -6,299. A staggering blow leapt from the head of the Grand Mage Yale, leaving his health bar at a mere 1 point. In the next instant, the Grand Mage appeared utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. Then, with a gaze filled with malice, he glared at Ling Feng, roaring with fury, "You will pay dearly. Human wretch, the armies of the undead and the malevolent spirits shall soon breach the light's seal, and when that time comes it will be your demise." Ling Feng, upon hearing this, offered a subtle smile. Without uttering another word, he approached and delivered a swift strike. Ding! You have slain Grand Mage Yale. You gain 5,000 experience points. And Little Cutie also receives 5,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 12 and earned 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, your pet, Little Cutie, has reached level 3. Ding! The effect of Endless Plunder has successfully activated, granting you the skill Spirit Shield. What? Spirit Shield? Ling Feng, who had allocated his attribute points to enhance his attack, felt a thrill of excitement as he glanced at the skill. Spirit Shield passive effect. When health falls below 50 or 10, a shield effect is triggered, rendering one immune to all damage, with damage output tripled for 5 seconds. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. This is an indirect invincibility and damage enhancement skill. Unable to contain his delight, Ling Feng erupted into laughter, elated beyond measure. He now possessed numerous means of amplifying his damage, yet who would ever complain about having too many? The more, the merrier. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng approached the boss, collecting the radiant loot that lay upon the ground. In total, he discovered 10 gold coins, a spirit crystal, a dungeon pass, 2 pieces of bronze equipment, 2 pieces of silver equipment, and one piece of gold equipment. This was undoubtedly a bountiful haul. Of course, this fortune was not solely due to luck. The high drop rate of golden equipment was also attributed to his first successful clearance of the dungeon. Ling Feng promptly disregarded the 2 bronze items and turned his attention to the silver and golden equipment. Oathbound Chain Silver. Location, neck attributes, attack 30, strength 10. Strength 10 effect, lifesteal 10 equipment requirement, level 20, Ethereal Cloak Silver. Location, back attributes, attack 30, all attributes 10 effect. Upon entering combat, recover 0. 5 health per second equipment requirement. Level 20 Ling Feng had neither the necklace nor the cloak, yet their attributes were remarkably impressive, especially the chain, which astonishingly boasted triple attack bonuses. With such extraordinary properties, he had every reason to don them. Thus, without hesitation, Ling Feng adorned himself with both pieces of equipment. In an instant, Ling Feng's demeanor transformed dramatically. A cloak emanating dark mist and reflecting a shadowy luminescence enveloped half of his form, bestowing upon him an imposing presence. His attributes surged significantly, and in high spirits, he turned his gaze towards the final piece of equipment. Summoning Boots Gold. Location, feat attributes, agility 50, constitution 30. Spell defense 100 effect. When taking damage, gain 120 movement speed and attack speed bonus. Additionally, there is a chance to trigger the God of Speed effect. Instantly arrive at a specified location within a 10-meter radius, lasting for 1 instance. Equipment requirement. Level 20 what? This piece of equipment actually possesses an active skill effect? Remarkable. I recall that the addition of active or passive skill effects is generally a probability associated with black gold or higher tier equipment. The chance to acquire such a gold piece is less than 1. Ling Feng silently marveled at this and promptly replaced his wolf hunter boots. In that moment, his health surged beyond 2,600. After revisiting this dungeon a few more times, he should be able to assemble a complete set of level 20 silver gear. His health cap would rise even higher. Ling Feng felt an exhilarating rush of enthusiasm and determination. After ensuring he had left nothing behind, he chose to exit the dungeon. Chapter 43. Shocking the world once more. As Ling Feng emerged from the dungeon after completing the quest, the system announcement resounded once again. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Feng Ling Tianxia for conquering Dark Invasion, proficient, becoming the first player in the world to complete this dungeon. The system rewards are as follows. Gold 3,000, Reputation 5,000, Primordial Pearl 1, Gold Chest 1. However, just as this world announcement concluded, before anyone could regain their composure, another announcement swiftly followed. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Feng Ling Tianxia for completing the proficient mode dungeon in a time of 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 15 seconds, ranking first and becoming the first player in the world to conquer the proficient dungeon. The system rewards are as follows. Gold 5,000, Charm 30, Luck 30. Primordial Pearl 1, Gold Chest 1, and the experience buff for monster slaying in Haiyu Village is activated, enhancing by 200 for 1 week. Once again, the world was left in stunned silence by the suddenness of these 2 announcements. Everyone found it difficult to accept this astonishing reality. It had been barely over 2 hours since the last world announcement, with countless elite players vying for the title of the world's first conqueror, only to have it snatched away once more by the same individual. Moreover, members of the Blood Refinement Guild, located far in the Sam country, were left dumbfounded while challenging the 3rd boss of the introductory dungeon due to these unexpected announcements. As a result, one careless mistake led to them being expelled by the dungeon boss. At that moment, they emerged from the teleportation array, their expressions dark and grim. Damn. 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 Who is this guy? Why does he keep seizing the first titles? Even this time, the dungeon conquest was snatched away. Feng Ling Tianxia, I will remember you. This grudge shall not go unpunished. Blood Refinement swears not to rest. The Blood Refinement Guild erupted in fury, harboring deep-seated hatred for the name Feng Ling Tianxia. They had been so close to conquering the introductory dungeon, and the glory should have belonged to them. But now it was all gone. Everything was lost. Not only the Blood Refinement Guild from Sam Country became victims, but numerous guilds within Huaxia also missed the first kill, suffering significant losses. The entire forum exploded with activity. Countless individuals cursed Feng Ling Tianxia, claiming he was using hacks and demanding severe punishment from the officials. However, since the launch of deities, what officials? Most were merely engaged in verbal skirmishes. At this moment, Ling Feng, who had seized 4 firsts in a single day, had already concealed his identity and departed from the crowd. Now was not the opportune time to continue running dungeons. Such actions would inevitably provoke a massive uproar, with many guilds scrambling to confront him. Remaining at the dungeon entrance would only invite an avalanche of trouble. Thus, he decided to leave. Ling Feng had quietly infiltrated the village, spending 1 gold to reserve a private room at the inn. He then retrieved the spoils from this venture. The 2 primordial pearls were immediately utilized, and the 30 synchronization power brought an immense sense of satisfaction to Ling Feng. Subsequently, he opened 2 golden treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 8,000 gold. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the golden equipment, Dragon Pattern Meteor Helmet. 1. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback as he opened the panel. Dragon Pattern Meteor Helmet Gold. Position. Head attributes. Dual Defense 150, Health 500, Constitution 30. Strength 15 effect. Attack increases by 15 equipment requirement. Level 20. This piece of equipment primarily enhanced the maximum health, perfectly compensating for Ling Feng's current deficiency in vitality. Upon equipping it, his health skyrocketed to 3212, surpassing the 3,000 mark. It seems that my adorable pet has also gained experience and leveled up. Ling Feng suddenly recalled his companion and hastily summoned it. In an instant, the charming figure of his enchanting pet appeared before him, accompanied by its pet panel. Ghost Eagle Queen Golden Boss Pet. Name: Adorable 1 level. Level 3, 26,000. Attributes: Attack 25, Defense 74, Health 250. Skill: Mist of Magic. Growth limit. Indeed. It was a pet with 7.5 stars of growth, considerably more formidable than Ling Feng at level 3. If it reached level 10, its attack could potentially exceed 100, and combined with its formidable skills, it would surely soar. He needed to expedite its leveling to 10 and then use that enhancement voucher on it. It would grow even further. Ling Feng pondered this for a moment before making a decision. Perhaps it was best to log off and take a short break? It seemed unlikely he would return to the dungeon today. Once inside, he would most likely be discovered. There was no choice. His attire was simply too flamboyant. The bright orange helmet, the cloak wreathed in black mist, and those shoes and weapons. Even if he concealed his ID, he would undoubtedly be recognized. With this in mind, Ling Feng concluded that it would be wiser to log off and grab a bite to eat. However, just as he decided to exit the game, suddenly, ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Shueyu Ro for becoming the first player to learn a hidden subclass, receiving the following rewards: 2,000 gold, 3,000 reputation, 1 primordial pearl, charm 10, luck 10. The series of announcements left Ling Feng momentarily stunned. In the next moment, his face radiated with unrestrained joy as he hurriedly retrieved his communicator, only to discover that Luo Shi, his elder sister, had left him several messages. However, during his time in the dungeon, he had been overwhelmed by an avalanche of friend requests, causing him to disable the contact feature. He chose not to examine Luo Shi's messages just yet. Instead, he accessed Shueyu Rua's communication, just as he was about to send a message. A request from Shueyu Rua came through first. Brother Feng Ling, I have succeeded, she reported with a tone of melancholy in her video message. Yet, it was apparent to Ling Feng that she was not truly happy. He inquired with confusion, this is a good thing. Why do you seem so downcast? But Granny Rong has passed away. Shueyu Rua replied hesitantly, a trace of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. Though this was merely a game, everything felt achingly real, and she found herself reluctant to let go. Do not be disheartened. All things shall pass. Once you master the art of high-level tailoring, you can carry forth her legacy. Is that not her dearest wish? Ling Feng gently reassured her. Having witnessed the comings and goings of NPCs within the game, he had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. It was not that he was devoid of empathy. Rather, he had simply become numb to it. Upon hearing his words, Shueyu Rua paused momentarily, and in an instant, her eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance, shining like stars. Brother Fengling, you are right. I will inherit her will and help fulfill her unaccomplished dreams. Chapter 44. Sensing the crisis indeed, it appears that you do not require my consolation. Ling Feng remarked with a subtle smile, clearly satisfied. What skills do you currently possess in the art of tailoring? Old Lady Rong replied. I have sealed my lifelong learning within the Rong Learning Pearl. As my abilities gradually enhance, I will be able to unlock it step by step. For now, I can only craft simple white-grade equipment, and I must reach full proficiency before I can unlock higher quality items. Shuiyu softly explained. Ling Feng's eyes gleamed as he inquired. What materials are required? Only a substance known as blood mist stone, from which the necessary materials can be extracted, Shuiyu responded after glancing at the recipe. Ling Feng's face broke into a relaxed smile. Fortunately, this material is available in the dungeon that has just opened. Let us log off for a moment to prepare. And when we return, I will guide you through the dungeon, taking advantage of the double experience to level up. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Shuiyu asked with a hint of shyness. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. I mentioned before that we are now a team. Maximizing our mutual benefits is only natural. Very well. I will need about an hour. Shall we meet again shortly? Shuiyu hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement, softly responding. Ling Feng smiled. That works perfectly. As I also require a little over an hour. However, there is one thing I wish to ask. Huh? Brother Ling Feng. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. Shuiyu gently encouraged, having composed herself. Ling Feng scratched his head and asked. You must have been contacted by other guilds, right? Becoming the first to acquire a hidden secondary profession is certainly a coveted achievement among the various guilds. They are far more competitive than I, who have received numerous world announcements. Ling Feng felt a twinge of anxiety that Shuiyu might be poached by someone else. Shuiyu paused in surprise, then shook her head. Yes, there have been contacts, but I did not agree to any offers. That's a relief. Promise me you won't consider joining any guilds for now. What they can offer you, I can provide as well. We can discuss other matters later. Does that sound agreeable? Ling Feng asked with a hint of apprehension, aware that his request might be a bit excessive. Without a moment's hesitation, Shuiyu nodded. As you say. We are a team, and I will heed your advice. She understood that her success in learning this hidden secondary profession was largely due to Ling Feng's assistance. Without him, her chances of success would have been slim. Therefore, a person of her integrity would not be swayed by the allure of other guilds. Even though she was in dire need of funds. Yet, this time, the system rewarded her with 2,000 gold, which, if sold, could yield over 2 million. Many of her problems would thus be resolved. Her mother's illness could receive proper treatment, and the debts incurred could be repaid. As long as she persisted in her efforts, everything would eventually improve. All of this was thanks to Ling Feng. Before logging off, remember to use the primordial pearl. You will be pleasantly surprised. Ling Feng concluded with this remark, and the two severed their communication. Subsequently, he logged off without delay. As for the news on Luo Shi's side, it could wait until he was online again. At present, he had no desire to be conscripted for menial labor. Upon logging off, Ling Feng first acclimated himself to his newfound strength. He experienced an illusion that, having synchronized 30 of his power, he could instantaneously slay a bull. Of course, this was merely a sensation. He was uncertain of his actual capabilities and had no time to seek out a bull for testing. Once he adjusted to his strength, he prepared a bite to eat while perusing the forum. In addition to the hundreds of thousands of posts discussing his character, Wind of the Sky, there were also discussions surrounding Shuiyu Rou. Some even lamented, damn it, finally it is not Wind of the Sky that has received the world announcement. I was starting to think the world announcement was exclusively his record. Ling Feng found this amusing yet perplexing. However, what truly piqued his vigilance were a few posts that stood out, as they were missing persons announcements. The individual they sought was none other than Ling Feng himself. Indeed, some were attempting to ascertain Ling Feng's real-world coordinates through online means. Unfortunately for them, their calculations were audaciously ambitious. Ling Feng scoffed softly, his gaze glinting with cold light. The operational principles of the game, Deity, remained a mystery to all, at least. No one could exploit Deity for illicit purposes. Even if a recorded video was uploaded to the forum, the images would be automatically blurred. serving as a safeguard for everyone's privacy. Thus, finding Ling Feng's location in a short time frame was rather unrealistic. Nevertheless, Ling Feng felt a sense of foreboding. He needed to grow stronger swiftly to be prepared for any eventualities. After all, if one could ascertain his location through the novice village, they could roughly deduce which city he was in, and with some methods of investigation, his true identity might be uncovered swiftly. Most importantly, he had engaged in offline transactions with Luo Shi and her associates, making it exceedingly easy for them to trace him. It seemed he had strayed off course in this life. He needed to find a way to manage Luo Shi and the others. Ling Feng pondered silently. To manage meant ensuring that they would not betray him in the face of profit. Furthermore, he required a stable and reliable partner. With this in mind, Ling Feng closed the forum and hastily finished his meal. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, Ling Feng promptly attended to his personal hygiene before swiftly logging into the game. Upon entering, he accessed his contacts to check if Luo Shi was online. To his delight, both Luo Shi and Shui Yuro were present. Ling Feng cast a glance at the message Luo Shi had left for him. As expected, she wished to discuss collaborating on a dungeon, preferably sharing strategies for success. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, "Let us discuss in the back garden of the village." He then quickly exited the private room and made his way to the back garden, simultaneously reaching out to Shui Yuro to join him there. Before long, Ling Feng arrived at the designated spot. He stood amidst a sea of wildflowers, gazing at the distant scenery like a solitary traveler. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out from behind, "Hi, Master Feng Ling." Turning around, he saw Luo Shi approaching along with a bow-wielding female character. The one who greeted him was the archer, known by the ID of Luo Yingqinghe. Despite her innocent and charming appearance, she was, in a past life, the foremost sharpshooter of the Feng Ling Guild, possessing formidable skills and sharp awareness. Chapter 45. Dominating the Top 10? Greetings. Ling Feng returned the gesture with a serene smile. Luo Shi stepped forward, her expression radiating warmth as she remarked, "Mr. Feng Ling, you have truly astonished us by successfully conquering the expert mode dungeon. This remarkable feat is nothing short of breathtaking. The impact of this achievement was indeed significant, so much so that even the government began to seek out the individual behind the ID known as Feng Ling Tianxia. However, Luo Shi refrained from divulging this information, intending instead to leverage this connection to intertwine the interests of Feng Ling Tianxia with those of the Wind Spirit Guild. As a businesswoman, she recognized that while the guild was not lacking in funds, it was in dire need of opportunities, strength, and validation. Thus, to flourish, it was essential to have such a formidable presence. Yet, she did not expect to sway Ling Feng, so she contemplated a mutually beneficial arrangement, which she deemed a commendable choice. What she envisioned aligned perfectly with Ling Feng's own aspirations. With a faint smile, Ling Feng shook his head and replied, "It is merely a stroke of good fortune. Luck is also a facet of strength. Hence, we sincerely wish to invite Mr. Feng Ling to join us in the dungeon, particularly in the pursuit of an impressive ranking." After carefully weighing her words, Luo Shi spoke with unyielding resolve. Ling Feng's eyes flickered momentarily before he responded, "I am willing to accompany you into the dungeon, but I have 2 conditions." "Very well, please proceed," Luo Shi replied, appreciating his straightforwardness and dismissing her prepared remarks. Ling Feng stated, "I have a companion who will join us, and we will require all equipment suited for assassins. The common gear can be rolled among us." "No need," Luo Shi interjected. "You may select the equipment you need first, and whatever remains can be allocated to us later, as we may not be able to utilize it all. Moreover, Mr. Feng Ling would not likely undertake this endeavor just once, would he? The importance of experience is well understood by all." Luo Shi offered her perspective with a subtle smile, expressing her sincerity and winning Ling Feng's favor. Ling Feng paused, taken aback momentarily, but then acquiesced, saying, "Then we shall proceed as you suggest. As for my second condition, I request that any information regarding me and my character data remains confidential and not be disclosed by your party." Upon uttering these words, a serious expression crossed his face. Luo Shi exchanged glances with Luo Yingqinghe and nodded assuredly, stating, "Rest assured, As long as our collaboration endures, these matters will not pose any issues. Her response was skillfully crafted, precisely the answer Ling Feng desired. Without any entanglements of interests, who would safeguard your secrets? The more complex the ties, the more secure certain matters became. Thus, the partnership between both parties was established with great satisfaction. At that moment, Luo Yingqing, he blinked her large, sparkling eyes and curiously inquired, "By the way, Mr. Fengling, who is your companion? Is he also a remarkable individual? You will soon find out when she arrives." He replied. Ling Feng smiled faintly, offering no explanation. As his words faded, a graceful figure approached from a distance, prompting him to wave his hand. "Over here." The newcomer was none other than Shui Yuro. From afar, she had noticed Ling Feng engaging in cheerful conversation with two young ladies, hesitating momentarily, fearful of interrupting their interaction. However, upon seeing Ling Feng extend an invitation, she made her way towards the trio. Yet, before Ling Feng could introduce her, the three young women exchanged astonished glances. In the next moment, they exclaimed in unison, "It's you." Ling Feng, taken aback, inquired, "What is going on?" "Brother Fengling, they are the ones who purchased my 2,000 gold, Shui Yuro replied, regaining her composure with a shy demeanor. Ling Feng's expression shifted to understanding, and without further questioning, he remarked, "Since you are already acquainted, introductions are unnecessary. Additionally, Sister Luo Shi, please summon 3 trustworthy teammates. Let us commence." Luo Shi felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She had not anticipated that the 2 individuals who had received world announcements thus far would turn out to be her allies. No wonder, shortly after the substantial transaction, when she had invited Shui Yuro to join the Wind Spirit Guild, the latter had declined. It appeared she had a far more formidable backing. At the very least, the current Fengling Tianxia stood as a colossal mountain. However, sentimentality aside, matters of importance took precedence, and thus Luo Shi responded, "Understood, I shall make arrangements immediately." 2 hours later, within the entry-level dungeon of Darkness Descends, players from several guilds, including Kuanglong Ba Tian and Tian Xiaba, were engaged in a fierce battle against the undead guardian. At that moment, the guardian's health had dwindled to nearly nothing, and it was casting the skilled sacrifice. In an instant, 6 players were drawn beneath its feet. Kuanglong Xiao Ji, quickly activate your talent. Kuanlong Shield called out a martial artist with the ID Tian Xiagu Ae, kneeling on the ground and addressing the team channel. As his words echoed, beams of golden light descended from above, enveloping the 6 individuals. In the next moment, a protective shield manifested around them, instilling a sense of reassurance in everyone. Kuanglong Ba Tian felt a surge of joy. "It seems we will prevail." However, just then, the undead guardian roared, "Die!" swinging its massive sword and unleashing a torrent of damage that struck the players. And then, it was over. They were expelled from the dungeon. Damn it. Kuanlong's shield is supposed to provide an equivalent amount of health as a shield. How could it possibly fail to mitigate the damage? Upon resurrecting, Kuanglong Ba Tian vented his frustration. "That Fengling Tian Xia can clear advanced dungeons alone, yet we can't even conquer an entry-level one." In truth, their failure stemmed from a mismanagement of mechanics. They had not retreated to a corner, but rather stood foolishly in place. Although it was merely an entry-level dungeon, to remain stationary beneath the boss while enduring the effects of sacrifice was something even the current Ling Feng would hesitate to attempt. No more complaints. It is clear that the mechanics were not handled properly. Let us attempt once more. I believe we can take action and identify the issue. With a furrowed brow, Tianxia Gi spoke in a solemn tone. However, at that moment, an unexpected global announcement plunged their hearts into despair. Ding! Global announcement. Congratulations to Fengling Tianxia, Shui Weiro, Luoshi, Luo Yingqing, and others for successfully completing the Dark Onslaught Expert Mode in 2 hours, 1 minute, and 23 seconds. Updating their ranking to first place in the world for Expert Mode. Note: the top 10 expert teams will receive a priority reward for the level 20 World Dungeon strategy the following day, and no further rewards can be claimed until the record is refreshed. The current rankings are as follows. First place, Fengling Tianxia and their 6-member team. Second place, Fengling Tianxia. Third place, none. As this announcement echoed, the expressions of individuals from every national guild shifted dramatically. What the devil? What does this fellow intend to do? Does he aspire to claim all 10 expert mode rewards in one fell swoop? Instantly, the forum erupted. Chapter 46, Rockfall Plane thus. A post appeared in the forum titled, "Is the conduct of Feng Ling Tianxia a distortion of human nature or a decline of morality?" 1L riding a snail to work. Goodness. This fellow lacks any sense of martial ethics. If he truly monopolizes the rankings, that would be utterly despicable. 2L Sprite Cola. Is the person above out of their mind? Apart from possessing the skill to conquer the proficiency dungeon, who are they to dictate how he dominates the rankings? If you have the ability, why not surpass him yourself? 3L Loving Banana. Why can he succeed in the proficiency dungeon when others cannot? 4L Falling Cherry Blossom. Because he is Feng Ling Tianxia. 5L Baba Loves You. ISNT the beauty above the archer in our team? Seeking strategies. Within 5 minutes, the post had amassed thousands of comments. However, by the 5th floor, all comments were solely about seeking strategies. Falling Cherry Blossom could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Luo Shi inquired, organizing her backpack with a puzzled expression. Falling Cherry Blossom tossed the post before Luo Shi and the others, exclaiming, "What do you think? Isn't it hilarious?" Not at all. These people must be bored out of their minds, Luo Shi retorted, though a subtle smile betrayed her true feelings. Little Lily exposed her mother's little secret. Mama is lying. She clearly finds it amusing. Luo Shi was instantly embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Little tugged at Little Lily's sleeve, adding, "Sister, didn't we agree not to expose Mama when we're out?" Luo Shi felt like crying, regretting bringing these two little treasures along. After the playful banter, Ling Feng glanced at the time and asked, "Shall we continue with the proficiency dungeon or venture into the entry-level dungeon?" He had just realized a predicament. The equipment obtained from the proficiency dungeon was all level 20, which others could not equip. Even if they saved it, they would have to wait until reaching level 20 to wear it. Nonetheless, it must be said, this run through the proficiency dungeon, although lacking suitable equipment for him, had yielded a significant number of attribute points and elevated charge 18 times to level 2. The enhancement resulted in a 6-second reduction in cooldown time. Additionally, thanks to the double experience bonus, Ling Feng had ascended to level 13, while Little Cutie reached level 6. The experience gain was remarkably satisfying. I believe we should switch to the entry-level dungeon. The equipment drops there are suitable for levels 13 to 15, which fits us perfectly. Once we become familiar with it, we can tackle it ourselves without hindering your proficiency dungeon runs. Luo Shi contemplated before making her decision. Very well. I will guide you through a few runs of the entry-level dungeon to familiarize yourselves with the mechanics. Afterward, I have other matters to attend to. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. 3 hours later, he recalled that a mysterious figure would appear at Rockfall Plain, from whom he could receive a hidden quest. This quest was intricately linked to the village's main storyline. However, the precise connection remained shrouded in mystery, as those who had undertaken the task previously had not divulged the specifics, only mentioning that the reward was a dark gold item. Thus, Ling Feng resolved to test his fortune, for he had just reached level 13 and was keeping pace with the majority. In the coming days, those fervently grinding levels would be delving into dungeons, thereby minimizing any potential gaps in their levels. Although the experience gained from dungeons was substantial, remaining solely within their confines would cause him to miss out on various opportunities, which, once passed, would never return. Moreover, undertaking quests was one of the swiftest avenues for leveling up. Therefore, Ling Feng was determined not to let this chance slip away. This decision was met with unanimous approval. In the following hours, Ling Feng, accompanied by Luo Shi and others, successfully navigated 5 introductory dungeons. With their astute collaboration, they grew increasingly adept at conquering the dungeons. Furthermore, they had acquired equipment tailored to their needs, with Ling Feng generously bestowing all his assassin gear upon Shui Yuro. After leveling up once more, Ling Feng opted to exit the party, allowing Shui Yuro to continue alongside them, thus enabling her to level up and gather materials for refinement. Due to Shui Yuro's commendable operational awareness, she did not hinder the team's progress, much to Luo Shi's delight. In fact, Luo Shi even contemplated utilizing this opportunity to forge a closer bond with Shui Yuro in hopes of uncovering any potential avenues for advancement. Rockfall Plain was situated in the northwest of Haiyu Village, characterized by its relatively low terrain. Most monsters in this area ranged between levels 18 and 20. However, due to the current fervor for dungeons, encounters with players in the wild had become exceedingly rare. In such a high-level map, not a single soul could be seen. It was likely that the mysterious figure was nearby, with a bit of time remaining before the figure's arrival. Ling Feng decided to test the capabilities of his adorable companion. Glancing around, he made up his mind. After several dungeon runs, his little companion had reached level 9, boasting formidable attributes of 70 attack and 675 health points. Do not underestimate these numbers. They surpass those of the average level 10 player. Moreover, pets underwent a qualitative transformation upon reaching level 10, and as long as their growth potential was sufficiently high, they would only become more formidable in the future. Together, they approached a kangaroo. Iron Fist Kangaroo Black Iron, level 18 attack, 195 defense, 180 health, 2000 skills, punch, frenzy. It was a creature with average attributes, and Ling Feng immediately commanded his companion to charge in. In the next instant, she landed a claw strike on the opponent. -44. The damage was moderate, yet entirely anticipated. The Kangaroo of Fury retaliated instantly, launching a punch towards the adorable character's face. Alas, a monster is indeed a monster, devoid of any sense of tenderness. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng swiftly drew his dagger, stepping forth as a hero to rescue the damsel, intercepting the Kangaroo of Fury's attack. The outcome was staggering, 25-12. In a moment of carelessness, he had completely depleted the creature's health bar. Besides the minor foes within the dungeon, the small monsters in the wild, particularly those below level 20, seldom withstand a single blow from him. With no other choice, Ling Feng resolved to seek out another target, allowing the adorable character to experiment with the skill Misty Descent to ascertain whether it mirrored that of the boss. However, at that very moment, a thunderous howl echoed through the air, shattering the silence. Ling Feng's body trembled, his gaze drawn to the source of the sound. He recalled that in his previous life, the individual who had accepted the quest mentioned that this endeavor involved 100 people from the guild aiding a mysterious figure to slay an injured Snow Wolf King. Afterward, they spent half a month completing the task through sheer numbers of corpses. Now, with the appearance of the Snow Wolf King, it heralded the arrival of the quest. Chapter 47. The misfortunate Snow Wolf King. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed through the forest. A figure clad in black staggered through the trees, his body drenched in blood. Behind him, a pack of massive white wolves relentlessly pursued him, their fierce visages brimming with excitement. This was a game between predator and prey, albeit with their roles intriguingly reversed. At that moment, the man's face was as pale as a sheet, devoid of color, and a look of despair marred his features. His vision began to blur, a testament to the severe injuries he had sustained, leaving him uncertain of how much farther he could flee. His strength was waning, and hope was gradually slipping away. No, I must not surrender. I must escape from here. I have many tasks yet to complete. The sensation of impending collapse clouded his mind, a tumult of defiance raging within him. Yet, just then, he noticed a figure ahead in a grassy expanse atop the hill. A person. Could there be salvation? In the depths of his ashen gaze, a flicker of life ignited, and he instinctively quickened his pace. However, his steps faltered. No, if their strength is inadequate, would I not be leading them to their doom? With this thought, his eyes swiftly darted around, and he soon spotted a downhill path, ready to glide down it. Suddenly, the figure vanished from sight, causing his movements to stall once more. He briefly wondered if he was merely hallucinating from blood loss. Yet, upon closing and reopening his eyes, he confirmed that the figure had indeed disappeared. Before he could gather his thoughts, a chorus of howls from the pursuing wolves echoed behind him. Startled, he spun around only to witness the reappearance of the previously vanished figure. Astonishingly, the pack of over 30 snow wolves lay lifeless in pools of blood, leaving only one colossal Snow Wolf King standing. In that instant, he found himself frozen in place. A single thought racing through his mind. This adventurer is formidable. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the Snow Wolf, earning 80 points, 32 experience. The voice of the system reverberated in his mind, yet he paid it no heed. His gaze fixated on the Snow Wolf King before him. and he unleashed a probing ability. Snow Wolf King Bronze Lord, level 18 attack, 405, 90, defense, 360, 90, mana, 1000 health, 41,287, 42,000 skills. Ice Cannon. Accumulates 10 years of frigid ice in its mouth and unleashes it upon the enemy, dealing significant ice damage upon impact and slowing them for 10 seconds. The Wolf King roars in fury, stunning its target for a duration of 5 seconds. During this period, if it is struck by an attack, the damage inflicted will be doubled. The Ice Spike ability triggers the wrath of the Snow Wolf King when its health reaches a certain threshold, unleashing icy spikes in all directions. Each hit accumulates a layer of ice buff, reducing the target's movement speed by 20. Upon receiving 5 hits, the target becomes frozen, and for 5 seconds. If the Snow Wolf King attacks the frozen target, it will suffer real damage equivalent to 10 times the Wolf King's attack power. With the emergence of the boss, the announcement of that wretched village followed suit. However, Ling Feng remained unfazed, confident that he could vanquish the boss before anyone arrived. Thus, as the cooldown for Shadow Knight Spin concluded, he launched his attack. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight, stealthily positioning himself beside the Snow Wolf King. With his golden dagger, he plunged it directly between its ribs. Minus 7,778, enhanced critical hit. Minus 2,100, forced health deduction. Minus 502, splash damage. In one round, Ling Feng inflicted over 10,000 damage upon the Snow Wolf King, which succumbed to a stun state due to cross-impact. He swiftly followed up with Pierce. Minus 1,536, enhanced critical hit. Roaring in anger, the Snow Wolf King awoke, turning its body in fury and forcing Ling Feng backward. In an instant, a chilling frost accumulated in its mouth, conjuring an ancient ice cannon aimed straight at Ling Feng. Just as he regained his footing, he felt the piercing chill approaching and realized the impending danger. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, narrowly evading the Snow Wolf King's ice cannon. Following a somersault and a swift advance, he closed in on the Snow Wolf King once more, unleashing a barrage of attacks with his golden dagger. Minus 1,508, enhanced critical hit. Minus 1,588. Minus 754, critical hit. In this relentless assault, Ling Feng disregarded any need for defense, unleashing his full power. The Snow Wolf King grew increasingly frustrated. While its attacks could penetrate defenses, each strike barely registered 100 points of damage, only to be replenished by Ling Feng's formidable lifesteal ability. Was this not akin to a stationary confrontation? Yet, what could it do? It was powerless to alter its fate. Before long, the Snow Wolf King's health plummeted to 50, plunging it into a state of frenzy and anxiety. It raised its head, letting out an earth-shattering roar. A shockwave radiated outward, stunning the distant cloaked figures, leaving them in a daze. Yet, Ling Feng remained unscathed, continuing his relentless assault on the Snow Wolf King. His enhanced passive skill had just activated moments ago, rendering him immune to the effects of stunning. Thus, the battle raged on. The Snow Wolf King has indeed suffered a tremendous setback, roaring into the void while enduring the relentless onslaught of Ling Feng. 30%, 20%, 10%. Ding. Combat alert. The Snow Wolf King has entered its final rage state and is about to unleash Ice Spike Explosion. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng glanced at his passive and active skills, all of which had just completed their cooldowns. He smirked. Do you really think you can rage out? Did you consult me first? No sooner had he spoken than he activated Night Spin to maneuver behind. Then, with a sudden strike, he executed a surprise attack that unleashed an astonishing amount of damage. Minus 6,297, enhanced critical hit. Minus 2,100, forced health reduction. Minus 566, splash damage. In that fleeting moment when the Snow Wolf King had gathered ice spikes all over its body, poised to erupt, it was struck down on the spot. Furthermore, its corpse was propelled by cross-impact, a considerable distance before it rolled to a stop beside a tree. It can be said that this was the most humiliating demise of a boss in history, utterly deprived of the chance to rage. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the Snow Wolf King, earning 888 experience points. The Endless Plunder has successfully activated, granting the skill Wolf King Fury. Chapter 48, The bloody feast. The Wolf King's fury. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, swiftly directing his gaze towards the skill description. There it was, Wolf King's fury passive effect. Stuns the target for 5 seconds when executing a basic attack, can be stacked with other skill effects, cooldown of 20 seconds. A control skill? How delightful. Before a boss lacking in vulnerability, wouldn't I have the freedom to play as I please? Ling Feng's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. Although cross-impact also possessed a stunning capability, it lasted merely 1 second, which was insufficient. However, with the addition of Wolf King's fury, he could effortlessly stack the duration. This, in turn, afforded Ling Feng greater opportunities for damage output. With this thought, Ling Feng's spirits lifted as he collected his spoils, 2 pieces of bronze equipment. One a robe, and the other a pair of leather shoes. Yet, having already acquired golden tier footwear, he regarded these items with disdain, deciding to toss them into his bag for a later sale to the Wind Spirit Guild. After organizing his loot, Ling Feng approached the cloaked figure. The man was now panting heavily against a stone, appearing on the verge of collapse. Ling Feng hurried forward, producing a healing potion and offering it to him. Speaking in a low voice, "Hurry, drink this. Your wounds are quite severe. It won't help." The cloaked man managed a bitter smile. Shaking his head, he then pulled open his coat, revealing a grotesque wound emanating a thick, dark aura, clearly corroded by the essence of malevolent spirits. Ling Feng's brow furrowed in concern. "Is there no way to resolve this issue?" "There is, but I'm afraid you." The man hesitated, his complexion paling further. Seeing his distress, Ling Feng took a deep breath and declared, "As an adventurer, I cannot stand idly by while you suffer. Please, tell me how I can assist you. I will certainly help." Upon hearing this, the cloaked man's heart warmed, gratitude mingling with bitterness on his face. "Thank you. Truly, thank you. But the only way to save me is to obtain the heart of the Bloodbat King. It is extraordinarily powerful, hidden not far ahead in the Bloodvine Pit. Are you truly capable of this?" Ding. A hidden main quest branch has been triggered. Valley of Miasma. Quest details. Bring the Bloodbat King's heart to the mysterious man. Quest requirements. Complete the task within 1 hour, or it will be deemed a failure. The absence of a reward prompt indicated that there would be a continuation, and it remained a key side quest, implying the rewards would be substantial. With this in mind, Ling Feng accepted the quest, declaring, "Rest assured, I will retrieve it for you." "Thank you. I will wait for your return in the nearby cave." The cloaked man exclaimed with excitement. As long as this adventurer could save him, he would undoubtedly offer the most precious treasures in gratitude. Ling Feng did not linger further. He needed to swiftly complete this task, for unforeseen events could arise at any moment. Soon, he traversed the terrain of the Bloodvine Abyss with remarkable familiarity. This locale earned its ominous name from the soil, which was entirely stained crimson, and an overwhelming scent of blood lingered in the air. However, based on his past life's recollections, vanquishing the Bloodbat King was no simple task. Residing perpetually on the cliff's edge of the canyon, it posed a significant challenge for anyone lacking flight capabilities. Moreover, this formidable boss possessed a degree of intelligence, fully aware of its advantageous position, and would never willingly stray far from the precipice. Even if fortune smiled upon him and he succeeded in slaying it, there was a high probability that the corpse would plummet down the cliffside, resulting in his own demise should he leap after it, thus ensuring his mission's failure. Therefore, Ling Feng required a special strategy to lure it from the cliff to a more favorable battleground. As for the method, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. There existed a collectible herb known as the Blood Plasma Fruit, which held a potent allure for the beasts inhabiting the Bloodvine Abyss. Securing one would enable him to entice the creature to his battleground rather than engaging it in its original lair. Fortunately, he was well aware of the Blood Plasma Fruit's growing location. After approximately 10 minutes, Ling Feng arrived at his destination. This area was situated in the heart of the Bloodvine Abyss, where the soil was a deep crimson, and the low-hanging branches mirrored this sanguine hue, starkly bare of any foliage, imparting an eerie atmosphere. At that moment, on a nearby barren branch, hung a fruit resembling a heart, exuding steam and emitting a rich, bloody aroma. This was the Blood Plasma Fruit. However, surrounding the fruit were dozens of bloodbats, vigilantly circling it as if guarding their prize. Bloodbat Black Iron. Level 19 attack, 216, 90, defense, 222, 90, health, 5,000 skills, Blood Feast passive. By description, a beast dwelling in the deepest recesses of the Bloodvine abyss, compelled to guard the blood plasma fruit under the Bloodbat King's dominion. I recall that these monsters possessed enhanced health. Ling Feng's expression shifted, a quiet underestimation escaping his lips. In the next moment, the swarm of bloodbats detected his presence, instantly becoming alert. Suddenly, one of the bats screeched, flapping its leathery wings and launching itself toward Ling Feng alongside its companions. Ling Feng smiled faintly and activated Night Spin, vanishing from sight and leaving the bloodbats to strike at empty air. Yet, at that very instant, a backstab struck true, piercing the flesh of one bat's wing with precision. Minus 12,047 critical hit. Minus 225 forced health reduction. The first bloodbat was swiftly dispatched by Ling Feng. However, in the next moment, the effect of erupting flames immediately triggered. Minus 1,373. Minus 1,373. A vast expanse of splatter damage instantly manifested upon the densely clustered bloodbats. Ling Feng did not halt. Instead, he pressed on to attack the next bloodbat, under the passive effects of armor transformation and erupting flames. Ling Feng reveled in the exhilarating experience of both delivering and receiving blows. The battle reached its conclusion as the cooldown for Night Spiral expired. In this utterly predictable conflict, Ling Feng acquired 2 level 19 bronze pieces of equipment, along with a boost of 10 points each in strength and constitution, in the fully stacked Bloody Feast. Bloody Feast passive 10-10. Effect: permanently enhances total health by 10. This skill is remarkably powerful. It effectively propelled Ling Feng's total health close to the formidable threshold of 4,000, rendering him sturdier than those low-level creatures and, needless to say, far more resilient than other players. There was simply no comparison. Moreover, the potency of Bloody Feast would become increasingly terrifying as the numbers continued to accumulate. Ah, how delightful! It seemed that his assault on this horde of bloodbats had not been in vain. In that moment, Ling Feng curled his lips into a smirk, directing his gaze towards the hemorrhage berry. Chapter 49. Shame the collection was successful. 1 blood plasma fruit was obtained. Once the item was secured, Ling Feng decisively departed from the small growth. Before long, he arrived at the depths of the Bloodvine's pit. This pit, in his previous life, concealed a secret that had remained unsolved. It was merely whispered about. It was said to be the site of a fierce battle between a legendary figure of divine stature and one of the 3 dominators of evil spirits, the Earth Demon. The scenes drenched in blood and the pungent scent were remnants of that time. The individual fortunate enough to lead a team to rescue the mysterious figure had encountered the enigma of the Bloodvine's pit, but regrettably, the matter faded into obscurity, leaving the outcome unknown. Consequently, this incident became one of the top 10 supernatural mysteries recorded by the deities. Soon, Ling Feng surveyed the advantageous terrain and examined the surrounding environment. Sensing the moment was ripe, he retrieved the blood plasma fruit from his backpack. Placing it atop a colossal stone, he drew a dagger and sliced it open. Instantly, a dense wave of sanguine aroma surged skyward, enveloping him in its scent, prompting him to retreat and conceal himself in a corner. The mere fragrance of the blood plasma fruit was potent enough to attract the gluttonous Bloodbat King. Approximately 20 seconds later, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the pit. In the next moment, the earth trembled, and a figure surged upward from the abyss, spiraling with a thick, black aura surrounding it, heading directly toward Ling Feng's position. Ling Feng gazed intently and beheld a figure entirely crimson, shrouded in dark mist, its massive wings casting a shadow over the land, as if to eclipse the very heavens. As it drew near, he glimpsed the attributes displayed on its panel. Bloodbat King Silver Lord, level 20 attack, 749, 90, defense, 720, 90, mana, 1000 health, 75, 00075, 000 skills. Bloody Feast passive, increases health limit by 10. Beastly Soundwave, unleashes a sonic attack on the target, inducing a state of confusion for 5 seconds. Upon hitting, increases its own attack by 20 for 5 seconds. Dance of Blood, twirls through a designated area, creating a crimson whirlwind. targets caught within will experience immobilization and repulsion, suffering significant wind attribute damage. Bat King Hunt. If a target is successfully repelled or immobilized, this skill is immediately activated. The Bloodbat King will soar forward, seizing the target and hurling it into the air, resulting in a 99 health deduction upon landing, a 90 reduction in all attributes, followed by a devastating dive that guarantees death upon impact. Description: the tyrant of the Bloodvine Pit ruthlessly exploits his subjects. Should a valiant hero emerge, let them be hunted. It seems the Bloodbat King is displeased with the system, audaciously calling for players to hunt. Ling Feng couldn't help but smirk to himself. At that moment, as the Bloodbat King fervently descended before the Bloodpulp fruit, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and instantly activated Night Spin. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, only to reappear behind the Bloodbat King, delivering a treacherous blow that inflicted localized damage. Minus 8,760, weakness amplified. Minus 3,750, forced blood drain. Minus 525, splash damage. Minus 525. The ambush was successful as always. There was no alternative. Localized damage in the early stages was the most reliable and vulnerable, particularly suited to the exquisite application of Night Spin, which was truly remarkable. At that moment, the Bloodbat King, struck by cross-impact, was momentarily stunned, crashing to the ground. Ling Feng seized this opportunity, swiftly executing a normal attack that slashed across the Bloodbat King's enormous wings that resembled a shroud. The next instant, minus 1,120, enhanced critical hit. Ding! Wolf King's Fury, activated successfully, extending the Bloodbat King's stun effect by an additional 5 seconds. The system's notification chimed in his ears, prompting a grin from Ling Feng as he meticulously targeted the weak points, unleashing a relentless barrage. Minus 1,329. Minus 1,198. Minus 1,022. With a hand speed of 0.6s, Ling Feng unleashed 7 consecutive normal attacks during the 5 seconds of stunning, complemented by 1 pierce, swiftly depleting over 10,000 of the Bloodbat King's health. This brought Ling Feng immense satisfaction. Consequently, the Bloodbat King's health plummeted to nearly 60. As the foe regained consciousness, Ling Feng landed a few more blows. Suddenly, ding! The judgment from heaven triggered. Ling Feng instantly understood the Bloodbat King's next move. He was about to unleash Beast Sonic Wave. The accompanying effect of Beast Sonic Wave was confusion, which Ling Feng could not resist. Thus, he had no choice but to, "Hey, since I have already predicted this, I cannot allow you to execute it." Ling Feng sneered, making a twisting leap to gain a certain height. Just as the Bloodbat King opened its mouth to unleash a roar, Ling Feng's dagger plunged directly into the boss's throat. Ding! Interruption successful. Minus 1,203, weakness critical hit. Instantly, the Bloodbat King plummeted once more. Ling Feng unleashed another flurry of attacks, and by the time the Bloodbat King struggled to rise again, its health had dwindled to 30. Throughout the entire process, Ling Feng maintained absolute control over the rhythm, leaving no room for any normal attacks or skills. He was truly the disgrace of the Silver-tier boss realm. Compared to the recent encounter with the Snow Wolf King, the situation is infinitely more dire. With a fierce roar, the Bloodbat King once again struggled, letting out a low growl toward Ling Feng before launching itself skyward. It soared like a balloon suddenly released from restraint, wildly darting upward, downward, left, and right, leaving behind trails of crimson in its wake. However, such frantic maneuvers proved ineffectual against Ling Feng. He effortlessly retreated 30 yards, crossing his arms and observing the spectacle. This particular boss was indeed more manageable than anticipated, for all its abilities operated on a chain reaction. Should the Beast Sonic Wave succeed, Ling Feng would be thrown into disarray, allowing the boss to unleash the deadly combination of Bloody Dance and Bat King Hunt. Alas, the initial Beast Sonic Wave was interrupted by Ling Feng, sealing the fate of the subsequent 2 attacks. The maximum range of Bloody Dance is 30 yards, and standing just beyond this distance ensures a safe escape. Thus, another mark was added to the boss's column of disgrace. Chapter 50, The Unexpected Encounter Boom. The silhouette of the Bloodbat King came to a halt, and the crimson traces around it erupted, a sanguine tempest ravaging everything within a 30-yard radius. In the next moment, the Bloodbat King unfurled its wings and soared out of the area engulfed by the blood-red storm, charging towards Ling Feng. Oh, how foolishly I overestimated its intelligence, he mused. Even in such dire straits, it hesitated to flee and instead offered itself up. Was this boss truly delivering itself to me? Never mind. I shall tire of this game no longer. I will charge recklessly through the final 30. Ling Feng sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of ennui. He swiftly sidestepped to evade the Bloodbat King's pounce. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a piercing strike. Attack. Minus 1,111 critical weakness hit. The dagger plunged into the Bloodbat King's legs, causing it to falter once more. Bang. The fall not only shattered its pride but also fractured the very heart of its status as a boss. Yet, Ling Feng remained cold and merciless, seizing the moment to press on with his relentless assault. At that moment, astonishingly, Wolf King Fury was triggered anew, and the Bloodbat King, attempting to rise, succumbed again to a state of dizziness. It seemed that this Bloodbat King was truly the victim of the unfair whims of the game's deity. Minus 1,123. Minus 1,234. Minus 1,022. A barrage of damage numbers erupted above the Bloodbat King's head as its life force plummeted like an elevator in freefall. Soon, as it neared the last 5 of its life, it awoke from its stupor and unleashed a desperate strike, lunging at Ling Feng with ferocity. Ling Feng stood his ground, allowing the Bloodbat King a final vestige of dignity. Ding. Armored form activated. Minus 189 critical hit. At last, the Bloodbat King managed to inflict a slight wound on Ling Feng, diminishing his health by nearly 200 points, which spurred it to pounce once more. However, just then, minus 1,234 critical weakness hit. 555 lifesteal. The lifesteal effect activated, restoring Ling Feng's health to full. Before the Bloodbat King could launch a second assault, Ling Feng swiftly retaliated with Night Spiral. Minus 2024 enhanced critical hit. Minus 188 forced health deduction. The Bloodbat King, eyes wide with disbelief, fell to the ground, vanquished. Perhaps it had never fathomed that despite being a silver boss, commanding countless bloodbats and wielding immense power, it would be powerless against an adventurer. It struck its opponent only once, barely inflicting 200 points of damage. Surely, this was a fate destined for the pillory of shame. Ding. The Bloodbat King has been slain, granting 1,200 experience points. Ding. Endless Plunder activated, granting 1 strength. Regrettably, no skills were acquired this time. However, Ling Feng quickly found solace in the notion that having an abundance of skills is not necessarily advantageous, for not every skill is suitable for every circumstance. After all, the 4 skills of the Bloodbat King, aside from Bloody Feast, possess synergistic qualities. Without their simultaneous activation, their full potential remains untapped. Thus, he stepped forward to claim his well-deserved spoils. Congratulations on acquiring loot. 14 gold coins, Bloodbat King's Heart, quest item, Bloodbat Mask, special, Bloodbat Leggings, Bloody Trousers, and Evil Spirit Crystal. Ling Feng turned and made his way towards the exit of the pit, all the while inspecting his treasures. Bloodbat Mask, special quality. Silver slot, face attributes, strength 20, constitution 20, agility 20, intelligence 20 effect, for each enemy or creature slain. 1 drop of blood is acquired. Upon storing 100 drops, the next attack will inflict damage equal to 1,000 of the attack power on the enemy. Equipment requirement, level 20 goodness. A silver equipment piece with skills, and of the rare mask type no less. Although the Bloodbat King is a rather foolish boss, this unexpected gift has truly taken me by surprise. When I return to confront it again, I must ensure it strikes me a couple more times. After secretly resolving this in his mind, Ling Feng equipped the mask, feeling an immediate boost to his attributes. Most importantly, when he summoned a mirror to gaze upon his visage, he found himself even more handsome. The dark red bat mask concealed the upper half of his face, exuding both charm and a hint of mystery. Mask-type equipment is indeed quite rare. Many players have spent years playing without ever encountering one, despite accumulating countless weapons. After indulging in a moment of self-satisfaction, Ling Feng proceeded to examine the next piece of equipment. Bloodbat Leggings, silver, slot, Legs attributes: Strength 18, Constitution 25. Physical defense 150, Intelligence 5 effect. Upon entering combat, defense 25. Equipment requirement: Level 20. Ling Feng furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to forego this piece of equipment. Although it offered an additional Intelligence 5 compared to his current undead leggings, the strength and constitution bonuses were inferior, and the defense enhancement applied solely to physical attacks. Most importantly, the special effect of the undead leggings is far superior. Upon a 30 probability trigger, it can reflect damage back onto the opponent, delivering a delightful surprise. Thus, Ling Feng decisively opted not to switch, tossing the leggings into the corner of his backpack to sell later. Next, he turned his attention to the final piece of equipment. Bloody trousers, silver, slot, lower body attributes, combined defense 150, constitution 35, agility 20, intelligence 20 effect. When attacking, there is a probability to trigger a healing effect, restoring 20 of the wearer's health. Equipment requirement: Level 20. Farewell to the village chief's pants. Ling Feng's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he donned the bloody trousers, transforming his lower half into a pair of dark red trousers. This year marks my zodiac year, a fitting occasion. At this moment, he had just stepped out of the abyss and was swiftly traversing the rocky plains, drawing upon memories from a past life. Ling Feng soon located the cave within the stony expanse. As he bent down to enter, a weak yet cautious voice emerged from within. "Who goes there?" "It is I," Ling Feng responded, then slipped into the cave. Within the shadows of the cavern, a figure clad in black leaned against the rocky wall near the entrance, barely clinging to life. However, upon seeing Ling Feng, a faint smile graced his pallid face. "Is it you? The Bloodbat King? Not easy to deal with, I suppose?" "I understand. I do not blame you." Ling Feng returned much sooner than expected, and the man had presumed the mission had failed. Yet, to spare Ling Feng any remorse, he still managed to showcase a trace of a smile. Ling Feng, however, merely smiled slightly and replied, "I have already slain the Bloodbat King, and I have brought back the prize." With that, he produced the heart of the Bloodbat King and presented it to the cloaked figure. The man's expression momentarily turned blank. Then his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Thank you for your assistance, your immense kindness. I, Lin Longxing, shall never forget." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng was taken aback. Lin Longxing? The enigmatic figure before him was none other than the esteemed disciple of the first paladin, Lin Longxing. Chapter 51. Bosom Friends according to Ling Feng's knowledge. During the latter days of deity, after the first holy night, Lin Longxing ascended to prominence. He swiftly became the foremost national protector general of the Dragon Kingdom, inheriting his master's legacy. In his previous life, like many others, Ling Feng contemplated countless strategies to ingratiate himself with the newly appointed National Protector General, aspiring to secure a position of influence to elevate his status in preparation for the impending national conflict. However, without exception, all his attempts ended in disappointment, yielding no response whatsoever. In this life, encountering Lin Longxing here was indeed unexpected. Perhaps this was an opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with this NPC, promising numerous advantages. With this thought, Ling Feng took a deep breath and said with concern, "Let us not dwell on words. First, let us attend to your wounds." He then proffered the heart of the Bloodbat King once more. "Very well." Lin Longxing nodded solemnly and accepted the heart that Ling Feng had offered. Leaning against the rock wall, he gasped as he drew a dagger and carefully sliced open the heart. In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed forth, and Lin Longxing swiftly pressed it against his wound. A pained groan escaped his lips as he leaned his head back against the wall, his face contorting in agony. At that moment, tendrils of dark mist erupted from the site of his injury, dissipating into the void. Once the darkness vanished, Lin Longxing exhaled deeply, his expression reflecting the relief of having survived a grave ordeal as he looked towards Ling Feng. Subsequently, discarding the now blackened heart, he rose and knelt on one knee before Ling Feng. Seeing this, Ling Feng hurriedly stepped forward to grasp the other's hands, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable. Good heavens! He is the future National Protector General. I must win his boundless favor now. I cannot allow this kneeling to jeopardize that." However, to Ling Feng's astonishment, Lin Longxing proved even more resolute than anticipated. He held his position, refusing to rise, and solemnly declared, "Brother, I owe my life to you this time. Lin Longxing, will not refuse any request you make in the future." His words were imbued with sincerity, devoid of any hint of insincerity. Ling Feng's expression tightened as he responded gravely. "My intent in saving you is not for the sake of repayment, but because I found you to be a kindred spirit. Matters of the future can wait. Your recovery is the most important thing." Very well. Although this statement bore a tinge of insincerity, it bore some truth nonetheless. Ding. Lin Longxing's favor towards you has increased. There is still some value in this. At the very least, there was genuine sentiment behind his words. Many thanks are unnecessary. I'm currently occupied with pressing matters and cannot converse further with you, brother. However, if you ever find yourself in the sacred Dragon City, I shall treat you to a drink, and we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Lin Longsheng gazed deeply at Ling Feng, speaking with fervent enthusiasm. Indeed, this fellow is undoubtedly destined to become the future Grand General of the nation. After all, Lin Hugua rose to prominence in the sacred Dragon City of the secondary main city. Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement within him. Immediately grasping Lin Longxing's arm and solemnly declaring, "Very well. When we next meet, we shall indulge until we are inebriated. By the way, I left in haste and have brought little with me, just these 2 items." After his initial excitement, Lin Longxing seemed to recall something. Producing from his bosom a token and a piece of animal hide parchment, he then handed them to Ling Feng, reiterating, "Please accept these 2 items. I hope they will be of assistance to you." Ling Feng couldn't help but feel delighted within. "Even if you had not bestowed any rewards upon me, I would still be elated. Strengthening my bond with Lin Longsheng is far more precious than any golden equipment. However, since he generously offered such treasures, it would be remiss to refuse. Our teacher always taught us that wastefulness is a shameful act. Thus, he employed his exceptional acting skills, reluctantly accepting the gifts amidst Lin Longxing's heartfelt insistence. Ding. Task, Valley of Mists. Completed. Rewards are as follows. Experience points 3,000, gold 200, reputation 1,000. Lin Longxing's affinity reaches close friend. Lin Longxing's token, a mysterious treasure map. At last, it is complete. Ling Feng did not rush to examine the rewards, instead engaging in warm exchanges with Lin Longxing for a while before they finally bid farewell. "Brother, take care." Ling Feng clasped his hands in the highest gesture of respect of the Dragon Nation. Lin Longxing solemnly reciprocated with the same courtesy, replying in a deep voice, "Take care. Until we meet in sacred Dragon City." And with that, he departed. Ling Feng watched his figure until it vanished, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. This time, I truly struck gold. It seems I am destined to flourish within the military in the future. After all, achieving a close friend relationship with an NPC is exceedingly rare. With this thought, Ling Feng, beaming with joy, opened his backpack to inspect his recent gains. Lin Longxing's token black iron effect. This item allows one to visit Sacred Dragon City to meet Lin Longsheng, a splendid treasure. With this, it will be much easier to meet this future luminary. Ling Feng could hardly contain his joy, his face alight with smiles. Yet, in the next moment, a thought crossed his mind, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Wait, in my previous life, that person who completed this task seemingly never mentioned acquiring any token, nor had I heard of them visiting Lin Longxing's residence to obtain any benefits. Could it be? Ling Feng's eyes flickered as he began to speculate. A significant factor may have been his charm, which played a role in influencing Lin Longsheng alongside his acting prowess. In a previous life, the player who accomplished this task was solely motivated by personal gain, thereby inadvertently seizing a monumental opportunity. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for there to be no subsequent developments. After all, this pertains to a hidden quest of utmost importance to the main storyline. With this thought, Ling Feng felt a sense of relief and turned his attention to the next item. Mysterious Treasure Map Dark Gold. Description: a legendary map leading to a mysterious location said to harbor treasures of dark gold, unexpectedly acquired by Lin Longsheng. Please follow the coordinates to reach the destination and unearth the treasure, allowing it to bask in the light of day once more. It seems that this group discovered the dark gold equipment based on this treasure map. Ling Feng's eyes glimmered momentarily as he clicked to use it. In the next instant, a scroll materialized in his palm, emanating a faint dark golden glow. He then unfurled it, gazing at the coordinates inscribed upon it. Ding! The dark gold quest has been activated. Buried land of blood mist. Legend has it that a cataclysmic battle once transpired in the depths of Bloodvine Valley, leaving behind a plethora of treasures. Some have departed in search of new masters, while others remain, their gems shrouded in dust. Brave warriors possessing the ancient treasure map are summoned to the coordinates to uncover their whereabouts. Chapter 52. Skinning. Should I accept the task? Yes. It is imperative to accept. Only a fool would decline. Ling Feng promptly accepted the quest, and a red dot appeared on the map. A glance revealed the location to be the depths of the Bloodvine pit. His brow furrowed in concern. Descending to that location posed a significant challenge. Unless one possessed the ability to fly, a fall would undoubtedly be fatal. The surrounding cliffs were remarkably smooth, making the search for a way down seemingly impossible. What to do now? As Ling Feng hurried towards the Bloodvine pit, a thought struck him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he summoned his adorable companion, fixating his gaze on her delicate form with fervor. The intensity of his stare made her shudder, and she instinctively flapped her wings, retreating a couple of meters. Of course, he swore he harbored no inappropriate thoughts. He had merely conceived a plan. The ghost eagle queen could indeed fly, and naturally, so could his little companion. Thus, wouldn't it be possible for her to carry him as they soared together? With this realization, he called to his adorable companion and hastened towards the depths of the Bloodvine pit. The stench of blood grew increasingly overwhelming as they approached, revealing a deep pit that jutted forward yet plunged vertically downward. Below lay an abyss of darkness, seemingly bottomless, where a fall might indeed lead to demise. However, with his little companion by his side, all obstacles seemed surmountable. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, feeling the delicate touch send a shiver through him, and commanded, "Fly down." In an instant, she unfurled her wings and began to flap vigorously. With a look of disdain, she pulled the hefty Ling Feng downward into the depths of the chasm. Ling Feng pressed closely against her, burying his face. Well, he vowed he wasn't being intentional. He simply had a fear of heights in the dark. Yes, that was it. After nearly 3 minutes of descent, they finally reached the bottom. Ding! Discovered hidden map, Bloodvine territory. Gained experience 100. Ling Feng reluctantly released his adorable companion, and as his feet touched the ground, he felt an unsettling stickiness. He lowered his gaze and lifted his right foot, only to find numerous bloodstains beneath, thick and viscous, with a foul odor wafting up to greet him. Frowning, he instructed his companion to enter the pet space and began to survey his surroundings. The area was suffused with a crimson hue, littered with ominous skeletal remains, and occasionally, ethereal flames flickered by, evoking the sensation of an infernal realm. He took a couple of steps forward and immediately encountered several figures, their bodies entirely crimson. They appeared as though their outer skin had been stripped away, exposing the bloody flesh and bones beneath, a sight that was both grotesque and terrifying. Blood Demon Bronze Elite, level 20 attack, 420, 90, defense, 590, 90, health, 27. 00027, 000 skills. Bite Absorb, Skinning. Description: a unique creature dwelling in the land of bloodvines, possessing intense aggression and heightened sensitivity to living beings. It displays formidable ferocity. Compared to the minor creatures outside, it is significantly stronger. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, gripping his golden dagger tightly. Suddenly, a roar erupted. 2 blood demons detected the intruder, immediately snarling at him, their blood-splattered bodies swaying rapidly as they lunged forward. In an instant, a foul stench assaulted Ling Feng. With a hint of disdain, he sidestepped to evade their attack, vanishing into night's reversal. The 2 blood demons stood momentarily dazed, tilting their heads and twitching their noses in search of their prey-ash trail. At that moment, a dagger was thrust from behind one of the blood demons, striking directly into its skull. Minus 6,727, enhanced critical hit. Minus 1,350 force damage. One of the blood demon's eyes was skewered by Ling Feng's dagger, popping out grotesquely. In the next second, The passive effect of cross-impact sent it crashing away. Not only was it affected, but the other blood demon standing in alignment also got swept off, both succumbing to a dazed state and receiving splash damage exceeding 300. Ling Feng quickly stepped forward, delivering a basic attack that slashed across the neck of the injured blood demon, resulting in a damage output of 2,677 while simultaneously triggering the stacking negative buff of Wolf King's Fury for a 5-second stun. Then came a whirlwind of carnage. Minus 2,343. Minus 2,931. Minus 2022. Soon, as the other demon lunged at him, the bronze elite crumpled to the ground. Although the kills weren't instantaneous, they weren't overly taxing either. Ling Feng pivoted his blade to confront the next one. 10 seconds later, he charged at another. The system interface chimed with continuous notifications. Ding. Slayed a blood demon. Gained 500 experience points. Ding. Endless Plunder activated. Gained 1 constitution. Ding. Endless Plunder activated. Acquired skinning. The experience gained from eliminating such elite monsters is indeed substantial, and the additional attributes obtained are quite rewarding. Since he was new to this area, grinding some monsters and acquiring attributes was a wise choice. At this moment, while taking a brief respite from slaying, Ling Feng glanced at the description of the skill he had plundered. Skinning passive, 110. Effect, when attacking, inflicts a bleeding effect on the opponent, with 1 layer causing 10 points of damage, stacking up to 3 layers, lasting for 5 seconds. What a remarkable skill. This ability is purely a passive skill that inflicts additional damage, and Ling Feng can't help but exclaim, "Bring on more." Currently, the skill Skinning is only at level 1, with each layer of bleeding inflicting 10 points of damage. One can only imagine the potency it would possess once fully upgraded. In an instant, Ling Feng's resolve intensified, and he wielded his dagger with renewed vigor. Half an hour later, a chime echoed. "Congratulations, you have reached level 14 and earned 5 free attribute points." Thanks to the rich experience bestowed by the blood demon, Ling Feng had finally leveled up once again. However, adhering to his customary approach, he allocated his points to enhance his attack. He then cast his gaze upon the skinning skill once more. Now, the skinning skill had reached its maximum level, and its effects had undergone a remarkable transformation. When executed, it inflicts a bleeding effect upon the opponent, with each layer dealing 100 points of damage, stacking up to 3 layers and lasting 5 seconds. Goodness! If fully stacked, it would drain 300 points per second, culminating in a staggering 1,500 points over 5 seconds, an exceptional weapon in both player versus player combat and monster encounters. Of course, this effect can be dispelled by the alchemist, dispel, skill, and some unique talent holders. Nevertheless, aside from these individuals, it would undoubtedly be a nightmare for the majority. Chapter 53. Sudden Encounter. Ling Feng collected his thoughts and cast a glance at the level leaderboard. Several individuals had already reached level 14. He pondered the situation. If he wished to secure the first world announcement for reaching level 15, he needed to act swiftly, lest he miss this opportunity altogether. Although he was reluctant to seek the limelight, the allure of the primordial pearl compelled him to make an effort. After all, only by elevating his strength could he navigate a reality brimming with formidable opponents without facing any threats. With this resolution, Ling Feng ceased his deliberation and forged deeper into the shadows. The further he ventured, the more the surroundings exuded a chilling and sinister aura, the scent of blood growing ever more potent. It was at this moment that he halted, gazing into the inky darkness ahead. In the distance, he discerned a group of individuals. Among them were orcs, elves, and ordinary humans, yet their features did not resemble those of the Huaxia people. Rather, they bore Western visages. Indeed, this contingent appeared to be foreign. However, the current national war had not yet commenced, and it was rather fanciful for individuals from other nations to venture into the territory of Longwood during the novice village phase. Moreover, in his previous life, Ling Feng had never heard of foreigners appearing at the bottom of the pit. Could it be that the one who acquired the dark gold artifact harbored undisclosed secrets? At that moment, the group opposite him also seemed taken aback, their expressions clouded with confusion as they regarded Ling Feng. They belonged to the Eagle Nation's third guild, the Grip of the Goddess. During the launch of the game, their vice president, the guardian of the goddess, had received a special mission, which had consumed their focus entirely. Now, they had progressed to the final stage, entering a mysterious teleportation passage to confront the last boss of their quest. Once completed, they would claim the world's first dark gold artifact, shattering the exclusive announcement tied to the ID known as Feng Ling Tianxia. As they approached this location, just as they were about to tear open the summoning scroll, they were confronted by an individual from another nation, leaving them momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, their expressions darkened significantly. A colorful-haired mage among them brandished his staff and coldly addressed Ling Feng. "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the grip of the goddess." The system's automatic translation enabled Ling Feng to comprehend their words instantly. The grip of the goddess? A guild from the Eagle Nation? This guild ranked 23rd in the world, making it one of the more prestigious organizations. In his previous life, Ling Feng might have chosen to withdraw and avoid conflict. However, this time around, he was no longer the same. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, "This land belongs to Huaxia. You, people of the Eagle Nation, have trespassed here and dare to claim it as your domain. Are you seeking trouble?" "What? This is Huaxia's territory? That is impossible." The mage with multicolored hair immediately shouted coldly, "I see you are of Chinese descent from the Eagle Nation. Are you not? You seem quite suspicious. Attack him. Eliminate him first, then summon the boss." As soon as the command was given, the players from the Eagle Nation drew their weapons and readied their staffs to strike. However, at that moment, Ling Feng's figure vanished. The players from the Eagle Nation were taken aback, quickly shouting, "Zogel, activate your insight talent." Zogel, a ranger, immediately obeyed the command from his vice president, Stirrer, and without hesitation, wiped his eyes. This was his signature skill, allowing him to unveil all hidden monsters and individuals. In an instant, his green irises emitted a faint glow, just as he was about to survey the enemy's movements. Minus 10,476, weakness enhanced. Minus 52, forced health reduction. Minus 838. Minus 838. Zogel's heart was pierced, and he was sent flying by a cross slash, not only becoming a corpse himself, but also causing splash damage to his surrounding companions. In that moment, chaos erupted throughout the scene. Ding! Player Feng Ling Tianxia has slain your teammate, Zogel. The system notification echoed within the Goddess's Grasp Guild. Everyone was taken aback. Feng Ling Tianxia. This individual was indeed Feng Ling Tianxia. The expressions of all the members of the Goddess's Grasp Guild changed dramatically. Was he the one who had recently monopolized the world guilds? How could he appear here? Could it truly be that this is Huaxia? However, Vice President Tez's pupils suddenly constricted, and he decisively commanded, "Surround and kill him. We have the numbers. Even if he is a god, we shall ensure his fall." With over 30 elite members of the Goddess's Grasp Guild present, they believed they could easily overpower a fragile assassin. At the sound of his order, all guild members immediately locked onto Ling Feng. Warriors initiated charge. Mages targeted with fireball. Summoners began to harass from the side. Yet, Ling Feng did not dodge or evade. Rather, he charged directly at one of the warriors. Minus 39. A number appeared above Ling Feng's head, causing no pain or discomfort. This meager damage, considering his current health of 4,000, felt no different than a mirage. He retaliated with a lunge, then executed a zigzag maneuver, slipping behind the warrior to target the fragile backline. Minus 336, critical hit. As he maneuvered past, an astonishing figure appeared, shocking the warrior into a tremor. It should be noted that his talent increased his base defense threefold. Under normal circumstances, even being focused by a ranger and a mage would not produce such damage. Yet it was dealt by an assassin? However, when a notification chimed, he realized that perhaps his shock had come too soon. Ding! You have been affected by Feng Ling Tianxia. Wolf King's Roar, entering a state of 5 seconds of dizziness. You are afflicted by the effect of peeling from Feng Ling Tianxia, losing 300 health points every second for a duration of 5 seconds. The warrior, momentarily disoriented, finds himself unable to move, unable to quaff a healing potion, and can only shout in the team channel. Healer, hasten to grant me the Dispel enhancement talent. At this rate, his demise is inevitable. Sacred deities, heed my call. The healer in the rear, with a graceful lift of her hand, prepares to unleash her unique skill, Dispel Enhancement, to rid the warrior of all negative buffs while augmenting his attack damage. However, in an instant, the imposing figure of Ling Feng descends upon them, a dagger aimed directly at the vital point. Minus 3,321, critical hit. The healer is struck down. The warrior is losing health rapidly. Having suffered the loss of 2 comrades, Sturt, gritting his teeth, Bellows, monk and summoner, protect the remaining healer. Warrior charge in. Mages and rangers, unleash your fury. Several fireballs from the mages crash upon Ling Feng. Minus 89, minus 99, minus 101. Ling Feng disregards the assault, charging into the throng like a wolf among sheep, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Chapter 54. The Dragon Mage Chester the Mage is akin to a humanoid artillery, wreaking havoc wherever they tread. Particularly when equipped, their prowess is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. However, Ling Feng proves to be an anomaly. With a fixed spell defense of 1032, even though the armor transformation cannot mitigate spell damage, his current defenses render him impervious to the feeble 500-point magical attacks of a typical class, barely allowing such assaults to inflict any significant harm. In fact, the damage inflicted is insufficient for Ling Feng to even notice, let alone replenish his health. This is especially true against physical rangers. Thus, the outcome is decidedly one-sided. Numerous warriors succumb after a single blow, their vitality swiftly depleted. The mages and rangers fare no better, struggling to preserve their own existence. As over 30 members of their ranks have already fallen, Stur's eyes glow with a furious red. This represents an unprecedented humiliation for the goddess's Grasp Guild. They have been utterly vanquished by a solitary adversary, stripped of their dignity. Gritting his teeth, he bellows in rage, "Curse you! Come and claim your death." Raising his staff, he promptly activates his innate ability, Divine Descent. A golden aura descends from above, enveloping Ling Feng in its embrace, manifesting into an angelic figure that secures his form. In the next moment, the notification chimes. You have been affected by the player Stur's ability, Divine Descent, reducing your defense by 100 and your movement speed by 50 for 1 minute. Wielding his dagger, Ling Feng's expression remains icy as he continues to reap the souls of his foes. Minus 701, minus 1, minus 598, minus 1, minus 645. The previously suppressed damage suddenly reclaims its dignity, registering hundreds in damage upon Ling Feng. As his health plummets alarmingly, Stur's frantic demeanor begins to ease, replaced by a surge of elation. Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you today. Ling Feng, undeterred, calmly consumes a health potion to steady his nerves as the cool down for his skill, Knight's Whirl, concludes. In an instant, he vanishes from sight, entering a state of stealth. Just as Stur prepares to issue his next command, a staggering number appears above his head, minus 8,888, critical weakness. In the next heartbeat, Stur's vision darkens, leaving only the sound of the system notification. Ding! You have been affected by the player, Ling Feng Tianxia. Skill, Queen Siphon, reducing your health by 30 and converting it into a shield for the opponent. Ding! You have been affected by the player, Ling Feng Tianxia. Skill, 18 charge combo, taking 18 consecutive instances of additional damage. Ding! You have died. Your item, Blood Dawn, scroll has been lost, and your quest has failed. When he revives, he finds himself back in the novice village of the Eagle Kingdom. His team list now a desolate gray. In this moment, the expression on Styr's face instantly plummeted, deep within his heart. A singular thought consumed him. What on earth is Windling Heaven? How could it possess such an array of skills? Why do its attributes resemble those of a boss? Managing to survive amidst the overwhelming pressure exerted by numerous mages? Even if they all learn skills from the boss's drop tomes, it defies all logic. Beep, beep, beep. A call request popped up from his friend list. Styr furrowed his brow and promptly clicked to view it. To his surprise, it was a communication request from a player with the ID of War Goddess. His previously gloomy demeanor transformed instantly into one of delight as he answered, "Goddess, how may I assist you? What have you all done? Why did you collectively drop a level?" War Goddess interrogated him without preamble, her tone far from cordial. Upon hearing her words, Steer's expression darkened once more. "We were ambushed by Windling Heaven." "What?" Goddess exclaimed, taken aback, before falling into silence. Windling Heaven was the most frequently mentioned ID over the past 2 days. Steer clenched his teeth and declared solemnly, "Rest assured. I will reclaim our honor and make him pay tenfold." The failure of their mission since the game's launch had already disappointed the goddess, and he felt an intense frustration, wishing he could dismantle Windling piece by piece. However, at that moment, goddess sighed, resigned. "Come back for a meeting offline." With that, she severed the connection, causing Steer's friend list to dim. In that instant, his animosity toward Windling intensified 100-fold. "Ding! You have slain, or merchant, earning 100 experience points. Endless plunder successful. Gaining 1 strength." Once the last player fell, only a heap of equipment and potions remained on the ground. As they were players from different territories, their clashes incurred no sin value, and there was even a chance for equipment to drop. Windling seized yet another opportunity, though this time he acquired foreign goods. He picked up everything to avoid losing it to respawn. Soon, after tallying his spoils, he found himself with 98 health potions, 32 mana potions, and several pieces of equipment, including bronze and silver items, all at level 10, which he deemed worthless, merely a pile of sellable junk. However, amidst this refuse, one item caught Windling's eye. Crimson Dawn Scroll Dark Gold. Effect: summons a dark gold boss at coordinates 342-223 in the Bloodvine's territory. Defeating it grants substantial rewards. Note: this is an exclusive quest scroll for the Eagle Country. Due to mission failure, it has been dropped. Once used, it will incite the enmity of Eagle Country. Please be cautious. The Eagle Country refers to the Eagle Nation. Windling disregarded the cautionary note. Let them harbor hatred, it would not cost him a thing. With this thought, Windling felt a rush of exhilaration as he organized his backpack. Then, he tore open the scroll. The next moment, boom! A crimson beam of light abruptly surged into the sky, stirring the clouds above into a tumultuous whirl. Ling Feng instinctively retreated 100 meters, gazing upwards into the void. Suddenly, a resonating clanking of chains echoed through the heavens. In the wake of this sound, a vortex materialized in the celestial expanse. The earth was swept by a hurricane, and the scene of flying sand and gravel persisted relentlessly. Abruptly, a thunderous roar reverberated, as a colossal dragon, cloaked in black scales and exuding a dark aura, burst forth from the vortex. The oppressive force descended instantly, rendering one breathless. Dark Gold, the sealed avatar of the demon dragon Chester, level 20 magical attack, 2050, 90, physical attack, 2117, 90, dual defense, 2480, 90, health points, 250. 250, 000 skills. Wild Awakening passive ignores invisibility, inflicting a 100 critical hit. Dragon Transformation summons an avatar that inherits all of the main body's powers. With health halved, disappears upon death. Dragon Might, the roar of the demon dragon reverberates, silencing all targets within range for 10 seconds, preventing them from casting any skills. If the dragon avatar is still present and attacks, targets will suffer triple the original damage. Dragon Strike harnesses the power of darkness to alter the terrain, initiating area lockdown against the target. Should they fail to escape, they will endure the impending lethal dragon flame of the demon dragon. Description: an avatar of one of the 10 great demon lords of the Eagle Raccoon Kingdom. Being merely an avatar and sealed, its prowess is significantly diminished. Chapter 55, The Clone Ding. Announcement from Haiyu Village. A player has summoned a dark gold boss at the Bloodvine Pit, at the very bottom of the pit. We urge all players to rush here for the challenge. The system announcement resounded without a hint of suspense, reverberating in the hearts of countless individuals. However, a flicker of irritation crossed Ling Feng's eyes as he felt compelled to berate the editor of this introduction. Is this what they call weak strength? Spare me the nonsense. Ignoring invisibility with a 100 critical damage output, these are remarkably formidable abilities. Particularly, the skill to summon clones is something that truly vexes Ling Feng. Simply put, this boss might be formidable enough to leave Ling Feng in a precarious position. The sole consolation is that the opponent is merely a level 20 dark gold boss. Had it been of a higher level with more potent stats, he would have been uncertain whether he would dare to confront it. Now that it has been summoned, it must be dealt with promptly. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his own triumph in seizing it from the clutches of those from the Eagle Nation. At that moment, a roar echoed. "How dare you, human? You have sealed me and summoned me forth again. Do you not regard me with respect? Then prepare to face my wrath." The hatred of the dragon, Chester, instantly locked onto Ling Feng, its furious roars filling the air. In the next moment, it shook the chains binding its body and dove towards him, unleashing a torrent of black dragon flames. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed, his body tensed. Then, with a sudden lunge, he threw himself to the ground. The flames swept past him, just grazing his form. Yet even so, an astonishing amount of damage erupted above Ling Feng's head. Minus 480. The magical damage from this dragon was exceedingly fierce, leaving Ling Feng somewhat overwhelmed. Just brushing against the flames without direct contact had resulted in severe burns. At this juncture, the dragon Chester soared above him, its massive tail striking down like a whip. Ling Feng refused to remain passive. He immediately pushed off the ground and rolled away several meters. Then, performing a swift flip, he sprang to his feet, grasping his dagger to execute Night Spin, vanishing into stealth. However, just as he was about to charge at the dragon, ding. Your stealth has been detected. Skill activation failed. Though he was mentally prepared for this outcome, Ling Feng's heart sank instantly. Being discovered while using Night Spin effectively meant that he had lost a crucial advantage. Nonetheless, he was not one to succumb to despair. Without Night Spin, he still possessed other skills. Immediately, he reacted with agility, unleashing Pierce towards the dragon's ankle. Minus 2088, critical hit enhanced. Minus 12,500, force damage. Minus 41, splash damage. Fortunately, 10 strikes, activated, resulting in a substantial amount of damage. This significantly bolstered Ling Feng's confidence in tackling this boss. After all, the cooldown of cross impact is determined by the skills released if he consistently strikes true. Then the 250,000 health points appeared to be a trivial challenge. With this thought, he deftly inflicted a wound on the boss's ankle with a basic attack, activating the force damage effect of skinning. Without hesitation, he retreated. At that moment, the enraged dragon, awakening from its stupor, let out a thunderous roar as its massive body spun violently, generating a whirlwind intended to repel the intruder. However, due to Ling Feng triggering judgment from heaven, he had already evaded the blow, and as the boss halted, he adhered to it like a tenacious gum, continuing his basic attacks. As the cooldown for Pierce concluded, he unleashed it anew, simultaneously activating the power of cross impact. Minus 798, enhanced critical hit. Minus 12,500, force damage. Minus 16, splash damage. The boss's health plummeted below 90. Roar. Human. You wretched insect, you have provoked my wrath. The dragon bellowed in fury, dark smoke enveloping its form. Yet, as Ling Feng's dagger descended, it was met with a series of misses. Clearly, the creature had entered a defensive mechanism, rendered invulnerable due to the influence of a skill. Realizing this, Ling Feng retreated without a moment's hesitation. At that instant, waves pulsed from the dragon, and an eerie silhouette split from its body. Suddenly, a dragon identical to Chester, the magical dragon, materialized before Ling Feng. Ding. The magical dragon Chester has summoned a doppelganger. Please eliminate it swiftly, or the boss will unleash dragon's might. Within 3 minutes, Ling Feng felt a pang of frustration upon hearing the system prompt. Although this doppelganger possessed only 125,000 health points, he now had to contend with 2 dragons, the true form still in an invulnerable state. Only by forcibly vanquishing the doppelganger could he alter the tide of battle. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and activated Pierce, now off cooldown. Charging toward the dragon doppelganger, the 2 dragons launched a coordinated assault, attacking from both front and rear with ferocity. Any inexperienced individual would have surrendered in terror long ago. Yet, Ling Feng remained unnerved. Instead, he grew increasingly composed. With a graceful Z-shaped maneuver, he evaded both dragon strikes. Then, with swift steps, he seized the opportunity as the 2 dragons separated, closing in on the doppelganger. His dagger, wielded with years of honed speed, relentlessly jabbed at its ankle. Minus 487. -12, 800 force damage. -10, splash damage. Indeed, when confronting a large creature without area attacks, one often finds oneself reduced to a mere pedicurist, inflicting minimal damage akin to a gentle scraping. However, such was the nature of the struggle. Suddenly, roar! Upon the descent of the infernal dragon, it turned and roared with fury, akin to a ferocious bull, charging towards Ling Feng. Simultaneously, the dragon's clone unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, stripping away over 1,000 of Ling Feng's health points while forcing him backward. The dragon then regrouped and soared into the air once more, launching another assault. Gradually, Ling Feng discerned the creature's patterns. After each aerial charge, it would regroup, and following this, it would dive again, incessantly disrupting Ling Feng's offensive maneuvers. Typically, such a formidable boss would necessitate a well-equipped, highly skilled team to strategize an effective approach, allowing for the division into 2 squads, with one team distracting a single dragon. However, Ling Feng found himself alone, ensnared in a dire predicament. Yet, just as he separated the 2 dragons once more and executed a strike, piercing thrust against the dragon clone, 2 system notifications sounded forth, as if blessed by a divine presence. Ding! 18 consecutive charges, passive skill activated. Ding! Queen's Siphon, passive skill activated. Chapter 56. The Shield of Evil Spirits demonstrates its might. A series of damage notifications erupted from the head of the dragon avatar. -694. -347. -347. Following the 18 consecutive strikes of the 18 charges, the life points of the dragon avatar suddenly plummeted by 30%. In the next moment, a protective shield enveloped Ling Feng, harboring a total of 37,500 shield points. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. He had not anticipated such a miraculous occurrence at this juncture. He knew he had to seize the moment to vanquish the dragon avatar, lest he squander the nearly 40,000 shield points. In an instant, Ling Feng unleashed his full arsenal, attacking relentlessly with fervor. -604. -466. -709. The damage escalated wildly as the dragon avatar's health rapidly diminished. Although the true dragon possessed an indomitable body, rendering it immune to any control or interruption, the avatar lacked such attributes. Thus, under Ling Feng's relentless assault, not only did the bleeding effect of skinning come into play, but even the stunning effect of Wolf King's fury was unleashed in succession. At that moment, the true dragon made a swift return, unleashing a torrent of dragon flames towards Ling Feng. -0, 1123. The actual damage registered as 0, entirely absorbed by the shield, further igniting Ling Feng's resolve to triumph. Soon, an uncanny scene unfolded upon the darkened earth. A dragon stood in penance while a diminutive human diligently tended to its claws. Behind the human, another dragon unleashed various attacks, occasionally landing hits, yet often evaded. Such a bizarre tableau would surely leave onlookers astounded. Although the penitent dragon eventually stirred and launched a counterattack, it could not dissuade Ling Feng from his relentless offensive spirit. Gradually, -309, 720. The shield that surrounded Ling Feng shattered. The health points of the dragon avatar approached their end. With a decisive thrust, Ling Feng executed a piercing strike, dealing a resounding 777 damage, which effectively dispatched the black dragon avatar. Simultaneously, the protective indomitable body of the dragon also crumbled, and in a fit of rage, it lunged at Ling Feng, seizing him and hurling him towards the ground. -2039. Ling Feng crashed to the earth, losing a significant portion of his health. Yet, he sprang back to life with the vigor of a rejuvenated spirit, charging directly at the dragon once more. -596. -666. -593. The healer resumed his relentless assault, as Ling Feng deftly dodged the dragon's various attacks, continually tending to its claws. He occasionally endured hits, but with a 45 lifesteal effect and the benefits of his passive healing skills, he quickly restored his vitality. 2 minutes later, the black dragon's health plummeted to 60%. It suddenly unfurled its wings, causing the chains to tremble in resonance, and soared into the air. In the next moment, it roared. A soul-stirring roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as an overwhelming pressure descended in an instant. Ding! You are afflicted by the negative effect of the dragon might of the Dragon King Chester, silenced for 10 seconds, unable to cast any skills. A trivial matter. Without the interference of the dragon's avatar, this skill merely rendered Ling Feng incapable of attacking for 10 seconds. As long as he could move swiftly and evade skillfully, he would emerge unscathed. Soon, the 10 seconds passed in a cat-and-mouse spectacle. Once able to unleash his skills again, Ling Feng launched into a tempestuous assault. The boss's defenses were exceedingly high, particularly in the absence of the enhancement, ability, and even under critical conditions. His damage barely reached 400, merely a tickle compared to the boss's total health. Before long, the boss's health plummeted to 20. Judgment from the heavens was activated. Ling Feng predicted that the boss was about to unleash its ultimate move, Dragon Strike. He swiftly retreated, putting distance between himself and the boss. At that moment, the boss soared into the air, circling in the void. Suddenly, it roared, "Die, all you insignificant creatures!" The Dragon King Chester bellowed, and black flames erupted around him, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of fire rushing toward the earth. The ground trembled violently, fissures spreading like spider webs. In the next moment, boom, 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 the earth shattered, and countless fragments were hurled into the air by a surge of black flames, plunging the entire arena into a realm of demonic fire. Ding! You are affected by the Dragon Strike of the Dragon King Chester, your speed reduced by 100, but may be dispelled by the healer. Ling Feng's expression changed drastically as he realized that without a healer, facing this boss alone was impossible. However, he had no time to react and was instantly engulfed. Minus 1,590. Minus 1,203. Minus 1,111. The damage skyrocketed as Ling Feng was scorched by the flames, his health plummeting like an elevator descending rapidly. Yet, at that moment, ding! Ethereal Shield activated, granting immunity to all damage and amplifying spell damage for 5 seconds. A heavenly notification resounded. Ling Feng's health stabilized precisely at the critical threshold of 12 points. And the effect of the Ethereal Shield saved him from the brink of death. Initially, he had intended to use the Soul Resurrection Scroll upon his demise. To his astonishment, at this crucial juncture, the long-unused Ethereal Shield had been triggered. But before Ling Feng could fully savor his joy, another notification chimed in. Ding! Poison Mist Reversal activated. His previously depleted health was instantaneously restored. Not only that, but a shield with a value of 10,000 enveloped him, eliminating the need for him to consume healing potions. As the surrounding demonic flames gradually dissipated, the dragon once again lunged toward him. At that moment, the negative influence of Ling Feng dissipated, and he promptly gripped his dagger. Advancing boldly, the clash between man and dragon ensued. However, only damage indicators emerged above the dragon's head, while Ling Feng's was marked solely with miss. As 5 seconds elapsed, the effects of the shield and invincibility faded, yet Ling Feng had already seized the rhythm of the battlefield. In a short span, the magic dragon's health was entirely depleted. No, I am Chester, the magic dragon. How can I be defeated by mere human vermin? I refuse to accept this. The boss roared in defiance before collapsing to the ground, erupting in a burst of dark golden light. Ding! Successfully defeated the magic dragon Chester, earning 8,000 experience points. Ding! Endless Plunder activated, granting the passive skill, Dragon Transformation. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system notification. In the next instant, he hastily opened the skill panel. There it was, Dragon Transformation Rare, effect. When health accumulates to the maximum limit, a doppelganger is created, mirroring the user's attributes, with health reduced by half, and possessing a strong taunt ability. If the summoner triggers the doppelganger to self-destruct, it will inflict 3 times the attack power within a 5 by 5 yard radius. Note, this skill can trigger critical hit effects. Chapter 57. Dragon Spine. His Ling Feng inhaled sharply, his face filled with astonishment. This essentially meant it could serve as a temporary T-position. Moreover, the damage was substantial, dealing triple attack power, further augmented by critical hits. After some calculations, his current attack power stood at 845 points, which meant a damage output of 2,505 when tripled. under the premise of 100% critical hit. This figure could easily exceed 5,000. And if the token's 100 critical damage was triggered, the resulting damage would be extraordinarily impressive. Furthermore, as time progressed, the attack values would only escalate, rendering the potential damage virtually limitless. Even when considering the target's defensive values, one must not forget, this was an area of effect skill. All enemies within a 5-yard radius would endure identical damage. Remarkable. A potent weapon for team battles. After a moment of reflection, Ling Feng glanced at his golden dagger, which had only one durability point remaining. He realized he needed to return to the village to replenish his supplies. Otherwise, he would have to confront any future foes head-on. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng approached the boss's corpse and collected all the spoils. To his astonishment, the rewards sent his heart racing. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the following loot: Evil Spirit Crystal 3, Dragon Spine Dark Gold, Oath Ring Gold, Celestial Staff Gold. Dragon Scale 1. Ling Feng's breath caught in his throat as his gaze fixated on the dark gold equipment. At last it had appeared. Dragon Spine Dark Gold. Position. Main weapon attributes. Attack 150, Strength 60, Agility 40. Dexterity 20 effects. Lifesteal effect 20, critical damage effect 30, attack effect 20 each time a foe or monster is slain. The undead absorption effect activates upon reaching 100. The Dragon Spine effect is triggered. Attack effect increases by 100, lasting for 30 seconds, 0-100. Equipment requirement. Level 20, Assassin. Description. Legend has it that this weapon is forged from dragon vertebrae, possessing the power to cleave the heavens. This was overwhelmingly powerful. Ling Feng's lips quivered in disbelief. No wonder it was dark gold equipment. Even at the same level, its attributes far surpassed those of the Golden Venom Fang, boasting an entire doubling of values. Moreover, it included the terrifying fourth effect. Without hesitation, he equipped the Dragon Spine, his attack falling just 35 points short of breaking the 1,000 mark, with an attack speed reaching 0.55s. However, before Ling Feng could fully appreciate this moment, a global announcement echoed through the air. Ding! Global announcement! Congratulations to player Feng Ling Tianxia for acquiring the first dark gold equipment, receiving the following rewards. Gold 5,000. Reputation 10, 000, Charm 10, Luck 10, Primordial Pearl 1, Dark Gold Treasure Chest 1. As customary, the announcement echoed 3 times. The world erupted once more. Countless individuals cursing in frustration. Yet, they were left helpless. The architect of all this chaos, Ling Feng, remained utterly indifferent. At this moment, he chose to activate the Primordial Pearl, aligning his abilities with reality at 35. Subsequently, he continued to examine his equipment. Oath Ring Gold, Slot, Hand Attributes, Agility 40. Intelligence 40, Constitution 20, Strength 20 effect. Critical damage 10, restores 5 mana points per second. Equipment requirement, level 20 finally. He could replace the last piece of his bronze armor, the Wan Ring. Ling Feng smiled faintly as he donned the ring. The reason he had not replaced the Wan Ring earlier was not due to its exceptional attributes, but rather its mana restoration effect of 1 point per second. This feature prevented him from the hassle of manually replenishing his mana during battles, thus enhancing the overall margin for error in combat. Therefore, even though the Wan Ring only provided an additional 30 points of intelligence, it was still acceptable. Now, however, he could upgrade. The new equipment's mana restoration of 5 points per second would ensure he rarely faced a shortage of mana. Moreover, the ring possessed remarkable 4-dimensional attributes, allowing his attack to exceed 1,000, with agility approaching a staggering rate of 2 strikes per second. With a satisfied smile, Ling Feng turned his attention to the final piece of equipment. Celestial Staff Gold, Slot, Main Weapon Attributes, Mana Attack 100, Elemental 30, Elemental 20 effect. Skill cast time -0.5 seconds, with a 20 increase in spell damage probability. Equipment requirement, level 20, Mage, Goodness. A staff with triple attack attributes. The price must be astronomical. Ling Feng was taken aback, rendered speechless. Mages do not possess strength attribute points but are instead endowed with elemental attributes. In every conceivable way, this weapon was undoubtedly a supreme gold tier item. Not only did it offer triple attack, but it also reduced casting time. It is essential to recognize that the primary drawback limiting a mage's capability is not the variability of damage, but rather the duration of casting time. If casting time is minimized, attack frequency will naturally increase. Faced with a mage capable of instant casting skills, it is unlikely that even the world's top tank, aside from Ling Feng, could endure for long. Thus, with triple attack attributes, its value had already tripled. Coupled with the reduction in casting time, its worth could potentially multiply tenfold. Ling Feng recollected that in his previous life, the only mage capable of instant casting all skills was the enchanting known as Yiwu Qingqing, a veritable artillery of unparalleled ferocity. He decided to sell it to Yiwu Qingqing, ensuring that she would owe him a favor. After making his decision, Ling Feng cast the equipment aside into a corner. As for the system's reward of a dark gold treasure chest, luck was not on his side. It yielded no equipment. Only 12,000 gold coins. To him, gold had become merely a number. In reality, he lacked for nothing, and in the game, he could sustain himself. Calculating. He currently possesses 21,400 gold coins in his backpack, sufficient for an extended period. By the way, it seems he has just acquired a dragon scale. A frown creased Ling Feng's brow as he promptly revealed the last item. Evil Dragon Scale Special Effect. Upon obtaining this item, two choices will be presented. Destroy it, allowing the magic dragon's avatar to be completely obliterated, granting 200,000 experience points and a permanent increase of 50 to all attributes. Return it to the magic dragon to receive a reward, with a chance to obtain the hidden class qualification of Evil Dragon Guardian, restricted to citizens of the Eagle Raccoon Kingdom. Note: if you choose to destroy it, please pick it up and crush it directly. At the moment he beheld the scale, Ling Feng was suddenly enlightened. He recalled that in his past life, it was the members of the Goddess's Grasp Guild who obtained this class qualification, although they likely did not achieve it by vanquishing the Avatar, as there was no announcement at that time. With this thought, Ling Feng dismissed further speculation, for in this life, the Evil Dragon Guardian bore no connection to the Goddess's Grasp Guild. He took out the dragon scale and chose to crush it. In the next instant, an announcement echoed. Ding! You have destroyed the Evil Dragon Scale, gaining 200,000 experience points and a permanent increase of 50 to all attributes. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 15, earning 5 free attribute points. Chapter 58, The Misfortunate Kingdom of Eagle and Raccoon, level 15? Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback as he allocated his 5 attribute points to enhance his attack, glancing at his status panel. ID: Wind of the World class, Apprentice Assassin level, 15, 126, 180, 000, Attack, 1115 Health, 5349, 10 Skill Bonus, Mana. 400 Attack Speed, 0. 51s Critical Hit, 103 Critical Damage, 150, with an additional 100 Probability, Lifesteal, 50 Attack Buff, 35 Attack Effectiveness Physical Defense, 915 Magical Defense, 1032 Charm, 67 Luck, 72 Attributes, Strength 424, Constitution 386, Agility 329, Intelligence 200 Immunity Effects, 100 Immunity to Poison. At this moment, his panel could almost be regarded as that of a minor boss. However, before Ling Feng could indulge in his silent pride, the system announcement resounded once more. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to Wind of the World for being the first player to reach level 15, earning the qualification for the first class advancement, along with the following rewards: 3,000 gold coins, 5,000 reputation, 20 charm, 10 luck, and 1 primordial pearl. The consecutive announcements silenced the previously raucous crowd, who suddenly realized that rather than bemoaning their fate, it would be more prudent to immerse themselves in the game. While they were busy venting their frustrations, others were diligently leveling up. As they lamented the unfairness of the world, others were already admiring their spoils. This exemplified the disparity at play. Moreover, this game was unequivocally free of cheats, just 5 minutes prior to the world announcement of reaching level 15. The foremost hackers from 10 nations attempted to unravel the secrets of this game, launching a collaborative decryption operation that was broadcasted globally, supported by various national entities. The outcome, however, was unerringly dire. The hackers suddenly convulsed, bleeding from their orifices, and perished instantly. Their wide-eyed expressions, collapsing upon their equipment, resembled a scene from a horror film. If Win of the World had indeed been cheating, he would have already faced dire consequences, rather than receiving a series of accolades. Thus, the revelation of this news, compounded with Ling Feng's consecutive announcements, rendered countless voices silent. Even though whispers of dissent lingered, they were largely disregarded. Meanwhile, outside the Level 4 city of Venus in the kingdom of Eagle and Raccoon, the previously clear skies were abruptly shrouded by ominous clouds. The world descended into an unprecedented atmosphere of oppression. Clad in ceremonial robes, the high priest of the capital stood atop a towering spire, gazing solemnly at the distant scene while clutching a crucifix. Below, a multitude of followers gathered, kneeling as they recited incomprehensible chants. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap split the heavens, tearing the sky asunder. A massive figure, shrouded in dense black smoke, emerged from a crevice, dragging countless chains behind it. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a dragon, a formidable and powerful dragon, although it had only protruded halfway. The terrifying pressure it exuded shattered the void isolation shield of Venus City in an instant. A cacophony of horrified screams erupted within the city. The high priest's face paled dramatically, his previously solemn expression morphing into one of dread. You were the demon dragon, Chester? How did you come to be here? He recalled that this great demon dragon had been sealed away a millennium ago. How could it have forcefully torn open a rift and arrived here? Haha. Accursed humans, you wretches have thoroughly enraged me. I shall obliterate you. Utterly obliterate you. The demon dragon's laughter was frenzied, as if it had been provoked by some unseen stimulus. Ignoring the cries of those below, it unleashed a cataclysmic inferno that swept across the land. In the blink of an eye, the entire city was engulfed in a sea of black flames. -1, 000, 000. -3, 300, 000. -9, 990, 000. Countless figures were instantaneously consumed by the raging fire, their anguished wails echoing as they turned ash. The once sacred city was reduced to a desolate ruin beneath the weight of such terror. Ding! World announcement. The Level 4 main city, Venus City of the Eagle Raccoon Kingdom, has come under attack by the demon dragon Chester, marking the first city in the world to trigger a boss siege. All adventurers affiliated with Venus City, seize your weapons and resist the boss's onslaught. Success will yield substantial rewards. Failure will result in severe penalties. As this announcement resonated throughout the world, shock rippled through the populace once more. What? A Level 4 city is under siege? Yet the highest-ranking individuals in the Eagle Raccoon Kingdom are merely at level 14. Having not even had the chance to change their class, how could they participate? Other nations looked on with envy and resentment, deeming it a monumental boon for the Eagle Raccoon Kingdom, which had struck gold this time. However, the people of the Eagle Raccoon Kingdom were utterly bewildered. They were unable to respond. Was there something amiss with this announcement? But scarcely 5 seconds after the world announcement, another one rang out. Ding! World announcement. Venus City of the Eagle Raccoon Kingdom has been destroyed. The defense has failed. Penalty reward. All players from the Eagle Raccoon Kingdom lose 1 level. And experience gained from defeating monsters in the vicinity of Venus City will be reduced by 50 for the next 7 days. Attention! Venus City has been obliterated and will temporarily close for reconstruction. Players from the Eagle Raccoon Kingdom who are level 15 and meet the teleportation conditions are advised not to teleport to this area. The entirety of the Eagle Raccoon Kingdom was left in stunned silence, nearly brought to tears. What on earth does it mean that trouble comes knocking when one is at home? This is precisely it. They had done nothing yet inexplicably lost a level. Particularly, the players from the 100 novice villages closest to Venus City experienced a collective surge of anxiety, teetering on the brink of collapse. Thus, this sudden monster siege concluded in a dramatic fashion. The fervor surrounding this event in the forums instantaneously eclipsed the excitement surrounding Ling Feng. Indeed, it can be said to have ignited a wildfire across the entire internet. Ling Feng stood in place, momentarily lost in thought. before awkwardly touching his nose and murmuring to himself, "It seems, once again, I am responsible for this." In his previous life, the Monster Siege event was not instigated by the Eagle Raccoon Nation, but rather by players from the Sun Kingdom. Yet now, it has transformed into a scenario initiated by the Eagle Raccoon Nation, occurring significantly earlier than anticipated. Who else could be the cause, if not him? Sighing, he realized that he must tread carefully in the future. Otherwise, his presence could easily alter the delicate balance of the entire deity realm. Who knows whether that would prove to be fortuitous or disastrous? Shaking his head, he engaged in some self-reflection. Subsequently, he consumed the 8th primordial pearl, synchronizing his power to 40. After assessing his physical condition, Ling Feng resolved to log off for a brief respite. Following that, he planned to return and continue his quest for treasures. Upon locating them, he intended to clear out his inventory before proceeding to Hanhai City for his class change, still within the bounds of time. Thus, he opened his friends list, exchanged a few words with Shui Weiro, and then logged off. Chapter 59, The Transmutation of the Human Cocoon. The next day, after Ling Feng rose and completed his morning rituals, he seated himself in the dining room to partake of breakfast while casually browsing through the forum. The pinned trending topics were no longer solely focused on him. Among them were two particularly noteworthy pieces of news. One pertained to the sudden demise of a hacker, which had been addressed by relevant authorities, and simultaneously, various nations had issued a decree forbidding any hasty actions concerning anything related to the deity. Ling Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow at this. In his previous life, such news had never surfaced, and it seemed that his recent maneuvers had disrupted the timeline of many events in this life. Whether things would continue to unfold along the trajectory of his past existence remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the question of whether events would align with his previous life had become trivial. What truly mattered was that he should leverage all the knowledge at his disposal to elevate himself. Thus, even if there were profound changes, he would still possess an undeniable advantage. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, making a silent resolution. He then shifted his gaze to another pinned article. This report concerned an assault on the Eagle Raccoon Nation, and while many reveled in the misfortune, others unearthed unsettling connections. Pondering whether this incident had any ties to Feng Ling Tianxia, the inquiry quickly garnered widespread attention, drawing an array of internet sleuths who began their speculations, linking it to Ling Feng's system announcement prior to the Monster Siege. This revelation left Ling Feng feeling uneasy. Fortunately, no conclusions were reached, but it did prompt him to contemplate whether he should adopt a more low-profile approach in the near future. However, aside from this news, another sensational piece emerged. It was revealed that the president of the Goddess of War Guild in the Eagle Raccoon Nation had deleted her account, rendering the ID unsearchable within the country. This action baffled countless individuals, including Ling Feng himself. Could it be that the members of the Goddess of War, unable to bear the disruption of their class transition quest due to his interference, had decided to withdraw from the game? It was worth noting that in his previous life, the Goddess of War had never taken such drastic measures. Rather, through her efforts, she had ascended from a top 3 position to claim the apex of the Eagle Raccoon Nation as foremost guild. Her sudden account deletion was indeed perplexing. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, setting down his spoon as he scrolled through the comments. 32L. Eagle Sauce is the cutest. I heard that the Goddess of War had a falling out with the vice president, which is why she deleted her account and quit. 89L. Love since the dawn of time. Comrade 32L, you're just talking nonsense. Stir, the vice president is the Goddess of War's devoted admirer. How could they possibly have a falling out? 492L. Unattainable love. Perhaps it's similar to my ID, love that cannot be attained, leading to frustration and anger, prompting a dramatic exit? 1111L. The admirer deserves no mercy. Damn it. I've always despised admirers in this life. Ling Feng quietly closed the forum, washed the dishes, and walked towards his room, his heart filled with confusion. Indeed, Site was a devoted sycophant of the Goddess of War, the kind who licked the boots to the very end yet gained nothing, for their relationship had soured in the latter stages. What puzzled Ling Feng was why this day had arrived so swiftly. Never mind. He was too weary to ponder such vexing matters, as they bore no relevance to him. Rubbing his temples, he lay down on the bed, gripping the device in his hand. In the next moment, a blinding white light enveloped him. and he found himself once again in the realm of deities. The surroundings were as he had left them, save for the distant area, which had respawned numerous low-level monsters. Ling Feng took out a map, cross-referenced the treasure coordinates, and continued forward for a distance. Suddenly, he discovered that ahead lay a vast expanse piled high with skeletal remains. A sight far more daunting than the periphery. The ghastly green glow emanating from the scene sent chills down his spine. Abruptly, with a series of cracks, a myriad of jade-like corpses began to rise from among the bones. Their bodies resembled pure white jade, devoid of facial features. Yet their forms were marred by interwoven trails of blood that stained their entire being. Ling Feng cast an investigative glance at one of them. Jedified Human Pupa Bronze Elite, level 22 attack, 550, 90, dual defense, 1020, 90, mental power, 500 health points, 35, 000 35, 000 skills, blood creation vine. Nightmare description. These are the unfortunate souls abandoned among the bones after death, who, through jadification, have transformed into the current human pupae, attacking anything that approaches them. A sharp cry suddenly erupted from within the jade-like human pupa. One of them, closest to Ling Feng, instantly turned into a fleeting shadow and charged towards him. Simultaneously, endless crimson vines surged forth from the ground, entwining towards Ling Feng as it approached. Damn! Ling Feng was taken aback and swiftly stepped aside. In the next moment, employing his expertly honed Z-pattern footwork, he evaded the monster's assault. The blood-colored vines plunged into the earth, and then, with a thunderous explosion, they erupted. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng slipped into Nightfall Spin, maneuvering behind the creature and striking with a decisive blow to its lower back. Minus 8,584 critical hit. Minus 1,750 force damage. Minus 378 splash damage. 3 damage numbers leapt from the jade-like human pupa, sending it staggering back, rendered momentarily dazed by cross-impact. Ling Feng advanced swiftly, delivering a basic attack that triggered both Wolf King's Fury and Skinning. Then, with a flurry of swift maneuvers, he relentlessly harvested the creature's health. 6 seconds later, the vitality of the Jade transformation cocoon plummeted instantaneously, ultimately succumbing to a decisive strike from Ling Feng. Ding! The kill of the Jade transformation cocoon was successful, granting 500 experience points. The Endless Plunder was activated successfully, bestowing an increase of 1 to strength. Ling Feng exhaled softly. The attacks from such minor foes were considerably potent, with defenses that were remarkably robust, rendering the damage dealt reliant solely on critical hits and burst damage. However, overall, they were not excessively formidable. Yet, just as Ling Feng bent down to collect the scattered copper coins on the ground, another Jade transformation cocoon charged forth from behind, intent on seizing a portion of Ling Feng's anatomy. Ling Feng was unwilling to be captured. He hastily grabbed the coins and prepared to retaliate. Just then, a piercing and shrill sound erupted. The sonic waves penetrated his eardrums, rendering Ling Feng's body numb and immobile, as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. In the next moment, an alert echoed. Ding! You have been struck by the nightmare attack from the Jade transformation cocoon, plunging you into a state of fear. Immobilizing your body for 3 seconds, with a 30 reduction in all attributes, compounded for an additional 10 seconds. Chapter 60. Guardian of the Evil Rider cursing under his breath. Ling Feng found himself unable to escape the clutches of fear, forced to endure the passage of 3 agonizing seconds. Meanwhile, the Jade transformation cocoon unleashed the blood vines, summoning an endless array of tendrils that surged toward him. Minus 123. Minus 125. Minus 126. Damage numbers exceeding 100 flashed continuously, causing Ling Feng considerable distress. Fortunately, the attack speed of the Jade transformation cocoon was rather sluggish. In those 3 seconds, it managed only 4 strikes. Seizing the opportunity to break free, Ling Feng immediately launched a counterattack. Despite a 30 reduction in overall attributes, his output remained explosive. Minus 6,590. Minus 3,290. Minus 3,300. In no time, Ling Feng executed the Spiral T technique, systematically depleting the life of the Jade transformation cocoon, garnering another wave of experience points. The adorable creature was now merely half a level away from reaching level 10. However, at that moment, a chime echoed. The endless plunder activated successfully, granting him the skilled Nightmare. Ling Feng hastily shifted his gaze from the creature's panel to the newly acquired skill. He observed, Nightmare, passive effect when attacking a target. There is a chance to instill fear for 3 seconds, along with an additional 10-second reduction of all attributes by 30. Oh, splendid! It is entirely mine. Now, let me return the favor in kind. His eyes gleamed with determination as he grasped the dragon spine and charged toward the nearest jade transformation cocoon, initiating a counteroffensive. Endless Plunder activated, gaining 1 constitution. Endless Plunder activated, gaining 1 strength. Half an hour later, Ling Feng had swept clean the surrounding jade transformation cocoons, during which he looted 2 pieces of bronze equipment and 1 piece of black iron gear. Checking his coordinates, he was confident he was in the right location. Yet, why was there nothing here? Could it be that I am approaching it incorrectly? Ling Feng glanced at the map once more, noting that his marker aligned perfectly with the destination's red dot. However, apart from a heap of bones, there seemed to be nothing else. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently as jagged fissures, resembling the maw of a dragon, erupted from the pile of bones. In the next moment, the bones began to descend into the gaping chasms, and the fissures roared with a tumultuous surge, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Ling Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated hastily. Once he had distanced himself, he noticed a black, viscous liquid seeping forth from between the cracks. The liquid appeared almost sentient, spreading among the bones and writhing incessantly. With the emergence of this substance, the bone pile began to transform. The once gleaming white bones started to crack, losing their luster, ultimately disintegrating into dust. The viscous mass coalesced, rising abruptly from the ground. Roaring in fury, it unleashed a sound akin to a tyrannosaurus, reverberating throughout the land. Ling Feng immediately discerned the form of this new entity. It was a spectral knight composed of viscous substance, accompanied by a ghostly steed beneath its loins. The melding of man and horse rendered them as one. Guardian of Evil, Dark Gold Lord, level, 23 attack, 2450, 90, up double defense, 2944, 90, up health points, 280, 000 280, 000 ghostly steed resilience, 50, 00050. 000 skills. Man-horse unity, passive while the ghostly steed remains. All attributes are enhanced by 30. If the ghostly steed is lost, all attributes decrease by 30. Symbiosis, passive whenever the Guardian of Evil takes damage. The ghostly steed loses resilience equivalent to 40 of each damage instance. Once resilience reaches 0, the ghostly steed perishes. Death, passive when 3 death marks accumulate on a target, it incurs a fatal effect. Charge of Destruction, the Guardian of Evil brandishes a spear forged from bones, sweeping towards the target, causing them to be knocked back and forcibly entering a state of dizziness for 5 seconds, during which they suffer from dark corruption, losing 5 health per second and gaining an additional death mark. Trample Enhancement, the Guardian of Evil rides the ghostly steed to trample the earth, sending shockwaves in a 10-yard radius, rendering targets unconscious and adding a death mark. If struck subsequently by the ghostly steed, they will receive substantial damage, fall into control again, and gain yet another death mark. Malefic Transformation of the Steed. 1. The Guardian of Evil dismounts from the ghostly steed, summoning endless malice from the abyss, transforming into the ghostly steed to sweep across the battlefield. 2. Upon losing the ghostly steed, the Guardian summons endless malice from the abyss, altering the terrain and adding a death mark, causing the target to lose 5 health each second until the battle concludes. Description: After the Great War, the Guardian of Evil was dispatched by the High Priest of the Realm of Malevolence to safeguard a significant object, preventing it from being seized by the forces of righteousness. Anyone daring to attempt to take anything from it will be mercilessly slain. Ding! Announcement from Hayu Village. A player has discovered the Dark Gold Lord, unique, Guardian of Evil at the bottom of the Bloodvine's pit. Please proceed to coordinates XXX to defeat it and obtain an unknown mysterious treasure. The ever-present system announcement echoed once more. However, unlike before, this time the alert provided precise coordinates, causing Ling Feng to furrow his brow slightly. At that moment, ding! You have a new message from a friend. The notification chimed from the friends list. Ling Feng opened it to find a message from Luo Shi. Did you discover something? Yes. Ling Feng replied succinctly. Luo Shi responded immediately. Then farewell, I shall take Shui Yu Road to the dungeon for experience farming. Additionally, I have some bad news. Someone has already reached level 15. All right, I understand. Ling Feng casually closed the friend communication, his gaze shifting towards the guardian of evil ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The fact that someone reached level 15 held little significance. After all, the task of transitioning into a new role is far from simple. It is prudent to first conquer the formidable Dark Gold boss before proceeding. Suddenly, intruders must perish. The guardian of the evil knight brandishes a bone spear. Roaring with fury, then, mounted upon his spectral steed, he charges directly towards Ling Feng. The young lord is not so easily vanquished. Ling Feng smirks coldly, gripping the dragon's spine tightly, and promptly unleashes Nightfall Spin. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanishes, only to reappear behind the guardian of the evil knight, who has struck nothing but air. In that moment, a dagger plunges fiercely into the vulnerable area of the spectral steed. Minus 4,444 critical weakness. Minus 1,333 resilience. Minus 14,000 force damage. Minus 4,200 resilience. Indeed, for a boss that embodies both man and horse, the weak points are laid bare. Thus, in an instant, Ling Feng has inflicted nearly 20,000 points of health loss and over 5,000 points of resilience. Subsequently, after being propelled by cross-impact, the boss is forcibly rendered dizzy, only to be further afflicted by Ling Feng's Wolf King Fury, which exacerbates the disorientation. At this moment, it succumbs to a staggering 6 seconds of incapacitation. Chapter 61. The Malevolent Knight under the rapid onslaught of Ling Feng's attacks, striking nearly twice per second. The life force of the guardian Maleficent Knight steadily diminished. Ling Feng understood that in this critical moment, it was imperative to swiftly suppress the knight's health and reduce its resilience. Only through such measures could future troubles be minimized, particularly the knight's berserk skill, which he needed to neutralize before it could wreak havoc. Otherwise, should the knight enter a state of fury, Ling Feng would inevitably face a devastating fate. Fortuitously, during this encounter, Ling Feng unleashed the 18 consecutive charges. Within a mere 6 seconds, he managed to deplete over 30,000 of the knight's health points. This significant reduction brought its health dangerously close to 80. The guardian Maleficent Knight, jolted from its stupor, retaliated with a powerful counterattack, thrusting its spear towards Ling Feng with deadly intent. Despite triggering 10 layers of armor enhancement, the damage dealt was still formidable. Yet, Ling Feng remained undeterred. He could withstand this level of harm. In response, he brandished his dagger and swiftly struck back with 2 normal attacks. In an instant, the boss's health plummeted to 80. The judgment from above was triggered. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened as he swiftly retreated. In the next moment, the guardian Maleficent Knight brandished its bone spear, riding its ghostly steed, unleashing a thick veil of dark energy that surged toward Ling Feng. The area swept by the bone spear erupted with ripples, summoning vengeful spirits that ravaged the battlefield. Caught off guard, Ling Feng was struck by the spectral apparitions, sending him flying and forcibly entering a state of daze. Indeed, it was a forcible effect. Even with the enhancement effect still active, he was left incapacitated. Ding. You are affected by the charge and devastate effect, dazed for 5 seconds, losing 5 of your health per second. As the system notification echoed, a black mark resembling ghostly flames appeared above Ling Feng's head. This was the death mark. Just then, the boss's figure lunged at him, violently thrusting its bone spear. Minus 888. Minus 693. Minus 345. Damage numbers flared as Ling Feng, upon regaining his senses from the daze, saw his health plummet to a mere 12. Alarmed, he hastily retreated 2 steps, narrowly dodging another piercing strike from the boss. Immediately, he executed Dark Knight Spin, maneuvering behind the boss to launch a surprise attack. Minus 1,470. Minus 441 resilience. Minus 14,000. Minus 4,200 resilience. Once again, damage numbers erupted on the boss, sending it reeling into a state of confusion. Unfortunately, the battle was far from over. The effect of Wolf King's fury was still on cooldown, so he could only activate Skinning with a basic attack, followed immediately by Pierce. Subsequently, he unleashed the Spiral T technique, weaving around the boss's form, commencing an onslaught of furious strikes. During this onslaught, driven by the desire to inflict more damage, he neglected to evade some of the boss's attacks. Fortunately, his lifesteal was sufficiently robust, mitigating any significant issues. This relentless assault persisted until the Guardian Evil Knight's health dipped to 60. Ding! The cumulative damage received reached the life limit, triggering Dragon of Magic transformation. With the system's announcement, a figure identical to Ling Feng split from his form. In that moment, Ling Feng realized he could manipulate the movements of this doppelganger. A wave of ecstatic joy washed over his face as he retreated, leaving the clone to confront the boss. At that moment, the Guardian Evil Knight roared, "Damn intruder, I shall rend you to pieces." The knight tightened the reins, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surging around him. The clone's health began to plummet alarmingly as it drew near. However, Ling Feng remained unfazed, intently observing every action of the Guardian Evil Knight. His experience and intuition suggested that this skill could indeed be interrupted, just as the Guardian Evil Knight pulled the reins, commanding the ghostly steed to rear up and descend upon the earth. Ling Feng seized the fleeting moment, issuing a command. The next instant, a resounding explosion erupted. His doppelganger detonated, causing the ghostly steed's hooves, poised to strike the ground, to be propelled outward by the force, effectively interrupting the attack. Minus 11,918. 3575 resilience. An astonishing damage figure leapt forth, filling Ling Feng with elation. It turned out that the damage triggered by Dragon of Magic transformation was true damage that bypassed defenses. Ding! The Guardian Evil Knight's skill was interrupted, rendering him in a stun state for 3 seconds. The system notification jolted Ling Feng back to reality. A glance at the ghostly steed's resilience bar revealed it nearly depleted, and without hesitation, he unleashed Knight's Whirl, swiftly maneuvering behind his opponent to deliver a piercing thrust. Minus 1,428. Minus 428. Resilience. Ding! The Guardian Evil Knight's ghostly steed was slain. Ding! The Guardian Evil Knight's attributes decreased by 30. With the steed collapsing, the boss tumbled from its back. Ling Feng, undeterred, continued his aggressive assault on the boss. Both Skinning and Wolf King's fury were relentlessly applied, persistently pressing down the boss's health. 3 seconds later, the Guardian Evil Knight struggled to rise from the ground, unleashing a furious roar. "Damn ants! How dare you harm my treasure? I shall have your life." It spun the bone spear and activated the high-frequency mode, launching a counterattack against Ling Feng. However, with a 30 reduction in its attributes, the boss was no longer as formidable as it had been in its prime, prompting Ling Feng to confront it with renewed courage. Consequently, amid this fierce confrontation, the boss's health plummeted to 10. "Oh, King of the Abyss, grant me your power. Devour the heavens and the earth. Shake the sun and the moon. Come forth, evil spirit steed." The Guardian of the Evil Knights plunged his spear into the ground. In the next instant, the earth trembled violently, and a cloud of black mist surged forth, enveloping the area. Following this, spectral steeds, born of the black mist, darted through the realm, akin to elusive phantoms, their eerie wails echoing through the air. "Ding! You have been marked with death. Please eliminate the Guardian of the Evil Knight within 30 seconds, or you will receive a second death mark. If the death marks accumulate to 3, your health will be depleted. Ding! You are affected by the evil spirit steed's effect, losing 5 of your health per second until the battle concludes." Ling Feng furrowed his brow, a tingling sensation creeping across his scalp. Yet, with time pressing relentlessly, hesitation was not an option. He charged forward, determined to reap the final 10 of the boss's life. However, as Ling Feng's initial strike landed upon the boss, a notification rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the nightmare effect. The Guardian of the Evil Knight's attributes are reduced by 30 for the next 10 seconds. Chapter 62, Transformation. Goodness! With these attributes diminished, are you not practically offering yourself up? Ling Feng's eyes sparkled as his actions quickened, deftly wielding his dagger to slice through the boss's form, causing its health to plummet time and again. With a staggering 60 reduction in its stats, The opponent's defenses had reached an alarmingly low state. In less than 30 seconds, Ling Feng utterly decimated the final 10 of the Guardian's life force. Damn adventurer. I shall not let you escape even in death. The Guardian of Evil let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground in a fit of rage. Replaced by a radiant dark golden glow. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the Guardian of Evil, earning 8,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, your pet has leveled up to level 10. Ding. Endless Plunder activated successfully, acquiring Death. What? Death? This passive skill can actually be plundered? It is known that this ability is extraordinarily potent once 3 marks are applied. It guarantees a fatal outcome. However, what transformation will occur once it is seized by me? Contemplating this, Ling Feng promptly opened his skill panel to investigate. Death Special Passive Effect. Each time a skill is cast, there is a chance to apply a layer of death mark. Once the marks reach 5 layers, the target dies. If multiple targets are present, upon reaching 5 marks, one target dies randomly. After the effect is executed, it enters cooldown for 3 hours. Note, the triggering probability is related to luck, currently at 12. Good heavens! Is it truly a guaranteed death effect? Ling Feng's heart raced with excitement, awash in astonishment. Although the probability of death triggering is only 12, which is exceedingly low, should it indeed activate, it could potentially fell even a boss in an instant. As long as there are no annotations negating its effect against bosses, it will be effective, even if they possess invulnerability, as long as the mark is applied. It is likely to be fatal. Luck can be gathered further, subsequently increasing the probability of activation. With this in mind, Ling Feng felt a surge of joy, relishing in the reality of his newfound strength. He then approached the fallen boss and collected all the spoils of battle. He obtained 3 evil spirit crystals. Having already gathered 5, he was at a loss as to how to proceed with the continuous drops. Additionally, 3 pieces of equipment were revealed, 1 dark gold and 2 gold, all at level 23. Guardian Celestial Scale Dark Gold, Position, Legs Attributes, Attack 80, Strength 50, Constitution 50. Both defenses 200 effect. When attacked, defense increases by 40, and the damage mitigated by this effect is rebounded to the attacker. When under attack, there is a probability of gaining the Golden Body effect, rendering one immune to all control effects for a duration of 1 second, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Additionally, when attacked, lifesteal is increased by 10 and attack power by 10. This is undoubtedly an exceptional pair of leg armor. Particularly, the Golden Body effect elevates its status exponentially. Even if it does not grant invincibility, the mere ability to negate all control effects is extraordinarily powerful. Though the duration is brief, it suffices. Without control, Ling Feng will charge into PvP or PvE like an unbridled stallion, unstoppable. The only uncertainty lies in the magnitude of this probability. However, Ling Feng, who possesses a clear understanding of deities, estimates that it is not excessively high, as the triggering probability is determined by luck. This is evident from the triggering probabilities of passive skills such as Charge 18 Strikes and Queen Suck. Simply having it is a boon, at least once triggered. I shall soar. Ling Feng grinned, considering himself a young man easily satisfied. After a moment of reflection, he resumed inspecting 2 pieces of golden equipment. One was a golden heavy armor that amplified health, and the other was a bracelet that enhanced elemental attributes, both level 23. He surmised that they would not be of use to anyone presently, so he decided to keep them for future processing. I nearly forgot. After organizing his backpack, Ling Feng suddenly recalled something. In the next moment, he summoned his adorable companion. Then, he rummaged through a corner of his backpack and retrieved the Pet Quality Growth coupon. Upgrade, using it directly on his little companion. Ding. Little Cutie, successfully used the Pet Quality Growth coupon. Upgrade. Please wait. 10. 9. The body of Little Cutie was enveloped in a radiant spectrum of colors, emanating a peculiar glow that left Ling Feng's eyes dazzled. As the system's countdown reached 0, the announcement chimed. Ding. Little Cutie has successfully grown. As the system's voice faded, the vibrant aura surrounding Little Cutie dissipated, replaced by a soft purple halo that added an air of allure. Ling Feng's eyes widened as he quickly opened Little Cutie's panel, only to discover a remarkable transformation. Demon Eagle Queen. Dark Gold. Type, Boss Quality, Growth Potential. Unlocks at level 20. Name, Little Cutie level. 10, 34460. 000. Attributes, Attack. 190 Defense. 570 Health. 1900 Skill List. Toxic Mist LV1. Alters the terrain within a 5-yard radius, causing all targets to suffer 50 of the attack power as true damage per second and rendered ineffective upon death. Queen's Grace, passive LV1. Doubles the attack power, defense, and health of itself and its master, rendered ineffective upon death. Queen's Guardian, special. When the master is faced with imminent death, it selflessly sacrifices itself to withstand the fatal blow, restoring 100 of the master's lost health. Growth limit. Ling Feng was momentarily flabbergasted, utterly astonished by the attributes of the adorable creature before him. This was simply overwhelming to the point of rendering him speechless. Pets possess distinct roles. Some lean towards defense, others toward offense, and some towards support. However, the little darling blessed by the goddess defied classification entirely. Though its three-dimensional attributes may not be superior to Ling Feng's, its skills were undeniably formidable. The ability Toxic Mist Descends, which disregards defense, combined with the passive skill Queen's Grace, could drain 190 health points in a mere second, an alarming prospect indeed. Moreover, as levels rise and passives upgrade in tandem with quality improvement, Ling Feng envisioned a promising future for this enchanting creature. It is worth noting that the skill Queen's Grace was beneficial even to Ling Feng himself. With this little darling in attendance, his health could surpass 10,000, with an attack limit exceeding 2,000. Incredible! Who could rival this? This is an extraordinary pet. Not only is it stunningly beautiful, but it also possesses immense power. Ling Feng realized that granting this quality upgrade voucher to the little darling was the wisest decision of his life. For with its presence, he too had undergone a transformative evolution. Chapter 63. Those rivals, those individuals, a voice call request just came through. As Ling Feng stood there grinning foolishly, the notification from his friend list jolted him back to reality. He glanced at the list and promptly answered the call. In the next moment, Shui Yuro's sweet and melodic voice graced his ears. Brother Feng Ling, have you not yet set off for Han Hai City? I was just about to return to the village to inform the village chief before heading over. Ling Feng smiled gently in response. At the same time, he noticed that Shui Yuro had remarkably reached level 13. Goodness, it seems this little girl has been quite diligent. No wonder she became the first female Dragon Knight assassin. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuro immediately remarked, "You must hurry, look at the level rankings." Ling Feng's expression shifted as he pulled up the leaderboard. To his dismay, he discovered that over 1,000 players had already surpassed level 15, which left him feeling somewhat perturbed. This is unusual. In my past life, it took until the next day for over 1,000 players to reach level 15, and many of them were likely still toiling away in dungeons. How could they have achieved this so soon? Has my presence genuinely altered the game's dynamics and pace? At that moment, Shui Yuro's voice chimed in again. I heard from Aunt Luo, she that many have abandoned standard and proficient dungeon strategies, opting instead to rush to level 4 cities in hopes of swiftly advancing their classes and seizing the first class change announcement. Ling Feng inhaled deeply and replied, Sister Shui, you must also strive to keep up. I will wait for you in the main city. All right. Shui Yuro responded softly. Brother Feng Ling, you too. Strive to secure the next world announcement. Rest assured, I have it reserved. Without my consent, no one can claim it. Ling Feng replied with a subtle smile, his words laden with significance. The class change quest is not easily accomplished, as one must face monsters above level 18. However, the crux lies not in this challenge, but rather in the frustrating requirement of waiting for specific bosses to appear to complete the quest. Although these are minor bosses, a fully equipped level 15 player should be able to handle them, yet it still demands careful study. Moreover, should one fall even once, the quest would fail, necessitating the arduous task of leveling back to 15 to re-accept it. Of course, this is not the primary factor behind Ling Feng's confidence. The true reason is, there exists another shortcut that can expedite the class change instantaneously. Seeing Ling Feng so self-assured, Shui Yuro chuckled softly. After exchanging a few more words, They concluded the call. Subsequently, Ling Feng organized his inventory and raced back to Haiyu village, standing before the village chief. The chief greeted him with his usual warmth, his face aglow with enthusiasm. "Ah, dear Feng Ling, you have grown stronger once again. Are you planning to leave this place?" "Indeed. I intend to head to Hanhai City to embrace the dawn and future that await me," Ling Feng declared passionately, employing the official terminology. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." The village chief nodded excitedly, enunciating each word with conviction. "With your addition, the splendor of Hanhai City shall undoubtedly be amplified." However, at that moment, Ling Feng's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of difficulty. "I have a matter to request your assistance with, esteemed village chief. The Oscar-winning actor Ling Feng is back." The village chief was taken aback and inquired with curiosity, "What is it that I can assist you with? I have heard that the esteemed member of the Assassin's Guild is a friend of yours. Would you be so kind as to write me a letter of recommendation? This would enable me to expedite my journey towards becoming a true assassin, allowing me to contribute more significantly to the prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, please do not misunderstand. I do not seek to take shortcuts. I merely wish to swiftly locate the Dragon Pattern Mage and rescue the sole heir of the angels from the abyss. At that moment, you would also be a great benefactor." Ling Feng rubbed his hands together, gazing at the village chief with eager anticipation, exclaiming with fervor. Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression darkened momentarily, and he began to hesitate. Noticing the village chief's reluctance to outright refuse, Ling Feng sensed an opportunity. Seizing the moment, he continued, "You are well aware of my capabilities, are you not? Thus far, is there any adventurer superior to me? When it comes to being bold, one should not hesitate." The village chief's gaze flickered, as if he were grappling with a momentous decision. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and then reopened them, a glimmer of determination shining within. He fixed his gaze on Ling Feng and solemnly declared, "Very well. I shall write you the letter of recommendation." "Splendid." Ling Feng, overwhelmed with gratitude, grasped the old village chief's hand, tears streaming down his face. "I shall never forget your kindness." The old village chief, with a tender expression, replied, "I have faith in your abilities." After saying this, he turned and entered his dwelling, soon returning with a letter in hand. He solemnly placed it in Ling Feng's hands, speaking earnestly, "My child, this letter is entrusted to you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Rest assured, I will never let you down." Ling Feng replied, accepting the envelope and patting his chest in assurance. With the item in hand, it was now a matter of whether the backdoor approach would succeed. Subsequently, the village chief activated the hexagram teleportation array for Ling Feng. Stepping onto it, a gentle white glow enveloped him completely. Ding! The level 4 major cities you can teleport to from your current location are Longya City, Hanhai City, Tiankue City, and Huixin City. The system notification resonated in his ears, listing the level 4 major cities according to his location, identical to his previous life. Without hesitation, Ling Feng selected Hanhai City. This was the major city where he had spent the most time and was most familiar with, leaving no reason to wander to other cities. "Farewell, dear Feng Ling, until we meet again. Do remember to inform the Dragon Pattern Mage that it was I who sent you." The old village chief waved goodbye with lingering affection. Ling Feng remained silent, disappearing into the radiance of the teleportation light. Before me, a brilliant light emerged, rendering my eyes momentarily blinded. As my vision regained clarity, everything around me appeared rejuvenated. The expansive thoroughfare, the crystal-clear fountain, the towering edifices all presented a scene of flourishing vitality. Dominating the skyline was the iconic structure, the whale statue. This is Hanhai City. The familiar NPCs remained, and the city itself felt unchanged. Alas, the world has transformed irrevocably. Those rivals, those individuals, perhaps they remain as they once were. Yet, the once mighty Ling Feng Tianxia has vanished without a trace. This stage is quietly unfolding before him. First, he would undertake a job change, then seek the Dragon Pattern Mage. Ling Feng gathered his thoughts and approached the entrance of the job change center. The architecture of the center resembled an expanded cathedral, and as few had yet reached level 15, the place was almost deserted. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng stepped inside. Chapter 64. Job Transition. As one steps into the Grand Hall, It becomes evident that every profession has been assigned a display case, each overseen by a minter. However, the once bustling area now lies in desolation, devoid of any adventurers, leaving the mentors to doze off at their posts. Disregarding the gazes of all NPCs, Ling Feng proceeded directly to the position of the assassin mentor. The mentor was a slender man clad in black, a dagger sheathed at his waist. Yet his right eye was obscured by a dark eye patch, resembling a one-eyed dragon. This was Salmon Volgath, the assassin job transition mentor of Hanhai City. A flicker of interest crossed Ling Feng's face as he wrapped his fingers gently on the table. In an instant, Mentor Salmon jolted awake from his stupor. After blinking away the remnants of sleep, he inquired, somewhat dazed, "What can I do for you?" "Greetings, Mentor. I have come to transition into a true assassin." Ling Feng replied with a subtle smile, embodying a courteous demeanor. Instantly alert, Mentor Salmon scrutinized Ling Feng from head to toe, his face illuminating with unrestrained joy as he exclaimed, "Oh, my heavens! Finally, a member of the Assassin Alliance has come to transition." Ling Feng maintained his respectful silence, while Mentor Salmon, still in awe, eagerly asked, "Are you prepared to become a first-tier assassin?" "I am fully prepared," Ling Feng affirmed, nodding earnestly with conviction. Mentor Salmon nodded vigorously, excitement evident in his voice. "Excellent. I shall initiate your transition immediately. Wait." At this, Ling Feng swiftly interrupted Salmon, retrieving an envelope from his backpack and presenting it with his signature gentlemanly smile. "Mentor, please take a moment to read this letter." "Oh?" Salmon paused, accepting the letter and tearing it open. As he perused its contents, his expression shifted dramatically, akin to a performer in a traditional opera. His face a canvas of fluctuating emotions. Eventually, he set the letter down, gazing at Ling Feng with astonishment. "So, you are the one recommended by my brother. You must indeed be a rare talent." Ling Feng, ever humble, began to flatter. "Compared to you, Mentor, how could I possibly be considered a talent?" Such flattery proved particularly effective with NPCs. For instance, complimenting a female NPC's beauty would invariably enhance her fondness towards you. However, one must tread carefully, as excessive flattery could backfire and diminish goodwill. True to form, Mentor Salmon chuckled heartily, nodding in agreement. "Indeed. The Dragon Mark Mage has deemed me a once-in-a-millennium talent among assassins." Internally, Ling Feng scoffed. "How audacious. A mere compliment has inflated your ego to such heights?" Yet, he continued to smile and acquiesce, maintaining the facade. The Mentor, Salmon, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion and nodded, saying, "Since your prowess has been acknowledged by my brother, I shall spare you the trials. Congratulations on becoming a distinguished first-tier assassin." As his words faded, he produced a white emblem adorned with a dagger and handed it to Ling Feng. Suddenly, a chime echoed across the realm. World announcement. The Huaxia Dragon Kingdom's Feng Ling Tian Xia has become the first player in the world to achieve first-tier status, receiving the following rewards: for 1,000 gold coins, 8,000 reputation points, 1 primordial pearl, and 1 dark gold treasure chest. The announcement reverberated thrice, leaving countless individuals numb, as if this proclamation had long been anticipated by all. Meanwhile, in the desolate city of Dongbei, a youth wielding a dark gold longbow and mostly clad in golden gear had just grasped his first-tier emblem when his wrist trembled involuntarily. He then lifted his gaze, his face a mask of icy resolve as he stared out at the land, a palpable aura of menace glimmering in his eyes. He was known as Mythical Purity, the leader of the Mythical Guild, a prodigious talent shrouded in legend. Often referred to as a commercial genius and a master of ancient martial arts, a scion of the elite, such a figure could only be described as arrogant. Though numerous world announcements had echoed for several days, he remained unmoved. For him, the Mythical Guild had no need for fame, nor for talent, and certainly not for mere money. What they sought was mastery of technique and consistent improvement. However, not long ago, he had obtained a primordial pearl from a mysterious quest, and upon its utilization, he grasped its immense benefits and potential. Thus, his previously tepid interest in the world announcements transformed into keen enthusiasm. He invested heavily to acquire a substantial cache of equipment, and after conquering a moderately difficult village dungeon, he hurried to the desolate city to undertake the Clash Change quest. Yet, fate is unpredictable, despite expending considerable resources to vanquish the boss. He arrived to submit the quest only to find that he had been outpaced by one named Feng Ling Tianxia. How could such a proud individual possibly endure this? At that moment, a video request from a friend interrupted his thoughts. The notification from the friend system of mythical purity prompted him to reluctantly accept the call, revealing the visage of an orc. It was one of his subordinates, who hesitantly inquired, "Boss, didn't you already complete the quest? How could you be a step behind that kid?" The orc's face was etched with fear. Fully aware that their leader had exerted considerable effort for the rewards tied to the world announcement, which now seemed utterly wasted. An ominous sense of impending turmoil loomed ahead. Mythical Purity cast a cold glance at the orc and spoke slowly. "Is that individual's information compiled?" To which the orc replied apprehensively, "Yes. But finding such a person in Huaxia is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It has come to my attention that Yin Qingqing's aunt has been closely associated with this individual, engaging in commercial dealings. Dispatch someone to investigate further. I must ascertain his true identity." Shenhua Wugo declared coldly, "I refuse to allow a similar situation to transpire again." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." The beastman replied hastily before disconnecting the communication. Shenhua Wugo then tilted her head back, her gaze fixed upon the sky obscured by swirling yellow sands, and coldly remarked, "Opposing me, Xinyuan Wugo, leads only to one inevitable outcome. Ding. You have acquired a first transition emblem, successfully transitioning to a first transition assassin." Upon hearing the notification, Ling Feng's face broke into a smile. Taking shortcuts is simply delightful. He skillfully utilized the primordial pearl, with his synchronization index now reaching 45. Subsequently, he opened the dark gold treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment. Heavenly Chi Belt Dark Gold. Chapter 65. The Dragon Pattern Mage. Tiangu Waistband Dark Gold. Part. Waistband Attributes. Dual Defense 200, Constitution 40, Agility 20 Effect. Lifesteal 15. Critical Damage 30 Equipment Requirement. Level 15. This waistband, despite its somewhat low level, surpasses the attributes of the Master Craftsman waistband in every regard. Most importantly, the lifesteal value of the Master Craftsman waistband is merely 5, along with an additional 3 critical rate bonus. In contrast, this dark gold waistband not only enhances lifesteal by 10 but also adds a 30 boost to critical damage. Ling Feng's critical hit rate already exceeded 100. So deducting that 3 does not significantly alter his capabilities. However, the addition of that 30 critical damage is a game changer. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he donned the waistband. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng turned to his mentor, Salmon, and inquired, "Greetings, mentor. May I learn skills now?" Haha. Salmon laughed heartily at the question and nodded, "Of course you may." As his words fell, he activated the magical orb on the counter, revealing 3 skill options. Stab LV2, effect, deliver a direct stab to the enemy, inflicting 50 attack value, 300 physical damage upon hit. Additionally, attack speed is increased by 20 for 1 second with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Learning requirement, 2 gold, level 15, stealth LV1, effect, enter a state of stealth. Losing 5 mana points per second. The effect ends after an attack. Upon hitting a target, critical damage is increased by 20 for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Learning requirement, 5 gold, level 15, backstab LV1, effect, circumvent behind the opponent to launch a surprise attack, dealing double the attack power as damage upon hit, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Learning requirement, 10 gold, level 15. The skills are quite costly, however, for Ling Feng, it is but a trifling sum. Thus, he generously opted to learn them all and waved farewell to his mentor. Upon exiting the Clash Change Hall, he hurriedly made his way to the Lord's mansion. Although the Dragon Pattern Mage is not the Lord himself, he is revered as the Lord's master, akin to a deity. Therefore, only by visiting the Lord's mansion could he find the Dragon Pattern Mage. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Lord's mansion. Clang. 2 guards crossed their long spears to block Ling Feng's path. This is the Lord's mansion. Unauthorized individuals, please step back. I am an adventurer hailing from Haiju Village. Seeking an audience with the Dragon Pattern Mage, Ling Feng replied, gesturing with the etiquette prescribed within the game. The guards furrowed their brows, and perhaps due to Ling Feng's high charm value, their tone softened. "We apologize, but the dragon pattern mage is quite busy. If you have no other matters, we kindly ask you not to trouble us." This statement suggested there was room for negotiation. Ling Feng immediately produced all the evil spirit crystals and handed them over to the guards, saying, "Please convey to Master Long and that I possess information regarding the angelic race, and I hope to have the opportunity to meet him." The expressions of the two guards shifted, and they exchanged glances. One of them furrowed his brow and replied, "Very well, wait here for a moment. We will relay your message, but whether you can meet Master Long depends on your fortune." With that, he took the evil spirit crystals and walked inside. Engaging with NPCs felt akin to conversing with real individuals, which perhaps exemplifies a remarkable characteristic of the world of deities. Phew, the first hurdle was passed. Ling Feng sighed in relief and patiently awaited their return. Shortly after, the guard emerged. His demeanor subtly altered as he looked at Ling Feng. He stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter, and said, "You may proceed. Master Longwen awaits you in the main hall." "Thank you." Ling Feng expressed his gratitude and entered without hesitation. Upon arriving at the grand hall, he beheld a bald elder clad in a robe, kneeling and chanting scriptures. Before him lay an array of offering tablets, seemingly intended for a ritual of salvation. Indeed, this individual was the renowned Master Longwen of Hanhai City. At that moment, Ling Feng stood silently in the hall, aware that after years of mingling in Hanhai City, he understood the legendary monk's notoriously irascible temperament. Therefore, he refrained from speaking, choosing instead to wait. Time ticked by, and after a full 10 minutes, Master Longwen finally reacted. He rose and turned to face Ling Feng, revealing a serene countenance. Pointing to the several evil spirit crystals on the table, he inquired, "Did you send these?" "Indeed. It is I," Ling Feng responded calmly, clasping his hands in greeting. Master Longwen immediately broke into a smile, nodding in appreciation. "Excellent. Truly worthy of being the first adventurer to complete the job transition. Your future is boundless." "You flatter me," Ling Feng replied humbly. However, Master Longwen shook his head. Resuming his usual tranquility, "I do not flatter others. Since you acquired the seal pearl, your destiny has irrevocably changed." "Ah? How did you come to know about my acquiring the seal pearl?" Ling Feng feigned astonishment, asking in shock. This venerable monk is known by another title in deities, Prophet Longwen. Events occurring within deities seldom elude his foresight, and later, Lin Longxing even personally visited Hanhai City to seek counsel from this master. One can only imagine the extraordinary status he holds. With a face as inscrutable as a still pond, Master Longwen stated, "Regardless of how I came to know, should you wish to unseal that pearl, you will face numerous challenges and obstacles. Are you certain you wish to embark upon this path? The angelic lineage has sacrificed itself for the world. Now that I have encountered their bloodline descendants, I am duty-bound. Pray, Master, enlighten me on the path I must take." In Ling Feng's eyes shimmered the brilliance of stars as he spoke with unwavering resolve. "Very well. However," the dragon pattern mage inhaled deeply, speaking in a grave tone, "you must demonstrate the capability worthy of this monumental mission. I am prepared to embrace any challenge." Ling Feng's countenance shifted, sensing that the task was at hand. The dragon pattern mage nodded solemnly and stated, "Then you shall venture into the dark forest to retrieve the head of the earth demon therein. At that time, I shall reveal everything to you." As the words fell, a notification echoed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first phase of the Path of Angels quest, earning 20,000 experience. Acquiring the inscribed golden ring and obtaining the demon hunter emblem. Ding! The second phase of the quest commences. Proceed to the dark forest to hunt the earth demon and bring back its head to prove your prowess to the dragon pattern mage. Quest rewards: 50,000 experience, fragmented scroll, 5-4, and 1 golden skill book. Chapter 66. Tremorham, the fragmented scroll? I had nearly forgotten about that. I never anticipated it would serve as this task's reward. Ling Feng momentarily found himself in a daze, then his heart surged with elation. The fragmented scroll is a crucial item pertaining to the revelation of the secrets of the Dragon Realm. Previously devoid of any leads, Ling Feng finally had a tangible prospect. In the past, the Dragon Realm had remained untouched. This time, He was determined to unlock its mysteries. Moreover, he sensed an obscure connection between the angels and the dragon realm. Otherwise, such a reward would not have manifested during this trial. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng accepted the quest and bid farewell to the dragon pattern mage. He then set off towards the dark forest. In his previous life, this area was quite familiar to him. Furthermore, the earth demon was a regional boss, meaning he must first eliminate a requisite number of its minions, the earth spirits, before summoning it. Based on his recollections, approximately 3,000 would suffice. However, with the main forces unable to enter the city to change classes, the responsibility of summoning the earth demon fell solely upon him. Before long, Ling Feng arrived at the dark forest, perpetually enshrouded in a thick, black mist, where even the trees and leaves appeared dark. Moreover, anyone venturing here would require an antidote, which was exorbitantly priced at 1 gold coin per vial. Fortunately, Ling Feng was immune to poison damage, allowing him to save that expense. Otherwise, with the need to consume a potion every 5 minutes for 1 gold coin, who could possibly endure it? Suddenly, crackle, as Ling Feng stepped into the dark forest, the depths of the mist echoed with the sounds of bones grinding against one another. Shortly thereafter, figures emerged, seemingly drawn by the sin of humanity. Before him stood humanoid creatures with pitch-black skin adorned with streaks of crimson. Some crawled forward like lizards, while others staggered upright like humans, collectively resembling a grotesque assembly of aberrations. These beings were the Earth Spirits. Earth Spirit Bronze Elite, level 24 attack, 650, 90, dual defense, 1190, mental power, 800 health, 43, 000 43, 000 skills. Dark impact. Tremor description. Low-level minions at the periphery of the dark forest, yet due to the corruption of dark forces, they have become exceedingly ferocious. Furthermore, with a fiercely protective lord safeguarding them, other monsters in the vicinity dare not approach. Time to get to work. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and summoned his adorable companion. In an instant, his three-dimensional attributes doubled. Then he activated Nightfall Spin. His figure vanished from the spot, only to reappear with the dragon spine thrust into the nape of the earth spirit. -16, 598, critical hit. -2, 150, force damage. -999, splash damage. With the strike, the damage inflicted upon the earth demon was exhilaratingly satisfying. In the next moment, the charming little one, Toxic Mist Descends, was unleashed, causing the earth demon to suffer a staggering loss of 190 health points per second, leaving it howling and roaring in agony, utterly unable to escape such an effect. Consequently, it abandoned Ling Feng and launched its assault on the charming little one instead. However, Ling Feng would not allow it to succeed. He swiftly maneuvered behind it and delivered a fierce backstab strike. -3,878. A number sprang forth, and Ling Feng followed up with a regular attack. In the next moment, the earth demon succumbed to a 5-second state of dizziness. Both Ling Feng and the charming little one quickly converged upon it, delivering a relentless onslaught until it was vanquished. Ding! Earth demon slain, awarded 666 experience points. Ding! Endless Plunder activated successfully, gaining 1 strength. The pace of defeating such minor foes was remarkably swift, especially with the charming little one's Toxic Mist Descends serving as a potent auxiliary damage skill. Thus, Ling Feng pressed onward without pause, heading towards the next adversary. The system notifications rang continuously. In less than 2 minutes, Ling Feng had already eliminated nearly 20 earth demons. During this time, he audaciously grouped 2 or 3 earth demons together, dispatching them with remarkable efficiency due to his skilled techniques. At this moment, the battle grew increasingly intense, and Ling Feng was well prepared for a prolonged engagement. Suddenly, ding! Endless Plunder activated successfully, granting the passive skill vibration. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he stole a glance at the passive skill's effects while entangled with the earth demon. Vibration passive, 110, effect. A certain probability of causing all entities monsters within a 5-yard radius to enter a state of dizziness, the higher the attack frequency. The greater the trigger rate, each activation lasts for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 9 seconds following its conclusion. Oh, what an excellent skill! Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, unable to suppress his admiration. His current attack frequency was nearing 2 strikes per second. If paired with this skill, his monster-slaying efficiency would surely soar. First, he would assess the benefits of leveling up. With this plan in mind, Ling Feng's enthusiasm for monster hunting surged. He unleashed a lunge against the earth demon before him and seamlessly followed up with a regular attack. Minus 10,990. Minus 4,955. Ding. Vibration triggered. In the next moment, a wave of earth rippled beneath Ling Feng's feet, causing all earth demons within a 5-yard radius to fall into a state of dizziness. Ling Feng was overjoyed. The trigger probability exceeded his expectations. Indeed, the faster the attack speed, the more effective it is. He resolved to increase his agility, for as an assassin, one must possess the unyielding swiftness of a tempest. With this thought, Ling Feng lunged into the throng of earth demons, embarking on a rapid harvest. 3 hours later, the total count of earth demon deaths reached 2,999. Ling Feng's backpack was filled with an array of bronze equipment, totaling 63 pieces, representing various classes. However, in comparison to the number of monsters, it is quite evident. Despite Ling Feng possessing such an impressive luck value, his rewards remained disappointingly meager. The drop rate of this deity truly leaves much to be desired. Soon, Ling Feng reached the milestone of defeating his 3,000th Earth Demon. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to level 16, earning 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to your pet, Little Cutie, for reaching level 12. Without a doubt, he allocated his attribute points to agility this time. Then, he cast another glance at vibration, noticing that while the stun effect remained unchanged, the cooldown notification had vanished. This implied that, as long as he could trigger vibration, he could activate it at any moment, rather than waiting for the cooldown. Huh, how peculiar. Hadn't I already slain 3,000 Earth Demons? Why hasn't the Earth Demon appeared yet? Ling Feng, coming back to his senses, found himself puzzled by the absence of the Earth Demon. Just then, a tremendous rumble erupted. The ground trembled violently, and the surrounding magical aura surged tumultuously, as if boiling over, wreaking havoc upon the world. Following this, the earth was torn asunder, and countless black trees collapsed with a thunderous crash. In the next moment, a colossal black claw suddenly emerged from the fissure, brimming with explosive power. Chapter 67. The emergence of the Earth Demon. Ling Feng's expression tightened, and he swiftly pulled the adorable one back. His gaze fell upon the colossal hand, and at that moment, a giant, entirely shrouded in darkness and adorned with crimson patterns, crawled forth from the fissure. Its figure resembled that of the earth spirit, akin to a human, yet its head was grotesquely adorned with numerous twisted horns. The sinister red eyes and menacing mouth unmistakably signaled that this creature was formidable. Ling Feng conducted an investigation, revealing the entity's details. Earth Demon, Golden Lord, level 24 attack, 1750, 90, dual defense, 2050, 90, health points, 210, 000, 210, 000, skill list, Heart of Defense, passive. Immune to stun effects. Tremor Feast emits a furious roar, causing all entities within its hatred range to enter a random abnormal state for 5 seconds. Subsequently, the boss will randomly select a target to devour. If successful, the target will perish. Rhythmic Storm. When the boss's health drops to 50, it will enter a seismic state, manifesting a layer of black rock armor that enhances its defense by 100. Simultaneously, it will unleash a barrage of strikes against the ground, causing all affected targets to lose 20 of their health for 5 seconds, in accordance with the frequency of the strikes. Frenzy. Upon activation, the Earth Demon will double its attack and defense, while recovering 2 of its health per second until the target's demise. Description. The Sovereign of the Outer Dark Forest, fiercely protective of its territory, often launching ambushes against solitary humans, posing a significant threat. As a golden boss, these statistics are relatively standard. However, the true challenge lies not in its raw numbers, but in its skills. With the onset of its immunity to stun effects, it is clear that Ling Feng will not enjoy a tranquil environment for inflicting damage. Nevertheless, having summoned it, Ling Feng was determined to vanquish the beast. At that moment, A chime echoed. Hanhai City announcement. A player has triggered a golden boss in the dark forest. All players are urged to proceed immediately for the hunt. As per tradition, this announcement repeated thrice. Although it could be heard in several nearby villages, it bore little consequence. Most newcomers to Hanhai City prioritized completing their class transition tasks rather than embarking on a quest for a boss. It seemed that only Ling Feng possessed the leisure to indulge in such pursuits. With a resolute step, Ling Feng charged toward the Earth Demon. In the next instant, Nightfall Spin activated. His figure vanished from sight, swiftly circling behind the Earth Demon, while simultaneously unleashing Backstab. Minus 20,542. Minus 956. Splash damage. The cross-impact proved ineffective against the Earth Demon. Nevertheless, the combined explosion of Backstab and Nightfall Spin inflicted over 20,000 damage in a single strike. Ling Feng did not hesitate. Instead, he commanded the adorable creature to unleash Toxic Mist, and with a swift turn, he entered stealth. When the boss redirected its attention towards the adorable creature, it immediately lunged forward with a powerful punch aimed at her. Ling Feng refrained from immediate action, biding his time. He had deliberately chosen the adorable creature as bait. Although she was merely level 12 at present, under the influence of the passive skill, Queen's Grace, she boasted over 1,000 in defense, making her capable of holding her ground, albeit barely. Thus, under the cruel abandonment of her master, the adorable creature fell victim to the assault. Minus 370. The blow struck her abdomen, causing her to stagger back. The Earth Demon appeared exceedingly exhilarated, eager to pursue its advantage. However, at that moment, a dagger's strike swiftly materialized, piercing directly into the Earth Demon's abdomen. The next instant, minus 5,238. The hit landed. With a critical damage increase of 20 for 3 seconds, Ling Feng, fully aware of the necessity to capitalize on this effect, immediately launched a Pierce at the boss's vital point before transitioning into a Spiral T state. Minus 16,784. Minus 639 splash damage. Minus 5,328. Minus 203 splash damage. In no time, the boss's health plummeted to 80, triggering Ling Feng's Judgment from Heaven once more. Naturally, his minor skills had also activated at various intervals, but he had chosen to disregard them. Such stage triggers served as a reminder, ensuring he would not become so engrossed in dealing damage that he would ultimately jeopardize his own safety. Consequently, Ling Feng decisively retreated. Just as the boss unleashed its first skill, with a thunderous roar, it released an audible shockwave, visibly expanding outward. Ding! You have been affected by Vibrational Devour, resulting in a state of dizziness. Ding! Dizziness effect nullified. Ding! Adorable creature has been affected by Vibrational Devour, entering a state of unconsciousness. As the continuous alerts rang out, Ling Feng quickly reacted, secretly exhaling in relief. The troublesome aspect of Vibrational Devour lay in its random negative buffs, which could induce dizziness, unconsciousness, rigidity, or even fear. Had Ling Feng not been spared from dizziness and simultaneously countered by the enhancement effect, he might have found himself in dire straits. Now, with the dizziness effect nullified and only the adorable creature suffering from negative consequences, the likelihood of her being targeted as prey was exceedingly high, far better than if he were to be the focus. Of course, he could not allow the adorable creature to be slain. After all, she significantly eased the challenge of vanquishing this boss, and he could not afford to lose her. Thus, the only course of action was to interrupt and rescue her. At that moment, the Earth Demon locked its gaze upon the adorable creature and charged forward like a tank. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar, as Ling Feng's gaze fixated on the frenzied figure of the Earth Demon rushing towards him. Suddenly, Ling Feng's feet shifted, propelling him towards the demon. Just as their forms were about to collide, he unleashed his skill, Backstab, which had just cooled down. In an instant, he maneuvered behind the Earth Demon, driving his dagger deep into its spine. Ding! System prompt. Interruption successful. The Earth Demon is paralyzed for 3 seconds. Minus 5,303. The numbers leapt above the demon's head, its body succumbing to rigidity, and it fell within the range of the adorable little creature, suffering a continuous loss of 230 health points per second. Meanwhile, Ling Feng seized the opportunity, lunging forward as he relentlessly plunged his dagger into the demon's vulnerable areas, unleashing a torrential assault. Minus 5,493. Minus 4,540. Minus 4,454. After 3 seconds, the boss had lost over 20,000 health points. Roaring in fury, it retaliated with a punch aimed at Ling Feng's shoulder. Minus 211. Yet, fortified by his double defense, rock armor, and various percentage bonuses, even the critical hit inflicted a mere damage of just over 200. Ling Feng was remarkably resilient now. Observing the minimal damage, he saw no reason to waste time evading basic attacks. Instead, he charged forward, dagger in hand, to strike fiercely at the demon's face. Chapter 68. The Little Cutie's achievement. As time progressed, and with Ling Feng skillfully controlling the rhythm of the battle, the boss's health swiftly plummeted to 50. This marked the critical threshold for the next skill to be unleashed. Ling Feng decisively retreated, placing himself and the little cutie 10 meters away. However, this distance proved inconsequential. Based on Ling Feng's understanding of the deity, he discerned that this skill was unavoidable and they would have to endure it. While it was possible to evade the boss's attack range, doing so would result in disengagement, allowing the boss to regain full health, rendering their previous efforts futile. Therefore, this approach was absolutely inadvisable. After all, this particular boss demanded a robust team effort, with the healer continuously supporting the group. Ling Feng felt somewhat helpless due to the Dragon Pattern Mage's vexing restrictions. As for interrupting the skill, during the 5 seconds of 100 defense amplification, an invulnerability effect was conferred. Recklessly charging in would only waste precious time. Fortunately, this skill did not impose any form of control, meaning they could still consume potions to regain health. In Ling Feng's inventory, there was only one type of medium health potion that could instantly restore 5 of health with a cooldown of merely 3 seconds. This provided ample opportunity for Ling Feng to manipulate the situation. Just then, the boss let out a thunderous roar, and a layer of black armor materialized around its body. The armor flickered ominously, enveloped in a halo of golden light. It then went berserk, swinging its fists down upon the earth with tremendous force. Upon the first impact, a shockwave swept through the forest. Minus 2,360. Minus 920. Ling Feng and the little cutie shuddered as they lost 20 of their health. He quickly consumed a healing potion, restoring his health to 85 once more. Then came the inevitable next assault from the boss. Second strike. Third strike. Fourth strike. Now was the moment. Ling Feng squinted, glancing at the cooldown of the healing potion that had just finished, and promptly used it on the little cutie. In the next instant, the final blow descended as anticipated. 230. Minus 920. Minus 2,360. The little cutie persevered, while Ling Feng's health plummeted to a mere 5. Suddenly, ding. Dragon transformation activated. Ding. Poison mist reversal activated. A shadow identical to Ling Feng materialized, and the boss, having ceased its skill release, immediately locked onto him and launched a brutal attack. This was the powerful taunt ability of the doppelganger. Simultaneously, under the influence of poison mist reversal, Ling Feng's health was fully restored. Without hesitation, he deftly maneuvered to the rear and delivered yet another backstab to the boss, inflicting a staggering minus 10,777 damage. The astonishing number surged forth, compelling Ling Feng to immerse himself in his efforts. He needed to maximize his health depletion before his clone was vanquished. This was the path to victory. However, fortune sometimes smiles unexpectedly, and it cannot be thwarted. Ding. The nightmare effect was triggered. Ding. The charge 18 strikes effect activated. The continuous notifications plunged the boss into 3 seconds of fear and reduced all attributes by 10% for 10 seconds. Subsequently, the relentless 18 strikes from charge 18 strikes swiftly diminished the boss's health to 30%. If such critical triggers could occur consistently, defeating foes would become as effortless as harvesting vegetables. Ling Feng marveled inwardly, filled with profound reflections. Yet, the singular source of his frustration lay in the fact that out of a full 70% health, the death mark had only been applied 3 times, making the goal of 5 seem a distant dream. Nevertheless, complaints aside, Ling Feng resolutely continued his diligent efforts. Gradually, as his clone fell, the boss's health dwindled to 20%. Then, in an instant, it charged towards Ling Feng. At the same time, a roar from the earth demon resonated through the skies. Immediately, its muscles surged, pulsating like a grotesque mass of flesh. Moreover, arcs of red lightning flickered across its body, and its eyes glowed with a menacing crimson. Ding! The earth demon unleashed rage, doubling its attack and defense while regenerating 2% of its health every second. Upon hearing this notification, Ling Feng felt a surge of paralysis. And in that fleeting moment of distraction, he was struck by a critical hit, 989. Startled, he swiftly entered stealth mode, maneuvering to the boss's rear and executing a basic attack. -711. In the face of such formidable defense, a significant portion of Ling Feng's damage was rendered ineffectual. At this juncture, the boss was recovering at an alarming rate of over 4,000 health per second, plunging Ling Feng into a dire situation. In that moment, urgency etched itself across Ling Feng's face, and the speed of his strikes intensified. As soon as the enhance cooldown concluded, he activated it immediately. However, the damage dealt was barely around 2,000. While the boss's health had already rebounded to 30%, what on earth was he to do? At this pace of recovery, it would not be long before the boss was fully restored. Coupled with the effects of rage, it was likely to be in vain. Yet Ling Feng refused to yield. They were so close to victory, only for the boss to play such a treacherous game. Just as Ling Feng was consumed by desperation, ding, the Queen's Siphon was successfully activated, granting him 30% of the boss's maximum health as a shield. Ling Feng's heart raced as he beheld the transformation. The boss's health plummeted to a mere point, while a formidable shield of 63,000 enveloped him. Before he could even grasp the situation, the adorable creature unleashed the skill, Toxic Fog, inflicting a damage of -260. In an instant, that solitary point of the boss's life was obliterated. The boss had no time to recover even 2 of his health before he was engulfed in a radiant golden light, collapsing to the ground. Ding! The defeat of the Earth Demon was successful, granting 3,000 experience points. The Endless Plunder activated, bestowing the Rage skill. By my word, that was nearly a disaster. Ling Feng, overwhelmed with excitement, found himself wishing to embrace the adorable creature in a fervent kiss. Were it not for the distinction between their kinds, Queen Suck was acquired from the adorable creature's origin, and the Toxic Fog was fortuitously one of her skills. This was simply exhilarating. He resolved to cherish the adorable creature henceforth. As Ling Feng calmed from his excitement, he immediately turned his attention to the newly acquired passive skill. Rage passive effect. When health reaches 50, gain double attack, double defense, and restore 5 health per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Ling Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully, making his way towards the spoils of victory while pondering the implications. Though this skill may not be as extraordinarily powerful as those wielded by the boss, it significantly enhanced health regeneration, a rather acceptable boon. After all, if it were truly akin to the boss's capabilities, Ling Feng would indeed be invincible, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Chapter 69, Ambush Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the following loot. 32 gold coins, Head of the Earth Demon, Heart of Sin, gold. Incomplete scroll 5-1. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had intended to curse the difficulty of this infernal boss and lament the meager drop rates, as it had yielded only a single piece of gold equipment. However, upon glimpsing the third item, he found himself utterly bewildered. What was happening? Could this item truly drop from a boss? He had never heard of such a phenomenon before. Or perhaps Ling Feng's eyes flickered with realization as he murmured to himself, could it be that this boss requires a solo strategy to unveil this scroll? He recalled that the Dragon Pattern Mage was a seer, capable of predicting not only the future of the Dragon Kingdom but also the trajectories of various fates. The then president of the Myth Guild, Mythpure, had been summoned for a personal audience because he possessed a mythic-level main quest that could sway the entire fate of the Dragon Kingdom. It must be said, the intellect of such advanced NPCs was hardly distinguishable from that of real humans, often surpassing the intelligence of countless players. If, Merely if this dragon pattern mage was aware of his own capability to conquer this boss, might he have requested such a strategic approach? If that were not the case, it was utterly perplexing why the secrets of the dragon domain would surface at this critical juncture. Never mind. I shall inquire directly with the dragon pattern mage upon my return. It is better not to beat around the bush with an NPC of such caliber. After some contemplation, Ling Feng made his decision. Then, after stowing away the incomplete scroll, he turned his gaze towards the solitary piece of gold equipment. Heart of Sin, gold, part, neck attributes, attack 50, strength 40, constitution 20 effects, lifesteal 15, attack effectiveness 5 equipment requirement, level 24 currently. He wore a necklace that provided attack 30 and dual strength of 10. This new necklace, while offering only dual attack attributes, combined with the existing ones, exceeded the previous total, additionally granting 20 points of constitution, 5 lifesteal, and a 5 increase in attack effectiveness. This was certainly worth the exchange. Without hesitation, Ling Feng donned it, further enhancing his attributes. Notably, his lifesteal had now reached an impressive 65. If his luck were to increase a tad more, it seemed unlikely that anyone would manage to harm him. In a buoyant mood, Ling Feng swiftly grasped his dark gold dagger and made his way towards Hanai City. However, at that very moment, whoosh, a golden arrow whizzed through the air. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and executed a zigzag retreat. When the arrow thudded into the ground and vanished, several figures clad in black emerged from the dense forest, swiftly surrounding him. Ling Feng cast a glance at the group of individuals before him, only to realize that he was facing a well-prepared team. They not only comprised every profession but were also equipped with top-notch gear, the least of which was silver quality. However, what astonished Ling Feng the most was that these individuals were adorned in stealth garb. This item, available for purchase at NPC shops for 150 gold, was a single-use item that could only be acquired once a month. When donned, it concealed one's ID during both killing and being killed, leaving no trace on the enemy list. Thus, upon witnessing their attire, Ling Feng understood that they had come specifically for him. But who could they be? In an instant, he calmly regarded the group and inquired, "Who sent you?" "Who sent us is of no consequence. What matters is, today you shall be returned to level 0, retorted the opposing warrior with a cold sneer, raising his hand decisively. In the next moment, the surrounding players scattered, each assuming their roles. Leading the charge was the warrior, who executed a charge directly towards Ling Feng. Furrowing his brow, Ling Feng devised a plan. He intended to have his companion, the adorable one, confront these tough-skinned players. For with her 260 points of true damage, she would undoubtedly throw them into disarray. Meanwhile, he would eliminate the more vulnerable mages, rangers, and healers first. Of course, this was not a tactical maneuver. It was merely a common approach in team battles. After all, having a healer meant sustainability, while mages and rangers represented firepower, naturally becoming prime targets for elimination. However, just then, the warrior leading the charge smirked, his body emanating a green glow, his hair reflecting the same hue. Ding! You have been affected by the talent effect of XXX, restricting your skills to only target XXX until XXX is slain. Should you switch targets during this time, other targets will incur 0 damage, and you will forcibly lose 5 of your health. Ling Feng's expression shifted, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. This was the taunt, talent, and it was exponentially stronger than the standard version. While he could still control his body to attack other foes, it would come at the cost of his own health. Nevertheless, since he could not decisively eliminate the fragile classes, he decided to focus on this warrior instead, eager to test their strength. With this thought, Ling Feng's mind raced, and he promptly commanded his companion to unleash Toxic Mist before charging towards the warrior. Engaging the warrior head-on? You were seeking death. The warrior scoffed, promptly interrupting his charge skill. His strategy was to force out Ling Feng's abilities through charge, only to switch tactics and unleash his next skill, with his teammates coordinating to increase the likelihood of capturing Ling Feng. In that instant, the tension escalated. In a swift motion, the warrior's great sword spun low to the ground, stirring a fierce gale that sliced through the air towards Ling Feng. This was the warrior's spiral slash, known for its tearing effect upon striking the target. However, just as Ling Feng approached, his body vanished into stealth, leaving the adorable companion surrounded by foes. At that moment, the warrior's spiral slash descended upon the cute creature. -222. A number flashed, causing the warrior's expression to shift dramatically. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself enveloped in a poisonous mist. Suffering a staggering damage of 260 per second, over 3 times more potent than the tearing effect of his skill. What kind of monstrous pet is this? Before he could ponder further, the team channel erupted with cries from his comrades. "Big brother, watch out behind you." No sooner had the warning been issued than the ranger activated his talent, Reveal Arrow, sending a projectile that could expose any concealed beings or monsters. But could it possibly arrive in time? Ling Feng's strike had already plunged into the warrior's lower back. -8,510. An astonishing figure appeared above the warrior's head. He trembled violently, collapsing onto his knees. Then, with a resounding thud, his forehead met the ground, and his health plummeted to 0. Chapter 70. Ling Feng's speculation. Ling Feng had fallen victim to the ranger's counter-invisibility arrow, marked by an emblem resembling an eye upon his body. However, he paid it no mind, for he had no intention of entering stealth once more. Instead, he cast a fleeting glance at the corpses strewn across the ground, his dagger deftly twirling in his grasp as he charged towards the fragile trio, accompanied by his diminutive companion. "Quickly, stop him!" The martial artist shouted urgently to the knight upon witnessing this scene. The knight, responding promptly, raised his lance and plunged it forcefully into the earth. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled slightly as tendrils of vines erupted from the soil, ensnaring Ling Feng in their grasp. "Ding! You have been bound by the XXX innate skill." Immobilized for 5 seconds and unable to attack, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, offering no resistance, and commanded his companion to remain by his side. "Hurry! Focus fire and eliminate this individual and his pet," the martial artist exclaimed with delight. In the next moment, he activated his Frenzy ability, granting all nearby allies a 30 boost to their attack power. Meanwhile, the summoner unleashed the Wild Summon ability, enhancing the 3-dimensional capabilities of the ferocious tiger summon, which lunged directly at Ling Feng. -199, -133, -102. Damage numbers sprang up above Ling Feng's head, yet the impact appeared rather feeble. For someone with over 10,000 health points, it was utterly insufficient. However, as his companion deftly evaded the assaults aimed at Ling Feng, she became a target for the mages and rangers behind them, sustaining significant damage that surged alarmingly. As the health of his companion dwindled to mere threads of life, the vines constraining Ling Feng finally ceased their grip. Without hesitation, he tossed a healing potion to her, then activated the Night Requiem skill, charging towards the knight. Given the knight's innate ability to control others, a few more instances of that skill would likely prove unbearable. Thus, the knight became Ling Feng's primary target. "He's coming for you." The ranger, witnessing the impending danger, warned the knight with a pale expression. Gripping his longbow, he swiftly unleashed the ranger's skill, Explosive Arrow. In an instant, arrows tore through the air, exploding in the void above. Dozens of arrow shadows descended like a torrential storm. Yet, Ling Feng, with his serpentine footwork, evaded every single arrow, remaining within the Night Requiem state unperturbed. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind the knight, delivering a decisive backstab. -19,918. A staggering figure leapt from the knight's head, causing the surrounding players to pale in terror. What on earth? Is this the kind of damage a person can inflict? The knight's health plummeted, unable to withstand such might. In an instant, one swift strike sufficed to send the knight away. Ling Feng, undeterred, advanced swiftly towards the martial artist, urging the summoned beast, Long Hu, to intervene. The martial artist, taken aback, trembled and called out to the summoner for assistance. However, the summoned beast could only delay Ling Feng momentarily, as he deftly maneuvered past it with his agile zigzag steps. Subsequently, he lunged forward, brandishing his dagger towards the martial artist's face. The martial artist's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively raised his fist to shield himself, a blue aura materializing around his hands. This was a new skill acquired after his class advancement, allowing him to force any incoming attack to land upon his fists while mitigating 50% of the damage inflicted by monsters or players. He believed that without a skill, Ling Feng would struggle to inflict harm upon him with such damage reduction. Yet, while his hopes were optimistic, reality proved harsh. Ling Feng's strike connected with the martial artist's guarded fists, dealing a staggering minus 3,114 damage. Even with the damage halved, it was still astonishingly severe. For a martial artist who had invested fully in health points, this was catastrophic, leaving him with a mere 50 hit points. To make matters worse, a notification chimed. Ding. You have been affected by Wind's Fury, Skinning, Effect, losing 100 health points per second. As the warning echoed, darkness enveloped his vision, plunging him into a state of demise. Without the deterrent of a close combat class, Ling Feng unleashed his wrath upon his adversaries. Soon, the few ranged attackers and stealthy assailants could not withstand his overwhelming power, one by one dissolving into white light, collapsing to the ground, and spilling an array of potions and equipment. What was transpiring? As Ling Feng gathered the fallen items, a weighty atmosphere settled within him, prompting a flurry of thoughts. Numerous possibilities raced through his mind, yet he swiftly dismissed each one. The crazy dragon was the prime suspect. Yet these individuals had already been instilled with fear and were unlikely to provoke him again. Should they choose to instigate trouble, it would surely be a grand affair. So, who could it truly be? Suddenly, a figure flickered through his mind, mythical purity. The reason for this thought was not rooted in past grievances, as they were, after all, strangers in this life. However, mythical purity was known for his pride. While he may not be concerned with the FAAD of the mythical guild, he was fiercely protective of his strength. If someone surpassed him, he would go to great lengths to undermine them. For only then could his standing as the foremost in the Dragon Kingdom remain unshaken. Had it not been for his intense competitive spirit, which kept him from fully investing in the advancement of the mythical guild, he might have ranked higher than third. Ling Feng, having repeatedly secured various global announcements, coupled with the likelihood that these powerful factions had means to uncover the whereabouts of the Primordial Pearl, was a cause for concern. After all, while the Primordial Pearl was exclusive to global announcements, certain channels existed through which it could be obtained. The initial myth of the pure divine was fundamentally rooted in the pursuit of the Primordial Pearl, which spurred significant development. If this is indeed the case, it is highly likely that the adversary has targeted me for this very reason, and the recent wave of covert assassinations may merely serve as a probing maneuver. In the days to come, I must exercise utmost caution. This individual, though brimming with arrogance, is equally known for their pettiness. However, a chill flickered in Ling Feng's eyes as he clenched his fists. If it truly is the pure divine orchestrating these machinations, the situation becomes infinitely more intriguing. Perhaps the quest for vengeance can be expedited? With this thought, his plans began to shift. He urgently needs to complete this epic mission and then proceed to the Frozen Dragon Pool. The Frozen Dragon Pool is a geographical area on the outskirts of Hanai City, where a treasure chest lies at the bottom of the pool, its contents capable of altering the current landscape. However, his attributes do not yet meet the requirements for entry. Indeed, that place is not accessible without a power index of 3,000. Failing to meet this standard would result in being thwarted by the icy tempest, rendering entry impossible. At present, with the double enhancement from his adorable companion, Ling Feng's power index stands at a mere 2730, still falling short. Chapter 71. The Fall of the Space Crystal. Have you returned? As Ling Feng entered the grand hall, the dragon pattern mage inquired softly while seated on a cushion. Ling Feng clasped his hands in salute and replied, Indeed, master. I have completed the task you entrusted to me. With that, he produced the head of the earth demon. Excellent. The dragon pattern mage rose from his cushion, facing Ling Feng, and nodded in satisfaction. Take these 2 items. As his words fell, he waved his hand, and 2 shadowy figures rushed forth. Ling Feng swiftly grasped the items, discovering a fragmented scroll and a gleaming skill book. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the system's notification chimed. Ding! You have completed the second phase of the Path of the Angel quest, receiving the following rewards. Experience points 50,000, fragmented scroll, 5-4. Golden skill book, 1. Ling Feng did not hasten to examine the skill book, but instead stored it away. He then raised his head and, with directness, asked, Master Dragon Pattern, there is something I wish to inquire about. Is it concerning the scroll or the resurrection of the angel? The dragon pattern mage's eyes sparkled as he inquired calmly. Ling Feng paused, a sense of surprise washing over him. The dragon pattern mage was indeed remarkable. He had likely already surmised Ling Feng's thoughts. After a moment, Ling Feng continued, "It is indeed about the scroll. The earth demon possessed another scroll. And I am curious, was this your deliberate arrangement?" "It was not a deliberate arrangement on my part, but rather the workings of destiny. When you acquired the first scroll, fate had already set everything in motion." The dragon pattern mage smiled faintly, uttering words that left one perplexed. However, Ling Feng grasped the underlying meaning. It became clear that since he had obtained the first fragment, he had unwittingly accepted a unique quest. As he progressed, such scrolls would manifest one after another. This explained why those who had previously undertaken the dragon pattern mage's tasks faced no unusual demands and did not receive scrolls. With this understanding, Ling Feng refrained from dawdling and asked again, "Then, Master, since I have completed the task, what comes next? Could you enlighten me on how to proceed?" "The sealing stone requires 3 items for its unsealing: the mist stone, the rainbow sand, and the space crystal. If you can procure these 3 items, I shall personally unseal it," the dragon pattern mage said, his brow slightly furrowed, his tone grave. "The mist stone can be obtained from the mist stone demon, which is the simplest of the 3. The rainbow sand, while a rare mineral, is not particularly difficult to find. However, the space crystal is exceedingly elusive. Thus far, I have no leads. If you wish to break the angel's seal, you must first uncover the whereabouts of the space crystal. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain." Ling Feng's eyes flickered slightly, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. 4. He truly knew where the space crystal had fallen, deep within a cave in Ghost Mother Mountain, guarded by a level 30 ghost serpent boss. However, since Ling Feng had not yet reached level 20, his probing ability was insufficient to ascertain the attributes of the ghost serpent. Moreover, this creature was a one-time quest boss, and only those who had faced it in his previous life were aware of its specific properties. Thus, Ling Feng contemplated and decided to wait until he reached level 20 before venturing to Ghost Mother Mountain. In the meantime, he resolved to procure the other 2 materials first. With this determination, Ling Feng clasped his hands in respect and declared, "Master Longwen, I am willing to accept this task. In any case, I must contribute my humble efforts for the Dragon Kingdom. Should the angels revive, those malevolent spirits will surely retreat, marking a tremendous fortune for our realm." His words resonated with strength, devoid of any pretense. This prompted Master Longwen to nod in approval, smiling gently, "Very well, I hope you can fulfill this. I shall await your victorious return here." Ding. Congratulations on accepting the Path of Angels, 3rd ring quest. Find 1 mist stone, 10 rainbow sand, and 1 space crystal to prepare for the angel's seal to be broken. The rewards for completing the quest are as follows: 100,000 experience points, 1 dark gold equipment, 1 primordial pearl, and 1 lucky fruit. Indeed, the rewards were quite substantial. This also implied that the task possessed a certain level of difficulty. Otherwise, an item like the primordial pearl would not be offered as a reward. Ling Feng promptly bid farewell to Master Longwen and exited the city lord's mansion. He then opened his backpack and retrieved a golden skill book. Mastery of Daggers Gold. Type: passive effect. When using dagger weapons, attack speed increases by 100. An attack speed skill book? Ling Feng's eyes brightened slightly. A 100 increase in attack speed? What did that signify? It meant that his attack speed could reach an astonishing rate of 3 strikes per second. Previously, he could barely manage 2 strikes in 1 second. Now, he had effectively gained an additional strike. Considering his attack damage, could an ordinary player withstand 3 strikes per second? Without hesitation, he swiftly used the skill book. From this moment forth, his attack speed would no longer be a burden, preventing him from being a competent assassin with a lackluster attack frequency. In high spirits, Ling Feng opened the map surrounding the vast sea city and quickly pinpointed a route shrouded in mist. Although this area was cloaked in fog, indicating that it had not yet been discovered by Ling Feng, he recalled from his past life that the destination in that direction was indeed the mist-hidden altar he sought. The Mist Stone Demon was not an ordinary creature, but rather the lord of the mist-hidden altar. Thus, he planned to secure the Mist Stone first. As for the rainbow sand, That matter can be resolved through direct acquisition in no time. It is likely that some professional players can manage it within a few days. Once the plan was established, Ling Feng made a trip to the blacksmith to refine his gear before hastening towards the misty hidden sky altar. However, just as he exited the city, Luoshi brought forth two pieces of news. Firstly, they had all reached level 15 and planned to wait for their guild leader, Yiwu Qingcheng, to complete a special quest before collectively addressing their class change tasks. Secondly, the leader of the Myth Alliance, Myth Lan Shan, had personally sought her out to inquire about Ling Feng. This included matters pertaining to the real world. Yet, Luoshi refrained from disclosing any information. Although I have kept silent, you must remain vigilant. The myth may have set their sights on you, she stated calmly. A woman's intuition warned her that Ling Feng being targeted was not a trivial matter. Perhaps, something significant is about to unfold. Chapter 72, The Yellow Sparrow Lurking Behind Oh? I see. Thank you for the information, Ling Feng replied calmly, his eyes flickering slightly. However, there is something I need to trouble you with. Previously, he had already formed a general conjecture. Now, receiving confirmation from Luo, she was no surprise at all. It was indeed characteristic of the mythic immaculate to engage in such actions. After all, in their past lives, they were adversaries. Ling Feng had long since deciphered the other's tactics. Are you referring to the matter concerning Shui Yuro? Luo Shi, being both a businessman and a perceptive individual, posed the question. Ling Feng smiled slightly and responded, yes, if she were to accompany me now, it would likely bring her considerable trouble. Thus, it is best for her to join your guild for the time being. Moreover, the girl's innate understanding is exceptionally high. Her operational skills far surpass those of many novices. He was unconcerned about being discovered. For having learned from past mistakes, he vowed not to repeat them in this life. However, he was determined not to drag anyone else into peril. The team he once wished to assemble would have to be postponed, at least until his own strength reached 100. Such matters would need to be set aside. Otherwise, should Shui Yuro accompany him and her true identity be uncovered, the consequences would be dire. Conversely, if she temporarily entered the Wind Spirit Guild, it would provide her with a form of support. They could continue to operate as a team, with her under the protection of the guild's name, thus avoiding any significant issues. Luo Shi pondered before slowly replying, Shui Yuro's talent is indeed remarkable, and we would naturally welcome her to join. Why not? You also join the Wind Spirit Guild. I believe our guild leader could ensure you are not troubled by reality. No, I've grown accustomed to the wild. Let us leave it at that. Ling Feng shook his head in refusal. Later, after your class transitions, I will provide you with a batch of goods at an 8% discount. Then I thank you. Mr. Feng Ling, Luo Shi replied, not pressing the matter further, only offering a subtle smile. Afterward, the two did not engage in further conversation and promptly ended the communication. Phew, the Mythic Guild truly is my arch-nemesis. However, since you wish to play, I shall accompany you in this game. Ling Feng quietly scoffed as he made his way to the misty hidden altar, dialing Shui Yuro's number. After discussing the arrangements, Shui Yuro hesitated for a moment before agreeing to Ling Feng's proposal. This alleviated the weight on Ling Feng's heart, although they had only recently met. He firmly believed that Shui Yuro would undoubtedly become a significant ally in the future. He could not afford any missteps now. Over an hour later, ding. The map of Misty Hidden Altar has been discovered. Ling Feng ascended a set of dilapidated stairs, the system's notification echoing in his ears. On the right-hand side of the rocky wall, there stands a stone tablet, eroded by the passage of time, prominently inscribed with the 4 characters of Mist Concealment Celestial Altar. At the end of the steps, distant figures of monstrous beasts could be seen wandering. At first glance, they resembled round, boulder-like spheres. As Ling Feng ascended the steps, he cast a reconnaissance spell. Stone Demon Bronze Elite, level 25 attack, 710, 90, dual defense, 1590, health, 48, 00048, 000 skills, smash. Petrify description. A common beast of the Mist Concealment Altar, it enjoys masquerading as a stone to lure prey closer before unleashing a deadly strike. Exercise utmost caution upon encountering it. Such high defense? Ling Feng marveled internally, prompting him to send his companion forward to activate toxic fog, diverting the attention of the small creature. Then he initiated stealth. Ling Feng swiftly positioned himself behind one of the stone demons and thrust forth his dagger. -12. 638. Critical weakness. -2 for 100 forced blood loss. -645 splash damage. A flurry of damage erupted instantaneously, causing the stone demon to be launched away by cross-impact, subsequently succumbing to a state of dizziness. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng unleashed 3 rapid normal attacks within a heartbeat. -5, 569. -5, 569. -5, 578. These 3 strikes successfully triggered the skinning, tearing effect and the Wolf King's Fury, stunning effect, plunging the stone demon into dizziness once more. Before long, its health plummeted to 0, yielding a bronze bracer. Ling Feng, barely glancing at it, promptly stowed it in his inventory. However, at that moment, a chime echoed. Endless Plunder activated successfully, granting him the ability Petrify. Oh, is today particularly fortuitous? The very first creature he engaged yielded such a reward? Ling Feng immediately pulled up his skill panel, casting a brief glance. Petrify passive 0-10. Effect: permanently increases spell defense and physical defense by 2. Ah, splendid. Might I truly be destined to become a tanking assassin? Upon reaching the 10th tier, this could potentially enhance my defenses by 20, I reckon. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled, his grip on the dagger tightening. Then, like a gust of wind, he and his companion darted towards the cluster of small monsters ahead. There were 8 in total, a somewhat daunting number, yet his 2 main pets could withstand the onslaught, particularly since, due to the increased frequency of his attacks, the probability of triggering vibration had significantly risen, allowing him to control these small creatures effortlessly. Ding. Endless Plunder activated successfully, gaining 1 strength. Ding. Endless Plunder activated successfully, gaining 1 constitution. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 17, earning 5 free attribute points. Your pet, Little Cutie, has leveled up to 14. Half an hour later, Ling Feng had advanced by 1 level, while Little Cutie had ascended by 2 levels. The lesser creatures here yield an exceptionally abundant experience. Moreover, due to Ling Feng's rapid extermination of foes, he had already elevated Petrification to the 10th level 20 minutes prior. Without a doubt, as anticipated, Petrification had achieved a 20 enhancement in both defensive attributes. However, the experience gained had significantly diminished, and there were no additional attribute points to be accrued. So it was prudent to refrain from further delay. Ling Feng contemplated briefly and ultimately resolved to delve deeper into the altar in search of the whereabouts of the Misty Stone Demon. Yet, as he ventured further into the celestial altar, he observed that the surrounding vines began to multiply. The entire scene was now a chaotic tapestry of intertwined stones and vines, creating a disordered spectacle. However, according to his memories of the misty celestial altar, such a profusion of entangled vines was seemingly absent. Could it be that his recollections were muddled? Ling Feng paused momentarily, his expression turning gravely serious. At that instant, 2 thunderous roars erupted unexpectedly from the depths of the altar. The sound reverberated through the air, leaving his ears tingling. Ling Feng's powerful frame shuddered as he directed his gaze towards the source of the sound, his mind swirling with uncertainty. Judging by the weight of those roars, it was evident that they emanated from beings far beyond the capacity of mere lesser creatures. Could it be a boss, and perhaps more than one? Chapter 73. The Yellow Sparrow Lurks, Part 2. It seems there is indeed a boss engaged in combat. Such an occurrence is one I cannot afford to overlook. With a glimmer in his eyes, Ling Feng swiftly ventured deeper, employing stealth. The game, Deity, is characterized by its remarkable freedom, often likened to a second world. In the wilderness, one may encounter various scenarios. For instance, assisting an elderly lady across the street could yield a reward of gold coins. Alternatively, one might confront bandits during a robbery and offer aid, thereby gaining favor with the villagers of a nearby settlement, unlocking the exchange functionalities of that village. Currently, Ling Feng finds himself amidst one of these wilderness events, territorial conflict. As he withdrew his adorable companion into the pet space and perched atop a gnarled pine tree, he cast his gaze downward. There, amidst a swirling cloud of dust, two colossal figures trembled in battle. One was a gigantic python, its body cloaked in green scales and shrouded in a toxic mist, while the other was a grotesque stone creature, its form jagged and uneven. The tumultuous display signified that both were of boss caliber. Ling Feng promptly activated his investigative ability. Swallowing Rock Python Golden Lord, level 25 attack, 1870, 90, dual defense, 2111, 90, health points, 165, 000, 250. 000 skill list. Toxic aura. Passive and noxious miasma surrounds the python. Proximity inflicts damage per second. Constricting embrace. Selects a target to ensnare. Failure to control results in the target being suffocated. Python breath. Exhales a cloud of poison, transforming the area. Any entity entering this zone suffers 5 of their maximum health as damage. Python absorption. Absorbs the emitted poison, converting the total damage inflicted by the miasma into the python's health. Description: an insatiable wanderer of the wild, notorious for seizing territory. Listed as the top wanted criminal in the beast realm. Mist-wrapped stone demon golden lord, level 25 attack, 1710, 90, dual defense, 2761, 90, health points, 195, 000, 260. 000 skill list. Petrification. Permanently increases defense by 20. Petrifying assault. Emits a beam of petrifying light at a target, inflicting significant damage upon impact. Petrifying quake. The mist-wrapped stone demon conjures a sandstorm, ensnaring enemies within, then leaps to stomp, causing substantial health loss. Targets within 10 meters are rendered unable to rise for 5 seconds due to the effect of dissuasion. Petrochemical ocean, controlling the tremors of the earth. Merging with the very essence of the land, all entities and creatures within a radius of 5 yards shall succumb to immobilization, rendered utterly motionless. Subsequently, the mist-concealing stone demon will forcibly absorb the life force of the ensnared targets, converting it into its own offensive power. For every decrement of 10 in a target's life force, a 50 attack buff is granted, with a maximum augmentation of 500, enduring until the conclusion of the battle. Furthermore, all targets will be compelled to have their life force reduced to a mere point. Description: one of the overlords of the mist-concealing celestial altar. Possessing a physique as foul and unyielding as its nature, it is seldom that creatures of equal standing dare to provoke it. Ah, a spectacle awaits. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, a smirk curling upon his lips. He had witnessed exhilarating action films, yet this was his inaugural encounter with such primal ferocity. It was imperative to savor the performance. As Ling Feng's thoughts materialized, a thunderous roar erupted from the swallowing rock python. Overwhelmed by the pressure of the mist-concealing stone demon, unable to contain its fury, it instantaneously unleashed giant python constriction. Little did it know, the mist-concealing stone demon proved far more formidable than anticipated. For it, too, launched a petrifying assault, a beam erupting from its maw. The assaults of both adversaries collided, generating waves of tumult and a cascade of life force reduction. -35, 673. -54, 273. The horrifying figures left Ling Feng breathless, yet such outcomes elicited no surprise from him. In the fierce contest for territory and amidst the skirmishes between monsters, the damage dealt was invariably staggering. Perhaps this was a law intrinsic to the realm of the deities. Following this exchange, the two boss entities resumed their fierce engagement. The scene was nothing short of exhilarating. Observing the rapid depletion of the boss's life force, a cunning smile played upon Ling Feng's lips. Strike fiercely. The harder they clash, the more advantage there will be to seize. This exemplifies the age-old adage: the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the swallowing rock python unleashed its wrath. Enveloped in a veil of faint purple toxic mist, which swiftly engulfed the mist-concealing stone demon. In the next moment, the life force of the mist-concealing stone demon dwindled at a rate of 5 per second. This immediately incited a frenzy within the demon, its form quaking upon the ground, sending ripples of disturbance radiating outward. In quick succession, a thunderous rumble surged through the air, manifesting as a tempest of sand and dust. engulfing the swallowing rock python within its confines. The python emitted a series of uneasy hisses from its throat, attempting to break free from the storm. Yet, with each collision, it was rebuffed several meters back, becoming increasingly disoriented. This tumultuous ordeal lasted no longer than 3 seconds before the mist-concealing stone demon sprang forth, launching itself at the swallowing rock python. In an instant, a tremendous crash resonated. -123, 884. The body of the rock-eating python was struck by the misty stone demon, and a shocking number leapt from its head as the surrounding tempest dissipated. The python's health plummeted to a critical state. In haste, it executed its final move. Giant python absorption, drawing in the mist that lingered around, restoring its meager 2 health to a more substantial 37. However, at that very moment, a furious roar erupted from the misty stone demon. Its lower half melded with the earth, sending ripples of energy surging outward. Instantly, the previously uneven terrain began to undulate like ocean waves, toppling the nearby trees and vegetation. The rock-eating python found itself unable to move, swaying helplessly in rhythm with the earth's upheaval. Suddenly, a brownish aura enveloped the python. In an instant, its health bar performed a vanishing act. The 37 health evaporated, leaving a mere single point remaining. Concurrently, the misty stone demon exuded a crimson aura, its attack power soaring from 1710 to 2565. The surrounding tumult abruptly ceased. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he dashed toward the rock-eating python, and with the power of stealth, he unleashed a sweeping normal attack. -2080. Chapter 74, Mastery of the Assistant Ding. You have slain the devouring rock python and earned 6,800 experience points. Ding. Endless Plunder activated, gaining 1 strength. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng paid it little mind, for his blade had already turned towards the misty stone demon. Although the demon's attacks had intensified, its health had dwindled to a mere 10. What did this signify? It indicated that Ling Feng had an opportunity to vanquish it. In an instant, he summoned his adorable companion, allowing the buff of Queen's Grace to envelop him, instructing it to remain on standby. Ling Feng then dashed beneath the misty stone demon, launching a single strike of Nightfall Spin with fervor. -14,024, enhanced critical hit. -13,000, force damage. -412, splash damage. In the midst of this explosive onslaught, the misty stone demon had no time to react and was swiftly dispatched by Ling Feng. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the misty stone demon, earning 6,900 experience points. Ding. Endless Plunder activated, gaining 1 to Constitution. This time, fortune did not favor him, as no skills were acquired through plunder. However, Ling Feng was not one to be discontent, for he had seized a tremendous advantage by slaying 2 bosses in quick succession, a moment of pure exhilaration. The game deity is rather unique. Victories and defeats between bosses or minor monsters do not yield any equipment. Yet, should a player intervene, items will indeed drop. This phenomenon is independent of the player's contribution to damage, stemming instead from game mechanics. Just as the loot from a boss does not belong to anyone, it is merely a matter of who retrieves it last. This dynamic enhances competition and conflict among players, rendering the world ever more vibrant. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng promptly moved forward to collect all the spoils. The 2 bosses had yielded a considerable bounty. In addition to a purple, starry misty stone, there was a piece of dark gold equipment. For pieces of gold equipment, a golden skill book, and 3 silver items. Indeed, it is not uncommon for golden bosses to drop dark gold equipment, but the probability is well understood, akin to a lottery. Stone Shoes Dark Gold, Slot, Feed Attributes, Agility 120, Constitution 50, Attack 30 effect. Upon receiving damage, gain a 150 increase in movement speed and attack speed, with a chance to petrify oneself, rendering immune to all external damage for 1 second. Equipment requirement. Level 25. After reviewing these shoes, Ling Feng found himself in a quandary. The spirit summoning shoes he currently wore, while lacking in attributes compared to the new pair, even offered an additional 30 points to strength. However, the spirit summoning shoes possessed a displacement skill, a chance to trigger the effect of God of Speed, allowing instantaneous arrival at any designated location within a 10-meter radius. Usable once. The probability of triggering this skill is exceedingly low. Thus far, Ling Feng has yet to activate it. He is contemplating whether to exchange it. After all, should this skill activate at a critical moment, it could potentially save a life. However, after a period of calm reflection, Ling Feng ultimately decides to replace it. Firstly, the triggering probability of these shoes is appallingly low. Secondly, the additional 30 points of strength would elevate his attack power to over 1450 in the absence of his companion, bringing him one step closer to his endeavor in the frozen dragon pool. Lastly, the new shoes also possess a petrification effect, which could safeguard him at crucial junctures. The difference is minimal, with the sole drawback being a lack of agility. With these considerations in mind, Ling Feng chooses to don the new shoes, resulting in a significant boost to his attributes. Subsequently, he turns his attention to the 3 other pieces of golden equipment. Among them is a necklace and a ring. The necklace enhances elemental attributes, indicating it is designed for mages, prompting Ling Feng to disregard it entirely and plan to sell it later. Although the other ring is of gold quality, Ling Feng opts not to exchange it, even though his current flame ring is merely silver. It grants a 4-dimensional enhancement along with an additional 10 critical damage. In contrast, the golden ring offers only various resistances, leading Ling Feng to dismiss it outright. Perhaps he will revisit it in the future. Furthermore, the last piece of equipment is a dagger. Mistveil Gold, slot, weapon attributes, attack 60, strength 30. Agility 30 effects, critical damage 30, no mana cost while in stealth. Requirements, level 25. Ling Feng stares intently at this weapon, his mind swirling with questions. Goodness, this is an exceptional dagger. Regrettably, with his current dragon spine equipment, the attributes of this dagger seem rather lackluster. Otherwise, the mere fact that it allows stealth without consuming energy would be astonishing. It is well known that accumulating mental power as an assassin is quite challenging, which serves as a limitation for them. Finding another assassin with a 210-point intelligence boost like Ling Feng would be nearly impossible. Even an assassin with 100 points of intelligence would be exceedingly rare. Thus, this dagger, which does not consume mana, would fetch an astronomical price if sold. Ling Feng sighed, yearning to place it in a corner, hoping to sell it for a handsome sum. Next, he carelessly tossed the silver equipment into the corner without a second glance. In his eyes, silver and lesser items are nothing but refuse. Thus, he began to examine the final item. Offhand Proficiency Gold, effect, upon use. It allows the offhand to wield weapons and shields. Requirements, none. What? Is this for real? A skill book for offhand proficiency? A look of ecstatic joy spread across Ling Feng's face. Indeed, there exists a skill book for unlocking offhand capabilities in the game, deities. Thus, all professions can now equip an additional weapon. For instance, assassins may wield dual daggers, while mages can hold a staff in one hand and a magical orb in the other. The T-class is granted the option to add a shield, and rangers can now equip a melee weapon to counter the challenges posed by close combat. This new era, however, is set to emerge only after reaching level 30. Unexpectedly, this advancement has arrived earlier than anticipated. Just moments ago, Ling Feng lamented the unavailability of a dagger that allows for stealth without mana consumption. And now it is at his disposal. He eagerly employed the skill book, instantly equipping Mist Concealment in his offhand, resulting in a significant enhancement of his attributes. ID, Windling World Class, First Transition Assassin Level, 17, 64, 000, 490, 000, Attack, 3154 Health, 12,920, 10 Permanent Health Bonus, Mana, 420 Attack Speed, 0. 34S Critical Hit, 100, Permanently Activated Title, Critical Damage, 180, with a probability of an additional 100, Lifesteal, 65 Attack Buff, 50 Attack Effect Physical Defense, 2090 Magical Defense, 2324 Charm, 87 Luck, 82 Attributes, Strength 475, Constitution 487, Agility 449, Intelligence 210 Effect Immunity, 100 Poison Immunity. This formidable display of attack, defense, and health is the result of the enchanting Queen's Blessing. It can be said to be exceedingly powerful. At this stage, Within the player community, it is likely that no one can rival him. Chapter 75, The Return of the Film Emperor. At present, the attack power had reached the threshold of 3,000. It was time to venture into the cold heaven dragon pool. Ling Feng adjusted his backpack and made his way back to the city. Before heading to the cold heaven dragon pool, he needed to make some preparations. Otherwise, he risked freezing to death within. Indeed, the survival conditions in the cold heaven dragon pool were exceedingly harsh. Even with an attack power of 3,000, one could not withstand the effects of frostbite within its depths. The frostbite there was particularly severe, causing a loss of 5 of health per second. Although one could consume potions to endure, the frostbite effects would persist. And once they accumulated to a certain degree, one would be frozen solid. To be frozen meant death. Therefore, Ling Feng would not take such risks without adequate preparation. Before long, he returned to the city and first visited the general goods store, purchasing 10 bundles of teleportation talismans. These were unique local specialties of Hanhai City, allowing travel only back to Hanhai City, as similar items existed in other cities. Next, Ling Feng made a trip to the blacksmith, acquiring a number of hammers, and then proceeded to the apothecary to buy a dozen potions for health and mana restoration. Afterward, he visited the warehouse manager to store his equipment and spoils before heading to the general's mansion of Hanhai City. The general's mansion was indeed a landmark of Hanhai City, not only for its size but also for its opulence, rivaling even the city lord's residence. It was uncertain how much military pay had passed through its halls each year. As Ling Feng understood, the general was the younger brother of the city lord, holding significant power, which deterred any scrutiny or conflict. And why had Ling Feng come here? Naturally, he had his reasons. That was to obtain the Sun Pearl, capable of withstanding the icy storm. Such a pearl was not found elsewhere, existing only within this mansion. Thus, he approached directly. Clang, 2 iron spears crossed in front of him, blocking his path. In the next moment, the 2 guards simultaneously shouted, "This is a military stronghold. No idle persons are permitted." Such a grand display. Ling Feng shook his head inwardly. Were it not for the Sun Pearl, he would be disinclined to appear here. After all, it would not be long before the ownership of this mansion changed hands. Indeed, one who frequents the riverside cannot escape getting wet. Ling Feng took a deep breath, narrowing his eyes and said, "Gentlemen, please do not rush me away. I have a matter to discuss. This is not a place for idle chatter. Leave at once." They retorted, showing no kindness, but rather hostility. At this moment, charm was of no use. Ling Feng squinted. Cutting straight to the point, the general's son went to Dragon Soul Mountain and has not awakened since. All methods have proven futile. Even the dragon pattern mage has no solution, correct? Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the 2 guards shifted dramatically, as they immediately aimed their spears directly at Ling Feng's throat. One of them squinted his eyes and coldly inquired, "Who are you? How do you know about this matter?" This issue had been kept under wraps, with no outsider privy to the information. Orders had been given from above that anyone who dared to leak it would lose their head. However, now an adventurer had suddenly emerged, revealing this secret. If the higher-ups were to find out, who could tell how many people would be implicated or how many heads would roll? Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed as he glanced at the spear poised against his neck and calmly replied, "How I came to know is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I possess the means to save him." With the experiences and memories of his past life, such trivial threats were hardly daunting. As expected, the guards exchanged uncertain glances, clearly unsure whether Ling Feng's words were genuine or fabricated. Soon after, the guard on the right, his expression fluctuating between doubt and concern, asked, "Are you telling the truth? I warn you, if you dare to speak nonsense, you will lose your head." Ling Feng, observing their reaction, remained nonchalant. "I have had dealings with the dragon pattern mage. He met with me not long ago. If you doubt my words, feel free to investigate. This matter was precisely what he informed me of. Tell me, would a person with connections to someone as significant as the dragon pattern mage be a fraud? I am merely acting out of goodwill, wishing to liberate a suffering soul, nothing more. Of course, my patience is not infinite. You have but one chance. Hasten to inform your general. Should you delay, I shall no longer involve myself in this matter. Can you bear the consequences then?" His commanding presence and demeanor were utterly convincing. This was a glimpse into the daily lives of the dramatic denizens of the deity world. However, this would only transpire years later, with Ling Feng possessing the audacity to engage in such deception at this moment. Knowing full well that the general's household would not dare confront the dragon pattern mage directly. Yet, they would certainly verify whether the mage had indeed met him. That alone would suffice. The two guards stood there, momentarily dazed, their spears wavering in their grips. They were merely lowly sentinels, far removed from the likes of the dragon pattern mage. Yet, they could not take matters into their own hands. Should the adventurer's claims prove true, it would mean provoking the general's household against the mage. For a moment, they were at a loss. Ling Feng furrowed his brow and coldly admonished, "Are you not going?" His sharp rebuke jolted the two guards back to their senses. One of them scurried inside, while the other, with a countenance reflecting uncertainty, hesitated. Caught in an awkward predicament of indecision, Ling Feng observed the scene, maintaining an exterior of indifference while inwardly chuckling to himself. These NPCs have become remarkably humanized. Ling Feng waited outside for a while when several figures hurriedly emerged. At the forefront was a robust man with a strong physique. Ling Feng cast a glance at him. Wang Hanquan, Golden Lord, level, attributes, skills, description, Vice General of the General's Mansion in Hanhai City. The moment Wang Hanquan appeared, his gaze locked onto Ling Feng, and an invisible pressure immediately enveloped the surroundings. However, Ling Feng exhibited no fear. Instead, he held the man's gaze. The air seemed to freeze. The soldiers and guards surrounding them exchanged glances, their backs dampened with cold sweat. Suddenly, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly, saying, "There is no need to test my abilities, since I have come here and dared to speak such words. I naturally possess sufficient confidence. I trust that Vice General Wang would not wish to see his son meet an untimely end, would he?" Chapter 76. Deception and Trickery. Are you truly a representative sent by the dragon pattern mage? Wang Hanquan inquired coldly, retracting his imposing aura and narrowing his eyes. Ling Feng responded with a calm smile, "If I were not, would I have come here? How else would I possess such detailed knowledge about your esteemed son?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hanquan's taut expression relaxed considerably. He then signaled to a nearby soldier, who promptly hurried out of the general's residence. As to the purpose of this errand, Ling Feng was already well aware. It was merely to verify the authenticity of the matter. This knowledge made Ling Feng even more composed. At that moment, Wang Hanquan, resting a hand on his sword, remarked, "Since that is the case, let us proceed inside to converse. Should you succeed in awakening my son, the general will surely bestow upon you a substantial reward." "Very well," Ling Feng replied with a placid smile, and together they entered the residence. One could not help but admire the opulence of the surroundings. Man-made lakes, artificial hills, and courtyard waterfalls all showcase the extravagant expenditures of this place. Ling Feng couldn't help but think, when the housing system opens up again, I must create a lavish courtyard of my own. This is truly a place fit for habitation. That corrupt official really knows how to indulge. Ling Feng was astonished and couldn't resist a remark. In his previous life, when General Li Wei was apprehended, he never had the chance to explore this residence. After all, at that time, only a few thousand people entered Hanhai City, and no one had the leisure to visit the general's residence for amusement. The individuals who obtained the Radiant Sun Pearl did so only after Li Wei's entire fortune was confiscated during a subsequent event called Deity, where they achieved a rank and subsequently posted about it online, lamenting its worthlessness. Others had received either equipment or the primordial pearl, while he ended up with that particular pearl, which indeed seemed quite inferior in comparison. As for how Ling Feng knew it would be in the general's residence, it was due to a convoluted description beneath the introduction of the Radiant Sun Pearl. However, later on, the individual who had disparaged the pearl discovered its true value upon entering the Cold Heaven Dragon Pool. Soon, Ling Feng was escorted to a spacious parlor where tea had already been prepared. Wang Hanquan coldly instructed him to wait there, treating him like a guest. In reality, over a dozen soldiers were stationed outside, presumably to ascertain the veracity of Ling Feng's claims. Yet, Ling Feng remained unperturbed by the situation. If he failed, the worst outcome would be a demotion by one rank. If he succeeded, he would acquire what he sought, and that would be a cause for delight. Thus, He began to focus his energy and leisurely enjoy his tea. After a considerable interval, the sound of disciplined footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, two individuals clad in General S armor entered, accompanied by more than 10 soldiers. One of them was Wang Hongquan, standing beside a middle-aged man who clearly held a lower rank than him. Ling Feng pondered deeply and quickly discerned that the individual beside Wang Hongquan was none other than Li Wei. Li Wei, Dark Golden Lord. Level? Attributes? Skills. Description: the foremost general of Hanhai City, who harbors profound trepidation towards the dragon pattern mage. Although the highest NPCs in Hanhai City are at level 50, Li Wei, while not at that apex, stands at level 45, a fact Ling Feng could not ascertain at this moment. At this instant, as Li Wei entered, his gaze fixated on Ling Feng. Ling Feng gradually rose, meeting his stare with unyielding composure. Yet, beneath this facade of tranquility lay a tempest of bewilderment. Oddly enough, this old fellow appeared remarkably unconcerned about his son, a stark contrast to his usual protective demeanor. Was it possible that his deception had been unveiled? No, that couldn't be right. This man would never dare confront the dragon pattern mage. After all, any meeting would expose his clandestine dealings. And it was Wang Hongquan who facilitated his son's audience with the mage. Just as Ling Feng wrestled with these perplexities, Li Wei suddenly broke into a smile, his previously imposing presence dissipating instantaneously. He stepped forward and inquired, "Esteemed adventurer, how may I address you?" "Feng Ling Tianxia," Ling Feng responded, maintaining an impassive demeanor. It appeared that there was indeed potential here. As anticipated, Li Wei's eyes gleamed with eagerness as he pressed on, "Mr. Feng Ling, do you possess a means to remedy my son's affliction? You see, the dragon pattern mage has stated that he is powerless to assist your son." Ling Feng weighed his words carefully, responding with calm. Li Wei's countenance darkened as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, my aide sought the mage's intervention, yet returned empty-handed." This matter irked him deeply. The dragon pattern mage had indeed claimed a lack of capability. However, this inability was relative. In truth, he had chosen not to save Li Wei's son, who was nothing more than a frivolous scion devoid of merit. Ling Feng was well aware of these underlying truths and understood the dragon pattern mage's character, known for his fierce disdain for the wicked. It was rather fortunate that the mage had refrained from publicly condemning the lord for his son's shortcomings, let alone offering assistance. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly. In reality, the young master's predicament was not insurmountable. Although my abilities may pale in comparison to those of the dragon pattern mage, I can indeed assist in resolving this matter. Upon hearing these words, Li Wei's gloom lifted, and he asked with uncertainty, "Do you truly possess a solution? Please, save my son. Whatever you desire in return, I shall provide." "Generally, your words offend me," Ling Feng retorted, his expression shifting to one of displeasure. Li Wei was taken aback, bewildered. "What have I done wrong? Am I not a man of principle? Those allied with the dragon pattern mage are hardly avaricious." Ling Feng furrowed his brow, his expression taut, and asked with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Li Wei promptly nodded and exclaimed, "Indeed, I have merely been overly agitated. My son has been lying there for an extended period, and at this rate, I cannot fathom how much longer he can endure. I am genuinely concerned for him." As he spoke, this cunning old fox began to weep profusely. Ling Feng, with a firm gesture, coldly snorted and placed his hands behind his back. "I shall not dwell on this matter too much. While I possess the ability to save your son, I require nothing from your household. However, before I can offer my assistance, I must obtain a particular item from your estate to retrieve something from another location. That item is essential for the treatment of your son." At last, after a series of intricate maneuvers, Ling Feng revealed his true intentions. Li Wei, upon hearing this, immediately nodded and said, "Please, speak. As long as it is something I can provide, there will be no issue." Chapter 77. The arrival of East and West. Is there such a thing as the Sunfire Pearl within the general's mansion? Ling Feng pondered his words before slowly inquiring. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Wei and the others shifted dramatically. Not only did they possess this rare object, but they also revered it as a treasure gem. This young man before them. Just a moment ago, he spoke of selflessly performing good deeds without seeking rewards, yet now he is audaciously mentioning the Sunfire Pearl. Was this a premeditated scheme? In an instant, the gazes of the two NPCs transformed. One grew wary while the other sharpened with intensity. What? Are you concerned that I might deceive you? Ling Feng continued. To be candid, your son's situation is dire. He requires my assistance to journey to the northernmost snow-capped mountains to locate the Moonwatch fish, which lies encased beneath the ice. Surely, you are familiar with the Moonwatch fish. A priceless treasure. Even the dragon-pattern sorcerers have never laid eyes upon such a marvel. In this world, I alone know its whereabouts. Observing their reactions, Ling Feng remained unfazed, his demeanor impeccable, exuding an aura of confidence that left no room for doubt. However, the location of the Moonwatch fish was in an extreme cold region, accessible only to those who possess the Sunfire Pearl. Of course, he added, if you suspect that I am merely fabricating this tale to acquire the Sunfire Pearl, then I have no further arguments. Should you wish to seek assistance elsewhere for your son, I will withdraw from this matter. In doing so, I shall not be responsible for the extinction of the Moonwatch fish, considering it is the last of its kind beneath the heavens. As his words settled, he waved his hand dismissively, displaying a hint of displeasure as he proceeded toward the door. With every step, his heart drummed anxiously. The Moonwatch fish indeed existed, and legend spoke of its ability to dispel all calamities and bestow boundless power upon its consumer. However, Ling Feng himself was unaware of its actual location. He was merely weaving a tale. After all, a good performance requires thorough commitment. As the old adage goes, if one believes in their own story, how could others not be convinced? This principle had long been a guiding maxim in Ling Feng's life. Li Wei and his companions, however, found themselves caught in a tempest of conflicting emotions. The Sunfire Pearl was indeed a precious artifact. He cherished it dearly, treating it with the utmost reverence. How could he so readily relinquish it? Yet, if what this adventurer claimed was true, to cling to his possessions while his child's life hangs in the balance would be an unbearable regret. A tumult of indecision ensued. At that moment, Ling Feng reached a position parallel to Li Wei and suddenly halted. Turning slightly, he addressed Li Wei. By the way, your son can only endure for another 7 days. Thus, I shall leave it at that. With that, Ling Feng held his head high and strode out the door. The surrounding soldiers exchanged glances, hesitant to intervene, for they recognized that this Wenling was associated with the dragon-pattern sorcerer. Suddenly, wait, Li Wei exclaimed, pivoting sharply to call after Ling Feng's retreating figure. Step. Ling Feng paused, his back still turned, and queried, is there something else? What no one noticed was that a subtle smile curved at the corner of Ling Feng's mouth. His heart was brimming with joy because he had successfully hooked a fish. Although the Heat Sun Pearl was a treasure, it paled in comparison to his son's life. However, this gentleman, would he be able to return it after use? Li Wei asked, his voice tinged with reluctance. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng immediately turned around. His expression earnest as he inquired, what do you take my Windling Tianxia for? The item belongs to you. Naturally, it is yours. I merely utilize it to seek a life-saving remedy for your son. How could there be any question of not returning it? My sincerest apologies. It was indeed presumptuous of me. Li Wei quickly responded, relieved as the weight on his heart lifted. Subsequently, he promptly instructed Wang Hongquan to retrieve the Heat Sun Pearl from the military treasury. Ling Feng accepted the pearl and opened the crimson silk box, revealing a radiant, fiery red orb within. Heat Sun Pearl Epic. Description: a creation born of the sun. It is said to have materialized from the fall of the sun after the legendary archer Ho-Yi shot down the suns. A miraculous item that can withstand all sources of extreme cold, providing 100 resistance to ice attributes. Usage requirement: place in the backpack to activate. Hee. I shall graciously accept this. Ling Feng chuckled inwardly, tossing the pearl into his backpack. Everything was now in place. All that was left was to set forth. However, just at that moment, a chime rang out. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player, Windling Tianxia, for being the first to acquire an epic item. Receiving the following rewards: Gold 30, 000, Reputation 100, 000, Hunyuan Pearl 1, Epic Treasure Chest 1. This announcement reverberated throughout the world 3 times, leaving countless individuals astounded. What the hell? How long has it been since the server opened, and an epic item has already been unearthed? Is this even fair? In that moment, the forum, which had enjoyed a brief peace, erupted once more. A post sprang forth, posing the question, who exactly is Wenling Tianxia? Is he a pawn of the deity, world? The moment this post appeared, it ignited a frenzy, garnering thousands of replies within mere minutes, with the numbers rapidly climbing. One else snail, not a cow, damn. If it weren't for the fact that all the cheaters had perished, I'd suspect this kid is a hacker. 18L, 3 big men jumping from the grass. Damn. Could he possibly be the chosen one? Does Lady Luck have a soft spot for him? 98L, pot invincible. Wenling Tianxia, come out here. If you don't reveal your secrets today, I swear I will drag you out of reality and give you a beating. 159L, falling cherry blossom, while you complain. Others are silently collecting treasures. Now the ground is littered with gold. If you don't strive, who can you blame? 546L, indefinite waiting. Falling cherry blossom, help me. I'm a man, and I admire Wenling Tianxia. 666L, falling cherry blossom. Scram. This is not your turn. 2222 water moon gentle. Sister falling cherry blossom is absolutely right. The forum was abuzz with lively chatter, yet Ling Feng, under the escort of Li Wei, strolled boldly away from the General's residence. As he ingested the primordial pearl, he made his way toward the outskirts of Hanhai City. With this singular primordial pearl, Ling Feng's synchronization index surged to an impressive 50. With continued effort, it would not be long before he achieved a full synchronization of 100, at which point he would no longer need to fear the mere myth of the unblemished. After all, he was destined to stand shoulder to shoulder with the extraordinary. However, one must ponder, did Ling Feng intend to rescue Li Wei's son? The answer was an emphatic no. Rescue? Nonsense. He was no healer. Even the dragon pattern mage was at a loss. What power did he possess to save anyone? He had merely swindled the radiant sun pearl from Li Wei. Regardless, it would not be long before Li Wei faced his own reckoning, and with the pearl in his possession, no one would come to collect. How delightful. In high spirits, Ling Feng hastened toward the location of the Cold Sky Dragon Pool. The only lament was the absence of a steed. He estimated it would take him 2 days of running to reach his destination. That place was simply too far. Chapter 78, Hidden Energy. 2 days later. The earth lay shrouded beneath a blanket of frost, with delicate flakes of snow scattered like plum blossom petals in every corner. A figure darted forward, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. Indeed, the owner of this shadow was none other than Ling Feng. During these 2 days, aside from the basic necessities of life, he had been ceaselessly journeying. There was no alternative. The Cold Heaven Dragon Pool was simply too far from Hanhai City. Consequently, during his travels, his level had been surpassed by certain players renowned for their relentless dedication. Of course, Ling Feng had refrained from making any announcements, leading to a notable quieting of the previously buzzing forums. Many speculated whether Ling Feng had exhausted all his fortune. However, it is worth mentioning that the majority of the main forces and elites from the Wind Spirit Guild had already settled in Hanhai City. Luo Shi had even personally extended an invitation to meet with Ling Feng, but he had declined, suggesting that she reschedule for another day. As he was engrossed in his quest, returning merely to meet would be an unnecessary diversion. Luo Shi seemed to understand Ling Feng was preoccupied with the task and did not press further, merely hoping that upon his return they could finally meet. Especially as Wu Qingcheng wished to encounter this extraordinary player who had stirred significant commotion shortly after the game's launch. This was particularly pertinent as Ling Feng had already discovered the location of the Falling Dew Stone, indicating that Wu Qingcheng was not far from unlocking a hidden class. Another half-hour passed quietly. I remember it being around here, Ling Feng murmured, scanning his surroundings. The location of the Cold Heaven Dragon Pool had been revealed in a previous life, yet Ling Feng had never ventured here personally, leaving him only with a rough understanding of its vicinity. However, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. As Ling Feng pressed onward, the snow on the path ahead grew thicker and the biting winds intensified. Gradually, a storm, laced with snow, materialized before him, raging against the elements. As he delved deeper, the storm obscured his vision entirely, forcing him to squint against the gray, tumultuous landscape ravaged by the icy gusts. Fortunately, he possessed a sun pearl, which shielded him from the brunt of the cold winds, preventing any freezing effects or sensations of chill. This was indeed his solitary piece of good fortune. Ding! You have discovered Cold Ice Dragon Pool. Friendly reminder, the Cold Ice Dragon Pool is perpetually covered in frost to traverse the storm. One requires an attack value of 3000 and a certain level of frost resistance. Otherwise, one will suffer the negative buff of Frostbite. Frostbite. Buff reminder, lose 5 of health each second. Each loss will inflict a layer of Frostbite. Mark. After 10 layers, one will be frozen, which is considered death. Various friendly notifications rang in his ears, serving to alert every adventurer. Ling Feng released a sigh of relief and summoned the adorable companion. Benefiting from the effects of Queen's Grace, which elevated his attack to over 3000. Following this, in order to prevent any issues with the adorable creature that might lead to the loss of its buffs, Ling Feng opted to place it in a standby state. This way, it would remain within the confines of the pet space, bestowing Ling Feng with the benefits of its buffs while remaining unaffected by the biting cold winds. With a sigh of relief, he felt prepared and set forth. His eyes narrowed as he stepped boldly into the frigid gusts. However, the fierce winds that could shred flesh and freeze a person in their tracks seemed to have no effect on Ling Feng. Within less than a minute, he traversed the stormy area and entered a realm of serenity, a stark contrast to the relentless blizzards. Indeed, at the end of the cold winds lay a verdant expanse, vibrant and lush, resembling a hidden paradise. In the distance, a grand spring bubbled forth, shrouded in mist, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. Goodness! This place is astonishingly beautiful, ideal for seclusion. Ling Feng marveled at the breathtaking scenery, his face alight with wonder. In a world on the brink of invasion by malevolent spirits, such wonders were increasingly rare, almost non-existent. Yet, just then, a rumble echoed through the earth, and the ground began to tremble. Suddenly, piercing cries shattered the tranquility as a flock of snow-white snow eagles emerged from the storm, spiraling through the air and diving directly toward Ling Feng, the intruder. The sheer number of them sent chills down his spine. Furrowing his brow, Ling Feng quickly glanced upward. Snow Demon Eagle Silver Elite. Level? Attributes? Skills. Description: a beast that has long guarded the cold heaven dragon pool. Upon detecting an intruder, it will launch an all-out attack without hesitation. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed, and a somber expression overtook him. These beasts were likely exclusive to the region, categorized as minor quest-related monsters. However, their levels surpassed Ling Feng's by 10, rendering him unable to glean any information about them. The only way to uncover their details would be to defeat one first and access the monster catalog. Thus, without hesitation, Ling Feng activated Nightfall Spin. Entering a state of invisibility, he chose not to confront these creatures head-on, as that would be unwise given their overwhelming numbers. Yet, he also took a gamble, hoping that within the 3 seconds of Nightfall Spin's invisibility, one of the snow eagles would land. If that occurred, he could swiftly eliminate it and gather the needed information. As Ling Feng vanished from sight, the snow eagles lost their target and began to fly aimlessly. Some alighted upon the lush ground, emitting soft coos, their bright yellow-orange eyes glinting with a cold light as they warily surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind one of the snow magic eagles. In the next instant, a dagger plunged decisively into the creature's vulnerable region. Minus 20,424. Minus 3,250. Forced health deduction. Minus 766. Splash damage. Under this onslaught, the snow magic eagle succumbed to a state of dizziness. From the damage dealt, Ling Feng estimated that this minor foe possessed over 60,000 health points. Truly, a silver elite. Without hesitation, Ling Feng capitalized on the effect of Wolf King's roar, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the creature's frail spots at a staggering rate of 3 strikes per second. Minus 9,463. Minus 9,431. Minus 9,033. In less than 5 seconds, the minor adversary was vanquished by Ling Feng's might. Ding. Snow Magic Eagle slain, earning 1,002 experience points. Ding. Endless Plunder activated, acquiring the stealth skill. Upon hearing the system notification, he swiftly entered stealth mode before the other snow magic eagles could react. Consequently, his form vanished once more. The previously agitated snow magic eagles fell silent again, rendering the entire scene eerily surreal. Chapter 79. The Establishment Command. Indeed, these are level 30 minions, boasting an attack exceeding 1,000, health reaching 60,000, and a defense surpassing 2,000. Truly, they are silver-tier monsters. However, this is to be expected. Ling Feng, in a state of stealth, glanced at the monster guide he had acquired and could not help but murmur to himself. This area lies in the central region of Hanhai City, where level 30 minions generally possess such attributes. At present, he needed to devise a strategy to eliminate these snow demon eagles, for without a prompt, recklessly entering the pool might lead to dire consequences. A sense of gravity weighed upon him. Since the game's launch, he had never felt such pressure. There was no alternative. The number of minions before him was considerable, with an average level nearly double his own. Most critically, according to the skills described in the guide, these minions possessed 3 abilities, one of which was a hard control skill. Even a mere 2 seconds of silence could prove excruciating, especially with so many minions alternating their control. He feared he would be whittled down from his substantial health of over 10,000 to 0 in no time. Suddenly, he recalled that when he had just defeated a snow demon eagle, he seemed to have acquired a passive effect called concealment. Ling Feng quickly pulled up the list of passive skills upon remembering the system's prompt. If this skill bore resemblance to the abilities of the snow demon eagles, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Concealment passive special effect. When attacking a target, other targets that have not yet engaged in battle will not attack you. How fortuitous! This passive skill may have little utility at other times, but at this critical juncture, it could very well be a miraculous boon. Ling Feng's eyes widened, and a look of elation spread across his face. With this passive skill, the pressing dilemma before him could be effortlessly resolved. He could now boldly seize the opportunity to strike. In an instant, he grasped 2 daggers and charged toward the nearest snow demon eagle. The next moment, he plunged a dagger directly into the creature's heart, taking away 2/3 of its health in one swift motion. Afterward, rather than continuing his assault, Ling Feng circled around the snow demon eagle, observing the surrounding conditions. To his astonishment, the other snow demon eagles remained oblivious, seemingly unaware of the situation at hand, and did not attack. However, their expressions still bore signs of vigilance, as if they sensed an invader in their midst. This outcome made Ling Feng erupt in laughter, and he no longer held back, launching a ferocious onslaught. Congratulations on defeating the snow demon eagle. You have gained 1,002 experience points. Endless Plunder activated, gaining 1 strength. Endless Plunder activated, gaining 1 constitution. In no time, Ling Feng had cleared the surrounding snow demon eagles. Yet, the system prompt still had not sounded. Therefore, he drew forth the newly emerged silver bow and aimed it skyward. With a flurry of arrows, he struck down 8 snow magic eagles, drawing their ire. Indeed, all equipment, regardless of class, could be mixed and matched. However, there existed a limitation. Should a warrior equip a longbow, even if it were an artifact, the damage inflicted would perpetually be a mere 1 point. This was even less than that of a damaged conventional weapon. Ling Feng was well aware of this fact, which is why he employed this method to attract the airborne creatures. This endeavor lasted nearly half an hour. At last, the final creature fell to his efforts. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 18, earning 5 free attribute points. Congratulations on your pet, little cutie, reaching level 15. Ling Feng exhaled, allocating his free points into strength before collecting the silver bracers dropped by the defeated creature. He cast a cursory glance at them, tossing them into his bag without further ado. However, at that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! World announcement. Player, Windling World, has angered the Snow Dragon Eagle Epic by slaughtering the Snow Magic Eagle tribe, triggering an epic open-world quest, which all players have automatically accepted. Quest details. The Snow Dragon Eagle has dispatched the Snow Magic Eagle King to the depths of the Cold Sky Dragon Pool to exact revenge. All players are urged to proceed immediately and slay it for bountiful rewards, while also drawing out the Snow Dragon Eagle. Defeating the epic boss grants a chance to obtain the Guild Establishment Order. With the first epic boss slain, the drop rate for the Guild Establishment Order is 100. Players are encouraged to seize this opportunity. Upon the announcement's revelation, A wave of bewilderment swept through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, countless players erupted with excitement. An epic boss. A guild establishment order. It is well known that the guild establishment order is a prized item for founding alliances. Moreover, according to the tendencies of deities, the first alliance to establish a guild will 100 receive a world announcement, effectively advertising the guild on a global scale, creating an opportune moment for recruiting formidable allies. Yet, no one anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. The world was in a frenzy. Players began inquiring fervently about the whereabouts of the Cold Sky Dragon Pool. However, when they discovered it was a remote location 2 days' journey from Hanhai City, many fell silent. Without mounts, reaching the location in time was simply impossible. In this moment, numerous prominent figures swiftly sought to contact Ling Feng, eager to secure the guild establishment order in advance. Regardless of whether Ling Feng could single-handedly defeat the epic boss, they felt it imperative to make an attempt. However, to their dismay, Ling Feng's friend system had been set to reject all requests, leaving them with the perpetual notification, "You have been denied." This outcome has incited a profound ire among certain leaders of the alliances, particularly towards the individual known as Ling Feng. In a secluded corner of the Sun continent, a furious figure wielding a katana, sporting a samurai hairstyle, exclaimed, "We absolutely cannot allow this fellow to obtain the first guild establishment decree. That decree rightfully belongs to our Black Sky Alliance of the Sun Kingdom. Dispatch orders immediately, at all costs. We must reach Hanhai City. Even if we cannot vanquish the boss, we must eliminate that scoundrel and secure the decree." His decree mirrors the sentiments of various other alliances across nations. Regardless of whether Ling Feng is capable of single-handedly defeating the epic boss, they must remain vigilant in Hanhai City. Should he truly be defeated, they will pursue him relentlessly until he yields the guild establishment decree. If he cannot be slain, he must be reduced to level 0. Ling Feng has unsettled the foundations for many, instilling a sense of impending peril that they can simply not tolerate. What begins as a mere guild establishment decree could lead to far graver ramifications. If such an individual were allowed to monopolize an entire industry, it would spell disaster for other factions. The thought is indeed disconcerting. A vast alliance rendered inferior to a solitary individual? Such a person cannot be permitted to remain at large. It can be said that a trivial guild establishment decree has stirred countless souls, subtly altering the landscape. Regardless of whether Ling Feng secures this decree, certain events have become irrevocable. In an instant, an invisible tempest begins to coalesce, heralding an unprecedented event on the horizon. Chapter 80. The Snow Demon Eagle King. Mr. Ling Feng, were you recently occupied with this delightful surprise for us? Luoshi initiated contact with Ling Feng, her voice filled with astonishment. Ling Feng glanced around, noting that the boss had yet to arrive, and replied with a smile, "Not quite, to be honest. My true intention is not merely to acquire the guild order. After all, this item is vital for the guild in the early stages, but becomes rather commonplace in the later phases. Of course, if there's a chance to earn some extra coin, who would ever complain about having too much money? That would be splendid. If you have the opportunity to defeat the boss, please do consider us." Luoshi's breath hitched as she quickly asserted. The Wind Spirit Guild had long sought an opportunity to see if they could achieve this world-class announcement. Although the last dungeon ranking yielded considerable gains and attracted many talented individuals seeking to join, the impact was still insufficient. However, if they could claim the title of the first guild ever established in the world, it would be entirely different. Thus, if there was such an opportunity, she certainly would not let it slip by. This was also the sentiment of Yi Wu Qing Cheng. Ling Feng chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he replied, "You know as well as I do that the true boss has yet to appear. When it does, it will likely be a boss of level 30 or higher, and I might not be able to withstand it alone. I believe you can achieve it." Luoshi encouraged fervently. Ling Feng remained speechless, shaking his head again. Let us wait until there are results to discuss. To be honest, he had never contemplated the existence of a guild order, especially since they had not encountered such an announcement previously. Perhaps this was due to their encounter with the first epic-level boss? By the way, Mr. Ling Feng, there is something I must caution you about. Suddenly, Luoshi's expression turned serious. A tree that stands out will inevitably be felled, regardless of the outcome of your actions. You may find yourself on the blacklist of numerous guilds, and the consequences could be dire. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Luo Shi. I am well aware of these matters. Ling Feng took a deep breath, responding calmly. If he were truly fearful, he would not be so audaciously reaping the world announcements. He understood that as long as he achieved 100 synchronization, combined with the talent of endless plunder, he could reach an unparalleled height. As long as he acted swiftly, he had no reason to fear such occurrences. As for the blacklist, as for any retaliation against him, he welcomed it. After all, this was a golden opportunity to seize attribute points. Of course, Ling Feng was not an arrogant individual. He would engage in battles he could win, but would certainly flee if it became untenable. It all depended on whether the opponent could catch him. Luo Shi, hearing this, let out a wry smile. You should understand my meaning. She was merely subtly attempting to extend another invitation for Ling Feng to join the guild. After all, this man was truly remarkable. Despite having encountered countless individuals, she could not fathom the depths of Ling Feng's character. Ling Feng's heart was as tranquil as still water. How could he be unaware of Luo Shi's intentions? However, in his previous life, he was betrayed by his own kind, ultimately left with nothing. In this life, he bore a lingering fear akin to the adage of being bitten by a snake and fearing the rope for 10 years, unable to escape the shadow of that betrayal. Thus, he spoke with an indifferent demeanor. Let us not discuss this for now. I must survive first. Await my news. With that, before Luo Shi could respond, he abruptly ended the call. He then turned to face the tempest behind him, witnessing a rumble as the stormy region quaked, currents swirling with wild ferocity. It seemed as though something was endeavoring to break through to this side. Suddenly, a piercing, earth-shattering roar rent the stormy expanse. In the next instant, a snow-white figure surged through the tempest, descending upon the earth. It was an enlarged version of the snow demon eagle, its feathers gleaming like silver armor, radiating blinding light. It was colossal, truly immense. Ling Feng's gaze fell upon it, attempting to cast a query. Snow Demon Eagle King Dark Gold Lord level. Attributes. Skills. Description. The leader of the Snow Demon Eagles, one of the most powerful subordinates of the Snow Dragon Eagle. Without a doubt, this boss exceeded the limits of Ling Feng's investigation, rendering him unable to glean any information. Consequently, he was confronted with a boss of unknown capabilities, and immense pressure indeed. Ling Feng's expression sharpened, his vigilance heightened. With a thundering crash, the Snow Demon Eagle King landed upon the ground, stirring a tempestuous upheaval. Yet, it did not advance to attack Ling Feng. Rather, it appeared oblivious to his presence, scanning its surroundings instead. Remarkable! This concealment skill was truly formidable. Capable of deceiving even a boss, rendering Ling Feng almost invisible. However, invisibility did not equate to invulnerability. He still needed to test this boss. He was curious to see if his innate abilities, devoid of any memories or supplementary data, could withstand the might of this formidable foe. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng summoned his little companion. He first commanded it to unleash a poison mist, skill at their location before stepping forward and entering the night spin state. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the boss, delivering a swift dagger slash. Minus 13,052. Minus 25,000 forced health deduction. Minus 310 splash damage. In a flurry of strikes, the boss succumbed to a state of dizziness under the 10 strikes. Ling Feng seized the moment, wielding his dark gold dagger with fervor, relentlessly draining the boss's health. He aimed to inflict additional dizziness upon the boss while maximizing his damage output. Minus 4,256. Minus 5,776. Minus 5,555. Before long, Ling Feng, amidst the damage inflicted upon the boss, discerned numerous insights. For instance, this particular boss possessed a defense exceeding 3,000, and its health points had reached at least 500. For a dark gold boss of level 30 and above, this was rather standard, not excessively dire. Provided that its skills were not overwhelmingly lethal, significant issues were unlikely to arise. Before long, the boss's health steadily declined as he quietly calculated the total damage he had dealt and the boss's remaining health. When the boss's health dwindled to around 100, its onslaught began to slow. This was because, under normal circumstances, if a boss was at 90 health without unleashing skills, it would surely retaliate at 80. Suddenly, a piercing cry erupted. The Snow Magic Eagle King, breaking free from its stupor, roared angrily at Ling Feng. In the next moment, a dazzling white aura enveloped its entire form. Then, with a sudden twist of its body, the earth around them was engulfed in a tempest. As a ferocious whirlwind surged outward in all directions, Ling Feng, caught off guard, was instantly consumed by the storm. In the wake of the icy gale, a crystalline sculpture manifested within the boss's line of sight. Ding! You have been affected by the Snow Magic Eagle King's Stormlock skill, becoming encased in ice. Suffering a loss of 10 of your health per second for 5 seconds, with a chance of being struck by the Snow Magic Eagle King's claws. Should misfortune befall you, substantial damage shall ensue. If you survive, you will endure a 20 reduction in speed until your demise. Chapter 81. The Kill. As Ling Feng's health plummeted to a mere 569 amidst the relentless assaults, he thought the ordeal had come to an end. At that moment, however, the Snow Demon Eagle King swooped down upon him, seizing the immobilized Ling Feng and soaring into the void. Throughout this harrowing encounter, Ling Feng found himself utterly paralyzed. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the boss hurled Ling Feng's body toward the ground. The impact was catastrophic. 290. Ling Feng crashed to the earth, the overwhelming damage nearly obliterating him. Fortunately, a sliver of vitality remained, though his agility was significantly hampered. His once formidable attack speed of 3 strikes per second dwindled to 2, severely restricting his movements. Nonetheless, he could endure. Thus, as the boss touched down, Ling Feng swiftly entered stealth, maneuvering behind the boss to unleash a piercing strike. -6, 778. 406. The lifesteal effect proved invaluable, restoring his precarious health back to a stable level. With a piercing cry, the Snow Demon Eagle King performed a sudden spin, sending a flurry of frost cascading from its wings. Yet, thanks to the timely activation of judgment from the heavens, Ling Feng anticipated the attack, narrowly evading disaster. He continued his tactical retreat, determined to persist. -4, 521. -3, 781. -3, 004. In no time, Ling Feng regained his rhythm, drawing from his experience. He surmised that the boss's abilities were predominantly ice-based, implying a plethora of control effects. Ideally, he needed to avoid further incapacitation, as it could spell his doom. At that critical juncture, a chime sounded. The death mark was successfully activated, registering at 15. A fleeting glance revealed a new mark upon the boss's head. Yet, he did not dwell on it. After all, for more marks were required, and such odds were seldom in his favor. Thus, he intensified his assault frequency, enhancing the probability of triggering stun, ensuring the boss remained incapacitated for longer durations. However, just then, another chime echoed. The death mark activated once more, now at 25. Ding! The death mark triggered again, reaching 35. What was happening? Was luck on his side today? 3 consecutive activations? It seemed that the third mark was the limit, as subsequent attacks failed to trigger further marks. Yet, as the boss's health neared the 50 threshold, another chime rang out. The death mark was now 45. The activation of Nightmare was successful, causing the Snow Demon Eagle King's attributes to diminish by 30 for a duration of 10 seconds, simultaneously plunging it into a state of fear for 3 seconds. Ling Feng's tiger-like body trembled slightly in surprise. This presented a remarkable opportunity. With a 30 reduction in all attributes, could it possibly ascend to the heavens? Moreover, should he manage to reduce the boss's health by 10 within those 3 seconds, the second skill of the boss may never see the light of day. Indeed, this is a rule within the realm of deities. If the health drops below 10 of the trigger threshold prior to skill activation, that skill will not be executed. In simpler terms, this is what one refers to as progress suppression. Ling Feng hastily quickened his pace, using his dual daggers to frantically slash at the boss. With the 30 defense reduction, the damage he inflicted upon the boss escalated significantly. -6,600, -6,594, -6,833. Waves of damage numbers erupted chaotically from the boss. However, Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Ling Feng's forehead as time progressed. Truth be told, facing an unknown boss's skills was a true test of one's nerves and courage. Before long, the boss awakened from its dazed state, simultaneously escaping the fear effect. At this moment, the boss's health had dwindled to 44. This made Ling Feng furrow his brow in concern. This situation was rather precarious. Such a degree of health depletion would hardly suppress the boss's progress. He could only choose to retreat and allow the boss to unleash its skills. Otherwise, should the boss's skills deal exorbitant damage, he would likely find himself defeated. If that were to happen, the losses would be considerable. Nonetheless, he had prepared himself for the worst. Should he indeed perish, he would resort to using the resurrection token that had long lain dormant in his backpack. With this thought, Ling Feng swung his blade, landing a direct strike upon the boss, and prepared to withdraw. Suddenly, ding! Cross impact activated successfully. In the next moment, minus 4,529. Minus 25,000 forced health deduction. The boss's health plummeted to 39, and as a result of cross impact, it was once again thrust into a dazed state. This took Ling Feng by surprise, only to be quickly replaced by elation. He halted his retreat, advancing once more, delivering blow after blow upon the boss. He had not anticipated that at such a crucial juncture, cross impact would prove to be invaluable. As the boss regained its senses, its health continued to spiral downwards to 37. Ling Feng regained control of the battlefield's tempo, continuing to employ a spiraling tactic to evade the boss's normal attacks. With prior experience, his dodging skills had reached an unparalleled level of proficiency. Before long, the boss's health plunged to 20. Normally, bosses would unleash their berserk abilities when their health reached either 20 or 10. Thus, at this moment, Ling Feng strategically withdrew, distancing himself from the boss to observe whether it would unleash its skills upon reaching 20 health. However, after creating some separation, the boss refrained from casting any skills and instead launched a series of ordinary attacks, sweeping through the air and inflicting a pressure effect upon Ling Feng as it approached. The impact registered a formidable damage of minus 2,398, significantly depleting Ling Feng's health. Yet, at that very moment, a chime resonated, dragon transformation activated. A shadow resembling Ling Feng emerged amidst a shroud of dark light. In the next instant, the boss's attack was directly fixated upon Ling Feng's doppelganger. Consequently, Ling Feng no longer needed to utilize a spiral maneuver to evade skills. Instead, he transformed into a relentless killing machine, embarking on the final phase of annihilation. Before long, the boss's health plummeted to 10, while Ling Feng's doppelganger reached its maximum threshold. Observing this, Ling Feng wasted no time in retreating, silently invoking an explosive command within his mind. In an instant, a resounding explosion echoed as the doppelganger detonated. 14463. A staggering amount of damage erupted above the boss, plunging it into a state of frenzy. Unexpectedly, another chime sounded. Death mark successfully activated, with the progress reaching 5-5. The death effect commenced. The mark instantaneously transformed into a veil of black light, intertwining and enveloping the boss. Subsequently, minus 32,658. The boss's health was instantly obliterated, abruptly ceasing its impending frenzied attack. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground, subsequently shrouded in a radiant dark golden light. Chapter 82. Enhanced Reconnaissance Sting. Congratulations on defeating the Snow Demon Eagle King. Earning 12,000 experience points. The Endless Plunder has activated, granting you the Stormlock skill. Ling Feng exhaled deeply, a look of relief washing over his face. His fortune this time was nothing short of extraordinary. He had not anticipated that this fierce dark gold boss would perish in such a dismal manner. If the death mark had a slightly higher probability of activation, who could withstand Ling Feng's relentless onslaught? Once he regained his composure, Ling Feng immediately turned his attention to the skill panel. He observed the following. Stormlock passive effect. When attacking, there is a chance to freeze the target for 3 seconds. If the target is attacked again within those 3 seconds, it will suffer a 20 reduction in speed for an additional 5 seconds. How shall I put this? It is yet another control-based passive skill, and rather vexing at that. Both the freezing and slowing effects can be quite bothersome. Skills of this nature are always welcome. After all, many of his control passives trigger randomly rather than inevitably. So an additional chance is certainly advantageous. Furthermore, it can provide the target with a few unexpected surprises. With this thought, Ling Feng smiled faintly and approached the glowing dark gold boss, casually collecting his spoils. Ding! You have obtained the following loot: 57 gold coins, equipment, Snow Eagle Lantern Dark Gold. Equipment, Ring of the Divine Dark Gold, Skill Book, Enhanced Reconnaissance Dark Gold. Though only 2 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book had dropped, his luck was astonishing. As they were all of dark gold quality, Ling Feng couldn't help but grin as he examined the first piece of equipment. Snow Eagle Lantern Dark Gold, Slot, Weapon Attributes, Healing Effect 500, Starlight Points 50, Element 40, Intelligence 100. Effect 1. When casting healing spells, increases healing capability by 50 and grants the target a healing shield equivalent to 50 of the healing effect, lasting for 20 seconds, after which it enters a cooldown period of 20 seconds. 2. Comes with the Delicate Burden Reduction ability, allowing the user to function at a level 20 lower than their actual level, for each level difference reduced by 1. Healing ability increases by 1, up to a maximum of 20. Equipment requirement, level 35. Wow. Is this truly the holy grail for healers at this stage? Ling Feng was left astounded, struck by the attributes before him. 5 attributes. Moreover, 3 of them pertain to healing, with additional boosts to intelligence and elemental points. Most significantly, the equipment's effects were nothing short of breathtaking. Upon reaching level 35, the healing effect could be enhanced to 70. That is truly formidable. In his previous life, it was exceedingly rare to encounter such an extraordinary healing weapon among dark gold tier items. Who would have thought it would be presented here? This healing lantern is undoubtedly one of the finest pieces of equipment available for levels below 40. For now, I shall hold on to it and decide how to handle it later. Ling Feng pondered thoughtfully before shifting his gaze to the next piece of equipment. Ring of the Divine, Dark Gold Slot. Hand attributes, Strength 50, Agility 30, Constitution 30, Intelligence 30. Effects. Critical hit chance increased by 20, critical damage effect 30. And after a critical hit, the damage effect of the first 3 critical hits is further augmented by an additional 20. Equipment requirement. Level 35. Ling Feng stared blankly at the ring before him, momentarily at a loss. This ring, without a doubt, was an extraordinary treasure among treasures. Not only could it replace his current flame ring, but it also offered a significant boost to his critical damage. Although the additional 20 critical damage effect was limited to the first 3 critical hits, it was crucial to remember that this was determined by the occurrence of critical hits. In other words, once the first critical hit triggered this effect, any subsequent critical hit would refresh this additional bonus. If Ling Feng donned this ring, his critical hit rate would soar to an astounding 120, ensuring he would achieve critical hits consistently. Thus, for Ling Feng, this 20 additional critical damage felt akin to a permanent enhancement. Unable to contain his excitement, Ling Feng swapped out the ring. At last, yet another piece of silver gear had been replaced, and his attributes had surged dramatically. Currently, his tunic, necklace, cloak, and trousers remained silver. However, should he manage to replace these with gold or dark gold items, his attributes would undoubtedly experience another exponential increase. Of course, such transformations could not be rushed. Furthermore, Ling Feng still had a dark gold chest in his inventory. This chest boasted an 80 probability of yielding dark gold equipment. However, as the chest's contents were somewhat dependent on his level, Ling Feng planned to wait until his level increased further before opening it. To avoid obtaining low-level dark gold equipment that would soon require replacement, an endeavor surely not worth the effort. Thus, he decided to wait and see. For luck might favor him and allow him to eliminate one of his silver items. With that, after donning the ring, he gazed with hopeful anticipation at the third item. It was a skill book. Enhanced Reconnaissance, Dark Gold, Effect, enables the user to view the level, attributes, and skills of monsters not exceeding their own level by 30. Usage requirement. Assassin, Ranger. This skill book seemed tailor-made for me. I never expected the Snow Demon Eagle King to truly understand my needs. What a splendid gift. Once the system has finished refreshing the corpse, I shall see to it that you rest in peace. Ling Feng gazed at the skill book in a daze, and his spirits lifted in an instant. With this item, when observing monsters of level 30 and above, he would no longer be met with a sea of question marks. Although it may appear trivial, for Ling Feng, it was indeed a crucial skill. Thus, without hesitation, he employed it, and from that moment on, creatures within 30 levels above him found it exceedingly difficult to evade his discerning gaze. After making some repairs to his equipment, Ling Feng surveyed his surroundings, only to find that the announcement had yet to sound again, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Something was amiss. According to the previous world announcement, was it not said that the snow dragon eagle would appear? Why was there no sign of it? Or could it be that I have overlooked something essential, thus failing to trigger the event? Ling Feng furrowed his brow and pondered deeply, yet he could not discern where the oversight lay. Ultimately, he turned away and made his way towards the spring ahead. Damn it! Regardless of the reason, I must retrieve the treasures from the depths of the water first. However, just as he approached the spring, the world announcement that had been silent suddenly erupted like a thunderclap. Ding! Snow Demon Eagle King Dark Gold has been slain by player Feng Ling Tianxia, causing the Snow Dragon Eagle to enter a frenzy. The Snow Dragon Eagle is now heading towards the Cold Dragon Pool. All players are urged to proceed immediately. This time, the defeat of Snow Dragon Eagle Epic will guarantee a 100 drop of the Guild Establishment Order. Cherish this opportunity. The nefarious system announcement once again vividly highlighted the Guild Establishment Order. Nevertheless, the system's cunning maneuver was destined to be in vain, as to date. Only Ling Feng was within the vicinity of this Cold Dragon Pool. Chapter 83. The Rhythm of Wind and Snow Goodness. Is the Snow Dragon Eagle truly about to emerge? Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, only for a wave of exhilaration to wash over his countenance. After all, engaging an epic-level boss in a one-on-one confrontation is undoubtedly a monumental feat. This is because epic-level bosses represent a transformative leap, with their attributes vastly superior to those of Dark Gold bosses. In his previous life, very few individuals were capable of single-handedly challenging an epic-level boss, especially surpassing certain thresholds of level and equipment. Yet now, Ling Feng was poised to confront such a remarkable challenge ahead of time, and the mere thought filled him with anticipation. He hastily equipped himself anew and employed a quick repair hammer to restore his weapon's durability. Then, he settled in to await the impending event. Suddenly, roar! A thunderous roar erupted violently. In the next instant, the entire storm began to tremble violently, the chaotic energy stirring the tempestuous curtain into disarray. However, at that moment, a colossal figure burst forth from the veil. Ling Feng looked up and beheld a magnificent white silhouette. Its entire body was devoid of feathers, yet it bore scales reminiscent of a dragon. Its enormous wings, capable of blotting out the sun, were entirely crafted from these scales. Most astonishingly, its head bore no resemblance to an eagle. Rather, it resembled a lizard adorned with a pair of majestic antlers. Its massive claws, capable of shattering anything, glimmered ominously as they descended upon a massive boulder. Crack! The boulder, unable to withstand the weight, shattered instantaneously. Roar! It let out another earth-shattering roar, sending forth a wave of sound that swept in all directions. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, immediately accessing the data of this formidable creature. Snow Dragon Eagle Epic Lord, level 35 attributes, attack 6090, dual defense 8280, 90, health 1, 500, 0001, 500. 000 skill list, Dragon's Bloodline passive. Possessing an ancient lineage, upon entering combat, it ignores all control effects. Bloodline Resurgence passive. When activated, upon striking a target, it restores 100 of health, equal to 50 of the attack value. Frozen Scales minor skill. Sweeps out a wave of icy scales in a 180 arc. Those hit will be immobilized and can be dispelled. If unable to escape the fan-shaped area, they will suffer 80 of the attack power as damage, ignoring defense. Rhythm of Wind and Snow creates a blizzard that envelopes the entire area, reducing the action and attack speed of all targets present by 50, impervious to dispelling, lasting until the next skill is activated. If struck by Frozen Scales during this time, damage is doubled. The calm before the storm. absorbing the effects of snowstorm rhythm on the battlefield. Each unit that remains within the snowstorm rhythm area for more than 10 seconds will enhance the Snow Dragon Eagle's attack and defense by 20, with no upper limit. The amplified effects persist until the battle concludes, while normal attacks inflict the frozen buff, leaving a mark upon impact. After 3 accumulations, the target will be encased in ice, unable to be dispelled or resurrected. The storm arrives. The Snow Dragon Eagle enters a frenzied state, conjuring 2 tornadoes. During this phase, the target incurs only a 20 slow effect, which gradually intensifies over time. If the tornadoes are not dealt with, when they occupy the entire area, all targets will be frozen, unable to be dispelled, and will perish after 3 seconds. Description: a terrifying entity with a trace of dragon blood. It serves as the guardian of the frozen dragon pool, safeguarding secrets unknown to mortals. Those who dare approach, seeking to seize treasures from the depths of the frozen dragon pool, will face its boundless wrath. The transformation is rather severe. Ling Feng gazed at the life-threatening statistics of the boss, his expression involuntarily twitching. With 1.5 million health points, the pressure is indeed immense. Moreover, this boss appears to necessitate a team effort. It is crucial to note that once the first skill, Snowstorm Rhythm, is activated, one must run out every 10 seconds, or else the boss's defense and attack will stack. This design is truly exasperating. The most concerning aspect is the uncertainty of the range, coupled with the absence of any hints. Normally, skills provide descriptive prompts, yet this boss is different. Its hidden effects are revealed in the next skill prompt, meaning that during the skill execution, one must calculate the timing independently. It can be said that this epic-level boss encountered is the most formidable one Ling Feng has ever faced. Furthermore, his cross-strike is likely rendered useless. Cross-strike requires a stun condition to be deemed successful. Thus, this boss, immune to all negative effects, is simply a headache. A direct confrontation is out of the question. It's better to adhere to the mechanics. If unable to prevail, then so be it. Ling Feng gritted his teeth, secretly resolved. After all, facing a level 35 epic boss in a one-on-one duel is an overwhelmingly daunting task. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Feng summoned the adorable companion and had her unleash toxic mist at the location before immediately slipping into the nightfall spin state. Then, he cautiously darted towards the boss's heel and struck with a swift horizontal slice. Minus 7,068, weakness amplified. Minus 74, splash damage. Minus 74, splash damage. After 1 round, without triggering cross-strike, he did not even reach 10,000 damage. To whittle down this boss will indeed be a long and arduous journey. However, since the confrontation has begun, surrender is not an option. In that moment, Ling Feng unleashed another thrust, inflicting a staggering minus 6,848 damage. Minus 71. A roar erupted from the Snow Dragon Eagle, its fury ignited by the consecutive assaults. Those who seek to extinguish me shall perish. Invaders must die. With a voice that echoed human speech, it bellowed. In the next instant, it spread one of its wings, targeting Ling Feng's position and sweeping towards him with ferocity. In an instant, a flurry of snow-white scales transformed into countless flying blades, descending like a torrential storm. However, Ling Feng was well prepared. He rolled beneath the feet of the boss and deftly maneuvered to its rear, skillfully evading the boss's frozen scales ability. This so-called minor skill would strike unexpectedly, leaving one in suspense as to when it would be unleashed. Often, the most vexing scenario occurred when the opponent executed a major skill, only to follow it up immediately with a minor one. The feeling was nothing short of exhilarating. Ling Feng had encountered such predicaments in his past life, and the solutions were utterly elusive. Typically, it involved the main tank enduring the blows while the healer fervently cast restorative spells. As his thoughts scattered momentarily, he sprang to his feet, drawing his weapon and swiftly attacking the boss's feet. There was no other choice. His stature paled in comparison to the towering boss. Striking at other vulnerable points proved to be a daunting task. Fortunately, after several probing strikes, Ling Feng discovered that the heel of the boss was indeed a critical weak spot. Were it not for this revelation, his damage output would surely have been even lower. Chapter 84. The Order of Establishment. Ling Feng swiftly entered a state of rhythm. Each time the boss unpredictably unleashed frozen scales, he adeptly evaded it with finesse. Although this rhythm proved effective and stable, allowing him to dodge the boss's basic attacks repeatedly, the high frequency of the boss's assaults, combined with the disruptions from frozen scales, significantly diminished Ling Feng's damage output. Particularly during the cooldown of enhancement, his output was halved, rendering the damage range of 1,500 to 2,500 rather feeble compared to the million health points of the Snow Dragon Eagle. However, it was reassuring that the damage from his companion's toxic mist remained consistently potent against the boss, though there were instances when Ling Feng's commands were delayed, resulting in her suffering from frozen scales. Yet, as he honed his rhythm, such occurrences became increasingly rare, eventually vanishing altogether. Indeed, battling this boss was akin to a pioneering expedition, yet he not only exhibited remarkable gaming prowess, but also gradually grasped the rhythm, fully adapting to the unfolding situation. Before long, through their impeccable synergy, Ling Feng and his pet managed to whittle down the boss's health by 20, taking considerable time to achieve this feat at that moment. A thunderous roar erupted. The god of storms shall not spare you insignificant insects. The Snow Dragon Eagle ascended into the air, its colossal form hovering ominously. As storms began to swirl from all directions, engulfing the realm in tempestuous chaos. Ding! You and little cutie are affected by rhythm of wind and snow, reducing your attack speed and movement speed by 50. Upon hearing the skill notification, Ling Feng promptly commanded little cutie to dart towards the periphery. He discerned that there existed a space the size of a human between the outer storm barrier and the area affected by the boss's rhythm of wind and snow. Thus, to prevent the boss from stacking damage with another skill, Ling Feng urged his companion to vacate the vicinity and reach the outermost area. He too retreated to the edge, awaiting the boss's descent before he resumed his assault at its feet. Although his attack speed had halved, it did not preclude him from dealing damage. Minus 2,784. Minus 29. Minus 2,683. Minus 27. However, without little cutie beside him to exploit the boss's health, Ling Feng's output grew increasingly strained. Only upon the cooldown completion of enhancement could he hope to achieve higher damage. Of course, after the boss unleashed rhythm of wind and snow, Ling Feng found it impossible to attack comfortably. After all, he must also avoid the risks associated with stacking damage and defense buffs on the boss. While attacking is manageable, the real concern lies in defense. The higher the defense stacks, the lower his damage output becomes, which would be utterly excruciating. Thus, every 10 seconds, Ling Feng would spend 6 seconds dealing damage beneath the boss, then utilize 2 seconds to dash to his adorable companion's side, and finally return to the boss's feet in 2 seconds. This cycle continued, gradually siphoning away the boss's health. During this time, he only faltered once, as he miscalculated and waited an extra second, nearly disrupting his rhythm. As time progressed, Ling Feng gradually mastered the rotation pattern of the enhancement cooldown, maximizing the benefits it conferred. After approximately 5 minutes, the boss's health finally dwindled to 60, accompanied by 2 death marks. The most reliable source of damage during this phase was the skill skinning. This skill is not classified as a negative effect, thus escaping any restrictions, providing Ling Feng with a small consolation. Just then, the Snow Dragon Eagle let out a series of roars that seemed capable of piercing through eardrums. In the next moment, the endless storm surrounding it was instantly absorbed into its body as its wings unfurled. Following that, a system notification echoed in Ling Feng's mind. Ding! The Snow Dragon Eagle activated the storm's prelude effect. Any target caught in the wind and snow rhythm for over 10 seconds would receive a 20 increase in damage and defense, and subsequent normal attacks would carry the frozen effect, which, when accumulated 3 times, would result in the target being frozen to death. Ling Feng felt a lightness in his body as the halving effect on speed dissipated. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief and called over his companion, once again approaching the boss. In the next moment, he struck at its hind feet. Minus 1,132. With the boss's enhanced defense, Ling Feng's normal attack was nearing the critical threshold of 1,000 damage. This was a dire outcome, were it not for Ling Feng's exceptional skills. Anyone else in his position would likely have faced utter annihilation under such circumstances. After all, this boss was notoriously cunning. Though it was deemed a group raid boss, it seemed far more suited for fewer players. Yet, if one were to charge in solo, the damage dealt would be painfully low. If the current boss possessed a berserk killing mechanism, Ling Feng might as well have resorted to throwing tofu at it in desperation. The so-called berserk killing mechanism refers to a boss that not only unleashes skills based on its health but also casts abilities over time. There exists only one such skill, a full-screen instant kill capability. Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate it within the designated time frame to avoid facing such a frustrating ability. Of course, such considerations were not Ling Feng's focus at present. His sole aim was to grind down the boss before him. Indeed, his current prowess is entirely the result of relentless practice. If only there were a few more allies at this moment, the struggle would not be so arduous. Alas, it seems imperative to assemble a trustworthy team without delay. Ling Feng muttered to himself while deftly striking at the boss's hindquarters. Although the thrill of a lone wolf engaging the boss is exhilarating, and its mechanics are relatively straightforward to navigate, there comes a point when one can no longer persevere alone. Slaying a boss is far more complex than defeating a mere player. The health points of future epic-level bosses will undoubtedly multiply, increasing the difficulty manifold. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng dismissed his errant thoughts and resumed his role as a skilled practitioner, attending to the foot care of the snow dragon eagle. Due to the boss's heightened defenses, this time, he spent a full 8 minutes whittling down its health to a mere 20. As the health dipped to this threshold, the boss's climactic ultimate move finally unfolded. Boom! The snow dragon eagle, after a thunderous roar, propelled its massive form skyward, transforming into a swirling vortex, spinning in the void. Nearby, a tornado in the stormy canopy was drawn forth, amplifying the cyclone created by the snow dragon eagle. Subsequently, the storm was anchored in the northwestern corner. Without delay, the boss replicated the feat, conjuring another vortex in the southeastern region. In the next instant, it burst forth from the whirlwind, circling and roaring for several seconds before diving once more towards Ling Feng. Chapter 85, A Critical Moment Drink. With a light exclamation, Ling Feng swiftly rolled away from the oncoming boss. In an instant, the two figures narrowly avoided each other at the moment of contact. Once the boss landed, Ling Feng summoned his companion back into a standby state. He then leaned forward, plunging a dagger into the boss's tail. The damage inflicted was still quite significant. Yet Ling Feng summoned all his strength to continue his relentless assault. By the time the boss regained its composure and retaliated with a tail swipe, inflicting several thousand points of damage, Ling Feng continued to wield his dagger with unwavering determination. He even chose not to evade the damage from the boss's skill, Frozen Scales, instead maneuvering his steps to position himself in the outer fan-shaped area post-hit. This approach was, of course, motivated by Ling Feng's own strategic intent. The boss's ultimate ability required careful handling, yet he had no time to address the mechanics. Should he stray too close to the tornado, the boss would surely strike. Thus, what he needed to do was this. Relying on his vampiric abilities, he endeavored to let his accumulated damage exceed his maximum health limit. For only then could he summon a doppelganger, granting him the time necessary to manage the mechanics effectively. Fortunately, the emergence of the skill Storm Descends rendered the frozen effect of Storm's Prelude ineffective. Otherwise, Ling Feng would have been far too apprehensive to approach so boldly. Of course, this tactic bore an unpleasant consequence. The boss would, under the influence of bloodline resurgence, gradually restore its health. Yet, Ling Feng found himself with no other option. In less than 5 seconds, without resistance, his health had plummeted beyond its limits. In the following moment, Demon Dragon Incarnation activated, conjuring a formidable doppelganger with strong taunting capabilities that appeared before the boss. The boss immediately redirected its attention toward the doppelganger, and seizing this opportunity, Ling Feng dashed towards the storm zone. At this moment, the two storms had expanded, occupying a significant portion of two corners. If my conjecture is correct, there must be a special mechanism tied to these storm circles that necessitates handling. Thus, I can approach to investigate. Perhaps I shall uncover something novel. Ling Feng's eyes glimmered momentarily as he swiftly approached the storm in the southeast corner. However, just then, a resonant hum arose, a shimmering wave emanated, and an ice-blue thread emerged from the storm, linking itself to Ling Feng's heart. Then, a chime sounded. You have been locked by storm descents. Please resolve within 5 seconds, or you will be frozen. 5. A crimson countdown appeared above his head. Ling Feng's heart raced as he immediately grasped the essence of this mechanism. Within the realm of deities, mechanisms are ever-changing and diverse. Presently, 3 distinct patterns have emerged in Ling Feng's mind. Yet, they share a commonality. They can utilize themselves as the tether to maneuver entities that impose negative buffs. Subsequently, these identical negative buffs can collide, effectively neutralizing the spreading or enduring detrimental effects. Contemplating this, Ling Feng observed the countdown dwindling to 3 seconds, and without hesitation, he dashed towards another tornado. In an instant, the tornado linked to Ling Feng began to spiral towards him like a spinning top. However, as it moved further, its range gradually expanded. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. This marked the success of the first step, affirming his hypothesis. He quickened his pace, aiming to collide with the other tornado. Yet, as he approached, the opposing tornado extended an icy blue thread, connecting to Ling Feng's body, and rushed towards him. Observing this, Ling Feng squinted, halting his advance and instead remaining in place, awaiting the inevitable collision of the 2 tornadoes. Should they collide, he was confident there was an 80% chance he could nullify their effects. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the snow dragon eagle as it crushed its duplicate underfoot, causing its health to vanish in an instant. The moment its clone disappeared, the boss's gaze fixated on Ling Feng. Spreading its wings, it leapt into the sky, bearing down upon Ling Feng. With his pupils constricting, Ling Feng could only grit his teeth and endure. For if he evaded now, the tornado's pull would sever, leading to his demise. Thus, he had to gamble, betting that the boss's strike would not kill him. Only then could he seize a chance to turn the tide. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the boss's form descended, crashing onto Ling Feng's body. In the next moment, a staggering figure of -11,535 emerged above Ling Feng, sending him hurtling away, altering the trajectory of the tornado under his influence. Just as his life teetered on the brink, a chime resounded, the effective ethereal shield, activated, granting immunity to all damage and amplifying spell damage 5-fold for 5 seconds. The system's notification rang out like celestial music. In the next heartbeat, the 2 tornadoes collided. The ground trembled violently as an unending tempest unleashed its fury. Subsequently, the formidable boss, eager to strike once more, was abruptly swept away by the tempest it had conjured. In that critical moment, Ling Feng emerged from the storm with an invincible demeanor, drawing near to the boss. With swiftness, he wielded his dagger, executing a series of rapid slashes. -1,429, -1,433, -1,566. Damage numbers flashed in quick succession, accompanied by a chorus of system notifications. Congratulations! Death mark triggered, progress at 4-5. Congratulations! Death mark triggered, progress at 5-5. Death effect activated. As the system announcement faded, the last 19 of the Snow Dragon Eagle's health vanished instantaneously. Then, a chime echoed, congratulations on defeating the Snow Dragon Eagle Lord, earning 80,000 experience points. The Endless Plunder activated, granting the Bloodline Resurgence. Epic skill. The body of the Snow Dragon Eagle collapsed onto the ground, enveloped in a radiant crimson glow. Observing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but exhale in relief. Glancing at his own dwindling health, a cold sweat trickled down his brow. This encounter had been perilously close. Had it not been for his experience in knowing how to converge the 2 tornadoes to mitigate all damage, he might not have emerged unscathed. After all, should the tornadoes have expanded to engulf the entire area, his demise would have been inevitable. Chapter 86. Epic Equipment. First, let us examine the skills. Ling Feng did not hastily delve into the spoils of battle. Instead, he cast a glance at the skill panel. In an instant, a brand new passive skill caught his eye. Bloodline Resurgence Epic Passive Description. When activated, upon striking a target, it restores 100 of health, with the recovery amount being 50 of the attack value dealt. It appears to be a direct transference of the boss's passive skill. According to this description, Does it not imply that I can regain health with every attack? Moreover, it correlates with the damage I inflict? Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with astonishment, a sense of trepidation creeping in. It is well known that lifesteal abilities typically trigger on a probabilistic basis, with few, aside from healers, possessing such an outrageous capability for recovery. Should this be the case, would healers not find themselves rendered obsolete? However, the situation is markedly different now. This passive skill is a tangible reality, providing a formidable safeguard for his life. Exhaling deeply, Ling Feng sought to quell the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. He then approached the radiant light and swiftly gathered all the spoils. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the following loot. 102 gold coins, Guild Establishment Order Rare. 1. Frozen Chain Epic. 1. Tactical Spear Dark Gold. 1. Dragon Vein Protector Dark Gold. 1. Secret Cave Key. 1. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, just about to open his bag for a closer inspection. At that moment, another announcement resounded abruptly. Ding! The epic level open quest has concluded, and Snow Dragon Eagle Epic has been slain and will not reappear. The list of participants in this event is as follows. Windling Tian Xia. None. Rewards will be distributed based on event rankings. Please collect them on the same day. As this announcement echoed thrice with fervor, the entire world erupted in chaos. What the hell? Is it truly so ruthless? Did Windling Tian Xia genuinely slay the epic level boss himself? This is simply outrageous. How could such a prodigy emerge so soon after the server's launch? It is utterly exhilarating. Yet, amidst the shock, some individuals regained their composure and swiftly opened the leaderboard. Indeed, among all the statistics, an event contribution ranking had appeared. Many hastily clicked on it. In the next moment, only Ling Feng's name graced the list, with his event contribution reaching a staggering 100. The other entries were uniformly absent. This indicates that Ling Feng truly vanquished the epic level boss single-handedly. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Completely and thoroughly bewildered. Ling Feng paused his inspection of the spoils and casually opened the leaderboard, immediately spotting his name along with the Claim Rewards button following it. In the next moment, ding! Claim successful. Congratulations on acquiring the mythical cloak epic. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly shifting to one of astonishment. To think that he was rewarded with an epic cloak. How exhilarating! It must be one of only 2 epic pieces of equipment in the entire world. The only question that lingered was about its attributes. In an instant, Ling Feng hastily began to inspect it. Mythical Cloak Epic. Position. Back attributes. Attack 250. All attributes 100. Dual defense 300 effect when attacking a target. The first strike increases damage by 50, the second by 80, the third by 120, after which it enters a cooldown of 5 seconds before reactivation. Equipment requirement. None description. Legend has it, this is a flawed relic left behind by a deity, yet it possesses formidable power, waiting for a fated individual. Yes. That individual is you. Ling Feng was utterly dumbfounded, completely at a loss. This cloak was simply extraordinary, although it boasted only 3 attributes. The magnitude of these attributes was truly terrifying. Particularly, the effect of the attributes was nothing short of astonishing. Ling Feng had never encountered such formidable attribute effects before. The fact that damage effects accumulated over 3 attacks, with a cooldown of only 5 seconds, meant that anyone who donned this cloak would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Overcome with excitement, Ling Feng trembled and quickly equipped the cloak, causing his attributes to surge once more. However, he refrained from hastily checking his attribute panel, instead suppressing his exhilaration to examine the second piece of epic equipment. Frozen Chain Epic. Position. Neck attributes. Attack 200. All attributes 60 effect. Lifesteal effect 20. Critical damage effect 50 upon character death. Self-revival without loss 3/3. Active skill for every 10 of health burned. Attack calculation increases by 10, stacking up to 9 times, lasting for 10 seconds. During stacking, the effect is recalculated. After 9 stacks, it enters a 24-hour cooldown. Equipment requirement. Level 35 description. A chain forged in the depths of the icy abyss, imbued with the power of the divine. Acquiring it grants one the strength of the gods. As the attributes of this necklace lay before him, Ling Feng fell silent. If this necklace were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly stir chaos within the entire deity faction. It is worth noting that equipment with active skills is exceedingly rare. Even mythical grade gear, or those of an even higher caliber, seldom possess active skill attributes, just like the cloak he had encountered earlier. Yet, he never anticipated such an active skill would manifest on this chain. Most importantly, this active skill did not merely augment attack values, it enhanced the final damage calculation. For instance, Ling Feng dealt a substantial damage of 1,000, thus elevating the final tally to an impressive 1,100. This enhancement far surpasses the mere increase of attack power by countless magnitudes. After compelling himself to regain his composure, Ling Feng glanced at the level 35 requirement, then at his own level, which perfectly aligned for him to equip it. Without hesitation, he replaced his previous gear with the Oath Chain, Silver. Subsequently, he surveyed his character panel, which instantly transformed before his eyes. ID, Wind Ling World Class. First Transition Assassin Level, 18 Attack, 4614 Health, 16769 Mana, 750 Attack Speed, 0. 311s Critical Hit, 130 Critical Damage, 230, with a probability of an additional 100 effect, Lifesteal, 75 Attack Buff, 50 Attack Effect Physical Defense, 2690 Magical Defense, 2924, Queen's Grace Buff Active, Charm, 87 Luck, 82 Attributes, Strength 665, Constitution 662, Agility 604, Intelligence 375 Effect Immunity, 100 Poison Immunity currently. Aside from his health points, his panel rivaled that of a typical boss. However, there was no doubt that Ling Feng was far more formidable than those bosses. Contentedly nodding to himself, he shifted his gaze to the remaining 2 pieces of equipment. Yet, due to possessing 2 epic-level items, everything else felt utterly mundane. The 2 dark gold pieces, one a summoner's weapon and the other an elemental-enhanced bracer, were ill-suited for him. Thus, he discarded them in a corner and examined the other 2 drops. Guild Establishment Order, Rare, Effect, enables the creation of a guild, drops upon death. Secret Cave Key, Special, Effect, unlocks the treasure concealed beneath the mysterious cold pool. Ling Feng's body trembled with excitement as his gaze fell upon the pool. Could it be the treasure beneath the water? Indeed, it must be accessed by defeating the boss. He was fortunate he hadn't wasted effort diving down in search. Otherwise, it would have been a futile endeavor. Ling Feng smirked, preparing to head toward the cold pool. However, just then, a notification chimed. Ding. Your friend has sent you a message. Please check. Chapter 87. The Secret Realm, Cold Pool Heaven Cave. Ling Feng paused, casually opening his friend list to find yet another message from Luo Shi, which he promptly clicked on. Luo Shi, do not return to the city. Ling Feng furrowed his brow and typed back, inquiring, what has happened? Not long ago, we received intelligence indicating that the countries of the Sun Nation, Sam Nation, and Eagle Nation have dispatched a team of elite operatives who infiltrated Hanhai City, with the sole aim of targeting you. Not only foreign forces, but also several high-ranking alliances from Huaxia have gathered quite a few individuals. It is highly likely they are after the guild establishment decree in your possession. Luo Shi sent a direct communication request, and upon answering, a grave voice resonated through. Clearly, the moment this event concludes, it signifies that Ling Feng has acquired the guild establishment decree. This item could incite a frenzy among countless guilds. Ling Feng's gaze turned icy as he coldly inquired. It is not surprising that local forces are preparing to act. However, why would such a multitude from foreign powers come? It remains unclear for now, yet they undoubtedly possess some treasures. It is likely they arrived through a certain channel or artifact. You can see the current situation. So what do you intend to do? Luo Shi took a deep breath, articulating each word carefully. Ling Feng pondered briefly before shaking his head. To me, this news is inconsequential. Inconsequential? Luo Shi was taken aback, her voice tinged with uncertainty. If Ling Feng could see her expression at that moment, he would notice her utter bewilderment. Ling Feng smiled faintly, speaking calmly. Thank you for the heads up, Sister Luo Shi. I will offer you an 8% discount later. As for the guild establishment decree, we shall discuss it upon my return. Are you not concerned that those people will target you? Although this game does not entail real death, they could choose to ruin your character. Do you understand my meaning? Luo Shi grew increasingly frustrated. She had come with good intentions to warn Ling Feng. Additionally, she was worried that the guild establishment decree might be seized by others. However, this matter was predicated on mutual interests, and she hoped for no unforeseen complications. Thus, she intended for Ling Feng to remain in the wild to avoid the storm, returning only after the situation had calmed down. Alternatively, she would personally seek Ling Feng to negotiate a trade for the item. This way, subsequent issues would be averted. Yet, Ling Feng clearly had no intention of doing so. Ling Feng smiled lightly, his gaze fixed upon the shimmering pool, speaking with tranquility akin to a still lake. If they truly wish to eliminate me, I wouldn't mind making things difficult for them. You need not worry about my affairs, and I appreciate you for relaying this information. I will contact you later, and be prepared to accept this decree. Ling Feng understood that the value of this decree would undoubtedly be substantial, for the significance of the first decree is extraordinary. Upon hearing the words, Luo Shi let out a sigh and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Very well, since you have your own thoughts, I shall not say more. I hope you can return safely. The token is certainly ours." With that, they ended their communication. Ling Feng smirked coldly. At this moment, even if this group consisted of mere first-tier players, he felt no fear. As long as he did not reveal himself, they would never locate him. Unless they could eliminate him in an instant, he would remain steadfast. Such resilience was not something ordinary individuals could rival. Although Ling Feng lacked the health points of a boss, he possessed recovery methods that surpassed even those of a boss. When the time for battle truly arrived, the outcome remained uncertain. Furthermore, should a confrontation occur within the main city, the penalties would be severe. How intriguing. For now, let us seek treasure first. Ling Feng composed himself and leapt directly into the spring pool. The moment he entered the water, a refreshing chill enveloped him. After a brief shiver, he acclimated and began to dive deeper. In the game, Deity, players could typically hold their breath underwater for approximately 10 minutes under normal circumstances. Should they fail to surface for air after that, they would begin to lose health. If their health reached zero, it would result in death. Ling Feng squinted his eyes, resembling a swimming fish as he swiftly descended. The cold pool was quite deep. After nearly 3 to 4 minutes of diving, he finally reached the bottom. However, contrary to expectations, the pool's depths were not as desolate as one might think. Instead, a soft glow illuminated the area, as if coated in a layer of crystal light, rendering it exceptionally bright. Consequently, Ling Feng quickly surveyed the entirety of the pool's floor. Strangely, aside from some frost-type weeds, there was not a single treasure in sight, nor even a tiny shrimp. A look of surprise crossed Ling Feng's face. What was happening? Not even an entrance? He furrowed his brow and began to explore along the rocky edges of the pool's bottom. Suddenly, just as he was about to swim forward, he halted. His gaze shifted to his right-hand side, where a cluster of chilling blue coral reefs caught his attention. However, that was not the main point. The crux lay in the fact that, nestled between the reefs, a faintly visible statue of a Buddha appeared before him, albeit obscured by the coral, making it difficult to discern clearly. Without hesitation, Ling Feng swam closer, hovering above the coral reefs for a detailed examination. Indeed, it was a statue of Buddha, crafted from black gold. Although Ling Feng could not decipher which figure the statue depicted, he noticed a slot above the statue's head, designed for a key. His eyes narrowed in intrigue as he retrieved the treasure key from his backpack. After a moment of comparison, he deftly inserted it into the slot. With a click, the sound resonated. In the next moment, as Ling Feng gently twisted the key, the interior of the statue emitted a series of cracking sounds. As the resounding crack echoed and the key ceased to turn, Ling Feng released his grip. Suddenly, boom, the statue plummeted with a thunderous crash, stirring a cloud of dust and ripples from the depths of the pool, instantly disturbing the previously tranquil waters. Ling Feng swiftly retreated, swimming back until the violent tumult subsided, before cautiously approaching once more. Before him lay a vast and enigmatic azure cavern beneath the dark waters. A smile crept across Ling Feng's face as he beheld the cave. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward, tentatively diving into the abyss. Instantly, he sensed a barrier resisting his hand, yet with a slight exertion, he effortlessly breached it. Thus, Ling Feng adeptly calibrated his strength, propelling his entire being through the passage. However, just then, a system notification rang out abruptly. Ding! Congratulations on discovering the epic hidden realm, Cold Pool Cavern. Chapter 88. A Tremendous Harvest. The Secret Realm. This is among the most common treasures found within the pantheon of deities. Naturally, what one can acquire depends solely on the player's fortune. When the level of a secret realm ascends to the mythic tier, an announcement echoes across the entire server, igniting contention. However, Ling Feng's secret realm merely resides within the epic tier, thus lacking the privilege of a server-wide proclamation. Yet, he harbors no desire for such recognition. After all, having already obtained the guild establishment order, he has become a target for the entire world. Provoking further ire could very well lead to chaos. Boom! Ling Feng alighted upon the uneven rocks of the cavern, casting his gaze upward. The barrier remained intact, obstructing the entrance of the pool's waters, rendering the entire cave remarkably arid. The cavern consisted solely of a single corridor, and as Ling Feng traversed it, he entered a vast, open chamber. Instantaneously, the spectacle within the cave unfolded before his eyes. Glimmering gold coins radiated a brilliance so dazzling that it felt as though they could blind him. Squinting, Ling Feng discerned nothing but a golden haze enveloping his vision. Undeterred, he steeled himself and approached the corner, promptly gathering the treasures within reach. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired 3,000 gold coins. Once was not enough. The golden glow remained resplendent, and Ling Feng continued to collect without pause. Congratulations, you have obtained 500 gold coins. Congratulations, you have secured 550 gold coins. Congratulations, you have garnered 868 gold coins. Congratulations, you have received Moon's Embrace, Heaven and Earth into the Sea, Fire Dragon Cannon, Dragon Spring Tier. Upon retrieving the final few items, a wave of elation washed over Ling Feng. In total, he had amassed 35,000 coins along with 4 exquisite treasures. Although he had yet to examine the nature of these 4 items, he instinctively knew that among them lay what he sought. He promptly scrutinized each one. Moon's Embrace Epic. Type: Armor Attributes: Magical Defense 500, Physical Defense 500, Constitution 80. Strength 50, Stamina 40. Effects: 1. When attacking, there is a 30 chance to siphon health. 2. Each time health is reduced by 10, attack power is increased by 10. This effect ceases upon health restoration. 3. If health drops below 20, the wearer becomes invulnerable for 10 seconds. This effect can only trigger again after exiting and re-entering combat. Equipment requirement: Level 30, Light Armor Class. Description: This chest armor, crafted by one of the 10 greatest masters of defense, vanished along with its creator, leaving behind all his works, awaiting a destined individual to unearth it and unveil its ultimate secrets. Ling Feng found himself momentarily speechless. Setting aside the other attributes, the effect of the item was astonishing. Sacrificing health to gain a corresponding increase in attack power. Although this enhancement would fade upon recovery, did not diminish its terrifying potential. Most importantly, the third entry serves as a crucial tool for regaining the upper hand. It can be said that this equipment is exceptionally powerful, surpassing the Queen's Embrace by several streets. Without hesitation, Ling Feng equipped it, and with a twofold increase in vitality, his health points surged to 18,858, nearing the impressive threshold of 20,000. Exhaling deeply, he perused the next item. Heaven and Earth Entering the Sea Epic. Category: Skill Book Effect. Consumes 50 mana points to conjure a claw that ensnares the target, ignoring any form of invulnerability or defensive state, rendering the target immobile for 5 seconds. During this time, the user can instantaneously teleport to the target's periphery. If the opponent remains in a state of immobility, they will suffer additional damage equal to twice the user's attack power. Note: during the teleportation, the user is invulnerable and cannot be interrupted. Reminder: if used consecutively more than 3 times, the additional damage will not trigger again until a certain cooldown period has elapsed. Cooldown: none. Learning requirement: none. Ling Feng stared incredulously at this skill, his face a canvas of astonishment. This ability is rather formidable. Once unleashed, it disregards defenses and invulnerability, making it an assured hit. With precise timing, if Ling Feng wishes to eliminate someone, it becomes a certainty. Indeed, this skill book is undoubtedly a divine technique crafted specifically for PvP. Naturally, he eagerly absorbed its knowledge. Later, he would return to Hanai City, where he might soon find himself embroiled in conflict. With this skill book in his possession, it would be akin to having wings bestowed upon him. Ling Feng suddenly felt that this venture had already proven exceptionally worthwhile, solely due to the acquisition of this skill book and equipment. Immediately, he turned his attention to the third item. Fire Dragon Cannon Epic, Category, Special Effect, upon use. All enemies within a 50-yard radius will incur continuous damage equal to 50 of the user's attack power, lasting for 5 instances. Usage, 1-1, a splendid item. A weapon for team battles, he promptly claimed it. Ling Feng set it aside in a convenient location. Then, he focused on the final item. It was a gem-like crystalline tear, exquisitely crafted and shimmering with dazzling glints. This was precisely the item he sought. Dragon's Tear, Category, Special Effect. Present this item to the Lord of the City, and an abundant reward will be bestowed upon you. Description. Legends say this is the tear of a dragon, formed into crystalline shape through millennia of weathering, capable of remedying a person's realm decline. At long last, it was in his grasp. With this item, upon his return, he could seek out the Lord of the City. At that moment, Ling Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. A subtle smile playing on his lips. The first shop would undoubtedly be his. Indeed, in his past life, some individuals have procured an item from the treasures here, which they subsequently presented to the city lord, thereby acquiring a shop in the bustling Hanai City. At that time, the shop was not the first of its kind, so it did not create much of a stir. However, unbeknownst to many, this particular shop was blessed by the city lord, endowed with a unique buff that significantly attracted a flow of customers. At that moment, Ling Feng found himself perplexed, wondering why a shop that was ranked hundreds of places down the list could be so popular. Yet, after some inquiries, he finally grasped the reason. In his previous life, he had missed this opportunity, but this time it would be different. This blessed shop was destined to be his. Although he was not in need of money, his real-world wealth was more than sufficient. And he was also quite affluent within the game. Ling Feng was reminded of a particularly unique task that he had yet to undertake. The conditions for this task were rather stringent, requiring him to possess at least 1,000,000 coins. Thus, it was imperative for him to prepare swiftly. Moreover, in the long run, the demand for gold coins would only increase rather than diminish. While it was true that coins would depreciate rapidly in the later stages, that concern was for another time. Ling Feng was focused solely on seizing each moment. Having collected everything available, it was time to return to the city. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, he grasped a teleportation scroll, its surface glinting coldly. If you wish to provoke me with your ignorance, do not blame me for being more ruthless than you. As soon as he uttered these words, the scroll tore apart, and under the radiance of a blue light, Ling Feng's figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind only subtle ripples in the fabric of space, as if he had never been there at all. Chapter 89. The intruder. A brilliant blue light erupted in the square of Hanai City. In the next moment, a figure materialized within the teleportation array, cloaked and masked. The man's visage remained obscured, yet the dagger affixed at his waist signified his extraordinary nature. However, as he appeared, the surrounding crowd surged forward, swiftly encircling him. With a resolute step, Ling Feng halted, casting a cold, scrutinizing glance at the throng, remaining silent. It was evident that these individuals had been lying in wait for quite some time. Otherwise, they would not have pinpointed him the instant he emerged. One must recognize that individuals of Ling Feng's stature were exceedingly rare. At that moment, 4 or 5 figures emerged from the crowd. A knight, golden-haired and blue-eyed, rode a formidable black steed rented from the stable system. His ID, translated by the system, read War God Yenma. Beside him stood an elf, white-haired with green eyes. Unmistakably a mage, who was evidently not of Chinese descent, but rather an American known as Bloodfalls. Another figure, a diminutive, unscrupulous man brandishing a katana, bore a sinister gaze that evoked disdain. He was unmistakably a citizen of the Sun Nation, his ID reading Yamamoto Hideyoshi. The remaining two were of Chinese descent, however. Ling Feng recognized them both. One was Liuxing Shui Jian, the captain of the 9th-ranked Red Heart Nation Alliance S Vanguard, and the other, Long Mu, the sub-leader of the 13th-ranked Dragon Riders Alliance. Ling Feng was somewhat taken aback. What circumstances had led these individuals to converge? What were the intentions of the larger alliances? Why did they refrain from taking action? Yet, in the next moment, he noticed shadowy figures lurking atop nearby buildings. Clearly, the leaders of these alliances were biding their time, intending to use these individuals as pawns to ascertain Ling Feng's capabilities. Indeed, these alliances remained as cunning as ever. Unfortunately for them, Ling Feng was no longer the puppet that could manipulate at will. A silent, cold laugh escaped Ling Feng's lips as his demeanor grew increasingly composed. Those who understood his character would realize that the calmer he appeared, the more perilous he became, as the overwhelming force surrounding him began to wane. The 5 leaders fixed their gazes upon Ling Feng. The warrior wielding the katana, Yamamoto Hideyoshi, squinted his eyes and sneered, "Ling Feng. There is an ancient saying in China, a tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind. If you surrender the peculiar guild establishment token now, we may let you go otherwise." His words trailed off, laden with unspoken threats. His eyes brimmed with avarice and murderous intent. To him, Ling Feng was nothing more than prey on a chopping block, utterly devoid of any chance for escape. Their journey to the Dragon Kingdom had come at a significant cost, and they were resolutely determined to obtain the guild establishment order. Of course, he was not the only one present with such aspirations. The others shared his sentiments as well. Ling Feng, with a calm demeanor, surveyed the assembly and stated with unwavering composure, "The guild establishment order is mine alone. On what grounds should I hand it over to you? Simply because we are numerous, and because you are like a turtle in a jar," sneered Yamada Hideyoshi. Narrowing his eyes, Ling Feng unsheathed 2 daggers with decisive swiftness, gripping them firmly in his hands. With a frigid gaze sweeping over the crowd, he inquired, "Is this the consensus among you? Indeed, you stand alone, possessing a guild establishment order that brings you no advantage. It would be wise to surrender it. Otherwise, the inevitable outcome will be your regression to level 0. You are formidable, but do not forget our numbers. Perhaps you can best us in a duel. But the might of a swarm is something you have yet to experience," retorted Feng Ling Tianxia. "As compatriots, I urge you to relinquish the item. I assure you, I will not permit them to make things difficult for you." Others immediately voiced their agreement, including the representatives from the 2 Huaxia alliances. Their singular objective was to secure the first guild establishment order. Offending Ling Feng had become inconsequential. Obtaining the order and relegating him to level 0 was their primary concern. Suddenly, Ling Feng erupted into laughter, causing the onlookers to furrow their brows in confusion. They were baffled by the nature of his mirth. Just then, his laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a chilling coldness that emanated from the depths of his throat. "As a representative of Huaxia, colluding with foreign forces to turn against your compatriots, what right do you, the Crimson Heart Nation and the Dragon Rider Alliance, have to utter the word difficulties in my presence? To me, you are merely a pack of wolves in human guise. To call you dogs would even be an affront to canines." His voice held no trace of emotion, yet it pierced the ears of all present with its sharpness and profound insult. "Baka, Feng Ling Tianxia, are you courting death? Do you truly wish to offend 5 alliances over a mere guild establishment order?" Yamada Hideyoshi's words were nearly spat from his throat. He believed that their intimidating presence would have cowed Ling Feng into submission, compelling him to surrender everything willingly. However, the situation was starkly different from what he had anticipated, leaving him utterly disgruntled. Similarly, Liuxing Shui Jian and Long Mu shared in his discontent. After exchanging a glance, Long Mu raised the spear in his hand and coldly declared, "Feng Ling Tianxia, this matter is merely a personal grievance between you and us, the Alliance, and does not reach the level of national concern. Spare us your lofty praises. What is the matter? Are you anxious? I, too, find myself rather pressed for time. If we are to fight, let us not dawdle like women. The guild establishment order is in my possession. Slay me, and it will be revealed." However, a smirk crept upon Ling Feng's lips, laced with mockery. "I stand here, offering myself for your strike. Do you think you are worthy? Everyone, attack together." called out the previously silent man whose ID read as blood splattered by falling flowers. Frontline warriors, charge. Rangers and mages at the back, concentrate your fire. No matter how powerful Feng Ling Tianxia is, he is but a single individual. Take him down swiftly. With his command echoed, warriors surged forward as a deluge of arrows and fireballs rained down. The spectacle shattered the tranquility of the realm. -323. -234. -444. Ding. Player, Mu GG, cast the skill Blood Curse on you, causing a loss of 20 health points per second for 30 seconds. Ding. Player, Yiqian Qian, activated the talent, Radiant Scorch, leaving you in a state of dizziness for 3 seconds, while suffering 100 points of burning damage per second for 5 seconds. Amidst the cacophony of system notifications, Ling Feng stood resolute as a war deity, neither flinching nor evading, but enduring the onslaught of damage. He needed these individuals to strike first. Thus, the system would deem his actions as self-defense. Interwoven within the attacks were control effects and talents, yet Ling Feng withstood them all, bolstered by his formidable defenses and terrifying regenerative abilities. As his health dipped to 30, Ling Feng suddenly sprang into action. A gleaming white grappling hook materialized in his hand, which he hurled with great force, ensnaring Yamada Hideyoshi amidst the throng. In the next moment, he yanked fiercely, propelling himself towards Yamada Hideyoshi. The latter's expression shifted in alarm as he attempted to resist, only to find himself paralyzed. Unable to move, panic surged through him, and he bellowed in the team channel, "Focus fire and stop him. He must be killed." In response to his command, allies from different guilds reacted swiftly, unleashing a barrage of ranged assaults along Ling Feng's trajectory. Meteoric fire, explosive arrows, beastly pounces. A cacophony of talents erupted forth, all aimed at locking onto Ling Feng's figure. In that instant, the plaza of Hanhai City erupted into chaos. Chapter 90, a dance that captivates the city yet. What astonished everyone was that the skills or talents bestowed upon Ling Feng bore no fruit. Instead, a series of missed notifications incessantly flared above his head. Following this, Ling Feng found himself behind Yamamoto Hideyoshi, and with a swift flourish of his dagger, he plunged it into the man's back, eliciting a look of terror in his eyes. -24,400. An astonishing figure appeared, and Yamamoto Hideyoshi collapsed lifelessly. All were left in shock. However, this was not the end. A cascade of splash damage erupted from players near Ling Feng and Yamamoto Hideyoshi. -2,569. -2,454. -2,312. The horrifying effects of splash damage immediately left several nearby in a critically weakened state. Simultaneously, the effect of skinning was activated on multiple targets, prompting many to cry out in panic for their healers to restore their health. Some were saved, yet others were not so fortunate. As Ling Feng deftly maneuvered towards another individual, a seemingly ordinary strike resulted in another damage figure exceeding 10,000, leading to yet another wave of splash damage. This time, more fell to the ground. Endless Plunder activated, gaining 1 intelligence, while Yamamoto's would suffered a permanent -1 intelligence. Endless Plunder activated, gaining 1 constitution, while Dragon Fighter suffered a permanent -1 constitution. Endless Plunder activated, gaining 1 strength, while Hawks suffered a permanent -1 strength. A series of notifications rang out. These foes were no match for Ling Feng's onslaught. Even those who managed to survive could not withstand a second strike. When someone activated a talent or control skill, Judgment from Heaven would trigger, allowing him to slip into stealth or employ the Heaven and Earth Submersion skill to evade. Should Judgment from Heaven not activate, they would endure all skills thrown at them. Their damage was utterly insufficient against Ling Feng, whose defenses exceeded 3,000 in both categories. Even when multidimensional attribute reduction talents were directed at him, the situation remained unchanged. Ling Feng's figure danced like a specter across the battlefield, making him increasingly elusive. Truth be told, the attributes of these opponents were rather pedestrian. Even for the sake of a guild-building decree, one would expect them to display some prowess. Yet, was this truly all they had? Ling Feng continued his relentless assault as the bodies piled high. This battle was one for the ages. He understood that only by instilling fear in these individuals would they cease their harassment. After all, it is only the softest fruit that gets squeezed. But what of the stone? The answer was clear. Ling Feng aspired to be that stone, signaling to those lurking in the shadows. Wishing to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, he was not the easily ensnared mantis, but rather the eagle perched above them. However, this battle did not endure for long, because the city management has arrived. Seize everyone involved and throw them into the dungeons. The NPC army surged in, swiftly apprehending all players with red names. Damn it! You've apprehended the wrong people, shouted the players in panic. Yes, release us. We are the victims. It is Feng Ling Tianxia who should be caught. You GRD are in cahoots with that guy, aren't you? Let us go. The 5 remaining players of the Alliance cried out in terror, offering no resistance as they were captured. However, it was understandable. Unless one could conquer Hanhai City, the guards within were akin to deities. To oppose the system was tantamount to courting death. Consequently, players who had died and revived were also seized by the city guards, unceremoniously kicked into the dungeons. Indeed, those who initiated conflict within the city would be apprehended by the city management, with the duration of their imprisonment dictated by their crime value. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that the time spent in confinement was synchronized with the outside world, and only while online would the time accumulate. Thus, these individuals were destined to endure their prison sentence. As for the frenzied Ling Feng, he calmly emerged from the crowd, nonchalantly waved his sleeve, picked up the spoils of battle from the ground, and swaggered toward the streets of the city, gradually vanishing into the throng. As a victim, he was naturally free to make his escape. Meanwhile, in the shadows of various buildings surrounding the square, members of other alliances, witnessing this scene, chose to depart in silence. They understood that unless they could strike Ling Feng down in a single blow and obtain the guild establishment order, they could not recklessly act within the city. However, their capabilities were insufficient for such a feat. Thus, retreat was the wisest strategy. The true source of concern lay with the higher echelons of the Alliance. Such audacity. Daring to be arrogant within the city? Are these people out of their minds? Ling Feng hummed a tune as he approached the warehouse, his face beaming with satisfaction. This wave of events had netted him dozens of pieces of equipment. Although, in Ling Feng's discerning eye, these items were mere trash, even refuse could be recycled. Some could fetch a handsome price. After spending a moment organizing his backpack, he promptly sent a message to Luo Shi. I'm at the warehouse. You can come over. Ready for a big haul. Come quickly. Barely a few seconds had passed when Luo Shi responded. Before long, a group of figures approached from afar, all young women. And they were all stunningly beautiful. However, one figure caught Ling Feng's attention, a girl of the human race. Though she was not a member of the elven kin, her beauty exudes an ethereal quality that even the elven folk may not possess. Her exquisite visage carries a hint of icy allure, and her graceful form, draped in a flowing crimson robe, reveals a flawless silhouette. One could say she is a girl kissed by an angel, embodying a remarkably intricate temperament. Indeed, Ling Feng is aware of her identity, feeling a sense of contemplation within. Undoubtedly, this enchanting maiden is the legendary Yi Wu Qingcheng. As Luo Shi and Yi Wu Qingcheng approached, Ling Feng's demeanor returned to its usual composure, locking eyes with Yi Wu Qingcheng. Known for her competitive spirit, she met his gaze fearlessly, returning it with a similarly piercing intensity. The profound connection in her eyes left Luo Shi and the others momentarily speechless. They understood the magnetic charm of Yi Wu Qingcheng. However, few dared to engage in a gaze with her. Even the mythical Wu Gu would instinctively lower his head in her presence. Yet, here was Feng Ling Tianxia, audacious enough to maintain eye contact with her leader. An astonishing sight indeed. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Suddenly, a voice, as delicate as the fragrance of orchids in a secluded valley, broke the peculiar silence. Feng Ling Tianxia, we witnessed your recent battle. It was quite impressive. The speaker was none other than Yi Wu Qingcheng herself. Thank you. But they were merely a disorganized mob. It's hardly worth mentioning. Let us focus on more pressing matters, Ling Feng said, consciously steering the conversation away. However, true to her nature, Yi Wu Qingcheng showed no inclination to indulge anyone as preferences. With a subtle flicker in her beautiful eyes, she stated emphatically, before we discuss serious matters, I have an unconventional request. You wish to challenge me? Ling Feng replied, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he discerned her intentions. A challenge, or flag planting, involves both parties symbolically planting flags to signify a duel, where the defeated suffer no penalty. Ling Feng felt a sense of resignation at her immediate inclination to challenge him. In his previous life, she was known for her combative nature, akin to a thorny rose. It seemed her disposition had not changed. Indeed, I wish to assess the gap between us, Yiwu Qingqing articulated candidly. Yet, Ling Feng shook his head. Responding with equal forthrightness, in a confrontation between an assassin and a mage, the latter is inherently at a disadvantage. Once you transition to a hidden class, I will gladly accept your challenge. Chapter 91. Value. When Ling Feng spoke these words, he did so with utmost sincerity, and his statement was indeed factual. In the realm of one-on-one combat, prior to mastering absolute self-defense capabilities, assassins reign supreme as the solitary champions. This is not indicative of an imbalance among professions, rather. It reflects their respective advantages at different stages of the game. Moreover, the essence of deity lies in teamwork, unlike Ling Feng, who can accomplish feats typically achievable only through collective effort. However, upon hearing this, Yiwu Qingqing remained silent, instead fixating her gaze intently upon Ling Feng. The atmosphere shifted palpably, causing Luo Shi to break into a cold sweat. Although Ling Feng's assertions were undeniably true, the directness of his words could potentially provoke their guild leader's stubbornness, leading to an inevitable conflict. Unexpectedly, Yiwu Qingqing's lips curved into a subtle smile as she replied, "Very well, once I change my class, let us engage in a duel." She then suggested, "Shall we return to discussing the matter at hand?" Luo Shi quickly interjected to steer the conversation away, genuinely concerned that the dialogue would veer off course again. "All right, let us address the serious business. We require the guild establishment order. Name your price." Yiwu Qingqing inhaled deeply, her expression shifting to one of seriousness as she articulated her words with precision. Her demeanor transformed, exuding the essence of a formidable woman. It is undeniable that Yiwu Qingqing's recognition as the most beautiful woman in Huaxia is well-deserved. Her extraordinary grace and striking beauty set her apart from those who rely solely on physical attributes. Ling Feng took a deep breath and responded with calm composure, "Typically, the price for the guild establishment order may not be exorbitant. It could potentially be acquired for around 10 to 20 million. However, given its premier status, the pricing becomes quite complex, let alone 10 or 20 million, once the main forces reach level 50. This item could be secured for a mere couple of 100,000. Yet, the circumstances are different now, since it's difficult to ascertain a fair price. Allow me to present you with a direct offer." Yiwu Qingqing gently caressed her staff, her voice smooth as she continued. Ling Feng's interest was piqued, prompting him to inquire, "It is said that Yiwu Qingqing has a unique flair for business. I am intrigued to see how you will price it." In her previous life, Yiwu Qingqing indeed possessed a genius for commerce. However, her captivating charm often compelled those who interacted with her to concede. After all, the title of the finest sorceress in the realm was not granted without merit. Naturally, Luo Shi played a significant role in this success. With Yiwu Qingqing's ingenuity complemented by Luo Shi's strategic assistance, many commercial challenges were deftly navigated. The guild establishment order, along with the goods you are offering today, shall be bundled together. My proposed price is 1 billion. Yiwu Qingqing mused, a half-smile gracing her lips as she queried, "Does that suffice?" The surrounding individuals were rendered speechless, particularly Luo Shi, who discreetly rubbed her forehead in exasperation. The girl has yet to see anything, and she has already tossed out a staggering 1 billion? It is not fear of loss that drives this. Rather, it is the apprehension of provoking Ling Feng. After all, if that guild-building order were to be auctioned off, it could fetch at least 1 billion, not to mention other equipment. Ling Feng has not delivered to them in quite some time, and it is likely that he possesses a considerable inventory. Is this not an obvious attempt to take advantage of Ling Feng? Certainly, for a business prodigy, 1 billion seems quite reasonable. Yet, Ling Feng did not express anger. Instead, he pondered for a moment before nodding and stating, 1 billion is not unfeasible. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi and the other female companions widened their eyes in astonishment, their minds swirling with confusion. Could it be? Is Ling Feng also a commercial genius? How could he possibly agree to this? However, Luo Shi felt perplexed. When she engaged in business with him initially, how did she fail to recognize Ling Feng's acumen? Yu Qingcheng, upon hearing this, smiled gracefully and inquired, "Shall we proceed with this decision then?" Yet, Ling Feng suddenly shook his head and replied, 1 billion is indeed acceptable, but I have other conditions. Yu Qingcheng furrowed her brows, about to speak, when Luo Shi quickly restrained her and addressed Ling Feng. "Mr. Ling Feng, please elaborate. This is the right approach. By not taking advantage of one another, they could ensure a long-lasting and prosperous partnership. Otherwise, cracks would inevitably appear over time." Ling Feng, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes and held up 4 fingers, stating slowly, "I could forego the 1 billion entirely, but I must acquire a 40 stake in the Fengling Guild." At these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. To begin with, shares, particularly a 40 stake, was akin to a lion demanding an exorbitant price. It appeared they had misjudged Ling Feng as a business prodigy. He was clearly a shrewd merchant. However, Luo Shi managed to maintain her composure and inquired cautiously, "Mr. Ling Feng, do you believe these items can secure us a 40 stake?" Admittedly, while the Fengling Guild is not among the elite guilds, a 40 stake cannot be acquired for merely 2 billion, let alone for the items Ling Feng possesses. Ling Feng smiled slightly, his demeanor calm and collected as he responded, "Naturally not, but you must consider the future benefits." At this, Luo Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, instantly grasping Ling Feng's intent. His message was clear. The 40 stake offered in exchange was not merely for a collection of equipment and a guild building order, but rather for the intrinsic value of Fengling Tianxia himself. The products Ling Feng produces in the future, aside from personal use, would be delivered to the guild first. This would, in essence, reduce the guild's expenditures. Looking at the long term, as long as Ling Feng's advantages persist, this 40 investment indeed holds great promise. The only drawback is, Ling Feng's prominence has undoubtedly offended many. However, the Fengling Guild has never been a group that shies away from challenges. If one truly harbors fear, they would not contemplate the establishment of a guild. From the very moment a guild is formed, it is destined to be anything but ordinary. For a guild signifies competition. Instantly, she engaged in a private discussion with Wu Qingcheng. In this matter, Ling Feng held no objections, instead choosing to close his eyes and meditate. His decision was not made lightly. Today, he indeed accomplished a remarkable feat of one against many, which would undoubtedly instill a sense of awe in numerous individuals. However, the intricacies of interests among guilds are exceedingly complex. Once someone dares to disrupt their chain of interests, an unending cycle of retaliation is bound to ensue. As the collective strength of the main forces reaches a certain pinnacle, Ling Feng's advantages will markedly diminish. Furthermore, the number of guild members will swell. He may be capable of defeating 100 or even 1,000, but what of 10,000? Or perhaps even more? A truly formidable guild can easily mobilize 10,000 members. Thus, from a long-term perspective, if one aspires to develop peacefully, it is imperative to align with a powerful faction. And this faction must be one he can trust. The Fengling Guild presents itself as an excellent option. What? Afraid of implicating the Fengling Guild? No. The Fengling Guild is far from simple. Chapter 92. Epic Clash Transfer Quest. After establishing his guild, Ling Feng had heard some rumors. Wu Qingcheng's true name was Yin Qingcheng. The Yin family was one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. A formidable force that held a status comparable to the existence behind the myth of Wugu. Such a colossal entity, upon witnessing the opportunity presented by the deity, would certainly not remain indifferent. In essence, among the top 5 guilds of the future, apart from the Wind Spirit Guild, there existed another force under the control of the Yin family. Together with the Wind Spirit Guild, they were indeed an unstoppable force. Thus, the decision made today posed no issues. As long as he refrained from joining the Wind Spirit Guild for the time being, everything would be fine. However, he still needed to secure his share. While Ling Feng's thoughts wandered, Wu Qingcheng and Luo Shi had already reached a conclusion. Luo Shi, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Are there any additional conditions aside from this?" "None. The normal operation of the guild will still be entirely at your discretion. I will also refrain from joining the Wind Spirit Guild for now, as this is a critical period. If there are no objections, we shall proceed with this decision. If it proves unsatisfactory, we can continue to operate under a transactional identity, Ling Feng stated decisively. The establishment order is valued at 1 billion, while the other items can be packaged for 200 million. Luo Shi and Yi Wu Qingqing exchanged glances before smiling slightly. We agree to your terms, but we have two conditions. Please, go on. Ling Feng did not refuse, yet he did not immediately acquiesce either. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Shi slowly articulated. Before 40 of the shares are transferred to you, we need to ascertain your value. Naturally, we are well aware of your capabilities, but according to protocol, we still need to provide an explanation to the higher-ups of the Wind Spirit Guild. Furthermore, should you prove your worth, we will not hesitate to sign the transfer agreement with you. Others will remain unaware of your real identity. Only I and Qingqing will sign with you. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, So, how do you propose I demonstrate my worth? At this moment, Yi Wu Qingqing interjected. I have two tasks at hand, an epic main quest and a clash transfer quest. If you assist me in completing both, would that suffice? Oh, it seems these two tasks must be quite challenging, Ling Feng asked, somewhat surprised. He was uncertain about the specifics of the epic main quest. However, he recalled that the most difficult aspect of the hidden clash transfer quest was locating the falling goose stone. The subsequent task should, in theory, be relatively straightforward for Yi Wu Qingqing and her companions. Yi Wu Qingqing replied, non-committally, that is indeed the case. Not to mention the epic quest. We have already failed the clash transfer quest twice. Should we fail once more, it would be a definitive failure. Very well, I accept your terms. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng readily agreed. Please share the transfer task with me for review. Yi Wu Qingqing's character was quite forthright, and she swiftly extended an invitation to Ling Feng. He clicked to accept, and in the next moment, a crimson task scroll appeared in the Team's task list. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback and quickly glanced at it. Divine Summoning. Epic. Task details. Please assist Yi Wu Qingqing in defeating the malevolent sorcerer to obtain its soul core and deliver it to the Grand Mage, Amphikyla. Task rewards. Unknown task duration. 2 days, 12 hours, 52 minutes, and 32 seconds. Note, the total duration for this task is 10 days. If the time limit is exceeded, the task will not fail, but rewards will diminish. Hint, this task can be attempted a maximum of 3 times. 2 attempts have already failed, leaving only 1 opportunity remaining. Please seize it wisely. 10 days? Only 2.5 days remaining? Ling Feng was momentarily stunned, his face betraying astonishment. So, since you accepted this task, the countdown has been ongoing? Indeed, Yi Wu Qingqing confirmed. This task must be completed within 10 days to secure the optimal rewards. She nodded slightly, speaking calmly. Ling Feng immediately understood. No wonder Yi Wu Qingqing and her companions were unable to defeat this boss. It must be an epic-level foe. In his previous life, they had not needed to vanquish an epic boss to complete their transfer. Instead, they had squandered no less than 10 days searching for the falling goose stone. It was likely that due to exceeding the time limit, both the difficulty and rewards had diminished. Hence, once they acquired the falling goose stone, they had swiftly succeeded in their transfer. Now, however, the circumstances were different. Ling Feng had informed them of the falling goose stone's location, thereby expediting their entry into the next task phase. Therefore, the current outcome was as it was. With these thoughts in mind, Ling Feng decided not to dwell on it and directly inquired, what are the specifics of this boss? We cannot ascertain the details. It likely exceeds our level by 10. All we know is that it is an epic boss. Yi Wu Qingqing replied with a slight smile, her tone meaningful. Given your capabilities, you should be able to handle it, yes? Whether I can handle it or not remains to be seen. Ling Feng calmly shook his head. Shall we proceed now? Yi Wu Qingqing asked eagerly. If Ling Feng had not achieved the feat of soloing an epic boss, she likely would not have considered sharing the task. After all, this task was crucial for her transfer, and she could not afford to be careless. She would rather see a decrease in rewards than risk a third failure. Once the 3 opportunities were expended, a failure would indeed be a true failure. Very well, Ling Feng nodded decisively. There are 6 of us in the team. The other 4 should confirm their roles. I will take a meal and meet you outside the city in half an hour. All right. The group of women nodded in agreement. Ling Feng promptly logged off, hastily devouring a bowl of a man's romantic meal, instant noodles with sausages. After tending to his personal hygiene, he re-entered the online realm. As he stepped beyond the city gates, Yiwu Qingcheng waved at him enthusiastically. In an instant, the two became the center of attention. Despite concealing his name, Ling Feng's distinctive attire made him instantly recognizable. Meanwhile, Yiwu Qingcheng, renowned as the foremost goddess of Hanhai City, was the object of countless fantasies among the gaming community. Witnessing her hopeful demeanor, many players felt their hearts shatter. My heavens! When did my goddess become entwined with Feng Ling Tianxia? Silence! I refuse to believe it. I would sooner believe that a sow could climb a tree. Stop deceiving yourself. With your character, even a pig wouldn't give you a second glance. How dare you? Ling Feng disregarded the surrounding commotion and approached Yiwu Qingcheng directly, casting a brief glance over the other four individuals. The group consisted of 2 males and 2 females. Aside from the archer, Luo Ying Qinghe, whom he recognized, he was unfamiliar with the other 3. However, their class composition was impeccably suited: a summoner, a martial artist, and a healer. Chapter 93. Greetings, esteemed Feng Ling. It is a delight to encounter you once more. Luo Ying Qinghe approached with a playful demeanor, adding a vibrant touch to the atmosphere. Ling Feng responded with a gentle nod, acknowledging her presence. Engaging with young women had always posed a challenge for him. Otherwise, in his previous life, despite possessing commendable resources, he remained a solitary figure. Without further ado, Yiwu Qingcheng ushered Ling Feng into the team, introducing everyone in turn. However, Luo Ying Qinghe's characteristic cheerfulness brought her immense joy at Feng Ling Tianxia joining the expedition. The healer, known by her ID as Ying Tao Xiao Xiao Luo, eagerly sent a friend request, which Ling Feng gladly accepted. After all, an additional sister could pave the way for new opportunities. Forgive the digression. The other 2 male players, the summoner named Feng Yiwu Hen and the brawler known as Yi He Shang, displayed a lack of courtesy towards Ling Feng. Were it not for Yiwu Qingcheng's presence, they might have turned their backs on him entirely. Their expressions soured further upon witnessing the favorable treatment Ling Feng received